Chapter 2. Rebirth in the Dragon Ball Universe. WeChat system, am I dead? A disbelieving soul murmured. At that moment, Bai Yi lay on the ground, or rather, on a warm body that still emitted a faint scent of charred flesh. Surrounding him were the marks of his struggles. The spectral form of Bai Yi quietly observed his physical self. It was impossible to deny the discomfort, yet as time passed, a sense of detachment settled in. After all, death is irreversible. Suddenly, a flash of white light engulfed the room, and Bai Yi vanished from sight. With the white light dissipated, darkness enveloped him. In a state of panic, Bai Yi called out, "Is anyone there? Moshi Moshi, hello? Hey, is anyone out there?" As his anxiety escalated, an electronic, mechanical voice resonated. Ding, WeChat system loading. Loading complete, now activated. A system? Bai Yi was taken aback and promptly inquired, "System, where am I now?" The voice replied, "You are currently situated within the interstice of the dimensional universe, akin to a subspace." Curiosity piqued, Bai Yi asked, "Why am I here?" Ding. The system responded, "You have been brought here by this system." "Then why me?" Bai Yi lamented. Ding. Your current permissions are insufficient. This system cannot provide an answer. The voice continued, "Well, what are you useful for then?" Bai Yi questioned, exasperated. The system answered, "You can communicate with characters from various other worlds, specifically from the anime realms you are familiar with. In simpler terms, it functions like WeChat. Further details will be disclosed once you are reborn." Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement. After all, these were the beloved anime series he cherished. He then exclaimed, "Let us activate it now." Ding. The WeChat functionality will be revealed after your rebirth. Prior to that, this system only offers a sign-in points feature, which also requires activation post-rebirth. Bai Yi sighed in resignation. After a moment, he asked the system, "What will happen next?" The system replied, "You will be reborn into the Dragon Ball universe, commencing your new life." Panic struck Bai Yi. "Oh no, that's a place where one can perish at any moment. Can I choose another world?" The system responded, "You have no choice." Additionally, due to the energy consumption involved in traversing worlds, this system will enter a dormant state. The duration is currently uncertain, so please ask any remaining questions swiftly. Bai Yi, overwhelmed by the situation, sighed. "Well, I suppose it's fortunate that I can be reborn after all." Finally, after contemplating for a moment, he posed his last question. "What identity will I have upon rebirth?" The system replied, "You will become a member of the Saiyan royal family. As a side note, there will be a delightful surprise awaiting you after your rebirth." That sounds quite promising. But wait, I 1TB immediately killed by Frieza upon my rebirth. Will I? And what could this surprise be? I hope it's not a tragic reincarnation. Bai Yi pondered, his thoughts racing, seemingly oblivious to the system's voice. Countdown to traversal in progress. Bai Yi wondered, what could it possibly be? Wait a moment, there's one more question. Can I format my phone while I'm still alive? Bai Yi quickly exclaimed upon regaining his senses. However, all he was met with were the relentless countdown numbers. 3, 2, 1. Commence the journey. Suddenly, a portal of void materialized before Bai Yi, and a powerful force drew him into its depths. Ding. Successful traversal. At this moment, Bai Yi had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only the system's voice behind. The journey has been successfully completed. The host is now being transported into the womb. On the planet Xiaji, where combat prowess is notably low, the inhabitants are exceptionally kind, and technological advancement lingers at a tribal stage. A gentle energy enveloped Bai Yi, guiding him into the womb of a female member of the Saiyan royal family. This lineage is depicted in the narrative as the true royal clan of the Saiyans, which was subsequently overthrown due to war, resulting in a drastically diminished population. Tina, the white-haired woman, felt a peculiar warmth emanating from her abdomen, a sensation of comfort that gradually faded. Not overly concerned, she continued her hunting activities, living her life as usual. As her belly began to swell, Tina sensed that something was amiss. She sought the counsel of a physician on the planet and learned that she was indeed pregnant, 6 months along, to be precise. Returning home, Tina was engulfed in melancholy, her mind racing with thoughts. How could this happen? I have always been pure. I don't even have a boyfriend. No one has come close to me. This is impossible. I am the last remaining member of the royal family. What am I to do? She cried out in despair. Gradually calming herself, Tina caressed her burgeoning belly, feeling the life within, and murmured, "This must be a gift from my ancestors, sending this little life to accompany me. Yes, it must be. Thus, Tina consoled herself, embracing her character's resolve to welcome this new life into the world. Chapter 3. A New Life. System rebirth. As the gestation period approached its culmination, Tina finally brought forth a newborn infant. Ouch! This pain is unbearable. You little one. You must live well and accompany me, otherwise, I would have endured this excruciating agony for nothing. Tina cradled the infant, her face radiating affection as she gazed at her child. From now on, your name shall be Tilos. The tiny infant opened her eyes, beholding her mother calling out to her. Yet, she sensed an inexplicable void within, prompting her to wail loudly. In her heart, she fervently cried out to the system, "Where's my big brother? Come out, you wretched system. How could my dear brother be gone?" Indeed, she is our protagonist, Bai Yi, now known as Tilos. 5 years swiftly passed, and Tilos was ready to commence her training. Throughout these years, she gradually embraced her identity as a girl. The days were filled with joy as she and Tina lived harmoniously, though she remained uncertain about the timeline. On a clear, sunny day, after finishing their training, Tilos lay on the grass, resting. Aware that the planet they inhabited was destined for invasion, she approached her training with utmost seriousness. Deep within, she sensed a powerful force stirring, leading her to ponder whether she possessed the legendary bloodline of a Super Saiyan. After all, her battle power had been steadily ascending since birth, and at the tender age of 5, she already wielded a combat power of 100,000. At that moment, Tina approached and embraced Tilos, asking gently, "My dear daughter, what troubles you? You look so forlorn." Tilos snapped back to reality, snuggling into Tina's embrace, and replied, "It's nothing. Mother, I was just wondering if we would always be together like this." Tina tenderly stroked Tilos's little head and assured her, "We certainly will, my love. While this world may not be entirely safe, we will always stand by each other." Tilos felt a warmth envelop her heart. In her past life, she could not claim to have experienced love. Her parents' indifference left her feeling desolate. Each birthday was spent alone, shouldering all burdens by herself, and after moving out, her parents never inquired about her life. Coupled with her introverted nature, she had few friends. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, she discovered the warmth of love. Cherishing these moments deeply, she understood that the future would be fraught with hardships, yet she resolved to grow stronger to protect her mother. Another 5 years elapsed, and at the age of 10, Tilos's combat power began to soar, reaching an impressive 200,000. Just as she anticipated the system's return, travelers from her planet brought word of the amicable relations between Frieza and the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Tilos then realized that the timeline was less than a decade away from the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. As a sense of helplessness washed over her, an electronic mechanical voice resonated, "Ding. The system has been reactivated." Tilos was overwhelmed with excitement. After 10 long years, the system had finally come to life again, although she still harbored a hint of resentment towards it. However, this does not dampen her excited spirit. Tilos exclaimed with enthusiasm to the system, "Oh, dear system. How I have missed you. Hurry, hurry. What about the surprise we discussed?" The system replied, "The surprise has been given to you since your birth." Tilos, perplexed, responded, "What is it? What could it possibly be?" "It is the transformation into a girl," the system revealed. Tilos, filled with indignation, retorted, "Is this the surprise you promised me? I was a strong boy, and now that is gone. This cannot be. I demand compensation." The system responded, "Do not dwell on it too much, dear master. As compensation, I will provide you with a complimentary gift package." "A compensation package? Very well, I shall let it go." Tilos mused, reflecting that perhaps this new form was not so terrible after all. It was a new life. As time passed, Tilos gradually embraced her new identity as a girl, her personality shifting away from her former reclusiveness. The system opened the compensation package, and Tilos awaited with anticipation. Ding! The compensation package has been opened. Inside were 1,000 cleansing pills to eliminate impurities and enhance 1's bloodline. Potential development technique to unlock all of 1's potential. Time law, currently sealed, and 5 pairs of permanently clean lace underwear, which could change as desired. Additionally, there was dragon power, sealed, capable of creating Dragon Balls, with the dragon's strength not exceeding that of the creator. Tilos gazed at the rewards, feeling somewhat speechless. These rewards are splendid, but is there anything strange mixed in? And why is the law sealed? Ding. Please do not question this system. The sealing of the law is due to your current insufficient combat power, which cannot bear the energy of the law. These items will remain in the system's space, accessible even while this system is dormant. All right, dear system. I never said it was bad. This space is essentially permanent. Tilos joyfully exclaimed. Oh, these are wonderful items, especially the permanently clean underwear. That is truly delightful. Finally, I want to have to do laundry. I should take 2 sets back for mother, and perhaps some of the cleansing pills for her as well. Tilos returned home, and, not seeing Tina, went to her room to consume the cleansing pills. After taking about 10, all impurities were expelled from her body, resulting in a foul-smelling black substance emerging from her skin, soaking her clothes in the unpleasant odor. Unable to bear it, Tilos rushed to take a shower and changed into the permanently clean lace underwear, donning a white dress afterward. The once pretty girl now appeared even more delicate and exquisite. Just as Tilos emerged, Tina returned home and was sitting there eating fruit. Tilos approached her mother, stating, "Mom, I have something special. One is a pill that purifies the body, and the other is underwear that will never become polluted." As she spoke, Tilos handed the items to Tina. Surprised and curious, Tina inquired, "Where did you acquire these?" Tilos had long prepared her words. "Mother, these are gifts from a traveler, the one who journeys across various planets. Today, she happened to return, and because I had previously assisted her, she brought me presents." With a smile, Tina responded, "Rose, you need not worry about me. Since they were given to you, please enjoy them." Tilos insisted, "Mother, I have plenty more. Please eat this. I have already had my fill. I still possess 2 more outfits, so do indulge." Understanding Tilos's nature, Tina ceased her objections and consumed 10 cleansing elixirs. Immediately, she experienced a transformation akin to Tilos's, prompting her to rush off for a bath, during which she donned the undergarments gifted by Tilos. Indeed, they were remarkably comfortable. Her daughter was truly wonderful. Deeply moved, Tina recalled how Tilos had always shared her treasures with her. Upon emerging, feeling rejuvenated, she embraced Tilos and softly expressed, "Thank you, Rose. I truly cherish your gift." At that moment, Tilos, equally elated, returned the embrace, savoring the warmth of the moment. Chapter 4. System Upgrade and 10 Consecutive Draws. Is the system operational? When can we access WeChat? Ding. To activate WeChat, the master must upgrade the system and elevate their combat power to 1 million. What? 1 million combat power? Setting that aside, what is required for the system upgrade? Tilos expressed her exasperation. The system upgrade necessitates energy, which can be derived from the master's own strength. The system replied. Tilos, puzzled, asked, "My own strength? Then let us proceed." Ding. Please be advised, upon absorbing energy, the master will enter a state of weakness and may experience illness. Rest assured, it will not endanger your life. Upon hearing this, Tilos hastily returned to her room and said to the system, "Commence the process." With a resounding ding, the extraction of energy began. At that moment, Tilos was drenched in sweat and felt exceedingly unwell, her body temperature rising rapidly until she gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Tina, hearing commotion from the room, entered to investigate and discovered Tilos collapsed on the floor. Alarmed, she cried out, "Tilos, what happened? Wake up, Tilos. It's me, your mother." Feeling Tilos' forehead, Tina noted it was scorching and swiftly carried her to bed, fetching a towel to wipe Tilos' brow, constantly changing the water as she tended to her. Thus, an entire day and night passed. Tilos' fever subsided, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Tina, filled with anxiety, stayed vigil at her bedside, fearing Tilos' temperature might rise again, murmuring, "Tilos, please don't scare me. You will recover. You must recover. I have lost everything and cannot bear to lose you as well." Tears stained the skin around Tina's eyes. A month elapsed, and as Tilos lay in bed, her fingers twitched slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. She surveyed her surroundings and saw only Tina, asleep at her bedside, the traces of tears still visible around her eyes. Feeling an overwhelming wave of emotion, Tilos shed tears, whispering, "Thank you, mother." Tina, sensing the movement, awoke and instinctively embraced Tilos, tears streaming down her face. Wiping her eyes, Tina solemnly gazed at Tilos, exclaiming, "Tilos, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful. Nestled in Tina's embrace, Tilos softly murmured, "Mother, there will be no next time." Tina prepared a delicious meal, and after they dined, they rested. Having cared for Tilos for an entire month with little sleep, Tina felt an immense relief upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, and she quickly fell into slumber. After ensuring Tina was covered with a blanket, Tilos sat alone in the living room, reflecting on the discomfort of seeing her mother so worn and haggard. At that moment, a voice resonated, "Greetings. The system upgrade is complete." Tilos, momentarily taken aback, was astonished by the upgraded system's more human-like voice and its enhanced intelligence. With a hint of surprise, Tilos inquired, "System, how have you become so intelligent? And why was I in a deep slumber for so long?" "System, due to the immense energy required for the upgrade, your current physique is unable to sustain such energy absorption. Consequently, your body fell into a near-death state, triggering an instinctual self-protection mechanism. This is why you have been in a slumber for a month. It was essential for your body to gradually recuperate. Sai, you should have informed me sooner. You had me worrying so much." Tilos expressed her annoyance before turning to the system and inquiring about its new capabilities. The system promptly responded, "Post-upgrade. I have activated the training tower feature and the lottery function, which requires points to participate, 100 points per attempt." "Oh, how delightful. Shouldn't there be some compensation for not informing me of this prolonged slumber?" Tilos glared at the system's virtual interface with a threatening expression. The system felt a shiver run down its circuits and replied, "How about a complimentary 10 draws? Seriously? That's rather stingy. At the very least, it should be 100 draws." Tilos lamented, "It's not that I'm stingy. It's simply that my energy is insufficient. If I grant you 100 draws, I might have to bid you farewell." Fine. I have no desire to say goodbye, especially since I can still tease you. Hehe. Let us commence the 10 draws then." The virtual roulette began to shimmer with light. Ding. You have received a spaceship akin to Bulma's, 10 senza beans. Super combat power detection glasses, capable of assessing individuals with combat power below 100 million. Indestructible sandals, adjustable. 2 protective amulets. The wearer will evade fatal damage. Capable of withstanding 10 instances. Awaited clothing, adaptable to the user's changes, and the instant teleportation technique. Wow. Oh wait. I am a girl now. I must refrain from such vulgarity. Truly, the system produces only the finest items, even possessing the power of laws. I adore the system. Tilos exclaimed with astonishment and delight. By the way, why is the power of laws in a locked state? Tilos inquired, puzzled. Due to your current combat power being insufficient, direct absorption is not permitted. It will be unlocked once your combat power reaches a certain level. Very well, then. I shall focus on enhancing my combat power. Tilos gradually comprehended her abilities and subsequently mastered both the multiple shadow clone technique and instant transmission. She then accessed her personal attributes within the system. Name, Tilos combat power, 500,000 points, 996 bloodline, legendary super Saiyan. True royalty of the Saiyan race skills, multiple shadow clone technique, instant transmission, potential development, Professor Tina's skills, air dance technique, energy gathering, energy sphere, ki blast. High-speed movement mastered forces, temporal laws, sealed, spatial laws, sealed, dragon power, sealed. Capable of creating dragon balls, items, 980 cleansing elixirs, 10 senza beans. 3 pairs of permanently clean lace underwear, spaceship akin to Bulma's, 10 senza beans. Super combat power detection glasses, capable of assessing individuals with combat power below 100 million. 5 pairs of everlasting sandals, 2 protective necklaces. The wearer will evade fatal damage, capable of withstanding 10 instances. Weight adjustment suit, can adapt to the user's changes. Isn't it rather lacking in skills? A combat power of merely 500,000. Sigh, when will I ever unlock WeChat? Tilos lamented. At that moment, the system reassured her. Do not worry, my master. You will surely achieve it. Take your time. I have faith in you. Thank you ever so much. But it is not you who enhances my combat power. Tilos sighed even more despondently. After a while, she murmured, never mind. Sighing only makes me feel more useless. I should focus on enhancing my combat power. With that, Tilos donned the weight adjustment suit, setting it to 5 tons, and began to move forward slowly. Upon returning home, drenched and weary, she took a bath, then retrieved a protective necklace, wearing one herself and gifting another to Tina. Additionally, she pulled out 2 pairs of sandals, adorned in sandals, a dress, and the necklace. She appeared as a gentle and demure neighborly girl. Tina was particularly fond of both the necklace and the sandals. Chapter 5. The arrival of the Saiyans and the truth of the royal family. Having just completed her training, Tilos sat on the lawn, gazing into the distance, relishing the tranquility of her life. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of energy, which, though faint, intrigued her. After all, the native inhabitants of this planet possessed little combat prowess, yet this power was undeniably more formidable. Tilos swiftly propelled herself toward the source, and from a distance, she spotted a humanoid figure with a tail. In an instant, she recognized the newcomer as a Saiyan. Tilos had not learned about her origins from Tina, who had merely informed her that they were Saiyans. This revelation often left Tilos perplexed, yet she did not dwell on it too much. In her mind, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta seemed somewhat dim-witted, particularly King Vegeta, who had feared that Broly's power might surpass his own, leading him to choose exile. Of course, at this point in time, Broly had yet to be born. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, the Saiyans sensed an immensely powerful energy and immediately assumed a combat stance. While Tilos approached cautiously, the Saiyan, noticing a girl with white hair and a matching tail, recognized her as a fellow Saiyan and exclaimed joyfully, "Who are you? Why do you possess the royal Saiyan hair color?" Tilos was not surprised that he could identify her as a Saiyan, but she was bewildered by the mention of the royal lineage, which contradicted her understanding. Although she was aware of her royal blood, she had previously inquired of Tina why both of them shared white hair, to which Tina always replied, "You are still young. You will understand in due time." Tilos also sensed that her connection with Tina was unusual, speculating that Tina might have grown weary of battle and chosen a life of seclusion, prompting her not to press for further details. Regaining her composure, Tilos replied to the Saiyan, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" The Saiyan responded, "My name is Griss. I am a Saiyan, and I have come here in search of someone." Upon hearing his words, Tilos could not recall any details regarding his identity and asked, "I am Tilos. Who are you looking for?" "She has white hair, like yours, and is a female Saiyan. I presume she must be related to you. Can you tell me your connection with Tina?" Griss's expression shifted from calm to anxious as he realized something. "Tina. She is my mother. What do you want with her?" Finally, Griss exclaimed, "I have finally found you. I had no idea the princess had already borne a daughter." Griss murmured with immense joy and said, "Your Highness, I am the servant of Princess Tina. Many years ago, the Saiyan royal family, your lineage, was overthrown due to the defeat in war. The late king intended to depart from planet Vegeta, but unexpectedly encountered a blockade along the way. He fought valiantly to allow your mother, Princess Tina, to escape while he and his wife held off the assailants. In the course of my own escape, I was wounded and evaded capture by the orders of King Vegeta. After recuperating, I spent over a decade searching for the whereabouts of your Highness and finally found you." As he spoke, his excitement grew. Tilos also learned of Tina's plight and her own lineage, and thus she returned home with Griss. At that moment, Tina sensed a familiar energy approaching her, along with Tilos' aura. She opened the door and saw Tilos walking towards her, accompanied by Griss. Just as Tilos intended to run forward, she witnessed Griss sliding on his knees, weeping profusely. This left Tilos astonished by the extraordinary scene, a middle-aged Saiyan, tears streaming down his face, embracing the leg of a breathtaking beauty, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have finally found you." It has not been easy. Initially bewildered, Tina soon recognized Griss and was equally delighted, though she primarily wished to extricate her leg from his grasp due to the discomfort. "Griss, I understand your joy, but could you please let go? This is quite awkward for me, especially with my daughter watching," she said soothingly. Realizing his lack of decorum, Griss quickly released Tina's fair leg and composed himself, saying, "Your Highness, I apologize. I am simply overwhelmed. Over 10 years, I have traversed mountains and seas, waded through throngs of people, and at last, I have found you." Tina, moved by his words, expressed her gratitude. "Griss, thank you. Honestly, I believed you had perished along with my parents. I thought I would never see you again after you bravely stood against them for my sake. Yet everything seems to be unfolding for the best," she said with a smile. Tilos silently observed them, feeling happy for Tina. When Griss glanced at Tilos, a thought struck him, and he asked Tina, "Your Highness, when did you have a daughter, and who is her father?" Upon hearing this, Tina walked over to Tilos, drawing her to Gri's attention. Loros appeared in my womb unexpectedly. One day, I felt a warm and comforting energy. At first, I did not sense anything amiss. But as time passed, I realized I was nurturing a small life within me, and I gave birth to her. She has no father. She is a gift from the heavens. Gris, intrigued, observed Tilos closely, sensing that the little princess possessed remarkable strength, surpassing his own. This is truly astonishing. He marveled. Tina was not particularly surprised, for it was a divine revelation. Shortly thereafter, Tilos turned to Tina and inquired, "Mother, I have heard from Uncle Gris about your past. Might you elaborate on our lineage?" Tina, having anticipated this day, no longer hesitated and replied, "Tilos, we are indeed the true royal lineage of the Saiyans. Only our family is born with white hair. Following a coup, we were compelled to go into hiding. After that coup over a decade ago, I remained the sole survivor of our royal family, and then you were born, leaving just the two of us." Upon finishing her words, Tina felt a sense of tranquility, as it was time to reveal the truth to Tilos. Although Tilos now understood the circumstances, she did not exhibit much emotion, having never lived alongside other family members. Chapter 6, Settling on Earth, an unexpected arrival. After reminiscing, the three engaged in conversation. "Mother, Uncle Griss, let us settle on Earth. I have heard from the travelers that it is a remarkably beautiful planet." Tilos pondered for a moment before speaking. Tina appeared somewhat perplexed, as she had never heard of this planet, and turned to Griss for clarification. Griss replied, "Earth is a planet with exceedingly low combat capabilities, posing no danger whatsoever. It is quite suitable for habitation." Tina contemplated this and then glanced at Tilos's charming little face, saying, "Then let us go. Life here has become rather monotonous, and it would do Tilos good to experience the splendid scenery." Thus, the three embarked on their journey to Earth aboard Griss's spaceship. Upon their arrival, Tilos gazed around with excitement. "We have finally arrived. It truly is beautiful, isn't it, Mother?" "Indeed, we shall settle here from now on," Tina replied, her spirits lifted by the breathtaking landscapes. Tilos then turned to Griss, who was trailing behind them. "Uncle Griss, let us live here together. I deeply regret, dear princess, but I cannot reside with you. I must return to planet Vegeta, where the one who murdered the late king still roams. I seek to avenge him." Griss spoke with a hint of fervor. Tina interjected anxiously, "Griss, enough. Focus on living well. Do not pursue revenge. We have only just reunited. It cannot be. I apologize. Your Highness, the late king bestowed great kindness upon me. Without your assistance, I would not have become who I am today. I promise you, I shall not perish, and I will remain in contact once I return. There are still a few old friends alive there who also wish to see you. However, for your safety and that of the little princess, please live well on this planet," Griss resolutely declared. Tina shed tears, knowing Griss would not relent, and ultimately acquiesced. At that moment, Tilos conversed with the system in her mind. "System, is there a communicator that allows for continuous video dialogue?" "Indeed, but it requires 1,000 points for 1 points. 10,086. Exchange for 3, please. Beep, exchange successful. Remaining points, 7,086. Tilos retrieved the communicator, taking care to discreetly pull it from her pocket to avoid suspicion, and handed it to Griss. "Uncle Griss, take this. Now you can communicate with us, complete with visuals." "This is a gift from the travelers," Tilos said playfully. Tina felt no confusion, as Tilos often presented her with trinkets, believing this to be yet another gift from the travelers. Griss responded, "Thank you, dear princess. Rest assured, I will make time to visit." He then turned to Tina, saying, "Your Highness, we shall depart late. Please take good care of yourself and the little princess." Tina sighed and nodded, saying, "Since we cannot change it, let us embrace the natural course of events and live well." A hint of sorrow lingered on Tina's face as Tilos grasped her hand, the mother and daughter watching Griss pilot the spaceship into the distance. 2 years swiftly passed, during which Tilos frequently ventured out on adventures, acquiring various skills and winning numerous prizes from the system. Her personal attributes panel read as follows. Name, Tilos combat power, 800,000 points. 10,026 bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan. True royal lineage of the Saiyan skills, shadow clone technique, instant transmission, potential unleashing, skills taught by Tina, sky dance technique, energy gathering, energy sphere, ki blast, high-speed movement, Kamehameha. Mastered powers, time law, sealed, space law, sealed, dragon force, sealed, capable of creating Dragon Balls, items, 980 cleansing pills, 100 senza beans, 10 pairs of permanently clean lace underwear, a spaceship akin to Bulma's, super combat power detection glasses, capable of detecting individuals with combat power below 100 million, 5 indestructible sandals. A protective necklace grants the wearer immunity from fatal injuries for up to 10 times, adjustable weighted clothing, adapts to the user's changes, a communicator given to Tina. 2 self-repairing martial arts uniforms, can change freely with the user, 100 packs of Panda brand instant noodles, Dragon Ball detector. Every day, Tilos trained diligently in the training tower, preparing herself for the uncertainties of the future. One day, having just finished her training and walking home with fish caught from the river, she mused, "Ah, how wonderful these tranquil days are. I truly wish for everything to remain peaceful." Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the direction of Tilos's home. Reacting swiftly, she soared back, but arrived too late, finding the room stained with blood and Tina nowhere in sight. Growing frantic, Tilos called out, "Mom, where are you?" Yet all that responded were the cries of animals. Helpless, she stood amidst the ruins, surveying the devastation around her. Having an idea, she retrieved her communicator, but it yielded no response. Once Tilos regained her composure, she searched for Tina and sought the Dragon Balls, yet despite her efforts, she could not locate Tina. However, she was certain that Tina was still alive. Subsequently, Tilos piloted her spaceship, embarking on a solitary journey, not disclosing Tina's disappearance to Griss, wishing to spare him undue worry. After all, she still intended to soar solo. Throughout her travels, she mastered numerous skills, and in moments of peril, her Super Saiyan form awakened. During her journey, the system interacted with Tilos daily. As Tilos drifted through the cosmos, a portal of void suddenly materialized, and a formidable force obliterated her spaceship in an instant. Fortunately, Tilos wore her protective necklace. Amidst the void, she fell into unconsciousness, surrounded by an invisible energy that safeguarded her. Indeed, this energy was from the system, which had left traces of power within the protective necklace, ensuring Tilos's safety as she descended into a state of slumber. Chapter 7, Angel Kess. Growth. Chapter 8. The 13th universe. A decade passed in this manner, during which the system remained dormant and unresponsive. Over these 10 years, the growth of Tiloth caught both Kurz and Ramsey by surprise. Her combat power escalated from 800,000 to an astonishing 100 billion. Not only did she exhibit formidable combat skills, but she also grasped the forces of the laws, which left them in disbelief. She had mastered the law of time, the law of destruction, 90, the law of space, the law of creation, 50, the law of time and space, 50, and was nearing mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. Personal attributes panel. Name, Tiloth. Combat power, 100 billion. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan, the true royalty of the Saiyan skills, multiplicity shadow clone technique, instant transmission, potential development. Professor Tina's skills, sky dance technique, energy gathering, energy sphere, ki blast, high-speed movement, Kamehameha. Destruction, King Kai fist, creation, time stasis, 1 minute, spatial teleportation. Mastered powers, law of time, unsealed, law of space, unsealed, dragon power, unsealed, capable of creating Dragon Balls, law of destruction, 90, law of creation, 50. Law of time and space, 50. Comprehension, ultimate freedom technique, 80. Items, 980 cleansing pills, 100 senza beans, 10 pairs of eternally clean lace undergarments. A spaceship identical to Bulma's, super combat power detection glasses, capable of viewing individuals with combat power below 100 million, 5 pairs of indestructible sandals. A protective necklace, the wearer will evade fatal damage, withstands 10 times, adjustable weighted clothing, a communicator given to Tina. 2 sets of indestructible martial arts uniforms, freely adjustable by the wearer, 100 Panda brand crispy noodles, Dragon Ball detector. Throughout the decade, Tiloth journeyed across the universe alongside Ramsey and Kurz. During this time, she also studied on King Kai's planet, where she mastered the law of creation in a mere 6 months, earning the admiration of the Supreme Kai, Gavas. She engaged in numerous discussions with Zamasu, which further solidified his convictions. One day, 3 visitors arrived. Initially, Tilos did not notice them. After halting her training, she intended to seek counsel from Ramsey. To her astonishment, she found Ramsey bowing deeply in respect. Upon closer inspection, she broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, the visitors were none other than the Omni King and his attendant. She promptly approached them to pay her respects. The Omni King scrutinized Tilos intently and spoke. "You possess a rather unique power. Would you like to become a god of destruction?" At this moment, Ramsey assumed he was to be replaced and knelt down in fear. "Fear not. I do not intend to replace you," the Omni King stated calmly. Tilos, caught off guard by the question, stuttered, unsure of how to respond. Observing her nervousness, the Omni King gently continued, "Very well. You shall become the god of destruction for the 13th universe." Tilos and her companions were bewildered. When had a 13th universe materialized? Confusion clouded their minds. Ramsey cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, when did the 13th universe come into existence? It is not a secret, so I shall reveal it to you. The 13th universe suddenly emerged over 20 years ago, resembling a parallel universe to the 7th universe, with a history that mirrors its own. However, it is a newly born universe that truly belongs among the 12 universes. Tilos was somewhat bewildered. Could this possibly be connected to her, given that its emergence coincided with her own rebirth? Ponder this for a while. A meeting will soon convene to discuss the 13th universe. After the Omni King uttered these words, he departed, leaving only Tilos and the 2 others behind. Once the Omni King had left, Ramsey stood up and spoke. "I did not expect you to earn such favor from the Omni King. Remaining here brings no significant change, so it is best for you to go." Tilos remained indecisive, never anticipating that she would be chosen by the Omni King and invited to assume the role of destroyer of the 13th universe. "I feel my strength is insufficient." At that moment, the voice of Angel Griss interjected, "No, your power is indeed formidable. You are more than capable of fulfilling the role of destroyer. Your innate understanding of the laws allows for swift cultivation, and staying here would only lead to stagnation." But, before she could finish, Griss continued, "Oh, there are no buts to consider. This is a fortuitous opportunity for you. Do you recall how I used my staff to locate your mother? Her whereabouts may very well lie within the 13th universe. I conducted a probe and found no trace of its existence. Thus, it is quite possible that your mother is there, though I cannot ascertain why my probe failed. It could be that the universe has just been born and is shielding itself from detection. The Omni King can perceive it because he stands at the pinnacle of this world." After contemplating for a considerable time, Tilos, who had never ceased her quest for news of her mother, listened to Griss and ultimately consented. In the days that followed, Tilos diligently trained with Ramsey and Griss to enhance her strength. As they concluded their training on that day, a phantom appeared in the sky. The 3 immediately bowed upon seeing it. "Greetings, everyone. The Omni King will convene a meeting tomorrow, and all destroyers, angels, and Supreme Kai must be present, including Tilos from the 10th universe." Upon the conclusion of the ethereal discourse, the deities of destruction from all universes exhibited expressions of perplexity. After all, such assemblies are infrequent. Yet, their curiosity was piqued regarding the identity of this enigmatic figure, Tilos, who had been summoned by name by the Omni King. The following day, all 12 deities of destruction, angels, and Kaiashins gathered in attendance, kneeling in an orderly fashion. Amongst the assembly of divine beings, Tilos appeared conspicuous, clad in her own attire, while the others donned their divine regalia. Observing the congregation, the Grand Priest addressed the assembly. "Today, the Omni King convenes this meeting primarily to discuss the 13th universe. I am aware of your bewilderment. The 13th universe has only recently come into existence, rendering it undetectable to your senses. In due course, it will emanate its essence. This universe bears striking resemblance to the 7th universe, with a parallel historical trajectory. The Omni King has decreed that Tilos, formerly of the 7th universe, shall assume the role of deity of destruction in the 10th universe. Given the affinity between Tilos and the angel Kes, the angel of the 10th universe shall serve as Tilos' aide in the 13th universe." Upon the conclusion of this proclamation, astonishment rippled through the assembly, though they endeavored to suppress their reactions. The Grand Priest inquired, "Does anyone harbor dissent?" "We do not," the collective responded. The Grand Priest continued, "Tilos and Angel Kes, step forward. We now bestow upon you your titles." The two approached with measured steps as an aura of energy enveloped the Grand Priest's hands. Subsequently, Tilos was adorned with the vestments of a deity of destruction over her existing attire, while the connection between Angel Kes and Ramses was severed, replaced by a bond with Tilos. Tilos surveyed her form, attuning to the divine essence and strength within her, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Omni King, an esteemed Grand Priest. Chapter 9. The God of Destruction. Tyros. After Tyros successfully assumed her position, the Grand Priest continued, stating that due to the God of Destruction of the 13th universe possessing the powers of both destruction and creation, there would be no position for a Supreme Kai. The Angel of the 10th universe, Meles, would soon journey to the 10th universe. He then inquired if there were any questions regarding the 13th universe. At this moment, Beerus spoke up, asking, Lord Zeno, esteemed Grand Priest, might I inquire why the 13th universe bears such a resemblance to the 7th universe? The Grand Priest, silent for a moment, gazed at Zeno, and upon receiving a nod from him, began to speak slowly. The 13th universe has only recently emitted a faint aura, which is what led Lord Zeno to detect its presence. Outside of the 13th universe, no information could be gleaned. It was only upon entering that Lord Zeno could investigate. The 13th universe resembles a parallel universe to the 7th. Yet the inhabitants are not those you recognize from the 7th universe. They are entirely new entities. The historical progression within is strikingly similar to that of the 7th universe, featuring identical planets and a shared history. However, it cannot be definitively concluded whether the 13th universe originated from the 7th. What is certain is that the 13th universe will not manifest parallel universes as others do. Beerus remained silent, perplexed by the revelation of identical planets and histories, noting that the only difference lay in the inhabitants. The Grand Priest then concluded, the primary purpose of this assembly was to confirm the God of Destruction of the 13th universe and to inform you of its existence. The matter is resolved. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to discuss them among yourselves regarding the God of Destruction of the 13th universe. With no further questions, the deities began to depart. Just as Tyros was about to leave, Zeno spoke. The God of Destruction of the 13th universe, the power within you is quite unique. All your queries can be answered within the 13th universe. Furthermore, it is as exceptional as you are and lies beyond my control. Do not breach any taboos. Now, you may proceed. Tyros simply replied, Thank you for the information, Lord Zeno, before making her exit. At that moment, Kes approached her, saying, Lady Tyros, please wait for me outside. I have a few questions to ask before joining you. Someone is waiting for you outside. Tyros nodded and stepped out of Zeno's palace, aware of who awaited her. Outside, Beerus, Whis, and the Supreme Kai were there to greet her. As Tyros emerged, they approached her, with Beerus stepping forward. Tyros, you hail from the 7th universe. Why have I not encountered you before? Ah, Lord Beerus. Indeed, I am from the 7th universe, but I unexpectedly arrived in the 10th universe. You must have met my kin, she replied. Beerus scrutinized her, struggling to recall where he might have seen her kin before. At that moment, Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, she is a Scion. Beerus expressed astonishment, a Scion. But wait, why does she lack a tail? Yet, her hair color reminds me of someone. To this, Tyros responded, I have long since severed my tail. At this moment, Beerus scrutinized the white-haired maiden before him, his features echoing a familiar visage. After a prolonged contemplation, he recalled someone, a fellow white-haired Scion. Gazing intently at Tilos, he connected the dots. Is your mother Tina? Yes, indeed. But when did you meet her? Approximately 30 years ago. At that time, she bore an uncanny resemblance to you. Regrettably, she became the last remnant of the Scion royal family and subsequently vanished. Tilos engaged in casual conversation with Beerus. Meanwhile, Kes inquired of the Grand Priest. Why have I severed ties with the angelic realm? The Grand Priest, already aware of her predicament, responded in a measured tone, from this moment forth. You are no longer a denizen of the angelic realm, but rather, you belong to Tilos. Upon your ascension as Tilos's angel, all connections to the angelic realm have been terminated. Should Tilos perish, so too shall you. Only by following her can you ensure a more fulfilling existence. As a father, this is the utmost form of protection I can offer you. Kes began to comprehend, recalling that long ago, she had sensed the Omni King's intent to obliterate the angelic lineage. Thank you, Father. I suppose this will be the last time I address you as such. The Grand Priest looked at Kess and conveyed telepathically. It is time for you to depart. Universe 13 will be your final abode. Although it is ostensibly under the Omni King's dominion, in reality, he cannot influence it. The only one who wields authority there is Tilos, and her future promises to be extraordinary. Go now. With that, the Grand Priest retreated deeper into the palace, while Kess set off in search of Tilos. Outside the Omni King's palace, two gods of destruction were engaged in a rather tedious conversation. Tilos, is it true? The Earth of Universe 7 is home to delectable cuisine? Indeed. I resided there for a time, and the culinary delights are abundant. I must return someday to savor them. Though I wonder if Universe 13 offers similar fare. When you find the time to return, be sure to guide me. Absolutely, no problem at all. Just as their discussion was about to delve further, Kess approached. Whis greeted her. Sister, what did you discuss with father? Tilos awaited Kess's response with curiosity. Well, this is no longer a secret, so I shall share it with you, especially since Lady Tilos is present. Universe 13 is unique. The Omni King cannot surveil it externally. Nor does he hold sway here. Thus, our universe operates independently, merely bearing the pretense of the Omni King's control. Furthermore, I have severed all ties with the angelic realm. I am solely devoted to Lady Tilos. The trio was taken aback, for the implications of such revelations were profound. The independence of Universe 13 under the guise of the Omni King's authority, coupled with Kess's disconnection from the angelic realm, was unfathomable. Whis, hearing Kess's assertion of her severed ties and her direct reference to the Omni King, recognized that Tilos now stood on equal footing with the Omni King. Tilos, astonished, asked Kess, is this truly the case? Indeed, Lord Tilos, your demise would herald my own, and the 13th universe is exceptional, beyond the reach of the Omni King. Only you possess the authority to govern it. Upon understanding this, Beerus returned to the 7th universe alongside Whis. Following their guidance, Tilos and Kess also arrived in the 7th universe. Tilos, upon discovering a fragment of space, utilized the creative principles within to forge a celestial body, establishing it as his divine realm within the 13th universe. Chapter 10. Activating WeChat. Ding. The system has returned. Upon hearing this familiar sound, Tilos momentarily paused in her cultivation of the laws, before exclaiming, System, you have returned. How wonderful. At that moment, Tilos felt an immense joy, as if she finally had a companion. Indeed, my master, I have returned. After a decade of dormancy, I have accumulated enough energy to awaken, the system replied. Tilos eagerly inquired, does this mean I can activate WeChat now? I have waited so long for this. Indeed, the WeChat function is now enabled, came the system's response. Turning her attention to the system page, Tilos was astonished to find that the lottery feature and the training tower had vanished, along with her accumulated points. All that remained was a virtual avatar of the system and the WeChat interface, which included only friend circles, contacts, and chat groups. System, why have the lottery, training tower, and my points disappeared? Tilos asked, perplexed. The system addressed her inquiry. Master, previously, to protect you during your travels, I was compelled to expend my own energy, which caused the loss of the lottery function and points. Now, only the WeChat chat group function remains. While the training tower feature has been integrated into the WeChat chat group, Tilos understood, realizing that although her powerful external aid was gone, it was a small price to pay for the preservation of her life. What functions does WeChat currently offer? She asked. WeChat still provides the chat group, contacts, and friend circle as previously mentioned. The training tower and subsequent features will emerge within the chat group. You can now designate one random invitation for a member from a specific world, while subsequent members from other worlds will join randomly. Once the first member enters, the various functions of the chat group will be unlocked through an upgrade of WeChat. As soon as the system finished speaking, another notification chimed in. Ding. Please select a world for a random invitation. Genshin Impact, Naruto, One Piece. Without hesitation, upon seeing the entry for Genshin Impact, Tilos eagerly chose it. It has to be the Genshin world. Hee my dear wives. Tilos beamed with a foolish grin and selected the Genshin Impact world. Ding. Randomly inviting group members. With the system's announcement, the chat box displayed, Genshin World, Focalers, Divine Being, has joined the group chat. Black Absolute's Mother Rescue Mission. Patriarch of the Morning Love family has joined the group chat. The legendary Eyes, love-struck rebel, has joined the group chat. Observing the names of the newly joined members, Tilos could not help but remark, what an apt description. That's exactly how Naruto is. Aside from the first member, Focalers, who seems quite normal, the atmosphere has certainly shifted. Tilos then greeted everyone in the group. Hello there. Welcome to the WeChat chat group. You are also the first batch of members. I am the owner of this group and the master of WeChat. My name is Tilos. The three individuals who joined the group first familiarized themselves with how to use WeChat, and soon someone sent a message. A WeChat chat group? This should be a place for communication, right? I suppose we are all from different worlds, aren't we? Fukalos inquired. How astonishing. I never expected that even the deceased could come forth to converse, and it is none other than the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, it is remarkable. But the individual upstairs strikes me as rather familiar. Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Madara pondered, somewhat perplexed, realizing that another piece from his plans in life, from the same world, was present here. You are Madara. Uchiha Obito exclaimed in shock. Obito, how is the plan progressing? Uchiha Madara inquired. In a cave somewhere. Uchiha Obito composed himself and subsequently remarked in the chat group, I am currently in the process of capturing the tailed beasts. Thus far, I've secured 1 tail, 2 tails, and 3 tails. How slow? The plan must not falter. Uchiha Madara replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Uchiha Madara declared, Tilos. The role of the controller should be fulfilled by someone capable. Hasten to transfer the position to me. At that moment, Tilos could not help but chuckle, recognizing Uchiha Madara's ignorance, and playfully responded, Oh dear, Uchiha Madara, since you desire it so fervently, why not challenge me? Without further ado, Uchiha Madara sent forth a challenge invitation to Tilos. In the blink of an eye, they both entered the competitive arena within the chat group, while the remaining 2 spectators watched the unfolding battle. Chapter 11. Uchiha Madara vs. Tilos. In the blink of an eye, the 2 entered the arena of the chat group, while the other 2 watched this extraordinary battle. It was astonishing. Who would have thought that I would be restored to my prime, even more youthful than before? Uchiha Madara exclaimed excitedly, then bit into his arm, allowing blood to flow forth. After taking a sip and spitting it out, he continued, Indeed, this is a true body. Come forth. Tilos gazed at him, speechless, internally lamenting. What a battle maniac. What should I do? Should I teleport behind him and utter some heartfelt words? Perhaps I'll treat it as a practice session. Thus, the battle commenced. Uchiha Madara struck first, unleashing a torrent of flames with the technique Great Fireball, quickly forming hand seals to breathe forth a sea of fire. Tilos merely braced herself. The flames diverted around her, as if she were a mere specter. Realizing his initial attack bore no fruit, Madara closed the distance, eager to engage in close combat. Tilos, feeling playful, retaliated with her own physical strikes, deftly blocking his relentless onslaught. Noticing the futility of his efforts, Madara felt as if Tilos was toying with him. He decided to create some distance. You deserve my full power, let the dance begin. With that, Uchiha Madara activated Susanoo, a towering blue giant rising into the air. In stark contrast, Tilos appeared diminutive. Yet she felt no fear, merely offering a disdainful smile. Oh, even a pretty but useless thing must be utilized, she remarked. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, snorted derisively. You shall know soon enough. Madara commanded Susanoo, wielding the colossal sword, which descended upon Tilos with tremendous force, stirring up waves of energy around them. Tilos found herself enveloped in dust and debris, yet she was not bound by the law of smoke and injury. As the haze cleared, she stood unfazed, one hand raised against the descending blade. Just as the sword was about to strike her, Tilos enveloped her hand in energy to counter the blow. Uchiha Madara, taken aback, could hardly fathom that even his closest ally could withstand such an attack with her own body. However, he felt no fear, knowing he had yet to reveal his trump card. You possess other techniques, do you not, Uchiha Madara? Tilos spoke slowly. As you wish. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara dispelled his Susanoo, and his eyes began to transform, revealing a striking purple hue adorned with rippling patterns. He then unleashed the universal pull. Tilos believed Madara would resort to the wheel of suffering, yet she willingly approached the gravitational force, eager to witness Madara's next move. As Tilos drew near, Madara was poised for action, The moment they made contact, he invoked the hungry ghost path, attempting to seize Tilos' soul. However, she effortlessly broke free, leaving Madara frustrated. In response, he unleashed the heavenly star, but Tilos, feeling somewhat bored, effortlessly obliterated the dark sphere with a single burst of destructive energy. At that moment, Madara sensed an overwhelming sense of impending danger and subsequently activated the Wheel of Suffering. Tilos, perceiving his actions, merely closed her eyes. As Madara's shadow approached, he struck out, only to be easily evaded by Tilos. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Madara charged at her once more, but Tilos remained elusive. Growing weary of the playful skirmish, Tilos decided it was time to conclude the encounter. She distanced herself and declared, I'm tired of playing. We can end this now." Madara remained vigilant. Having discerned that his opponent was not exerting her full power from their earlier exchanges, she had intended to toy with him from the outset. Aware that she was about to engage seriously, he prepared to utilize the Wheel of Suffering to evade and counterattack during the moment of transition. Tilos glanced at Madara and teasingly inquired, "Do you know what a god is?" Madara replied, "Are you implying that you are a god?" "Bingo, you are correct. Your reward is a complimentary ticket back home," she quipped, and in an instant, Tilos teleported behind him. Just as Madara attempted to switch places, he was overwhelmed by an immense sense of helplessness and fear, rendered immobile. Tilos raised her hand towards him and said, "Welcome to challenge me once more. Now farewell." Destruction. A surge of violet light erupted, and soon the arena was left with only Tilos. With Madara's disappearance, she emerged victorious, returning to the outside world. The two spectators were left in stunned silence, having witnessed the battle, realizing that their leader's strength was akin to a towering mountain, while they were merely insignificant stones. Chapter 12. The Request of Fukulos and the Failure of the Uchiha Duo. Is there still someone willing to challenge? Tilos remarked, noticing the group's inactivity. And no need. Uchiha Obito quickly interjected. It was a jest. Even his ancestor appeared childlike before this group leader, and he dared not challenge her. Fukulos concurred, "Indeed. You are the rightful leader of the group." Tilos, sensing the atmosphere, feigned disappointment. "Am I truly that intimidating? After all, I am merely an adorable girl. By the way, where's Madara? Why hasn't he shown up? Is he perhaps sulking?" Tilos smirked mischievously. At that moment, Uchiha Madara was enveloped in despair, pondering the formidable being before him, which rendered him so insignificant. Noticing Madara's silence, Tilos continued, "Come now, do not withdraw into yourself. After all, I am a goddess." Madara remained silent. As compensation, I shall appoint you as the administrator of our WeChat group. Consider it a balm for your tender heart," Tilos teased playfully. At this, Madara spoke. "Could you enlighten me on the source of your strength?" Tilos pondered for a moment, then replied, "How should I put it? The hierarchy of my world far surpasses yours, and the cultivation systems differ significantly. My current prowess is attributed to both my innate talent and the guidance of my teacher." "You actually have a teacher?" Madara exclaimed, astonished. Given Tilos's unfathomable strength, he had not imagined she had a mentor. Did this mean her teacher was even stronger? "Indeed, otherwise I would not possess such power," she affirmed. "I have one more question. Are you truly a goddess?" Madara inquired, as if suddenly struck by a thought. "Well, I certainly am a goddess," Tilos replied. Hearing this, Madara felt a sense of relief. In his character, being bested by a deity was not a loss, granting him a grander ambition. Fukulos interjected, "Actually, I too am a goddess." "I know," Tilos responded, unfazed. Having played Genshin Impact in her previous life and completed the main storyline, she was aware of Fukulos's past. She had witnessed the events unfold, felt the sorrow of Cuckoo after Fukulos was wounded, and had longed to assist her. Now, the opportunity had finally arisen, filling Tilos with exhilaration. "Wait, you knew?" "Indeed, I am aware of the past and some future events of everyone who enters this WeChat group," Tilos explained. At this juncture, both Uchiha members eagerly inquired, "Can you reveal our futures?" "Well, it's not a big deal if you know, but please, do not become overly excited," Tilos cautioned after some contemplation. Subsequently, she shared the tale of Kuro's mother and its subsequent legendary saga in the chat group. The Uchiha duo examined the details with great care, while Fukulos merely skimmed through before recalling something and addressing Tilos. "Leader, I have a request I hope you will grant." Tilos understood very well what Fuculos's request entailed and subsequently remarked, I am aware of your circumstances, and I comprehend your intentions. Thus, I acquiesce. Alas, I have yet to disclose the nature of the matter. It seems the group leader is indeed quite formidable. Tilos reveled in Fuculos's admiration. Perhaps another would not have. For who could refuse the request of a silver-haired maiden? Ah, ha, hissing and slurping. Tilos momentarily lost herself in her own reverie, neglecting Fuculos's subsequent words. Leader, are you still there? If possible, I would be grateful for your assistance in my world. I believe this WeChat group can facilitate that, Fuculos articulated. Returning to reality. Tilos responded, certainly. However, my presence there would merely be a projection, albeit one imbued with 70% of my true strength, which should suffice. Meanwhile, the Uchiha duo, having digested recent revelations, engaged in self-deprecation. Uchiha Madara lamented, I never imagined that we would ultimately fail, and even be exploited in the process. Uchiha Obito struggled to accept this reality. The world I created with Rin was merely an illusion. No. This cannot be. At that moment, Obito found himself in a state of despair. Madara, after a brief period of despondency, remarked, it appears there are still insurmountable entities within the ninja realm. I yearn to confront those who deem themselves divine. And that black Zetsu is truly despicable. Is it salvation for a mother? Obito, rally your strength. To think I was merely a pawn. As he spoke, Madara became increasingly animated. Obito, still grappling with disbelief regarding the future, found that deep down, he had already accepted the truth. Suddenly, Tilos interjected, in truth, your plan merely seeks to create a peaceful world where you can be with those you cherish. This is not an insurmountable task. I possess the means to resurrect others, though it will require your own exchange. The trio in the WeChat group, upon reading this message, became electrified with excitement. Chapter 13, Dragon Balls, Training Tower. Within the WeChat group, the excitement of the three individuals, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, was palpable. One yearned to resurrect both his closest friend and his brother, while the other longed to bring back his beloved, as well as his mentor and mentor's wife. Clearly, this stirred their spirits. Uchiha Madara inquired, what is required for the exchange? Uchiha Obito responded, 1. Tilos then elaborated to the trio in the group chat. You may exchange items of equivalent value, including skills you possess. Alternatively, points may be redeemed, which can be accrued daily through check-ins, yielding a fixed 150 points each day. Do keep in mind, however, that the value of items varies across different worlds, as each realm possesses its own unique hierarchy. After understanding this, the trio asked, what items are we discussing? At that moment, Tilos realized that she had yet to create the Dragon Balls and exclaimed, oh dear, I must first craft them. She then closed the WeChat interface and sought out several massive stones on the planet, commencing her intricate carving. She began with the visage of the dragon, drawing inspiration from the ancestral dragon of her past life, meticulously sculpting it piece by piece. Upon completion, she infused it with the essence of creation, bestowing it with vitality. Subsequently, she fashioned the Dragon Balls, each measuring 50 centimeters in diameter. Finally, Tilos gathered the items, channeling the draconic power within her to imbue the dragon with life. As it was her inaugural use of this draconic force, a hint of clumsiness lingered. To prevent the creation of an inferior product, she decided to test it herself. Arise, dragon. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a flicker of lightning struck as the magnificent dragon materialized, coiling majestically in the air. It spoke, you may make 3 wishes. Now, reveal your desires. Tilos scrutinized the imposing figure of the dragon. Not bad at all. It appears to be no inferior specimen. At that moment, the dragon turned its gaze towards Tilos and uttered, see creator, I am profoundly sorry for my lack of recognition. The dragon instinctively feared her, for she was its creator. A jest indeed. To provoke her wrath would mean its immediate obliteration and reconstruction. Oh, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor, Tilos remarked. The dragon, flustered, responded. How could a lowly dragon dare? Tilos, somewhat exasperated, mused, why does this dragon fear me so? Do I resemble a malevolent fiend? I am merely a charming and generous young lady. Thus, the dragon remained motionless, gazing at Tilos, too timid to stir. Well, I have no further business. You may return. Tilos declared, having confirmed it was not a shoddy creation. Then I shall take my leave, O Creator. With that, the dragon swiftly departed. In the WeChat group chat, the two awaited Tilos' return. Meanwhile, Madara and Obito deliberated their strategy. Uchiha Madara asserted, Obito, Black Zetsu, must be eradicated. It cannot be allowed to persist. That despicable creature is truly infuriating. Uchiha Obito replied, the plan is already in motion. Eliminating Black Zetsu now would yield no benefit. The Akatsuki, led by Nagato, will undoubtedly continue their endeavors. What significance can a mere vessel hold? A little imp, clutching my gaze, truly believes itself to be a deity? Uchiha Obito pondered for a moment before replying. Why not turn the tables and continue our pursuit of the tailed beasts? While you secretly resurrect some of the deceased through impure reincarnation, awaiting Nagato's use of the rebirth. Oh, quite a clever notion. I never expected such ingenuity to emerge from your love-stricken mind. Ha ha ha. Obito was pleasantly surprised by his comrade's strategic thinking. Just as their fervent discussion reached its zenith, Tilos finally returned. She has arrived. She has come, equipped with her enhancements. Upon witnessing Obito and Madara's scheme, Tilos remarked, The plan seems feasible, but your resurrection of those individuals is merely for your own selfish desires, isn't it? Are you still contemplating a challenge against the Otsutsuki? Uchiha Obito responded, Indeed, but my greater aspiration is to forge a peaceful and beautiful world for Rin. After gaining insight into the future, I realized that true peace can only be achieved by vanquishing the Otsutsuki. Upon noticing Tilos' presence, Madara disregarded Obito's words and excitedly inquired, Leader, what about the resurrected beings? Tilos replied, Oh, are you so eager? I've already placed the Dragon Balls in the exchange shop. Feel free to check for yourself. There are instructions included. The three quickly accessed the trading feature, only to find a single item listed with a price. Upon clicking, they discovered 7 golden orbs, each adorned with a red pentagram, arranged in a clockwise circle from 1 to 7. The item description read, Dragon Balls. The user must gather the 7 orbs and then call out, Come forth, Shinran. Once Shinran appears, they may state 3 wishes, which must fall within the dragon's capabilities. After one use, a cooldown of 1 year is required before it can be used again, and cooldown periods do not transfer between worlds. Note, Dragon Balls cannot be used on individuals from other worlds. In the Naruto world, 5,000 points. In the Genshin Impact world, 10,000 points. The trio was utterly astonished. For the ability to grant 3 wishes could directly enhance their combat prowess, or even bestow immortality. How splendid. The 3 in the group chat frantically tagged Tilos. Leader, is there a swift method to accumulate points? With a leisurely tone, Tilos spoke, in addition to earning points through daily check-ins. There exists a system for accepting commissions and placing one's belongings in the marketplace, where others may exchange points for them. A fee of 5 will be deducted from the points spent, which will be directed to WeChat, while the remainder will be credited directly to the seller's account. Alternatively, one may visit the training tower, where each layer conquered rewards points, with greater rewards as one progresses. Upon understanding this, the 3 hurriedly opened the training tower, momentarily disregarding Tilos. They perused the introduction of the training tower. The tower consists of a total of 100 layers, with the first layer granting 20 points, and each subsequent layer adding an additional 20 points to the previous reward. The tower will generate an opponent based on each individual strength, but as the layers increase, so too does the difficulty. Upon completing all 100 layers, a hard mode will be unlocked, and the challenge will intensify further, followed by the hell mode of another 100 layers. Successfully completing this mode will disable the training tower functionality for the victor, though they may observe others. In normal mode, each layer adds 20 points, in hard mode, 50 points, and in hell mode, 100 points. Injuries or deaths within the training tower do not affect reality, allowing for unrestrained combat. After absorbing this information, the trio promptly entered the training tower. Although they were in the same tower, they occupied different spaces, thus avoiding any interference. The battles on the first layer consumed some time, yet they all successfully progressed to the next layer. Tilos watched the 3 with keen interest, aware that their current strength would suffice for the 4th layer, albeit with considerable difficulty. The 5th layer, however, was a different matter entirely. The training tower adjusts its difficulty based on the challenger's initial strength, making it entirely reasonable for the trio to conquer the first 4 layers with sheer determination. The challenge of the 5th layer, however, surpassed their true capabilities significantly, compounded by the mental fatigue incurred from prior battles. High-intensity combat inevitably leads to exhaustion. Despite their fatigue, the 3 remained undeterred, persistently pressing on. Meanwhile, our protagonist Tilos shifted her focus away from them. Exiting WeChat, she contemplated whether to share the group chat details with Kex. Noticing Tilos's gaze, Kex inquired, "Lady Tilos, is there something on your mind?" Regaining her composure, Tiloth shook her head and remarked, "It's nothing, really. I just find you utterly adorable. I have an irresistible urge to pat your head." Upon hearing this, Kes blushed deeply and stammered, "Well, if Lady Tiloth wouldn't mind." Tiloth, somewhat perplexed, thought, "Isn't it just a matter of a gentle touch?" With that, she reached out and pinched Kes's delicate cheek. At that moment, Kes was equally bewildered, thinking, wasn't it merely a kiss? Realizing her misunderstanding, Kes's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. The training tower function primarily aims to enhance the combatant's prowess and reward them with points. The mechanism is tailored to each individual's strength. For instance, the first level presents a challenge at only 50 of the challenger's capability, while the second, third, and fourth levels each pose a challenge at 20, with an increment of 20 for every subsequent level. And the challenger's current strength is recorded anew after every 5 levels. Chapter 14. The arrival of Genshin amidst the prolonged silence of her cultivation. Tilos found herself growing somewhat weary, so she decided to check on the progress of the 3 individuals within the training tower. They were indeed performing admirably, albeit stuck at the 8th level, as the challenges grew increasingly formidable. During this time, Fukalos had engaged in discussions with Tilos regarding her circumstances, and Tilos assured her that once she completed her training, she would visit upon the arrival of a certain blonde-haired individual in Fontaine. Having acquainted herself with the timeline of the Genshin world, Tilos felt that the moment was ripe, prompting her to withdraw from her meditative state. It should be about time. That blonde must have arrived, she mused, stretching lazily while glancing at the quiet chat group, refraining from disturbing the 2 Uchihas who were obsessively racking up points. Instead, she sent a private message to Fukalos. "Fukalos, the time has come. I shall send my clone over now." Before Fukalos could respond, Tilos promptly dispatched her clone through the portal. At that moment, Fukalos, situated in the judging arbiter, was startled by the sudden appearance of the portal, only to see Tilos's clone emerge forth. Had the clone not reacted swiftly, it might have collided head-on. The clone of Tilos gracefully descended to the ground. "Really? My main body could show a bit more gentleness," she exclaimed, before turning to Fukalos and saying, "Hee, I sincerely apologize for appearing so abruptly before you." Regaining her composure, Fukalos quickly replied, It's all right, Tilos. I'm just glad you're here." Tilos found it awkward to refer to the group leader by title, hence they opted for first names. "Although I am merely a clone, I should be more than capable of handling your matters, so rest assured." Returning to the main topic, Tilos scrutinized the ethereal form of Fukalos before her. "Next, I shall reconstruct your physical body. Fear not. This will not interfere with the detachment of the divine heart within you." Fukalos nodded in acquiescence. Thus, Tilos utilized the creative laws within her to gradually shape Fukalos's corporeal form. After an extended duration, Fukalos finally materialized before Tilos in her tangible form. Upon sensing her newfound reality, Fukalos solemnly bowed to Tilos. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance. I shall now return the ancient dragon's authority to Valette." Following the conclusion of the prophecy, Fanina may also step down and pursue the life she desires. Indeed, that sounds splendid. Yet, what will Fanina do next? Will she continue to play her former role? Tilos pondered, intrigued. She will no longer need to endure this suffering. I owe her a great debt. She has persevered in human form for 5 centuries, having done more than enough. It is time to relieve her of her pain. Have you thought it through? How do you wish to conclude this drama? Fukalos contemplated. I believe we should allow this play to proceed according to the original script. Although it may seem harsh to them, it is essential for them to comprehend all that Fanina has accomplished over these 5 centuries. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment. Proceed as you see fit. Even when the laws of nature descend, I shall be by your side. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed, and Tilos sensed the emergence of a high-energy entity outside. She then declared, "It is time for this drama to conclude. Let us begin, Fukalos." "Indeed. The time has come. I shall seek out that violet," Fukalos replied, transforming into a beam of light and departing. Chapter 15 The Truth. With the aid of Tilos at this moment, chaos reigned outside. Fanina sat slumped in her chair, silently shedding tears. As a spatial rift appeared in the center of the room, accompanied by the frenzied brilliance of the judging mechanism. Nervously, Navia exclaimed, "What is happening?" "The judging machine. This is, I believe, the death sentence is about to be executed." As Violet spoke, the anxious crowd turned their gaze toward Fanina, who appeared to be lost, her tears flowing quietly. Seeing the judging mechanism poised to enact its sentence, Ing cried out, "Fanina." After receiving no response, she urged, "There are still questions that need clarification." Rushing up to the high platform, she aimed to reach Fanina, just as she was about to make contact. A single tear from Fanina fell and seeped into the deepest recesses of her heart. At that moment, the judging mechanism blazed with light. Violet raised a hand to shield herself from its dazzling radiance. As the light subsided, a girl with white hair, tinged with strands of blue, stood regally before them, wielding a massive blue sword. Violet, in shock, uttered, "You." Observing Violet's astonished and serious expression, the girl erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. After regaining her composure, she gently remarked, "I apologize. I simply find your surprised expression delightful, and it made me laugh unexpectedly." Violet, gazing at the girl who looked exactly like Fanina, questioned, "You are not Fanina. Who are you?" "Ah, your astonishment indicates that I have successfully deceived you all. Clearly, I am the demon god Fukalos." "The demon god Fukalos? Why would you deceive us?" "Oh, my intentions were not to deceive you. My true aim is to deceive the heavenly principles." "Deceiving the heavenly principles?" Violet inquired, puzzled. "Yes, that prophecy. It's quite troublesome, I assent it. Everyone will be dissolved in water, and Fontaine will be submerged." Fukalos divulged the rationale behind her deception to Violet. "Indeed, today's trial and execution are undeniably part of your scheme," Violet remarked, looking at Fukalos, and continued, "to destroy the divine throne of the water god." "If I am not mistaken, do you mean to say?" "Of course, it is to restore what rightfully belongs to you. In other words, it is all to return the powers of the water god to the elemental dragon of water on this planet." Upon hearing this, Violet appeared despondent, on the verge of tears. Observing the sorrow etched on Violet's face, Fukalos approached with a soft chuckle. "What is it? Are you saddened again? The great power of the ancient dragon is about to return to your hands, and this is the expression you bear, ha ha." With a hint of a sob in her voice, Violet replied, "For 500 years until now, you have done so much, and all of this was merely to sacrifice yourself?" Fukalos chuckled lightly. "I do not see it that way. At this moment, I am still reveling in the success of deceiving the heavenly principles." In silence, Naivelet controlled her emotions, and upon witnessing this, Fukalos gently spoke, water dragon, do not weep." She then turned and continued, "If possible, allow me to judge the heavenly principle. Has it not committed a sin akin to that of Ijurlia? Ijurlia stole the primordial powers of the womb of creation, while the heavenly principle has appropriated the strength of your ancient dragons. As the deity of justice, it is only right that I restore the power that rightfully belongs to you, thereby upholding the essence of justice." Fukalos slowly walked away, speaking as she went. "Now, both I and all the people of Fontaine have borne this guilt for far too long. Supreme Judge, Naivelet, once you reclaim the full power of the elemental dragon, what judgment will you render upon us?" Naivelet replied thoughtfully, "When I was invited to Fontaine to become the Supreme Judge, this too was your design, was it not? I have finally come to understand the true significance of this position. Initially, I held no interest in the existence of humanity, but over these 5 centuries of coexistence, I have gradually come to comprehend this race, attempting to empathize with their feelings." "How cunning you are, Fukalos, given the circumstances. You must realize that I can no longer render a guilty verdict." Fukalos fell silent for a moment before saying, "Ah, it seems the time for execution approaches. This sinner must prepare for her curtain call. Though I speak lightly, the prospect of death indeed instills a sense of fear. Perhaps this is a rare commonality between gods and mortals." Fukalos gracefully stepped forward and said, "Farewell, Naivelet. I hope you have enjoyed the role that has been yours for these 500 years." With that, she turned and began to dance. In the depths of Fanina's memory, Ing gazed upon the dancing Fanina on stage, now aware of all the truths and the secrets she had concealed. Two identical figures danced in unison. As Fukalos concluded her dance and bowed, the colossal sword hovering above her ceased its rotation and began to descend. Just as it was about to make contact, Tilos, who had been watching, whisked Fukalos away in a burst of energy, unnoticed by Naivelet. The massive sword fell heavily, leaving behind a dense surge of water elemental power that surged towards Naivelet, causing her to stagger as if she had lost her very soul. At the same moment, Fanina's hat fell, and Ing was transported away. Feeling the return of her power, Naivelet was engulfed in sorrow, as if on the brink of tears. Upon returning to reality, she dashed out of the opera house amidst pouring rain. Regulating her emotions, she slowly lifted her gaze towards Fontaine and solemnly declared, "Supreme Judge Naivelet hereby proclaims the absolution of all sins committed by the people of Fontaine." With these words, a magnificent surge of water elemental energy shot into the sky, and Naivelet stood quietly in the rain, adjusting her emotions. Chapter 16. A duel experience at the theater. Upon returning to the opera, Naivelet, visibly incensed, addressed the assembly. "I now possess the strength necessary to vanquish that Leviathan. It is time to confront it." The traveler, as a witness, joined them, and the trio plunged into the fray. Concealed from view, the two spectators, Fukalos and Tilos, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fukalos, still present in corporeal form, found it disconcerting to merely observe while not aiding in the battle. Tilos reassured her to watch with ease, remarking that it would indeed be laughable if the Hydro Archon could not overcome such a creature. "Fukalos, we shall enter shortly. For now, we must subdue this deluge." "Understood," she replied. The duo manifested in the skies above Fontaine, surveying the city, seemingly engulfed by the sea. Fukalos wielded her hydro-elemental powers to safeguard the citizens of Fontaine, while Tilos concentrated energy in her hands. With a gentle wave, she enveloped the entire city in soothing energy, pacifying the turbulent waters, which gradually subsided, revealing the land anew. Stretching languidly, Tilos exclaimed, "It is resolved. Naivelet will surely transform the people of Fontaine into true humans." "It is nearly time to check on Naivelet," she continued. "At last, this prophecy has been fulfilled. Once all is concluded, I must apologize to Funingna. Ah, and Naivelet too. Have I deceived him once more? I hope he will not harbor any resentment. Nevertheless, I shall see him now." Naivelet, exerting unparalleled power, subdued the Star-Eater whale. With a furious strike, the creature was cast down. Just as Naivelet intended to advance, the whale soared upward, spinning rapidly until it diminished in size, ultimately landing in the palm of a woman. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Naivelet and the blonde, before nonchalantly tossing the diminutive whale into a portal behind her, effortlessly following with Dvalin. The fluidity of her movements was striking. Tilos, cloaked in stealth, observed this with awe, exclaiming, "Impressive. Clearly, she is of the same lineage as her master. Her proficiency in tossing beings is remarkable." Beside her, Fukalos felt a wave of embarrassment, inwardly lamenting, "What sort of individuals are these? Are they in the habit of tossing people about? Please, do not include me in this game. I wish to avoid such an experience." At that moment, the woman turned to Naivelet and the others, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for managing the aftermath. This responsibility was originally mine. I merely retreated for a period of cultivation. I had anticipated this encounter, but their clash occurred sooner than I expected. What a blunder. Upon my return, I shall discipline myself with 300,000 sword strikes." Naivelet, fixated on the enigmatic figure before him, inquired, "That power just now, who are you?" At this juncture, the emergency food finally discovered a moment to assert its presence, stating, "I believe, from what she just revealed, she must be the master of the fool." Skirk. However, according to the fool's previous descriptions, she ought to be a woman of few words. I find myself at a loss for words regarding the weak. You have triumphed over the Star-Eater whale without relying on external forces, thus granting you the privilege of conversing with me as equals. Silka recounted tales of his master to the three before him, only to realize that, rather than addressing your inquiries, it is imperative I caution you. The Star-Eater whale, having recently battled you, has nearly exhausted its strength. The tumultuous elemental waters are difficult to navigate, and theoretically, the land of Fontaine is in disarray. To put it differently, the prophecy you dread is likely unfolding as we speak. Paimon exclaimed in distress, "What?" At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, "Indeed, you are correct. But I have long since suppressed it with energy. I have also fortified the depths of the planet with the power of the laws. So there is no cause for alarm." The four were taken aback, having not anticipated another presence. The two white-haired maidens approached with measured steps. Nayet immediately recognized Firculus. Her astonishment palpable. "Firculus, have you not already dissipated?" "Ah, I sincerely apologize. I sought assistance in advance, at the moment of execution. When the great sword fell, I was rescued, and she aided me in severing the ancient dragon's dominion from the divine throne," Firculus replied, somewhat abashed. "And who might this be?" Nayet, though slightly vexed, felt more joy and turned her gaze to the maiden beside Firculus. "She is my ally, named Tilos, hailing from another world, and she possesses remarkable strength." The four scrutinized the girl before them. Silka remarked, "I sense an extraordinarily potent force emanating from you. One that surpasses even my master significantly. How should I put it? I am merely a projection, possessing 70% of my true power. My world's laws are of a higher order than this realm's. Hence the strength you perceive may be a result of those laws. How did you arrive in this world, and why could I not detect your and Firculus's presence earlier?" Paimon inquired, puzzled. "Well, I am able to traverse to this world because I can communicate with beings from various realms. As for your inability to sense us, it is because I veiled our auras while observing you from the void." Nayet, still perplexed, asked, "Why did you rescue Firculus, and why save Fontaine?" "Oh, that question pertains to Firculus's plea for aid. I am also aware of your fondness for this world, so that is how it came to pass," Tilos responded, turning her attention to Ing beside her. "I know you, Ing. I am familiar with the myriad experiences you have endured." Ing, astonished and bewildered, could hardly believe that a stranger from another world was aware of her past. "Do you know where my brother is?" "Oh, you refer to Ether? He should be in the abyss. Can you lead me to him?" "I apologize, but I shall not lead you into the past. Your brother has traversed the vast expanse of Teyvat, and the experiences he has encountered are the very ones that await you. Rest assured, he shall come to no harm. And at the end of your journey, you shall be reunited." Upon hearing these words, Ing contemplated deeply, grasping the essence of Tilos's message, that one should traverse the continent of Teyvat with peace of mind, devoid of worry, for the end shall herald a moment of reunion. At this juncture, Cirque spoke up. "Miss Tilos, I beseech you to allow me to challenge you. It is rare to find someone worthy of combat in this realm, and I can sense your formidable strength. Indeed, you could vanquish me in an instant. I hope you will accept my challenge." "Ah, yet another who seeks to challenge me." Tilos playfully turned her head toward Fuculos and remarked. Fuculos, at this moment, found himself at a loss for words, silently mourning for Cirque in his heart, hoping for her safety. Observing Fuculos's expression of solemnity, Tilos addressed Cirque, "Then let it be here. Violet, I advise you and your companions to stand back." With lingering concern, she enveloped the three of them in a protective energy shield. Chapter 17. Cirque versus Tilos. As Tilos observed the positions of the four from Violet, she addressed Cirque. "Let us commence. Remember to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you might find yourself in peril." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." With that, Cirque vanished from her original position, launching herself towards Tilos with astonishing swiftness. Tilos effortlessly evaded the assault, countering with a strike that sent Cirque hurtling 100 meters away. Observing this, Tilos felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not intended to strike so forcefully, merely aiming to repel her opponent. The four onlookers, with the exception of Fuculos, were taken aback by the brief skirmish that unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Paimon gasped. Was that merely a counterattack? How could Cirque be sent flying so far? Fuculos, with casual indifference, remarked, "You have yet to witness Tilos's serious strike. She was holding back just now." Upon hearing this, Paimon and Ing were momentarily stunned, while only Violet remained contemplatively observant of the duel. After stabilizing herself, Cirque charged once more at Tilos. Sensing a hint of boredom and desiring not to conclude the battle prematurely, Tilos suppressed her own power to match Cirque's level, and they resumed their combat. The exchange became increasingly dynamic, leaving Paimon puzzled. How is it that Cirque, who was just sent flying, can now hold her own against Tilos? Ing, exasperated, pointed out. It's evident that Tilos is tempering her strength. She simply wishes to prolong the encounter and provide guidance to Surkek. Realizing this, Paimon sheepishly scratched her head and continued to watch. Your combat awareness is commendable, yet your movements are too exaggerated. Many opponents of equal strength would struggle against you. But those with keen insight could exploit your weaknesses if you refrain from utilizing other abilities, Tilos advised while deftly dodging Surkek's strikes. As the exchanges continued, Surkek gradually adjusted her attacks. She noted that, following Tilos's advice and modifying the range of her movements, her stamina consumption decreased, and her punches became swifter. After a series of engagements, the two quickly retreated from one another. Breathless, Surkek expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Now the real battle begins. She then concentrated elemental energy beyond the 7 elements in her palm and directed it towards Tilos, subsequently conjuring a one-handed sword that surged towards her opponent. Tilos raised her hand to dissipate the approaching power, and in response to Surkek's swordplay, she merely used her energy-infused hand to block the attacks. The reason for her lack of weaponry was simple. She possessed none. Seeing Tilos maintain her composure, Surkek intensified her efforts, executing a series of thrusts, slashes, and cleaves. Remarkably, not a single hair was severed. With the final strike of her sword, Tilos unleashed a burst of energy that sent Surkek flying once more. Surkek's face registered disbelief. Merely the release of Tilos's aura had nullified her assault, showcasing an extraordinary level of strength. Surkek gazed at her trembling hand that had wielded the sword, a slight quiver betraying her astonishment. Seeing that her sword techniques were ineffective, Silkirk unleashed her elemental burst. Surrounding her were several orbs of light, which she released with a mere flick of her finger. With a resounding bang, multiple explosions occurred around Tilos, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Unfortunately, it seemed that the smoke bore no harm. Tilos slowly emerged unscathed. Well, this will suffice, she declared. In an instant, she appeared before Silkirk, who, upon realizing it, felt a warm sensation atop her head. Tilos, grinning cheerfully, remarked, "All right, that's enough. You performed admirably." An inexplicable feeling surged within Silkirk, one she had never experienced before. Having trained under her master since childhood, this was the first time someone had patted her head, a sensation both pleasant and extraordinary. Coming to her senses, Silkirk hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. It is an honor to battle with such a formidable opponent as you." "Ah, it's nothing. However, in terms of your energy usage compared to your physical techniques, there's still considerable room for improvement. The elemental power you wield is not one of the common 7 elements. Its strength is remarkable. Given time, once you fully harness it alongside your sword techniques, you might compel me to exert 40% of my strength. Next time, I certainly will." With their duel concluded, the 4 onlookers approached. "You both were incredible," Paimon exclaimed. Tilos, responding in a rather nonchalant manner, said, "Oh, it was nothing. I was only using 20% of my power during our fight." "What? Just 20%? Paimon was astounded. Fukulo spoke slowly. "It should be 20% of her physical strength." Indeed." Tilos, who hadn't intended to dampen Silkirk's spirits, felt a bit awkward and scratched her head, apologizing. "My apologies." Silkirk shook her head. "It's all right. The gap between us was already vast. If I were to utilize other powers, I might not even have the chance to strike." Paimon was left utterly speechless. Finally breaking her silence, Navalet said, "Now that the matter is resolved, let us return to the ground. Come along, everyone, including you, Silkirk." As she heard Tilos's words, Silkirk slowly nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. Understanding Tilos. As a few individuals returned to the ground, Fontaine appeared remarkably serene, as if the recent deluge had never occurred. The community, having endured the recent calamity, felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the water god and Valette for their salvation. Upon exiting the opera house, Tilos and her companions spotted Fontaine quietly gazing at Fontaine. At that moment, Fukulos approached her from behind and softly spoke. "Fontaine, thank you for your unwavering efforts over these 5 centuries." Upon hearing the voice, Fontaine was taken aback, for it resembled her own. Only one person could possess such a tone. Slowly, she turned around, still in disbelief, until she fully faced the individual who mirrored her own appearance. Save for the difference in attire. "You." Before Fontaine could articulate her thoughts, Fukulos stepped forward, embracing her gently and whispering in her ear, "Fontaine, I am still here. I am grateful for all you have endured." Overwhelmed with emotion, Fontaine wept openly for the first time in 500 years, her face streaming with tears. In this moment, she was no longer defined by her roles as the water god or Fukalos. She was simply Fontaine, a girl who had bravely weathered 5 centuries of spiritual turmoil, never yielding despite numerous breakdowns. At this poignant scene, Tilos found herself shedding tears, deeply resonating with Fontaine's experience. It stirred memories of her past life, a time when she felt utterly alone, yearning for companionship in a world where she was largely despised. After regaining her composure, Tilos approached Fontaine and remarked, "You are a person worthy of remembrance by all." With that, she raised her hand, channeling energy that gradually infused Fontaine, utilizing the principles of creation to transform her into a being of true divine essence. "Wait, what is happening? I feel an incredible surge of strength," Fontaine questioned, bewildered by her transformation. "I apologize, everyone. Please forgive my unilateral decision," Tilos explained with sincerity. Now, Fontaine possesses the true essence of a divine being, akin to Fukalos. She merely lacks the authority to be a complete deity. Tilos felt a pang of regret. Having cherished Funina's character in her past life, and not wishing to witness her helplessness amidst disaster. Thus, she took it upon herself to elevate Funina's abilities. Fukalos, upon hearing this, felt immense joy. Though Fontaine would survive as long as she did, attaining true divine status would grant her the ability to protect herself. "Thank you so much, Lady Tilos," she exclaimed. "Ah, it is nothing. Witnessing her journey reminded me of my own distant past," Tilos replied. Meanwhile, Fontaine, eavesdropping on the conversation, discerned the formidable nature of the individual before Fukalos, especially as even the water god addressed her with respect. At that moment, several onlookers approached. Villette turned to Fukalos and Fontaine, stating, "Lady Fontaine, you have endured greatly over these 5 centuries. Lady Fukalos, I believe I require an explanation from you." Fontaine merely smiled softly. "It is nothing, Violet. Now I can step down and pursue the life I desire." At this moment, Fukalos, feeling somewhat abashed, remarked, "Well, it wouldn't hurt to share with you all that I met Lord Tilos by a stroke of fortune. Without her, I might have truly perished. Since you are still here, I shall return the heart of the divine to you." Beside them, Cirque spoke up. "No wonder I sensed a curse emanating from you. It turns out you carry the remnants of the 3rd descendant. I advise you to rid yourself of it, for it is tainted with a curse." Fukalos responded, "Let's leave this to the Frost God. They are currently in the midst of collecting." Meanwhile, Tilos sensed that the time had come to return to her original form, and addressed the group. "The time is ripe. This matter has been resolved, and I must return to my essence." "Oh, must you leave now? Lady Tilos, please stay a while longer," Fukalos playfully implored. "Alas, I cannot. I must return shortly. My essence requires me to destroy planets." "How troublesome," she sighed. "Destroy planets?" The group exclaimed in shock. I seem to have forgotten to mention what I do. I am the god of destruction in our realm, tasked with obliterating inferior planets that lack necessity for existence. Furthermore, I am the sovereign of my universe." The group, taken aback, found themselves at a loss for words, simply exclaiming, "Incredible! Who would have thought Lady Tilos was so powerful? Could you enlighten me about the specifics of your world? It seems the disparity between us is immense. How can you speak of destroying planets so nonchalantly? Do you truly disregard the lives of others?" "Ah, one at a time. Firstly, in my world, there are many who possess the capability to annihilate entire planets. Secondly, the laws of my realm supersede yours. Originally, my world encompassed only 12 universes. Until the recent emergence of the 13th, I was appointed as the deity of destruction for this 13th universe not long ago. This universe, which I govern, is intrinsically linked to my being. The entity overseeing the first 12 universes is known as the Omni-King, but I stand as an exception. I alone wield authority over the 13th universe. Thus, the Omni-King merely bears a title, while I exercise true control. Thirdly, as I mentioned, I only destroy planets that lack necessity for existence, thus preventing the emergence of malevolent beings. The notion that I disregard the lives of others is utterly unfounded. Those who are unnecessary have no reason to remain among the living, and this serves the equilibrium of the cosmos. Moreover, Every deity of destruction is paired with a corresponding Kaioshin, whose role is to create, thereby fostering greater possibilities within the universe and maintaining balance. However, I am an anomaly, embodying both destruction and creation. After delivering this lengthy discourse, Tilos felt quite fatigued. Meanwhile, those present absorbed the information she imparted, finding the existence of another world utterly fascinating. Yet they were predominantly astonished by Tilos herself, for in her realm, she is singularly extraordinary. Well then, take your time to process this. I must take my leave now. Oh, and Skirk, do your best. Funina, you are liberated. Enjoy life to the fullest. With that, Tilos opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. She is indeed a mysterious being. No, a deity, Paimon remarked slowly. Indeed, replied Violet. I can sense her profound kindness. She shall return. Now, let us first resolve the matters left by this prophecy. Fukalos addressed the group. As for Skirk, he said, I apologize, but I must return to address the issues left by my master's pet. Farewell, everyone. With that, Skirk opened a spatial door and stepped inside. At that moment, Fukalos gazed at Fontaine and murmured, the prophecy has concluded. The future shall be brighter. Chapter 19. Planet Vegeta in the realm of Genshin. Tilos has always been aware of the events surrounding her essence, with her doppelganger transmitting all that it perceives back to her core self. Upon the return of her clone, Tilos and Kess expressed a desire to explore the distinctions of this universe. They navigated from one celestial body to another, and to their astonishment, they found that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the seventh universe, featuring familiar planets such as Namek and Earth. As they approached planet Vegeta, Tilos was perplexed. Should it not have been obliterated in the seventh universe by this time? My lady Tilos, Kess remarked. This universe possesses a historical progression that diverges from what the Grand Priest has stated. It is not entirely identical. After pondering this revelation, Tilos spoke. Let us descend and investigate. Perhaps we may encounter familiar faces. The two then descended to the planet's surface, where they observed numerous individuals with tails, each engaged in their own activities. Initially intending to inquire about their surroundings, they were unexpectedly met with shouts of intruders. Alert! A throng of warriors quickly encircled them. The leader of this assembly demanded, Who are you? Why have you come here? Speak swiftly. Remaining unperturbed by the interrogation, Tilos replied calmly, I am the god of destruction of this universe. I have come merely to observe the gathering of Saiyans, bewildered by the mention of a god of destruction, exchanged whispers, after which one individual swiftly flew to a distant palace. Tilos and Kess remained unconcerned, patiently awaiting developments. After a considerable time, two cloaked figures approached. Upon closer inspection, Tilos could not help but wonder if the 13th universe was indeed a parallel to the 7th universe. The newcomers were none other than the well-known Vegeta and Kakarot, Goku. Vegeta stepped forward, inquiring, Who are you? Why do you claim to be the god of destruction of this universe? Tilos, undeterred by Vegeta's tone, responded, An excellent question. Although I have just explained, since you insist on further inquiry, I shall reiterate, I am the newly appointed god of destruction of this universe, as well as its sovereign. I am here purely out of a sense of familiarity. What gives you the right to proclaim yourself as the ruler of this universe? I refuse to acknowledge that. Vegeta arrogantly retorted. Though Tilos was already aware of his demeanor, it still irked her. She replied slowly, In that case, allow me to demonstrate why you should reconsider. The overwhelming aura was unleashed, causing everyone present to collapse to the ground, including Vegeta and Kakarot. Now do you understand? Do not address me with such insolence again, or I shall truly end your life. Faced with Tilos's formidable presence and piercing gaze, both Vegeta and Kakarot were drenched in cold sweat, their garments soaked. Tilos, however, chose not to torment them further and retracted her aura, allowing them a moment to recover. Gasping for air, the two dared not reflect on the harrowing experience they had just endured. The sheer pressure of her energy was sufficient to bring them all to their knees, a testament to the unfathomable power of this white-haired maiden. Once he regained his composure, Vegeta slowly inquired, Lord God of Destruction, may I ask what brings you here? Did I not already state? I merely came to observe, Tilos replied with evident impatience. Tired of repeating herself. Hearing this, Vegeta exhaled in relief. Just then, a figure approached from a distance, one that Tilos did not recognize. As the figure drew near, they respectfully greeted, "Lord God of Destruction, welcome to this place. I am Yamoshi." Upon hearing the name, Tilos recalled who he was, the legendary first Super Saiyan god. "Oh, speak plainly of your intentions," Tilos said, preferring not to engage in unnecessary conversation. "I wish to challenge you." Tilos sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Why does everyone have such a penchant for challenging me? It grows tiresome." "Very well, I accept." Although slightly annoyed, Tilos welcomed the challenge. For she possessed Saiyan blood and was always open to combat. Her primary aim was to gauge the fighting prowess of this universe and to assess the strength of the fabled first Super Saiyan god. Meanwhile, Kess, witnessing Tilos's agreement, promptly utilized her staff to fortify the planet, ensuring it would not be obliterated by Tilos's overwhelming power. Chapter 20. Amasi versus Tilothis. All surrounding individuals retreated, granting space for the confrontation between Tilothis and Amasi. As they faced each other, Tilothis declared, "Let us begin." With her words, Amasi swiftly gathered an energy orb and launched it at Tilothis. In response, she closed her eyes and deftly employed her advanced technique to evade the attack. Observing this, Amasi abandoned long-range tactics and dashed toward Tilothis. As he drew near, he came to a sudden halt and executed a rapid sidekick. However, his attack proved futile, for Tilothis had anticipated his move and seized his ankle just as his foot approached, delivering a powerful punch in retaliation. Reacting quickly, Amasi utilized his other foot to kick against the incoming blow, neutralizing Tilothis's assault and freeing himself. The two engaged in direct combat, with Tilothis's relentless onslaught forcing Amasi into a defensive stance. Yet, amidst the exchange, he managed to find a fleeting opportunity to strike. In that instant of potential contact, Tilothis subtly shifted her position, causing Amasi's punch to miss entirely. Undeterred, he continued to seek an opening, but after several close encounters, he realized it was no coincidence. Each time he nearly connected, Tilothis would deftly adjust her body, rendering his efforts futile. Acknowledging his inadequacy, he swiftly distanced himself and began to harness his energy, declaring, "Now I shall unleash new power." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and a wave of crimson energy surged forth. Tilothis remained silent, observing intently, eager to witness the true strength of the so-called Super Saiyan god. At that moment, Amasi radiated an aura of divinity, shedding his previous mortal guise, and his hair transformed into a striking shade of red as he charged toward Tilothis. This transformation indeed marked a significant enhancement, piquing Tilothis's interest. They exchanged blows in an engaging battle until, during another close encounter, Tilothis spoke, "If this is all you possess, I regret to inform you that you still cannot compel me to reveal my true strength. You are formidable, yet I am not merely defined by this." With that, he erupted in energy once more, elevating his power to new heights as he embraced the blue-haired Super Saiyan transformation. Amasi charged at Tilothis again, but she continued to maintain the upper hand. Growing somewhat bored, Tilothis sought to provoke Amasi's latent potential. She dispatched him with a powerful kick and remarked, "If this is merely your limit, I am afraid your existence holds no value. Amasi, do you truly wish to witness the annihilation of your race?" "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "What do I intend to do? Humph, since my arrival, your kind has repeatedly challenged me. Initially, I paid it no mind. But since you dare to provoke me, I shall respond to such hubris and insolence by utterly obliterating you." Upon hearing these words, both Vegeta and Kakarot felt a wave of despair wash over them. Yet, unwilling to perish without dignity, they soared to Amasi's side, vowing, "Together, even if hope is faint, we shall confront this challenge." At this moment, Yamoshi understood that this was not a challenge to be faced alone, and thus he acquiesced. Upon seeing Vegeta and Kakarot approach, he initially considered intimidating them with a simple energy blast, but quickly altered his plan to observe how the three of them would fare together. With the Saiyan duo unleashing their full power, they transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and launched an assault on Tyros. Tyros, taken aback, thought, "Super Saiyan 3? What a primitive transformation." As they fought, gradually losing momentum, the two coordinated their attacks against Tyros, yet their efforts proved futile. They were sent flying without even grazing her attire. Observing this, Yamoshi swiftly stepped in, searching for an opening to engage her. However, Tyros, wishing to end the skirmish swiftly, instantaneously appeared beside Yamoshi and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the ground, where he found himself in a deep pit. The Saiyan duo attempted to charge at her once more, but Tilos denied them any opportunity, teleporting between them and delivering a kick that sent one of them sprawling. At this moment, Tilos cast a cold gaze upon Yamoshi, pondering who could possibly hinder her now. Then, hovering in the sky, Tilos raised a hand to gather energy, the immense power casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Fear gripped the crowd. Many Saiyans sank to their knees, helplessly gazing up at Tilos, who resembled a deity of destruction. Just then, Yamoshi, still in the pit, erupted with a surge of formidable energy, his hair shifting back to a crimson hue before transforming. He had attained a form akin to Super Saiyan 3, but it was the third tier of Super Saiyan God, a manifestation of power uniquely understood by him. Oh, this is becoming intriguing, he mused. Indeed, Saiyans grow stronger through relentless battles, continually surpassing their limits in life and death situations. Observing this, Tilos reminisced about her own journey, recalling the years spent training with Kess, battling formidable foes in life or death encounters, each fight pushing her to transcend her own boundaries. There was a time she had nearly been slain by Ramses, yet she gradually adapted to the rigors of combat, growing stronger with each clash. At this moment, Yamoshi charged fiercely towards Tilos. In response, Tilos, unfazed by the expected tactics, unleashed the energy sphere she had just gathered. Yamoshi, unwilling to hold back, exerted all his strength to hurl the energy ball into the cosmos, where it collided with an uninhabited planet, obliterating it in a resounding explosion, leaving no trace behind. The shockwave of the explosion reverberated across all who resided on Vegeta's planet. Gasping for breath, Yamoshi refused to relent, determined to continue obstructing Tilos. Soon, the Saiyan duo returned, astonished by the recent spectacle, but they understood that this was not the time for shock. The true threat still loomed before them. Tilos, feeling quite pleased, remarked, "Well done. As a reward for successfully deflecting my energy sphere, I shall refrain from obliterating you. There is no need for further combat. Continuing this fight will only lead to your defeat." The three individuals remained vigilant, unable to fully trust what they observed. In response to their behavior, Tilos expressed her exasperation, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I have already assured you that I mean no harm. Why is it that you persist in your disbelief? Moreover, do you truly believe that only the three of you possess the capability to defeat me? If I so desired, I could easily disregard your presence at any moment." Seeing that they remained unconvinced, she resolved to demonstrate the disparity in their powers by unleashing a fraction of her strength. Instantly, the sky dimmed, her aura ascending with palpable intensity. Dark clouds enveloped the heavens as lightning crackled ominously, leaving all in attendance in a state of awe. After a brief moment, Tilos reined in her energy and descended gracefully to the ground. "Well, you have witnessed my capabilities. If I wished, I would not waste my breath on you." Realizing the truth of her words, the trio understood that her intentions were not to annihilate them, but rather to provoke them into becoming stronger. "Thank you, Lord Destroyer," they expressed in unison. "Ah, it is nothing. I, too, am curious to see how you will respond. By the way, my name is Tilos." Chapter 21. The Experiences of the 13 Universe Science. Subsequently, Tilos inquired of the four from Yamoshi, "Please share with me the history that you know. I am the ancestor of the Saiyan race and the first to enter the realm of the divine. Later, I discovered planet Namek, where I learned of a mystical artifact known as the Dragon Balls, which could grant wishes. Thus, I wished for eternal life, silently guarding the Saiyan lineage while awaiting an adversary until this very moment. During this time, I also transformed into a Super Saiyan and imparted this knowledge to my descendants. Eventually, Frieza arrived, only to be vanquished by Vegeta and Kakarot, who had attained the Super Saiyan form." Yamoshi recounted his tale to Tilos, who continued to probe. "Since you are acquainted with the divine realm, it follows that you must have encountered the previous deity of this universe, correct?" "Indeed, I have met him. His name is Griss, a god of destruction, with whom I once battled, albeit unsuccessfully." "Griss? When last did you see him?" Tilos asked incredulously. "Approximately 1,000 years ago," Yamoshi replied. "Are you aware of any significant events that transpired in this universe?" Tilos inquired further. Yamoshi reflected momentarily before shaking his head. I am not privy to the happenings of the universe, but I do know that there have been several instances where the aftermath of battles could be observed from planets. Regrettably, the locations of these clashes are too distant to ascertain their participants. However, one particular aura bore a striking resemblance to Griss, beyond which I am unaware. Tilos furrowed his brow in contemplation, deciding to return to her own planet while pondering the matters at hand. Well, I believe I have gathered sufficient information. Until next time, I hope you can compel me to unleash 60 of my power in our next encounter. Turning to Kess, she added, let us return. Subsequently, a beam of light ascended into the heavens, and as it vanished, Tilos and Kess's figures disappeared. Witnessing this, Yamoshi turned to Vegeta and Kakarot, stating, you both possess immense potential. With diligent training, you may indeed compel her to exert 60 of her strength. The Saiyan legacy rests in your capable hands. I, too, must retreat into seclusion for further training. Oh, and do not worry about Broly. He is in my care. With that, Yamoshi took flight, leaving behind the two Saiyan youths. How infuriating. I shall surpass her, Vegeta declared defiantly. In contrast, Kakarot was not the same as his counterpart from Universe 7. He remained a martial artist. Unaltered by any impact. Your Majesty Vegeta, I wish to enter seclusion for training, Kakarot stated solemnly. Very well, let us embark together. Henceforth, I shall entrust the management of Vegeta's planet to the ministers. At this moment, Tilos and Kess returned to the God of Destruction's planet, engaged in discussion. The information we just gathered serves as compelling evidence that this universe bears significant ties to Universe 7. The existence of Griss here suggests that it may well be a parallel universe birthed separately from Universe 7. Indeed, my Lord Tilos, your hypothesis is astute. Yet it requires further validation. According to Yamoshi, there was a fierce battle in this universe prior, and it is entirely plausible that Griss perished in that conflict. Yes, it does seem plausible. In due time, we shall journey to Universe 7. Perhaps we will uncover further truths. Feeling that further discussion would yield no results, the two reached a tacit understanding and ceased their dialogue, opting instead to leisurely recline on the grass and rest. Upon hearing the chimes of the destruction deity's palace, Griss spoke up, my lady Tilos, it is time to freshen up. However, the lethargic Tilos pouted, must we? I feel utterly drained today, my brain is overloaded, and I simply wish to lie down. Not at all. A soothing bath will facilitate your relaxation, Griss insisted. Before Tilos could respond, Griss swiftly lifted the princess into her arms, a rather astonishing sight, a diminutive girl carrying one who was a head taller. Thus, Griss bore Tilos to the washing room. Ah, Griss, what are you doing? Tilos exclaimed. Of course, I am assisting you with changing. What could possibly be wrong with that? Griss retorted, having plotted her revenge ever since the last misunderstanding with Tilos. She was determined not to let her face the embarrassment alone. Tilos was at a loss, her mind momentarily blank. She had never anticipated that the usually timid Griss would act so boldly. Her cheeks flushed crimson, though they were both girls. Being undressed by someone else was undeniably awkward. Yet, Griss insisted she remain compliant, and under her imposing presence, Tilos had no choice but to acquiesce. Despite years of training, Griss's prowess still surpassed hers. After all, she was the most formidable angel in the 12 universes. As Griss donned her attire, Tilos felt exposed in her honesty, steam visibly rising from her head. All right, my lady Tilos, you may now indulge in a relaxing bath, Griss declared, preparing to turn away. However, sensing the unfairness of the situation, Tilos suddenly appeared behind her, her lips near Griss's ear as she whispered, how could this be fair? You've worked hard too. Join me. I wouldn't mind at all. Griss shivered, her strength seemingly drained as she collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, Tilos was undeterred. Her plan was in motion, and she was relentless. Without hesitation, she began to remove Griss's garments and led her into the bathing pool. Once in the pool, Griss's face turned as red as Tilos's had moments before. How cunning you are, my lady Tilos, she protested. Hee, I couldn't be the only one enjoying this. Tilos replied. The two shared a silent understanding, their cheeks flushed like ripe apples, having just shared an intimate experience. They fell into a comfortable silence, soaking together in the warm water. Chapter 22. Journey to the 7th universe. After emerging, Tilos and Kess were still radiant with joy. Kess, somewhat petulant, exclaimed, Humph. I no longer wish to converse with you. Lord Tilos. Ah, but who initiated this? You cannot hold me accountable, Tilos retorted playfully. Kess turned her head away, refusing to meet Tilos's gaze. Observing this, Tilos felt compelled to apologize. Oh dear, I concede my fault. Is that not enough, Kess? Upon seeing this side of Tilos, Kess inexplicably flushed even deeper. Tilos then suggested, well, let us be off to bed together. Without allowing Kess a moment to respond, she swept Kess into her arms and carried her back to the bedroom, where Kess transformed into a cloud of steam. Days later, the two embarked on their journey to the 7th universe. Due to the events of the past few days, Kess often found herself blushing inexplicably, a fact not lost on Tilos, who amusedly teased Kess during their travels until they arrived at Beerus's planet. Upon landing, they were greeted by Whis, who, noticing Kess's rosy cheeks, refrained from inquiring further, as she was, after all, his sister. One wrong word could invite trouble. Sister, Lord Tilos, you have arrived, Kess promptly stated. Indeed. We have come to discuss a matter with both of you, Tilos replied. Ah, but where is Beerus? Is he still indulging in slumber? Tilos asked, scanning the surroundings. Yes. Lord Beerus is once again napping. I shall rouse him, Whis answered, but as he turned to depart, Tilos called out. Wait, Whis. I wish to surprise Beerus. Hee. With a mischievous grin, Tilos made her way to Beerus' south resting place, unleashing her energy as she shouted, Lazy cat, rise and shine. A small surge of energy struck Beerus on his rear, evidently a most effective tactic, as he shot up in pain, bellowing, Who? Which insolent fool did this? Amused by Beerus's irate demeanor, Tilos chuckled. Ah, hello there, lazy cat. No sooner had she spoken than Beerus retaliated with an energy blast aimed at her. Hey, it's me, Tilos. Clearly, Beerus was in a foul mood, unleashing his frustration. As he directed an onslaught of energy blasts towards her, Tilos swiftly teleported above Beerus and, with a playful shove, struck him on the forehead, causing him to hop about, clutching his head. Now can you recognize who I am, lazy cat? I am not a lazy cat, he protested. Just then, Whis and Kess approached. Whis interjected. All right, Lord Beerus, Lady Tilos has come with important news. With that, Beerus donned his destroyer attire, and the four gathered around a table to deliberate. What? You mean to say that my counterpart once existed in your universe? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Not long ago, Kess and I visited Vegeta's planet, where we even engaged in a battle with the first Super Saiyan god, Yamoshi. From him, I learned that he had spoken of you in that universe, and I sensed the remnants of your fierce battles there. At this moment, Whis spoke up. It can now be said that the 13th universe is most likely a parallel universe of the 7th. Indeed, in that universe, Kess and I also attempted to locate other deities, yet we found nothing. Beerus then inquired, what about the Super Saiyan god, Yamoshi? I have never heard of him here. But I have heard from the Oracle Fish about the Super Saiyan god, who is destined to battle me. Whis continued, as far as I know, the one who will engage you in combat is still on Earth. However, it will take several years for him to reach a level where he can contend with you. I can hardly contain my anticipation. I am eager to see what sort of individual he will be. Beerus expressed a hint of interest, as he was indeed curious about the figure from his prophetic dreams. That is about all we know for now. The current information is rather scant. Perhaps in the future, Kess and I will explore further and uncover significant discoveries. Following this, Tilos suddenly suggested, shall we visit Earth? There is an abundance of delectable cuisine there. Upon hearing the mention of food, Whis and Beerus immediately perked up. With a slight cough, Whis added, since you brought it up, we might as well check on those Saiyans on Earth. Oh, I suspect you are more interested in the culinary delights of Earth, aren't you? Beerus and Whis both blushed slightly and quickly replied, let us depart swiftly. Whis then pinpointed Earth's location and announced, ladies and gentlemen, this journey will take approximately 20 minutes. Please secure yourselves. With a thunderous roar, the four set off. During the 20 minutes, Kess and Whis engaged in light conversation, while Tilos turned to Beerus and asked, Beerus, may I touch your head? Hee. Of course not. Do not even think about it. Absolutely not. Beerus vehemently resisted. Yet, Tilos persisted, playfully pouting. Oh, come on. Lord Beerus, just once, please. Just for a moment. With no other choice, Beerus reluctantly acquiesced, resulting in Tilos's hands seemingly adhering to Beerus's head as she continued to stroke it. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, Did we not agree on just once? You rascal. Remove your hand. Well, this is just once, isn't it? I haven't stopped touching your head. Beerus was at his wit's end, finding her utterly exasperating. Yet ultimately, he succumbed to Tilos's touch, for it was surprisingly comforting. The principle of what is pleasant is indeed delightful had manifested in this moment. Thus, Beerus found himself being petted by Tilos. Chapter 23. Tina's letter. After a journey of 20 minutes, the four arrived on Earth. Oh, the environment here is indeed quite splendid, far surpassing that of other planets, Beerus remarked slowly. Tilos reminisced, this place hasn't changed much. Let us first visit my former residence. The group followed Tilos to her old home, which stood intact before them. However, this puzzled Tilos, for she had only made minor repairs before leaving, not a complete restoration. With curiosity urging her on, Tilos swiftly entered the house. It appeared just as she remembered it. The traces of her life with Tina still present, and the dust accumulation was minimal, indicating that someone had been living there recently. Tilos meticulously examined the space filled with her cherished memories, and on the table, she discovered a letter. She promptly opened it. Dear Tilos, by the time you read this letter, perhaps a considerable amount of time has elapsed. I know you must have many questions regarding your mother. Rest assured, I am safe. On that day, I fought with a shadowy figure, but alas, I was unable to defeat him and was captured into a realm devoid of sensations. After a prolonged wait, he returned, merely escorting me out without causing harm. I emerged into a wondrous place, where it is eternally daylight. The master of that realm granted me formidable powers, allowing me to remain ageless and evade natural death. In simpler terms, as long as I refrain from engaging in battle, I shall persist indefinitely. This place is unique, isolated from the outside world. Eventually, he left the choice of staying or departing to me, and I chose to return. Yet, I did not find you. I have waited here for a long time without seeing you. I inquired about you, and he assured me that you are well and strong, which eased my heart. Remaining in this haven will only hinder your growth. As your mother, how could I ever accept being protected by you when you have become so powerful? Thus, Tilos, we shall meet again in the future. We shall never lack for time. When you grow strong enough to rival all, we shall reunite. That said, I must encourage you, Tilos. Your mother will always be here, so do not worry. Pursue your dreams. I will forever support you. Tilos slowly folded the letter, regaining her composure before turning to her companions. I apologize, everyone, for my earlier outburst. I have now learned that my mother is safe and involved with a mysterious individual, although I am unaware of their identity. Griss responded, Lady Tilos, knowing your mother as well is what truly matters. As for the rest, I fear we may not find any further clues at this moment. Tilos replied gently, Indeed. I understand. Now, let us go and see the remaining Saiyans. Oh, and Beerus, their strength is still quite feeble. So do not entertain thoughts of that Super Saiyan God yet. They are not ready. Understood, understood. I have waited so many years. I can afford to wait a bit longer. Beerus, filled with impatience, could only think of indulging in delectable cuisine. Observing this, Tilos refrained from further commentary and decided to lead the group into the city in search of culinary delights. Due to the divine prohibition against monetary transactions, Tilos initially conjured up some currency through the law of creation. If a criminal organization were to witness this, they would surely exclaim in admiration, for it was far more expedient than theft. The four of them dined at various establishments, with Tilos and Beerus possessing insatiable appetites, devouring everything in sight. Cuckoo merely showcased his culinary prowess, and only after exhausting the resources of the nth restaurant did he hastily conclude his meal. Ah, this is truly delightful. The cuisine of Earth surpasses that of any other planet, Beerus remarked casually, a toothpick perched between his lips, his hands cradling his head in leisure. Indeed, there is still much more to enjoy. We shall leave it at this for today, Tilos replied, equally satisfied. As they strolled along, content and sated, the four planned to observe the protagonists of this world. Thus, was prepared to utilize his staff to locate them. Just as he was about to commence the search, a resounding explosion echoed from a distance. The group, keenly attuned to their surroundings, discerned that a battle was unfolding nearby, accompanied by multiple powerful auras. They resolved to investigate further. Tilos, however, remarked that such explosions were trivial. Judging by the indifference of the passers-by, it was evident that the situation was not alarming, and they should proceed with their activities as planned. Chapter 24. Encounter with the protagonists. Upon their arrival, the four companions beheld an individual entirely clad in green, engaged in combat with a golden-haired youth. Several figures lingered nearby, observing the fierce duel. Due to divine intervention, the combatants remained oblivious to the presence of the four, remaining focused on their immediate confrontation. As Tilos observed the scene, she murmured to herself, so the timeline has progressed to this point. They are battling Cell. It should be nearing its conclusion. Their encounter with the divine will undoubtedly enhance their strength. At that moment, Beerus, with a look of disdain, remarked, "What on earth is that green creature? It is utterly grotesque. I wish I could obliterate it. It is quite unbearable to watch." The other three shared his sentiments, acknowledging the creature's unsightliness. "Someone will surely take care of it soon enough. Let us first assess their capabilities," Tilos suggested. After all, it would seem somewhat unjust to eliminate it immediately, given the protagonist's efforts. Meanwhile, the golden-haired youth, Gohan, maintained a firm grip on Cell, displaying an unwavering calm despite Cell's relentless assaults. The onlookers felt a surge of joy, for they finally had the upper hand against this aberration. However, adhering to the Saiyan tradition of seeking strength through conflict, Gohan remained unhurried, while the others felt a growing urgency. Had they been able to overpower Cell, they would have resolved the matter long ago. Gohan gradually advanced towards Cell, who unleashed energy blasts in a futile attempt to fend him off, all effortlessly deflected by Gohan's single hand. Realizing his impending demise, Cell contemplated self-destruction, hoping to take a few with him. Just as Cell was about to detonate, Goku arrived just in time to restrain him, yet it proved futile. The four observers, concealed in a corner, watched the unfolding drama with increasing anxiety. Tilos, unable to remain passive, expressed her concern. "If Goku dies, it will take a year to revive him. We cannot allow that to happen. I shall intervene." As Cell's body began to swell ominously, Tilos rushed to Goku's side and declared, "From this moment, it is quite easy for you to perish." She then raised her hand towards Cell and commanded, "Annihilate." With a scream, Cell was completely eradicated. Tilos exhaled slowly. That was perilously close. "You must not be so reckless in the future, even with the Dragon Balls. Excessive use may bring unforeseen dangers upon you." The sudden turn of events left all present in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Who are you?" Vegeta asked, his voice filled with trepidation. The recent display had instilled within him an overwhelming sense of dread. The absence of any detectable aura, yet the power to obliterate Cell in an instant, was profoundly unsettling. "Oh, me? Just a benevolent passerby," Tilos replied playfully. At that moment, Beerus and the other two joined Tilos, silently observing the group. Meanwhile, the North Kai swiftly communicated with everyone on North Kai's planet. "Goku, you must not act recklessly. They are beyond your reach. Should you provoke them, Earth will cease to exist." Tilos then spoke. All right, I shall cease my jesting. We have merely come to observe. I am Tilos, the god of destruction from the 13th universe, and this esteemed figure beside me is Beerus, your god of destruction from the 7th universe. The two individuals behind us are Whis and Kes, our attendants." Upon hearing Beerus's name, Vegeta immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, welcome." The stark contrast in Vegeta's attitude was palpable. He exhibited a defiant stance towards Tilos while bowing deeply to Beerus, which prompted an internal monologue from Tilos. "So I am the one who is deemed easier to bully. How vexing." However, Tilos concealed his feelings. At that moment, Beerus recalled, "I remember now. Many years ago, I visited your planet, and you were observing from a corner." "Why yes, Lord Beerus," Vegeta replied, a cold sweat trickling down his back, fearful that a delayed response might invoke Beerus's displeasure. At this juncture, Goku interjected, "Lord Beerus, Lord Tilos, I wish to challenge you both to a battle." Far away on North Kai's planet, the North Kai was exasperated by Goku's antics, thinking, of all the opponents, why must he choose two gods of destruction? He has no chance. Beerus glanced at Tilos, his expression seemingly questioning Goku's audacity. With a cheerful demeanor, Tilos addressed Goku. "Have you truly thought this through? However, you are currently not yet prepared to engage us in combat. I understand, but I still wish to fight. I want to gauge the distance between us." Goku's earnestness made it hard to refuse. "Well, Lord Beerus, why don't you entertain them for a while? I've just had my fill and prefer to remain inactive. Hee, I leave it to you, Tilos remarked. Beerus, looking somewhat exasperated, retorted, Umph. I believe you simply do not wish to strike against your own kind. Very well, let me witness their strength ahead of time. Upon receiving Beerus's consent, Goku immediately readied himself, and the others stepped back to create space, leaving only Beerus and Goku in the arena. I'm coming, Lord Beerus. With that, Goku dashed towards Beerus, only to be struck down by a blast of energy before he could even get close. Rising again, Goku exclaimed, You are truly formidable. I must take this seriously. Beerus merely observed him silently. In the next moment, Goku concentrated his energy, his hair transforming to a golden hue as he assumed the Super Saiyan form, surging towards Beerus once more, yet he still could not land a blow, being toyed with effortlessly by Beerus. After witnessing Goku's power, Beerus shook his head and remarked, You are far too weak at present. You are not worthy to battle me. Goku, upon rising once again, conceded defeat, realizing that even with all his might, he could not prevail. Perhaps it would be wiser to devote himself to further training. At this point, Tilos chimed in. Indeed, you possess remarkable potential. With diligent training, you may one day compel us to take you seriously. Yes, thank you, Lord Tilos. And thank you, Lord Beerus, for your guidance, Goku replied earnestly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Lord Tilos. Earlier, Lord Beerus mentioned that you and we are of the same kind. What does that entail? The one speaking is Vegeta, who has just sensed some intriguing information from the conversation between Beerus and Tilos. He yearns to clarify this matter, as he has never encountered or heard of Tilos on planet Vegeta. It seems we are indeed of the same kin. However, I have never resided on planet Vegeta. Surely, you must be aware of the true royal lineage of the Saiyans? Tilos replied leisurely. At this moment, Vegeta was somewhat bewildered. The true royal lineage of the Saiyans. How could that be? I am undeniably the rightful royal Saiyan. It seems your father has not divulged to you who his predecessor was. But I suppose it is understandable. Such historical truths are likely to be thoroughly erased from your knowledge, leaving you younger generations in ignorance. This cannot be true. Forget it. I am weary of this discussion. Although I currently lack the evidence to substantiate my claim as the true Saiyan royalty, I can still affirm that I am indeed a Saiyan. With that, Tilos unleashed her energy, her hair transforming to a golden hue as she assumed the Super Saiyan form. Aside from Beerus and a few others who were unfazed, the remaining onlookers were taken aback by the transformation. Tilos soon reverted to her normal state, noting that the enhancements of her transformation had long been integrated into her base form. Now, there is nothing more to discuss. I am indeed of the Saiyan lineage, she remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Was the Super Saiyan form truly so trivial that one could transform at will? Chapter 25. Offering guidance to the second Prince of Saiyans. As everyone regained their composure, they witnessed Tilos approach Vegeta and deliver a swift blow, causing him to clutch his head in pain and exclaim, What are you doing? Tilos leisurely replied, I simply find you displeasing, Umph. At that moment, Vegeta internally scoffed. Is this woman unhinged? Why does she single me out among so many? In truth, Tilos struck him out of vengeance for the murder of her maternal grandparents by his father, King Vegeta. Tilos addressed the crowd. Oh, let us not dwell on such trifles. It is time for us to return. Just then, Goku interjected eagerly. Lady Tilos, I wish to spar with you. The others exchanged bemused glances, realizing he seemed eager to challenge anyone. It is not that I am unwilling to fight you, Tilos remarked, but your strength is insufficient to compete with me. You must first become a Super Saiyan god. The group, with the exception of Beerus, was taken aback, having never heard of such a concept. Goku inquired, Lady Tilos, how does one transform into a Super Saiyan god? Tilos responded, well, it requires 5 Saiyans with pure hearts to transfer their energy to another Saiyan. Meaning you need 6 individuals, all possessing righteous intentions. 6 Saiyans. But we only have 3. Goku exclaimed. You shall have to wait for the future, she replied. For now, focus on your training. However, I can provide guidance to both you and Vegeta, as you both possess the potential to enter the realm of the divine. Really, Lady Tilos? Vegeta asked, astonished. Indeed, she confirmed. You, Goku, must learn to maintain a sense of urgency, while you, Vegeta, should strive to relax. Take a page from Goku's book. Your mastery over your powers is still lacking. Both Goku and Vegeta took her words to heart. Subsequently, Tilos suggested to Beerus and the others, "Why don't we stay on Earth for a few days? There are still delicacies here that we have yet to savor, right? Kes, let us postpone our return. There is unlikely to be any trouble for the time being." Upon hearing about the food, Beerus readily agreed, while Kes replied, "Lady Tilos, there shouldn't be any issues for now. We can remain here for a few days, but not for too long." After Kes's response, Tilos turned to the main group and stated, "In the coming days, I will offer my guidance, so prepare yourselves and await me here tomorrow." "Thank you, Lady Tilos." The group chorused before departing, leaving only Tilos and her 3 companions. "Are you truly going to guide them?" Beerus inquired. "Indeed," she affirmed. "Their potential is immense. Can you not see it in them? Very well, let me witness those who may one day challenge me." Nurturing a worthy opponent could prove advantageous, Beerus mused. The two shared a knowing smile, their expressions tinged with cunning and intrigue. Witnessing this, Weiss and Kes were at a loss for words, pondering how their elders were so invested in nurturing a rival. The following day, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived early, while Tilos and Beerus strolled in leisurely, indulging in various snacks. Upon seeing Tilos' arrival, Sun Wukong and his companions promptly ceased their training and greeted them. "Lord Tilos, Lord Beerus, you have arrived." "Yes, you are quite early. Let us commence today's training," Tilos replied. The group assumed a serious demeanor, awaiting Tilos' instructions. Tilos then addressed Kes. "Kes, have you prepared the items I requested yesterday?" "Yes, everything is ready." Kes proceeded to extract several handcuffs from her staff and established a circular track in the sky. Tilos turned to the main party and stated, "Today's first task is to wear these and complete 10 laps around the track. Oh, and be aware, the track is divided into sections. Failing to run through them will result in a fall." With that, the handcuffs were distributed among the group. Initially, everyone assumed the task was simple, but once donned, their arms felt as though they were weighted down, making it nearly impossible to lift them. Sun Wukong then exclaimed, "Lord Tilos, this is utterly unmanageable." "Well, I shall not intervene. Here's a small hint. The cuffs will lighten only when the energy within you reaches a certain equilibrium. If it deviates even slightly, they will revert to their original weight." Upon hearing this, the group attempted to adjust their energy levels, but each effort ended in failure, with only fleeting moments of relief lasting mere seconds. Observing their struggles, Tilos pondered if perhaps she had set the difficulty too high. "Shall I lessen the challenge for you?" she inquired gently. "And no, it's fine. We can endure," they responded, resolutely persisting. After a morning of arduous effort, they finally discovered the technique, and soon began to circle the track. As time passed, they grew increasingly adept. They toiled through the afternoon, not completing their task until the stroke of midnight. Upon witnessing their completion, Tilos remarked, "Well, this was initially intended to be 2 tasks, but you have only managed the first. Considering your current abilities, that is commendable. Now, remove the handcuffs and attempt to unleash your energy." Chapter 26. The duel between Tilos and Beerus. As Tilos and Beerus engaged in their contest, the 4 observers found themselves drowsy and quite bored. Suddenly inspired by a whimsical thought, Tilos turned to Beerus and proposed, "How about we have a match ourselves? We have yet to spar." Kiss, overhearing this, immediately interjected, "Lord Tilos, deities of destruction are not permitted to engage in combat." Tilos replied, "What is the harm? We can forego the rules and energy, merely relying on physical prowess." At that moment, Wish chimed in that case, it is permissible." Seeing Tilos' enthusiasm, Kiss chose to remain silent, realizing her master's boundless energy. Beerus, feeling equally uninterested, was intrigued by Tilos' invitation. After all, he was curious to ascertain the strength of this individual who had emerged from his universe to become a deity of destruction. "Well, since it seems we have nothing better to do, let us proceed. But I must warn you, I won't go easy on you simply because you are a woman." "Humph, Lord Beerus, the outcome is still uncertain," Tilos retorted confidently. With that, the two stood and prepared to face off a short distance away. The 2 angels watched with a mix of exasperation, recognizing their master's penchant for reckless endeavors. Wiz turned to Kiss and inquired, "Sister, who do you believe will emerge victorious?" "Of course, I believe in Lord Tilos," Kiss replied. "You cannot fathom the trials she has endured over the years. She holds herself to the highest standards, having grown remarkably in just over a decade. Her combat instincts are extraordinarily refined, and she continuously enhances her skills through battle. Whis observed Kiss, her face alight with pride for her master, and chose to remain quiet, simply watching the impending clash between Tilos and Beerus. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, noticing Tilos and Beerus moving away to duel, set aside their training to witness the confrontation between the gods. Approaching Whis and Kiss, they inquired, "Mr. Whis, Miss Kiss, is Lord Tilos truly about to battle Lord Beerus?" "Indeed," Whis responded leisurely. "You both may take this opportunity to observe closely. It will enrich your knowledge and combat awareness." On the other side, Tilos and Beerus stood poised to engage, their conversation flowing seamlessly. "Very well, let us begin, for this is my first encounter with you," Tilos stated. "Let me see your true strength," Beerus replied. With that, Tilos surged forward, initiating a rapid sequence of lightning-fast strikes, a blend of deception and reality, catching Beerus off guard. Gradually, Beerus regained his composure, shifting from passive defense to aggressive offense, altering the dynamics of the battle. Truly, the strongest deity of destruction among the 12 universes. His combat awareness was exceptional. "Humph, your instincts are commendable as well, managing to catch me unprepared in just a few short years." In the midst of their conversation, they did not forget to exchange barbs. As time progressed, their duel intensified, with neither willing to concede an inch. This left both Vegeta and Goku feeling quite distressed. Meanwhile, Whis, observing the scene, produced his staff and activated a projection, slowing down the clash between Beerus and Tilos for a clearer view. The battle between the two was fiercely contested. Despite exerting 70% of his strength, Beerus found it challenging to subdue Tilos, prompting him to escalate his power. Although Tilos held her ground against Beerus initially, she soon began to falter under his increasing force, finding herself in a precarious defensive position. In a fleeting moment of opportunity, Tilos executed a swift kick that sent Beerus flying, followed by a devastating blow to his head, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. In response to this assault, Beerus was overtaken by genuine fury, resolving to engage fully. He swiftly rose and unleashed a flurry of attacks, catching Tilos off guard. Yet, Beerus showed no mercy, continuing his onslaught. The sudden shift in the tide of battle astonished the two Saiyan warriors, who felt they would have been unable to withstand even a single round of such combat in the past. Conversely, Tilos, while initially on the defensive, gradually adapted to the flow of battle as it progressed, leading to a renewed equilibrium. The fight, which had begun as a pure display of physical prowess, evolved into an intricate exchange of energy-infused techniques. The resulting shockwaves from their collisions left the Saiyan duo in discomfort, barely able to endure the intensity. Fortunately, Whis and Kusu activated a protective barrier, granting them a moment of respite. As the residual energy increased, fissures began to subtly appear around them. Whis and Kusu exchanged glances before swiftly positioning themselves before the two gods of destruction. "Lord Beerus, this has gone far enough. We cannot continue like this. Lord Tilos, if this persists, Earth will be lost." Upon hearing this, both combatants ceased their hostilities. "Humph, you truly are formidable, even in a full-scale confrontation. You can match me blow for blow," remarked Beerus. "Oh my, your praise is quite flattering, Lord Beerus," Tilos replied as they both descended, followed closely by Whis and Kusu. At this moment, Goku expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible! Both Lord Tilos and Lord Beerus. Hee, as long as you both train diligently, you will one day reach our level." Tilos encouraged Goku, acknowledging their potential. "I will definitely strive for that," he responded enthusiastically. Vegeta, however, remained reticent, still perturbed by the inexplicable attack from Tilos, opting instead to let Goku speak on his behalf. "All right, you two should go train. You might glean new insights from our recent battle," Tilos suggested. After acknowledging her words, Goku and Vegeta moved to practice in the distance. Following their recent encounter, Beerus recognized Tilos's growth, potential, and temperament, no longer underestimating the white-haired maiden before him. The four then resumed a leisurely mode, indulging in food and relaxation while observing the sparring of the Saiyan duo. Chapter 27. The second training on the second day. The main characters, having adjusted their spirits, returned to the training ground from the previous day, ready to commence their exercises. Tilos and her companions had not left. Instead, they had spent the night there, hosting a barbecue and indulging in merriment. As Tilos noticed the gathering crowd, she spoke. Today's training involves wearing those handcuffs while evading my attacks and countering against me. Ah, we have only just mastered the handcuffs. Is this not a bit too challenging? The group inquired. Tilos, unfazed, replied, well, that's not my concern. So, you better give it your all. If you don't take this seriously, it could be fatal. Heh. At this moment, the main characters were at a loss for words. The danger of this training was palpable. Evading an attack from a divine being while wielding handcuffs, and with her nonchalantly stating that failure could lead to death, left them feeling desperate to escape. All right, you all must put in your utmost effort. The next time I guide you, who knows when that will be, Tilos concluded, channeling energy into her hands, which, under her control, would merely induce pain without being lethal. Her ominous words were merely a means to instill fear. Upon witnessing this, the group instinctively attempted to flee, but before they could act, Tilos released the energy projectile, which soared through the air, narrowly missing them before detonating in the distance. The explosive force flattened the hills nearby, leaving the group in shock. Oops, my apologies. My hand slipped just now. The next one won't miss, came Tilos's teasing voice. The group gulped, their gazes fixated on Tilos's smiling yet terrifying visage. Had that projectile struck them directly, it would have meant their end. Before they could fully process the situation, Tilos was once again gathering energy. Regaining their senses, the group attempted to flee, but the cumbersome handcuffs severely hindered their movements. Their nerves rendered them unsteady, and the formidable presence of the dark sorceress instilled no desire to fight. At that moment, Vegeta shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run, or you'll truly meet your demise." Under the looming specter of death, all individuals unleashed unprecedented potential, gradually discovering their senses and taking action. Tilos observed with a sense of satisfaction, astonished that Vegeta would offer them guidance. At that moment, Tilos had completed the gathering of her energy sphere, which she casually tossed before Goku, resulting in a powerful explosion that sent shockwaves propelling him backward. Goku, rising once more, endeavored to launch an energy blast at Tilos. However, the idealistic vision clashed with the stark reality. The constraints of the handcuffs made energy accumulation exceedingly challenging, as any deviation would only exacerbate the shackle's weight. After several attempts, he finally released a Kamehameha wave directed at Tilos, who merely deflected the energy blast with her own, which then dissipated effortlessly. The onlookers finally comprehended Tilos's intention. They were meant to attack the energy sphere she had gathered. Thus, they collectively focused their energies for an assault on Tilos. Yet, Tilos was not inclined to make their training overly simple. She summoned dozens of energy blasts from behind her, launching them towards the group. After 5 arduous hours of relentless struggle, the protagonists found themselves exhausted on the ground, with only Vegeta and Goku still persevering. Observing their resilience, Tilos intensified the challenge, raising her hand to unleash a barrage of energy toward the two. For Goku, the effects of the handcuffs had become second nature, having previously lived in a Super Saiyan state, giving him a mastery of energy control that surpassed that of his companions. Vegeta, too, exhibited commendable prowess, falling just shy of Goku's expertise. As they faced the 100 incoming attacks, they swiftly dodged, concentrated their energy to dissipate the blasts, and ultimately summoned every ounce of their strength to counter the onslaught. Both warriors lay on the ground, gasping for breath like battered fish. When Tilos decided to conclude the training session, she addressed the group, remarking, "Everyone has performed remarkably well. After training with these handcuffs for a while, you will find your combat prowess significantly enhanced upon their removal." Goku, still sprawled on the ground, breathed heavily, exclaiming, "Ah, this training is truly exhausting." Vegeta chimed in, "I can feel my control over my body's power becoming more refined." Tilos listened to their responses with great satisfaction, for this training regimen was her own invention, designed to foster a more precise mastery over one's body. Thus, Tilos trained the protagonists for 2 grueling days, during which they were pushed to their limits, suffering both physically and mentally. Throughout this period, Tilos not only whipped them, but would cheerfully inquire after each bout, "Do you know why I hit you? Because you breathed, moved, stood on the ground." The group dared not voice their indignation. for Tilos' strength rendered them powerless to retaliate or escape. After yet another brutal session, Griss addressed Tilos, stating, "Lady Tilos, we should take our leave now. It is time to return to our duties." "Oh, I don't want to. Can't we stay a little longer?" Tilos responded with a playful tone. But Griss firmly interrupted, "No, we must go." Very well, very well. It is indeed time to return." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong immediately inquired, "Lord Tilos, are you leaving so soon?" "Indeed," she replied. "I have responsibilities in my universe and cannot linger here for long." Observing this, Sun Wukong fell silent. At that moment, Beerus and Whis approached. Beerus, savoring a pudding, remarked, "These past few days have been delightful. The culinary delights of Earth are truly captivating." Glancing at Beerus, Tilos jested, "Well, Lord Beerus, I am about to depart. Will you not attempt to persuade me to stay?" What is there to retain?" replied Beerus. "Ah, Lord Beerus, the thought of parting from you fills me with sorrow. How pitiable I am." Beerus, upon hearing her tone, felt a chill run down his spine. "You, compose yourself." Tilos, sensing the moment was ripe, then declared seriously, "I jest. It is indeed time for us to return." She then addressed everyone. "All right, everyone. I must return to my universe. Continue your training, and I hope when we meet again, you will have grown stronger." Subsequently, Whis turned to Tilos and Kes and said, "Lady Tilos and sister, I have brought some earth delicacies for you to take back." With that, he retrieved a bounty of food from his staff. "Oh, Whis, you are too generous," Tilos expressed gratefully, while Kes diligently assisted in placing the food into the staff. "Well then, everyone, until we meet again," Tilos said, placing her hand on Kes's shoulder. "Let us go home, Kes." Chapter 28. Social Circles. The resurgence of Ban and Izuna after a considerable time. Tilos and Kes returned to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 13. Tilos stretched languidly and exclaimed, "Ah, finally arrived. This journey was truly rather lengthy. As the esteemed Tilos, what else can we expect? After all, we traverse across universes," she mused. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Kes. "All right then, let us first attend to our work before embarking on our training." Tilos and Kes busily toiled within Universe 13, yet the efforts were predominantly borne by Tilos alone, while Kes merely accompanied her, engaging in light banter to alleviate the tedium. Thus, Tilos plunged into the arduous cycle of destruction and creation. At last, when the diligent Master Tilos secured a moment of respite, she opened the chat group that had remained untouched for quite some time. The influx of 99 messages startled her, yet she refrained from opening them, as her attention was captivated by the moment's feature, which she had never perused before. Without hesitation, she clicked in. There, she beheld a photo shared by Fukulos, featuring herself alongside Funingna, accompanied by the caption, "Life is splendid. Enjoying time with my dear sister." Below, Uchiha Ban and Uchiha Obito commented, "Are you two twins?" Fukulos replied, "You could say that." Further down, a picturesque landscape was shared by Uchiha Obito, with a moonlit sky over the shinobi world, captioned, "Another day missing Rin." Uchiha Ban quipped, "Hurry and devise a plan. No time for sentimentality." To which Uchiha Obito retorted, "You old man, you wouldn't understand." Fukulos chimed in, "Oh, the moon is truly beautiful. I wish for your reunion with your beloved soon." Uchiha Obito expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Meanwhile, the elder Ban, amidst a pristine expanse, opted not to share an image but instead typed, "I long to battle Hashirama once more." Uchiha Obito teased, "Admit it, your true love lies here." Uchiha Ban replied curtly, "Get lost." Fukulos laughed, looking at it this way, "It indeed seems so, huh?" Upon witnessing these amusing updates within the social circle, Tilos promptly shared a post depicting the scenery of the god of destruction realm, captioned, "Finally done with work. I am utterly exhausted." Not long after her post, the few members of the group swiftly responded. Uchiha Ban remarked, "Master of the group, you have finally appeared. This place is truly remarkable." Uchiha Obito inquired, "What has the group leader been up to recently?" Fukulos added, "Wah, dear group leader, I have missed you dearly." "Haha, I have been quite busy lately and haven't checked the group," Tilos replied, returning to the chat. "Hello everyone, it has been a while." Fukulos responded, "Dear group leader, Funingna and I are doing splendidly, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance." "That is wonderful to hear," Tilos replied. Uchiha Ban then asked, "Group leader, what have you been engaged in of late?" Tilos candidly shared her recent endeavors. "Oh, I have been destroying and creating planets. And I even ventured to Universe 7 to guide a few individuals." Uchiha Obito expressed curiosity. "What kind of individuals could possibly benefit from your guidance?" "Esteemed group leader? Their potential is undeniably high. Given time, they could certainly reach my level." As the three pondered their thoughts, Tilos inquired once more, "By the way, how are you two, Obito and Madara, progressing with your plans?" Uchiha Obito responded, "We are still adhering to our previous strategy. The next step is to approach Orochimaru. His research is indeed remarkable, and I require his assistance. However, I cannot proceed just yet due to the surveillance from this side. I intend to wait until Madara is revived before sending him to seek Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru is quite exceptional, but earning his trust is no simple task. Madara, what is your approach?" Uchiha Madara replied, "Naturally, once I am revived, I will compel him to comply. If he acquiesces, that would be acceptable. If not, I shall enforce my will." Tilos was left speechless upon reading this message. Madara, such a straightforward approach. I wonder how Orochimaru will react. I suggest that to gain Orochimaru's trust, you might consider leveraging Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru has a particular fondness for him and has long desired his body. Good idea. Uchiha Madara acknowledged, but I must first be revived to execute the plan. Curse it, I still need a bit more points. I can assist you, Tilos offered. Just provide me with a ninjutsu scroll, and I will help you gather the necessary points. Once you are revived, give me a pair of Sharingan. I wish to conduct some research. Uchiha Madara readily agreed. It was a profitable exchange. A ninjutsu scroll cost little, and he could easily obtain several pairs of Sharingan from Obito, who had collected many during the massacre. Uchiha Madara uploaded a ninjutsu scroll, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, and Tilos promptly purchased it. The moment the points were credited, Uchiha Madara felt an exhilarating rush. He was currently unable to ascend the training tower, having hit a wall, and could only rely on daily sign-ins for points. However, he was still hundreds away from redeeming a Dragon Ball. Tilos reminded him in the group. Besides your revival, you need to consider your other two wishes, otherwise it would be a waste. After calming himself and contemplating for a while, Uchiha Madara responded, "First, I wish to be completely revived. Second, let us bring back that girl named Rin Noera. After all, I owe Obito that much. And third, I wish to unlock my full physical potential." Obito interjected, "No, Madara. While Rin is part of your plan, I do not harbor any resentment towards you. Reviving her is unnecessary at this stage. Our plan remains incomplete. Let us revive her after we unify the ninja world." "Very well," Uchiha Madara conceded. "Then I shall change my second wish to unlocking all of Uchiha Obito's potential." Tilos felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the transformation in the two Uchihas. "Oh, and Madara, remember to ensure your revival occurs in the ninja world. Now, you may begin." After Uchiha Madara completed his response, he exchanged for the Dragon Balls. 7 orbs appeared before him, and he proclaimed, "Come forth, Shinran." In the enveloping darkness, the dragon's silhouette slowly emerged. "State your wish." "My first wish is to be revived and return to the ninja world." Then, a flash of white light illuminated the Valley of the End, where Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha stood. Feeling the warmth of his body, Madara was filled with excitement. After regaining his composure, he addressed the dragon, "For my second wish, I request that all potential within me and Obito Uchiha be unleashed." The dragon immediately acquiesced, and white light enveloped both Obito and Madara, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. They scrutinized the changes in their bodies, causing Madara to momentarily forget the dragon's presence. At that moment, the dragon spoke. "You have one final wish. Speak it quickly, so I may return." Regaining his focus, Madara replied, "Grant me the ability to comprehend the transformation of Tilos." Upon hearing the name Tilos, the dragon's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Human, that wish is beyond my power. I cannot replicate the abilities of the creator." After contemplating for a moment, Madara stated, "Then, resurrect my brother Izuna Uchiha to be by my side." The dragon uttered a single word, and in an instant, a figure materialized beside Madara. The dragon then declared, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." With that, the dragon dissipated, leaving only Madara and the newly revived Izuna. Chapter 29. The Uchiha Brothers and Orochimaru's arrival in that moment. Uchiha Izuna found himself bewildered, having inexplicably transitioned to an entirely different location. As he surveyed his surroundings, he turned to discover his elder brother, Uchiha Madara, at his side. "Brother, what brings you here? Where are we? Was I not already dead?" Uchiha Madara, upon encountering his brother once more, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion but managed to suppress it, responding calmly, "Izuna, I resurrected you. We stand in the ninja world." The ninja world. I never anticipated returning to this realm. Indeed. Izuna, are you willing to join me in unifying the ninja world? Without hesitation, Izuna replied, "Absolutely." Madara felt deeply touched. His brother's unwavering loyalty was heartening, and without further ado, he agreed. "Izuna, first we must seek out an individual. Once we locate them, your Mangekyo Sharingan can be upgraded to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." "Yes, brother, let us proceed." Izuna did not inquire about the identity of their target or the method of upgrading his eyes. His faith in Madara was unwavering, especially considering he had been brought back to life. Madara led Izuna on a quest, and after an extensive search, they eventually traced a lead to a small hidden ninja village. After thorough investigation, they pinpointed Orochimaru's lair, concealed within a secluded cave, devoid of nearby inhabitants. Madara and Izuna entered, aware that Orochimaru had anticipated their arrival. Upon seeing them, he recognized one of them bore an uncanny resemblance to a statue from the Valley of the End, prompting him to reveal his stronghold. As the Uchiha brothers stepped inside, they discovered two figures awaiting them, Orochimaru and the enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto. Madara wasted no time, stating directly, "You are Orochimaru, are you not?" Orochimaru scrutinized the two men before speaking. "If I am not mistaken, you are Uchiha Madara, renowned alongside the ninja god, Senju Hashirama. And this must be your brother, Uchiha Izuna. It is remarkable that both of you are alive and retain your youthful appearances. Truly splendid. Indeed, you are astute. Let us not dance around the subject. We have both perished in the past, but we have returned. I understand you have many questions, so I shall elucidate them through the Genjutsu of my Sharingan." With that, Madara activated his Sharingan, immediately ensnaring Orochimaru within its illusion. Orochimaru was shown Madara's grand designs, the events that transpired in the Pure Land, their WeChat group chat, the battle between Tilos and Madara, and glimpses of the future narrative within the world of Hokage. As the Genjutsu concluded, Orochimaru stood motionless, momentarily stunned, before regaining his composure. This is astonishing. There exist other worlds? Truly splendid. May I venture into them?" "Yes, you may, but you must align yourself with me." "Absolutely. I have glimpsed the future, and my current pursuit is to comprehend the world and understand that esteemed individual." "Very well, I shall facilitate your entry shortly. For now, let us discuss our forthcoming actions." Uchiha Madara subsequently engaged in a discussion with Orochimaru, ultimately instructing him to replace Izuna's eyes with those of his father. Madara had preserved Taijima's Mangekyo Sharingan, enabling him to upgrade Izuna's eyes to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As time passed, Izuna completed the procedure. During this interval, Orochimaru recounted the events to Kabuto, who, though he verbally acquiesced, remained skeptical. Indeed, the Dream Ambassador would make his appearance, but that is a tale for another time. Having witnessed the unfolding events, Uchiha Madara was acutely aware of Kabuto's inner dissent and intended to exploit this. Orochimaru sensed the tension but chose not to intervene, intrigued to observe how far Kabuto would proceed with his ambitions. He then dismissed Kabuto, allowing him to depart while continuing his conversation with Madara. "What shall we do next?" Madara inquired. "You should thoroughly examine the cells of Hashirama and me, for within them lies the chakra of Indra and Ashura. Only the fusion of these two chakras can give rise to the Rinnegan. By the way, you should have Uchiha Sasuke in your possession. I will take him with me." "Of course, I shall fetch him at once," Orochimaru replied, returning with Uchiha Sasuke. During the journey, Sasuke remained vigilant, wary of Orochimaru's intentions. Upon arrival, he learned about the identities of the individuals present through Orochimaru's narration. "Uchiha Sasuke, I shall guide you in your training. You must grow swiftly. Together, we shall unify the ninja world," Orochimaru declared, activating his Sharingan to mirror the one he had shown Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke could scarcely believe it, haunted by the words of his brother. Orochimaru, noticing Sasuke's turmoil, spoke, "All of this is genuine." Knowing the truth, What choice will you make? Sasuke, overwhelmed with emotion, activated his Sharingan, the three tomo rapidly spinning to form a six-pointed star. No, this is all a lie. Itachi is not that kind of person. He is a scoundrel. At that instant, Uchiha Madara interrupted the scene, stating, as long as you believe in one of them, you will come to accept them all. He then drew everyone present into a group conversation, recalling that Tilos had just shared a message within the chat. You may invite whomever you wish, but you must inform me of their identities. My consent is required. Subsequently, Fukalos and Uchiha Madara provided Tilos with a list of names, all of which she approved. The group chat was soon populated with, Uchiha Azuna has entered the chat. Uchiha Sasuke has entered the chat. Orochimaru has entered the chat. Fontaine has entered the chat. Violet has entered the chat. Ing has entered the chat. Witnessing the influx of participants, Tilos was taken aback. Goodness, I just consented. And the invitations are flying in at an astonishing pace. Tilos remarked, I shall refrain from further trivialities. For inquiries about me, consult the veteran members. They will provide you with all the functionalities of WeChat. After the conversation, Luasi swiftly logged off, joking that responding to each message was rather tedious and that it would be simpler to delegate the task to the seasoned members. Amidst the fervent inquiries from newcomers, the veteran members diligently replied, and the new arrivals quickly grasped the functionality of WeChat. Returning to the world of Naruto, Orochimaru was utterly exhilarated. This is absolutely splendid. It was evident that he was genuinely intrigued by this development. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke found himself ensnared in a state of introspection, grappling with the reality before him, which distressed him greatly. Madara approached, exclaiming, Boy, what is that expression on your face? What do those eyes convey? Can tears resolve your problems? Will crying protect those you wish to safeguard? Answer me. Sasuke was taken aback by this display of intensity. It was a force he had never encountered before. Even Orochimaru and Uchiha Azuna were startled by such a commanding presence. I. Sasuke stammered. Madara then approached him and delivered a resounding slap. Humph. Now listen closely. Having discovered the truth, it is time to instigate change. Join me in unifying the ninja world to forge a genuine era of peace. Chapter 30. Sasuke's decision. Uchiha Sasuke steadied his emotions and slowly proclaimed, I shall bring about change. Itachi, having chosen this path, we shall meet again soon. Uchiha Madara, seeing Sasuke's resolve, refrained from further comment and promptly led him and Azuna to the training grounds, where they commenced their daily regimen. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained behind, lavishly praising the WeChat group. At this moment, Uchiha Obito found himself in a rather dismal predicament. Damn it, this Kurizetsu is utterly shameless. It even follows me to the restroom. It's as if a pile of excrement is trailing behind me. How unpleasant. Obito and Kurizetsu continued their journey through the ninja world as per their plan. Were it not for Kurizetsu's usefulness, he would have been eliminated long ago. Within the Akatsuki's base, Nagato and Konan were deliberating their next course of action when suddenly, a vortex materialized, and an individual along with a mass attached to Hakazetsu appeared before them. The newcomer inquired, How is the execution of your plan, Nagato? I intend to seize the Nine Tails from Konoha in a few months. To which Nagato responded, Execute it well. Shortly thereafter, Obito and the mass vanished. Obito remained unfazed, jesting that Nagato would ultimately be persuaded to his demise by Naruto's words. After all, there was little loss. He considered it merely an experiential package for his teacher's child. Subsequently, Obito relayed this information to Madara, who merely instructed him to continue with the original plan. During this period, Orochimaru was ensconced in the base, investigating Madara and Hashirama cells, as well as the functionalities of the chat group. Time progressed to the confrontation between Itachi and Sasuke. This time, Madara and Azuna did not attend, fully aware that Kurizetsu would be monitoring the encounter. Thus, the entire ordeal was entrusted to Sasuke. The current Sasuke was a far cry from his former self. His combat awareness and prowess had significantly improved, bolstered by the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Under Madara's tutelage, he no longer required Itachi to hold back. Upon their reunion, the atmosphere was not as it was portrayed in the original narrative. Sasuke regarded Itachi with a calm demeanor. During this time, he had not only honed his strength, but also refined his mind, achieving a newfound clarity. Sasuke gazed intently at Itachi in a 1-on-7 confrontation. I now comprehend your actions and the entire truth. However, you are mistaken. There were indeed other paths to pursue. Why choose this route that led to the demise of our clan, our parents? Before Itachi could respond, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned Susanoo. Itachi was astonished, realizing the extent of his brother's newfound power. Sasuke, since you are aware of the truth, I shall allow you to end my life. Itachi still wished for Sasuke to be the one to eliminate him. However, Sasuke discerned the charade and retorted, Itachi, if you desire me to kill you so fervently, then perish. Having learned of the Dragon Ball's existence, Sasuke resolved to unleash his full power. Revival? Then there is no concern. I shall strike you down once, and that will settle my obsession. As for brotherly love, Sasuke chose to be selective with his affections, deciding to kill him once and address the consequences later. The battle raged fiercely, yet Itachi was already at the brink of exhaustion, his body having waned significantly. Sasuke hesitated, unable to deliver the final blow. Ultimately, the two clashed intensely, surrounded by Amaterasu's flames as they both deployed their half-formed Susanoo in combat. Itachi incessantly disturbed Sasuke with his words, attempting to provoke him into taking his life. Yet, Sasuke found himself unable to strike. Itachi perceived this hesitation, and as the final blow of Sasuke's Susanoo dissipated, he slowly approached Sasuke step by step. Sasuke gazed silently at Itachi, fully aware that there was no need for further action. Itachi was beyond saving. As he released his Susanoo, he moved towards Itachi. Brother, I have come to understand everything you have done. Though you erred, there is still a chance for redemption. The future shall allow you to atone. You will return once more. His voice faltered. My throat is dry. I have always loved you with these words. Itachi pressed his finger to Sasuke's forehead before collapsing heavily to the ground, devoid of breath. Despite having witnessed this scene before, Sasuke felt a profound sorrow. He then sealed Itachi's body within a scroll and brought it back. In the distance, a figure observed the desolate scene and remarked, "What a splendid performance!" Sasuke encased Itachi's body in ice, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to have Orochimaru replace his eyes with those of Uchiha Itachi. In a WeChat group, the atmosphere was tumultuous as messages flooded in. Annoyed, Tilos remarked, "Each world can create its own group. As for me, you may inquire with the older members." After a brief lull, Tilos turned to Uchiha Madara and said, "Madara, should I add Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Yunfei, Mito, Kushina, and Uchiha Itachi to the group? It's up to you." After a prolonged contemplation, Madara acquiesced, recognizing that it was inevitable. Besides, they were no longer in the ninja world, and their inclusion could provide guidance. Tilos then proceeded to add the following individuals to the chat: Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, Namikaze Minato, Yunfei, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Itachi. Tilos first stated, "As per the usual arrangement, I leave it to you, Madara," before swiftly logging off. Not out of any particular reason, but simply due to the author's laziness in writing this segment. Madara then recounted everything to the assembled members, who were left in disbelief. After a lengthy discussion with Hashirama, Madara successfully persuaded him to agree to his plan, acknowledging that the ninja world faced even greater foes and that unity was imperative. Since Hashirama joined the group, he engaged in daily conversations with Madara, inadvertently neglecting Mito. The rest of the group quietly observed this budding relationship, recognizing it as love. Thus, the events of the Naruto world unfolded, transitioning back to the Dragon Ball universe at this moment. Tilos was diligently cultivating her magical prowess, deeply engrossed in meditation. She endeavored to merge the laws of time and space, seated in contemplation, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. This process was arduous, as any misstep could lead to a backlash from the forces of the laws. Just as she approached the final step of merging the laws, Tilos found herself ensnared in an illusion. She surveyed her surroundings, which were reminiscent of her deepest memories. This place was none other than the world of her past life. Chapter 31. Earth. Tilos wandered through this world, following the path reminiscent of her past life's home. However, she found it curious that she still retained her feminine form and had not reverted to her previous appearance. Drawing upon her past memories, Tilos finally located that familiar place. Yet, to her astonishment, she spotted an unexpected figure downstairs, Bai Yi, her former self. Tilos refrained from approaching, choosing instead to observe from a distance. She attempted to harness her own powers, but aside from her enhanced physical capabilities and the ability to control her breath, she found herself powerless, unable even to conjure a simple energy blast. Subsequently, she called upon the system and her WeChat group, but to no avail. It was as if she were merely an ordinary person in this realm. After numerous attempts to escape proved futile, Tilos decided to make the best of her situation. She contemplated seeking refuge with her past self. Tilos was well aware of the nature of her former incarnation. That person would undoubtedly allow her to stay. However, she could not simply disclose, "You are me from a past life." With a plan in mind, Tilos approached the familiar dwelling and knocked on the door. Thud. The door visibly warped under her knock, leaving Tilos feeling quite embarrassed. "Oh no, I forgot that my physical prowess is still quite formidable. This is a disaster." Inside, Bai Yi was startled and rushed to the door, exclaiming, "Who's there? Stop banging on my door." Upon opening it and discovering a white-haired girl standing before him, his tone shifted. Hello, may I ask what you need?" Tilos was taken aback by this unexpected side of her past self. "I've never seen this before. Wait, is this world truly real? If it is, then why don't I have any memories of it? It seems this is not a genuine reality, merely an environment." Regaining her composure, Tilos spoke. "Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tilos. I came here because I find you quite intriguing. I know many things about you, such as your daily idleness, your penchant for anime, and the adult comics hidden beneath your nightstand." Upon hearing the last part, Bai Yi quickly interjected, Stop. That's enough. Don't say any more. Come inside." He ushered Tilos in, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before shutting the door. After all, who could openly share such intimate details in public without dire consequences? Once inside, Tilos effortlessly reclined on the sofa, prompting Bai Yi to grimace. "Goodness, has she taken ownership of my space?" Bai Yi directly inquired. "Who are you, and how do you know so much about me?" Lying sideways, Tilos replied, "Well, I am Tilos. As for how I know so much about you, it's simple. I can access your memories." "Hee, don't joke. Who would believe that you can access memories? I knew you wouldn't believe it." "Fine, the truth is, I am you." Bai Yi was beginning to lose his temper. A stranger had invaded his home, claiming to be him. That's impossible. I'm male, and you're female. Besides, we don't even look alike. Oh, please don't be so loud. I can provide proof. Tilos has pondered a great deal and concluded that it wouldn't harm to reveal the reality. She intends to demonstrate that when you were 6, your head was injured by a sharp stone, and the doctor told you that you were fortunate. Had it penetrated just 0.2 centimeters deeper, you would have perished. Additionally, at 12, you broke 2 ribs during a fight, and at 15, you were diagnosed with depression. By 16, you had attempted suicide, leaving scars on your left wrist, and you nearly succumbed to an overdose of sleeping pills. At 17, you wrote a few diaries detailing your perceptions of this world and your innermost feelings. Oh, and you have a secret. Should I reveal it? Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that no one but himself knew about the diaries. No, there's no need. I believe you. It would be impossible to deny the truth. If this continued, all his secrets would be exposed, leaving him utterly bare. So you truly are me. Bai Yi could hardly believe it. Although he had accepted the reality of those events, the notion that this enchanting girl claimed to be his own self was beyond comprehension. Is there any doubt? She replied, I am indeed you, but consider me a version from a parallel universe. It was utterly astonishing. He never imagined he would one day meet another version of himself. Tilos observed Bai Yi as he became lost in contemplation and then said, I actually hail from the world of Dragon Ball. I am a destroyer god there. Upon regaining his senses, Bai Yi found the revelation even more remarkable and was filled with excitement. Is it true? You come from the Dragon Ball universe? You are a destroyer god. My goodness. This seeing Bai Yi so overwhelmed that he could barely articulate his thoughts, Tilos was at a loss for words. When had she become the one to evoke such foolishness? She then recounted her experiences in the Dragon Ball world to Bai Yi. So, you don't know how to return? Indeed, that is the case. My powers are completely sealed. I have retained only a fraction of my physical capabilities. Bai Yi pondered deeply while Tilos entered the bedroom and turned on her computer to watch an anime. Life in the Dragon Ball world was indeed tedious, aside from training. There was work and the occasional chit-chat with members of her group chat. Since returning was not an option for now, She decided to seize the chance to enjoy some anime. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Tilos had finally finished a short series and intended to freshen up, only to find Bai Yi still deep in thought. Hey, why aren't you asleep? Since I can't go back right now, we might as well continue like this. At that moment, Bai Yi hesitated before asking, how will you sleep tonight? Tilos stumbled slightly at his inquiry. Is that what you're pondering? Upon seeing Bai Yi nod, she placed her hand on her forehead and slowly replied, I'll take the bed, and you can have the sofa. I am, after all, a girl. Even if you are me, that is not permissible. Upon realizing her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, Bai Yi languidly reclined on the sofa. Meanwhile, Tilos set about her ablutions, feeling utterly depleted. Even the act of drying her hair became a source of irritation, extending for a tedious half-hour. When she finally emerged, she found Bai Yi gazing at her. Without uttering a word, she approached him and delivered a thorough massage. In the end, all that remained was Bai Yi, sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless creature, contemplating the essence of existence. Is she truly me? Why has her demeanor transformed so drastically? Rather than a mere change in character, it seemed that the Bai Yi who had transitioned into a woman had simply become Tilos, reverting to her authentic self. As Tilos lay on the bed, she pondered her inexplicable arrival in this realm, grappling with the realization that her former self had once embodied such a persona. She had long since forgotten that version of herself. The sight of Bai Yi here stirred memories within her. Lying supine on the bed, Tilos murmured to herself, Indeed, I am still me. Chapter 32. Bidding farewell to the past, Tilos and her former self, Bai Yi, coexisted harmoniously, for they were essentially one and the same, sharing an innate understanding and similar habits. Nevertheless, Tilos remained devoted to her cultivation, rising each day to practice a set of Tai Chi, subsequently attempting to harness the energy within her. Intrigued by Tilos's daily routine, Bai Yi joined her each morning in this practice. With Tilos's support, Bai Yi's physical prowess significantly improved, enabling him to contend with two robust men at once. During this period, both pondered relentlessly on how to facilitate Tilos's return, yet found themselves at a complete loss, devoid of any viable leads. As Tilos gazed vacantly at the sky, Bai Yi inquired, Could you enlighten me on how you arrived here? I neglected to ask earlier. Snapping back to reality, Tilos replied, Oh, it involves the cultivation of laws, aiming to merge time and space into the law of time and space. It's nearly, as she spoke, a sudden realization struck her. I nearly forgot. This is indeed the law of time and space. This is not merely a parallel world. It is a true reality. Bai Yi was momentarily bewildered by her statement, utterly perplexed by the implications. Tilos, however, found herself questioning, shouldn't time and space belong to that world? Why have I returned here? If such an event ever occurred, why do I possess no memory of it? No, this is wrong. Without regard for Bai Yi, Tilos endeavored to establish a connection with the law of time and space, yet after considerable time passed, there remained no response, plunging her once more into contemplation. Bai Yi approached with a glass of freshly squeezed juice, offering, Do not rush. Take your time, for there will surely be a solution. Tilos accepted the cup, lost in thought, before stepping outside. Observing her, Bai Yi hastily donned his jacket and followed. As they ambled aimlessly through the streets, they inadvertently arrived at a familiar location, his parents' home. They stood quietly, gazing through the window, before departing, fully aware that unwelcome figures resided within. As night descended, Tilos and Bai Yi ascended a mountain, seeking tranquility and a deeper connection to this world. Along the way, they remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to glimpse their younger selves. Each time they felt despondent or burdened, they would climb mountains to alleviate their spirits. Upon reaching the summit, Tilos finally spoke. I think it would be acceptable to continue like this. If I cannot return, I shall remain here as a Taoist, which is what we once aspired to do. Yes. But you no longer belong here, do you? Bai Yi replied calmly. For him, this version of himself, having originated from another world, had long severed ties with the past. The current Tilos was no longer Bai Yi. Haha, you are right. It is only now that I comprehend the law of time and space. It encompasses not just traversing dimensions, but also the ability to manipulate time and unlock the spaces of other realms. It seems I have come to an understanding. Bai Yi, with a serious expression, spoke to Tilos. From the moment of your rebirth, You have truly become Tilos, not Bai Yi. Though I am uncertain about how you traversed here or the nature of that system, I firmly believe you will return. Tilos, gazing at her former self, chuckled softly. Huh. How insightful you are. Since my rebirth, I am no longer you. I merely possess your memories. I sense that my time is drawing near. From the very beginning, I have felt the pull of the laws of time and space. When the sun rises, I shall depart. Well, I wish you the best. Bai Yi replied, falling into a contemplative silence before continuing. If this is indeed the law of time and space, then I shall become you in the future, correct? In theory, yes, Tilos acknowledged, yet I find it peculiar that I have no recollection of having met you as your past self. Perhaps those memories will resurface just before your departure. As they conversed and reminisced, time slipped away, and the night gradually yielded to dawn. Tilos felt her powers returning. She rose and spoke to Bai Yi. So it is true. No matter how long I remain here, I will eventually return. To preserve the integrity of causality, I must erase your memories. I suspected as much. So be it. Although I feel a tinge of sorrow at your departure. Bai Yi's mood turned somewhat melancholic. After all, the one who understood him best was this future version of himself, who knew his preferences and habits intimately. Having experienced such a life, he was reluctant to let it go. Tilos sensed his feelings and spoke. You are me, and I am you. Though this is but a fleeting encounter, we are acutely aware of ourselves. These moments are precious, and the future you will remember today. Tilos then embraced Bai Yi, imparting warmth. She epitomized Bai Yi's ideal. Perhaps her reborn form was shaped by the image in his heart. After a prolonged embrace, the sun was nearly risen, and Tilos's figure began to fade. She turned to Bai Yi and said, My past self, it is time for me to take my leave. It is time to bid farewell. I wish you boundless fortune ahead, though you likely will not recall these words. Soon, I shall erase your memories and return you. With that, Tilos raised her hand, and a beam of white light surged forth, entering Bai Yi's body. At that moment, Bai Yi had completely forgotten who Tilos was. Feeling perplexed as he gazed at the white-haired girl before him, wishing to inquire, Tilos addressed him. Regard the suspicion of others as mere flickering will-o'-the-wisps, and boldly traverse your path in the night. Farewell to the past. In an instant, the white light enveloped them, and both Tilos and Bai Yi vanished. When Bai Yi awoke, he found himself lying in his bed, perceiving the recent events as a vivid dream, yet strikingly real. Glancing at his phone, he realized he was nearly late for work and hastily set off, dismissing the thoughts of the dream. Meanwhile, Tilos returned to her place of cultivation, gazing at the power of the laws in her hand, murmuring, The laws of time and space are truly wondrous. At that moment, Kess entered, inquiring, My Lord Tilos, what just transpired? Why did your aura vanish for a while? Tilos replied, I was merely attempting to cultivate the laws of time and space, journeying to another realm. Upon finishing, she showcased the power of the laws of time and space. Time and space. My Lord Tilos, this is truly remarkable. I never imagined you could master such a challenging principle. Kess exclaimed, astonished. Oh, it was merely a trivial matter, Tilos responded with an air of nonchalance. The two then engaged in a discussion regarding their insights on the laws, exchanging thoughts in hopes of finding mutual assistance. Chapter 33. Yu Yu Hakusho. In the midst of a tranquil life, Tilos found herself ensnared in the drudgery of work, which inevitably left her feeling vexed. Having endured the relentless grind of a 996-work schedule in her previous life, she now faced the indignity of toiling once more in this reincarnation. Just as she concluded a demanding day and was en route home, the long-absent system reappeared with a chime. Ding. You may now draw once more from another world. Oh, how curious. A system that has become rather feeble after such a long absence, mused Tilos, her frustrations from work making her irritable. Master. Please proceed with the draw. The system's voice echoed faintly. Tilos refrained from further biting remarks. Very well, let us proceed. It is indeed rare to have only 2 worlds to select from. Upon her words, the system initiated the drawing process. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have drawn the world of Yu Yu Hakusho. You may now invite characters from this realm. This world. The one regret I harbored in my youth was concerning Raisin. Since I am here, I shall not allow his demise. At this juncture, the system interrupted her reverie. Master, you may handle the rest yourself. The world is now accessible. Simply click invite in the WeChat group. As for who will join, that remains a mystery. Farewell, Master. I shall continue my slumber. Rest well, and return promptly. Tilos was aware of the system's tendency to fall into slumber since it had transported her to the 10th universe. Its infrequent appearances were noted, yet with the new WeChat functionality preserving their connection, she felt reassured. Upon returning to the God of Destruction realm, Tilos settled into her quarters and opened WeChat, clicking the invitation button. In the group chat, a notification appeared. Yu Yu Hakusho World. Yusuke Urameshi has joined the chat. Seeing a new member from another world enter the chat, the veteran members immediately commenced their usual chatter, inundating the chat with messages, which left Tilos feeling overwhelmed as the notifications flooded in, straining her eyes. Tilos then directly addressed Yusuke Urameshi. Welcome to WeChat. I am Tilos. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask other members. I will only respond regarding your future. Having just returned home from a battle against a being named Sunsui in the demon world, Yusuke was taken aback by the unexpected virtual panel. Observing the chat messages, he found Tilos' words intriguing. Yusuke Urameshi, you know my future? Tilos, indeed. But you must tell me what is presently unfolding in your life. After a moment of contemplation, Yusuke inquired, I just fought someone named Sunsui, and I visited a place called the demon world. I wish to know who controlled my body today. Tilos replied, the timeline is quite advanced. The one who manipulated you today is your true father, Raisin of the demon world. Yusuke Urameshi, Raisin? How much do you know about him? Tilos, he is a cannibalistic warrior of the demon world. If he is at full strength, he should be capable of ruling the demon world outright. Urameshi Yusuke pondered deeply, surprised by the remarkable strength of his father. He subsequently inquired within the group chat, you mentioned if just now. Does that mean he is not currently at full capacity? Tilos replied, to be precise, he is on the brink of death, with perhaps only a year left. This revelation astonished Urameshi Yusuke. The fact that his father could wield such formidable power despite being near death compelled him to seek a confrontation. Tilos then elaborated on the WeChat functionalities and her identity, while Urameshi conveyed his circumstances to the group members. Curiosity piqued among the members regarding the newcomer from another realm, and upon learning he was a warrior, Uchiha Madara could not contain himself and declared, Kid, come, let us fight. Although Urameshi felt bewildered, he agreed, for a battle enthusiast. The prospect of clashing with someone from another world was exhilarating. Thus, the two ventured into the arena, while the others transformed into virtual spectators surrounding the battleground. They faced each other, prepared for combat. The battle commenced with Urameshi launching the spirit gun first. In response, Uchiha Madara unleashed a fierce fire technique, which failed to intercept the spirit gun, resulting in a shattering impact. Madara, quick to react, dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Sensing a distinct yet comparable energy to chakra, Madara performed a hand sign and summoned a torrent of flames that engulfed Urameshi's position. As the blaze subsided, Urameshi had vanished. Doubting that Urameshi could be defeated so easily, Madara remained vigilant, scanning the area with his Rinnegan. At that moment, Urameshi reappeared behind Madara, launching another spirit gun. However, Madara had anticipated this and executed a substitution technique, leaving a wooden log in his place. Urameshi was taken aback by the tactics employed, astonished at the ability to conjure fire and utilize a wooden decoy. Nevertheless, he refused to concede. After all, a warrior does not shy away from a challenge. Madara, opting not to rely on ninjutsu, engaged in taijutsu instead, having recognized that Urameshi's long-range attacks were limited. To savor the thrill of battle, he chose to engage in close combat. The two warriors exchanged blows, each employing their agility and skills, yet Urameshi struggled to land a hit on Madara. Growing weary of the exchange, Madara delivered a powerful kick, sending Urameshi flying. The battle reached its conclusion, and Urameshi finally realized that his strength was insignificant in comparison. Madara's combat instincts far surpassed his own. In a realm where battles were a daily occurrence, such prowess was to be expected. In contrast, Teyvat operated on elemental powers, where even those with lesser divine eyes could be formidable. Urameshi mused that with practice, he might surpass them, but against divine beings, the disparity in existence was vast. As for the Dragon Ball universe, the capability to obliterate stars and universes was commonplace. At this juncture, Tilos addressed Urameshi. The laws of this world differ significantly. You cannot hope to match them. These individuals have endured warfare, where each day entails either killing or being killed. In your world, aside from the demon realm, which possesses some combat prowess, the rest lacks any significant fighting ability, as it is relatively peaceful. After a long moment of contemplation, Urameshi implored, "Please, guide me. I wish to become stronger." As the onlookers exchanged glances in silence, Tilos gradually began to speak. "It is of no consequence to guide you. Those over there have long since perished, and time is a fickle ally. However, when you encounter Raisin in the demon realm, simply call for me." The deceased friends of Hokage, upon hearing the first half of her statement, were left speechless. "Thank you for the offense, but I find myself devoid of evidence." Upon hearing Tylos's words, Urameshi was filled with delight and hastily agreed, fearing that she might change her mind in the next moment. In the days that followed, the members of the group took turns mentoring Urameshi. Some, frustrated by various matters, even used him as a punching bag. Tilos, while exerting some restraint, remained composed until Urameshi, in the course of their dialogue, inquired, "Tilos, how old are you?" Indeed, everyone was curious about her age but dared not to ask. Tilos responded, "I seem to have forgotten my age." The group fell silent. Yet, Urameshi, with his typical stubbornness, remarked, "Forgotten your age? It seems you must have lived for a very long time." "Hello, Grandma." Being addressed in such a manner for the first time, Tilos was momentarily taken aback, especially as she was training Urameshi. She gently replied, "Oh dear, I haven't lived that long, merely a few decades." "Very well, Auntie," Urameshi concluded. This provoked a sudden outburst from Tilos, who swiftly countered with a devastating strike that ended Urameshi's endeavor. The group, in unison, logged off at lightning speed, fearing that Tilos might decide to take them down as well. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Urameshi lamented, "Is that really necessary? What a stingy old woman." Tilos, smiling. Mean, Chapter 34. The Demon Realm and Raisin. While Tilos awaited news from Urufu, she continued to work diligently. Despite her busy schedule, she consistently carved out time to cultivate her mastery of the laws and enhance her own strength. For Tilos, growing stronger meant acquiring greater abilities to protect those she cherished. As time elapsed, Urufu's message finally arrived. He had set forth into the demon realm. Upon reading this, Tilos summoned a clone, indeed, the one destined for the world of Genshin. As the clone manifested, Tilos raised her hand to grasp her, but the clone quickly interjected, "Hey, must you always throw me? Let me move on my own. It's rather undignified to be treated this way every time." Tilos pondered for a moment. "You have a point, my apologies. I've become rather accustomed to tossing you around." The clone retorted, "You are the original. It's no wonder you're so bold. Oh, by the way, let us modify Raisin's form. He shouldn't be limited to consuming only humans. Let him eat anything like a human does. Tell him to recover his strength swiftly and deal with that Huanquan." The clone, somewhat exasperated, replied, I know. As your clone, how could I not be aware of your thoughts?" After saying this, it stepped into the portal. Meanwhile, Urufu finally confronted his father. With a face full of indignation, he exclaimed, "You bastard! Why do you manipulate my body?" Seated upon a throne, a man adorned with long white hair, a green headband across his forehead, and covered in demonic tattoos, spoke slowly. "My son, I merely demonstrated how to confront an enemy. I could hardly bear to watch you being bested by that human." Outraged, Urufu charged forward, aiming to strike, yet he found himself swiftly repelled by a mere flick of Raisin's finger, sent soaring by the force of the air. Undeterred, Urufu, having learned from his earlier misstep, declared with renewed determination, "You scoundrel! Today, I shall defeat you." This time, Urufu engaged Raisin for an extended period. However, he remained at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, in the presence of absolute power, all techniques are rendered futile. Clearly, Raisin effortlessly subdued Urufu once more. After a while, Raisin spoke, "Your current strength is insufficient for me to take you seriously. However, compared to your last visit to the demon realm, you have shown significant progress. Go train. If this is all you can achieve, I suggest you return home post-haste." Urufu, incensed, was about to retort when a voice interrupted him. Raisin of the demon realm. Quite impressive indeed. Urufu was astonished. He had not anticipated Tilos would appear, traversing from another world. Initially, He thought it was mere banter until now. Raisin, on high alert, observed the portal that had suddenly appeared, and Tilos' clone stepped through gracefully. Hello, Raisin and Yurufu. The clone of Tilos was playful, seemingly unfazed by the potential threat Raisin posed. Tilos, old hag, Yurufu shouted upon spotting her. Ignoring Raisin completely, Tilos approached Yurufu with a radiant smile. Yurufu's expression shifted from joy to terror, followed by a frantic, "Ah!" Tom called out. And then Pu Fan was thrown down from the balcony by Tylothus. Clapping her hands, Tylothus calmly walked back to Lei Zhan, who remained vigilant. Although she had just delivered a fierce beating to her son, it was evident that she was controlling her strength. In the process of casting Pu Fan down, she had thoughtfully bestowed upon him a layer of energy. Who are you? Lei Zhan inquired. Tylothus answered with composure. I hail from another world and have come to admire you. Oh, by the way, Pu Fan is a member of my organization. As for my purpose, it is quite simple. I do not wish for your demise to come too soon. With that, Tylothus used one hand to exert energy, restraining Lei Zhan. Subsequently, she employed the principle of destruction to eradicate the cannibalistic traits inherent in Lei Zhan's being, and then utilized the principle of creation to bestow upon him the bloodline of the Saiyan race, restoring him to full health in the process. Lei Zhan quietly sensed his body, astonished by the ease with which the woman before him had restored him, while also granting him something new, all while eliminating the cannibalistic nature he possessed. This is truly remarkable. Might I inquire about your purpose in seeking me? Lei Zhan, having just experienced the encounter, understood that he could not contend with this individual. He realized that whenever she wielded her destructive power, she could effortlessly bring his life to a close at her discretion. Well, I have no ulterior motives, merely a genuine appreciation for you. Don't misunderstand, though, I do not harbor any affection for you, Tylothus jested. At that moment, Pu Fan crawled back. Sister Tylothus, he began, but upon meeting her kind gaze, he quickly altered his words. Ah, Pu Fan, you have returned. Now, do take good care of your beloved father. I have restored him and even altered his bloodline. He can now consume anything, just like you. Although Pu Fan was furious with Lei Zhan, he felt a deep gratitude towards Tylothus. To him, conquering the peak of Lei Zhan's power was far more desirable than simply receiving paternal affection. At that moment, Lei Zhan posed a question to Tylothus. Might you assist me in locating someone? Tylothus, instantly grasping his intent, replied, I can indeed help, but she has already been reincarnated. Moreover, you could find her yourself. She is none other than Pu Fan's mother. Though she exists in a new incarnation, I can restore her memories. After contemplating for a moment, Lei Zhan looked at Pu Fan and then back at Tylothus. No, that will not be necessary, since she has reincarnated and lost her memories. It is better to leave it be. Actually, you could seek someone new to cherish. How dedicated you are, to have starved for her over several centuries, Tylothus remarked. Pu Fan, bewildered, did not comprehend fully. So, the one you speak of is my mother? That is indeed the case, but it is no longer relevant, Tylothus replied. Lei Zhan addressed Pu Fan, son, regarding your mother. Tylothus, the author is quite lazy, they should write this for me. Author? Oh no, I won't. After a considerable time, Pu Fan learned about the tale of Lei Zhan and his mother, specifically the encounter they had in the lifetime preceding her reincarnation. After listening to the two, Tilos spoke. Firstly, I have restored your bodies and brought you back to full strength. Lei Zhan, you and Urabana should live well. Also, make sure to give that scoundrel Huang Quan a good thrashing. That brat truly irks me. As for you, Urabana, your future choices are entirely your own. Contemplate them carefully. Since you are Lei Zhan's son, you must stand tall. I shall not alter anything further in this world. Time is running short, and I must return. Urabana hurriedly interjected. Sister Tilos, you're leaving already? Is there any other choice? My presence only destabilizes this world. It lacks the capacity to contain my power. If I linger, it may very well collapse. At that moment, Lei Zhan spoke. Miss Tilos, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Not at all. I hold you in high regard. Tilos replied with a playful smile. Just then, she prepared to open a portal but paused midway to address Urabana. Oh, by the way, I shall restore Granny Huanhai to her youthful state and imbue her with vitality. I also have great admiration for her. I will first attend to her restoration, so be sure to convey my regards to her when I am done. With that, Tilos closed her eyes, attuned herself to the fabric of space, and in an instant, located Granny Huanhai's home. She then vanished in a flash, leaving behind the two, father and son, in a moment of quietude. Chapter 35. The illusory sea. Tilos' doppelganger traversed the spatial laws and arrived directly at the abode of the illusory sea. Sensing an arrival, illusory sea promptly opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of a white-haired maiden standing before her. This unexpected visitor astonished illusory sea. She could feel no aura emanating from the girl, her awareness having been alerted solely due to the protective barriers surrounding her dwelling, which only activated upon someone's entry. Little did illusory sea know, Tilos possessed the ability to remain entirely undetected if she so wished. Her previous visibility was merely a deliberate act. Illusory sea, now on guard, inquired, Who are you? Oh dear, there's no need to be so cautious. I am a benevolent soul, indeed a very good person, Tilos playfully replied. My name is Tilos, hailing from another realm. The reason for my visit is that I greatly admire you, and I cannot bear to see you age and wither away. Thus, you have come to assist me in regaining my youth? Illusory sea surmised. Bingo, you are correct. I would love to take you with me. Would you be willing to explore other worlds? After a moment of contemplation, Illusory sea responded, No, I am but an old woman now, too frail to endure such upheaval. However, I appreciate your admiration. You are not old at all. In my world, your age is considered quite youthful. Do you not wish to experience a new life? Tilos urged. From what I understand, you have little to cling to here. If you join me, you will still have the opportunity to see Urabe and the others in the future, and they may even visit you as well. Hesitation flickered in Illusory sea's demeanor as she absorbed Tilos' words. Noticing this, Tilos continued, Rest assured, in my realm, you can pursue your martial arts and even surpass your current abilities. There, you will witness a broader expanse of existence. Ultimately, swayed by Tilos' persistent persuasion, Illusory sea acquiesced, though she requested a few days before her departure. Tilos then employed the laws of time to restore Illusory sea's physique to that of an 18-year-old, subsequently bestowing upon her the bloodline of a Saiyan through the laws of creation. Upon experiencing her rejuvenated body, Illusory sea felt an extraordinary lightness, her strength substantially amplified. Eager to test her newfound prowess against Tilos, she initiated a sparring match, only to be decisively defeated by Tilos. Yet, this encounter ignited a fresh ambition within Illusory sea. Having regained her vitality and transcended her peak, she felt invigorated with renewed purpose. The following day, Illusory sea summoned her acquaintances, Sangyuan, Little Yama, Muden, and Shelly. They were all astounded by her transformation into youth. Sangyuan, bewildered, exclaimed, Grandmother, how have you grown younger? Illusory sea explained, This transformation was facilitated by someone. I must share this with you all, so please listen attentively. The group grew solemn at her words. Yesterday, an individual from another world sought me out and restored my youth, granting me additional powers. There is nothing here that I wish to hold on to, so I have chosen to leave this world and accompany her. As for this place, I bequeath it to you. The crowd was taken aback as Theros suddenly appeared beside Huanghai. Hello everyone, my name is Theros. I am aware of each one of you. Regarding Huanghai's previous words, they are indeed true. I intend to take her with me to my world. The unexpected arrival of Theros startled the onlookers, who then fell into contemplation as they listened to her words. At this moment, Little Yama inquired, What is your purpose? To be honest, I have no ulterior motives. If I must articulate one, it is simply that I hold great admiration for Huanghai and wish to present her on a grander stage. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Theros continued, Rest assured, with me around, she will not encounter any harm. As for Urahara, he is well aware of my capabilities. You may inquire with him. Oh, by the way, he is currently in the demon realm, enjoying a harmonious time with his father, so you can't reach him at the moment. Upon hearing Urahara's name, Sawahara became visibly excited. You mean Urahara knows you? Indeed, it is precisely because of him that I have come here. The crowd murmured in surprise, realizing that it was Urahara who had orchestrated this situation. Theros then addressed everyone. I shall take Huanghai with me now. Do not worry. You will still have the chance to meet her. Perhaps in the future, you may even visit. If you wish to contact Huanghai, simply seek out Urahara. At this point, Huanghai spoke. Theros, I would like to stay here for a few more days. Theros understood that Huang Hai had developed feelings for this place after residing here for so long. No problem, I will also remain here for a few days. Should you wish to return, feel free to reach out to me. Do not let my appearance deceive you. I am quite formidable, she added playfully. For the following days, Sawahara sought Theros for training, and she was remarkably accommodating, taking him on a swift journey through the cosmos. Upon their return, Sawahara was left weak in the knees, having learned how to better harness the power within him. After several days, Huang Hai approached Theros, who was brewing tea, and said, "Let us go, Theros. I have conveyed everything necessary to them. There is nothing more to discuss. Yes, it is time to depart and explore a broader stage." As they bid farewell amidst the crowd, the portal opened, revealing two figures. Theros' doppelganger returned with Huang Hai, who was bewildered upon seeing another Theros. "Who is this? Why do you both look identical?" Theros' true form replied, "Greetings, I am the original, and the one beside you, who brought you here, is my doppelganger." "Ah, I see." Theros' doppelganger then merged back with the original. Theros spoke to Huang Hai, "For the days ahead, you shall learn from Griss about the power system of this world, which is quite similar to yours. Oh, by the way, Griss is the short girl outside." In the days that followed, Huang Hai's mastery over her powers became increasingly refined, her innate talent rivaling that of Sun Wukong. During this period, Tilos extended an invitation to her to join a chat group, thereby unlocking her full potential. Building upon her foundation and comprehension, Huang Hai's combat prowess surged dramatically. One day, as Huang Hai continued her training, Kashi could not help but inquire of Tilos, "My lady Tilos, would you not share with me the details of this individual?" Initially, Tilos hesitated to disclose Huang Hai's origins due to uncertainty, but after much contemplation, she recognized that Kashi would never betray her. Consequently, she chose to narrate the story to Kashi and included her in her WeChat contacts. Kashi was left astounded, never having anticipated that Tilos possessed the ability to communicate with other realms. She did not question why Tilos had not invited her sooner, for Kashi believed that Tilos must have had her reasons. Her actions surely stemmed from careful consideration. Chapter 36. A return to Teyvat months later. Tilos found herself enveloped in a profound sense of ennui. Her training had reached an impasse, and further efforts seemed futile. Meanwhile, Huang Hai, upon arriving in the Dragon Ball realm, had reverted to her youthful disposition, possessing a combat prowess sufficient to surpass even Goku and his companions. Tilos now spent her days either mentoring Huang Hai or teasing Kashi, who, in turn, proved to be no pushover. Under Tilos's playful jests, Kashi had transformed significantly, once blushing at the slightest provocation. She had grown immune to Tilos's teasing and often retorted with her own jibes. The tables had turned, with Tilos now the one blushing, while Huang Hai, observing their exchanges, felt a mix of amusement and resignation. Adapting to a more mature lifestyle had proven lengthy for her. Yet she too had undergone a shift under the influence of the two. The trio led a routine existence, and Tilos, feeling increasingly restless, contemplated a visit to the world of Genshin Impact. A journey to the Naruto universe was off the table for now, as the plans involving Uchiha Madara were yet to be realized, and the Yu Yu Hakusho realm had little left to offer. With Yusuke and Raisin poised to unify the demon world, Tilos pondered whether she could transport the entire realm, though her current power was insufficient for such a feat. So she set the thought aside for the moment. After relaying her intentions to Huang Hai and Kashi, she resolved to venture to Teyvat for a bit of amusement. After informing Fukulos and Funingna, she made her way there. This time, she did not send a clone but traveled in her true form. Upon emerging from the portal, she sensed an inexplicable resistance from this world. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that Fontaine was thriving. The two Hydro Archons had stepped down, leaving the governance entirely in the hands of Navalette. At that moment, Fukulos and Funingna approached her. "It's been a while, Tilos," they greeted. Upon hearing their voices, Tilos responded with glee, "Fufu. Hee, I've come to play." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tilos expressed her desire to explore the various nations. Once Fukulos and Funingna had briefed Navalette, they set off together, their first destination being Sumeru. As they entered the city, the Dendro Archon, Naa, sensed the presence of the two Hydro Archons and promptly emerged to greet them. The trio felt no surprise at her appearance, yet Nahida found it peculiar. She could detect only two auras and did not sense Tilos. Curiously, she inquired, May I ask who you are, miss? Upon spotting Nahida, Tilos felt a surge of excitement. After adjusting to the inquiry, she replied, "Greetings, O god of the grass, Nahida. I am Tilos, hailing from another world. As for my companions, they will explain my presence." Once Fukulos and Funingna clarified the situation, Nahida was pleased to make Tilos' acquaintance. "It is a pleasure to meet you, divine being from another realm." Tilos was utterly charmed by Nahida's adorableness. Had there not been others around, she would have embraced her without hesitation. Once they arrived at the Grand Sage's palace, Tilos, relieved to find themselves alone, scooped Nahida into her arms. With a flushed face, Nahida exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? Ah, Nahida, you are simply delightful. Allow me to hold you, hee." Naxida yearned to break free, yet the strength of Tilos was insurmountable, rendering her attempts futile. Observing this, the two Fufu exchanged knowing smiles and promptly joined the fray. They had long contemplated this moment, and with Tilos' presence, they felt emboldened to approach Naxida and indulge in a playful caress. After a few minutes of revelry, Tilos addressed the blushing and languid Naxida cradled in her arms. "Little Naxida, I am aware of your predicament. There is something I can assist you with. Consider it our recompense," she said, a playful grin on her lips. Curious, Naxida inquired, What is it?" Tilos, gazing at the adorable Naxida, refrained from answering and instead planted a firm kiss on her forehead. Excellent Naxida had transformed into a state of sheer embarrassment. Tilos then declared, "Next, let us summon your great Dendro Archon back." Everyone was perplexed. Who was the great Dendro Archon? Tilos calmly shook her head, assuring them, "Do not worry, you shall find out shortly. However, we must first summon the traveler to serve as our witness." With that, Tilos harnessed the principles of space to draw the traveler, who was joyfully digging for treasure with Paimon, into their midst. When they materialized in the Jingshan Palace, Ing and Paimon were bewildered. They had been happily uncovering treasure just moments prior and now found themselves in Sumru. Tilos addressed Ing. "You surely remember the great Dendro Archon." Ing was taken aback. "You? How do you know her?" Realizing that Tilos was a deity from another realm and aware of their circumstances, she began to comprehend. Noticing her realization, Tilos chose not to elaborate further and turned to Naxida. "Little Naxida, lead us to the world tree. Once there, you will reclaim your memories." Though hesitant at first, Naxida recalled that Tilos had the power to save Fukulos, suggesting she was not an adversary. Thus, she connected to the world tree, and they proceeded. Upon arrival, the two Fufu were struck by awe, as it was their first visit, and they marveled at the breathtaking scenery. Tilos then encouraged them, "All right, everyone. It is time for you to remember." Subsequently, she unleashed her energy, extracting all of Ing's memories associated with the world tree and flooding them into the minds of the group. Naxida felt an overwhelming discomfort. Although these were the memories of another, they nonetheless affected her deeply. Tilos reassured them, "You all stay here while I retrieve her." With that, she utilized the laws of time and space to traverse to the moment when the great Dendro Archon was on the verge of fading. Chapter 37. The Great Benevolent Tree King. At this moment, the Great Benevolent Tree King was bidding farewell to Nahida when, suddenly, a portal to another dimension appeared. And Tiloth stepped forth gracefully. "Greetings, everyone," she announced cheerfully. The unexpected arrival left the Great Benevolent Tree King, Nahida, Ing, and Paimon momentarily stunned. None had anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Ing broke the silence, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Oh dear, I must reintroduce myself. I am Tiloth, here to assist you," she replied with a charming smile. The Great Benevolent Tree King, puzzled, asked, "Miss, why do you wish to help us?" "Well, you see, I have traversed here from a few months in the future, and my primary purpose is to save you, Great Benevolent Tree King." "Save me?" Tiloth continued, addressing their collective confusion. "Indeed, I hold great admiration for you, and would prefer not to see you depart this world. As for the contamination of forbidden knowledge, I possess the means to eradicate it." Is that true? You can truly eliminate the taint of forbidden knowledge? How could that be a challenge? With that, Tiloth invoked the principle of destruction, purging the corruption from the world tree. A radiant purple energy illuminated the surroundings as all traces of forbidden knowledge dissipated in that very moment. Following this, she utilized the principle of creation to heal the areas of the world tree that had been tainted. After a considerable duration, the process concluded. The great benevolent Tree King, astounded, exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable. I never imagined anyone could so effortlessly dispel forbidden knowledge. Thank you ever so much, miss." Tilos responded calmly, "Oh, it's nothing. There remains another task to undertake." The group exchanged puzzled glances. Hasn't the forbidden knowledge already been eradicated? My purpose here extends beyond that. Great benevolent Tree King, please, come closer. Though bewildered, the great benevolent Tree King approached Tilos. At that moment, Tilos raised her hand and, employing the principle of creation, began to forge a new divine corporeal form for the great benevolent Tree King. A verdant glow enveloped her, gradually expanding until, with a final burst, the light faded, revealing the true great benevolent Tree King before them. As she sensed her newfound completeness and the memories she had lost surged back, the great benevolent Tree King beamed with joy. "Miss Tilos, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Thank you for your assistance." Hearing this, Tilos smiled warmly. "It brings me great joy to see you revived." She then addressed the others. "The matters here have been resolved, and the great benevolent Tree King may now appear openly, as she is now whole. However, great benevolent Tree King, you must remain here by the world tree for a few months until I return. As for the reason, I trust you understand." Nahida spoke up. "I suppose we shall not truly see you until a few months from now." Laughter echoed as the clever Nahida caught everyone's attention. "When I return, I shall shower you with affection," she teased. After playfully mocking Nahida, Tilos conjured a portal through the fabric of time and space, addressing the group, "Until we meet again, farewell," before stepping through the threshold. Upon her entrance into the portal, Nahida, along with Ing and Paimon, found their memories enriched with the events that had just transpired. A figure gradually emerged, strikingly similar to Nahida, albeit in an adult form. "It has been a while, dear friends," Focalers exclaimed joyfully. "Sister, you are alive." The great Dendro Archon smiled warmly. "Indeed, thanks to Miss Tilos. Otherwise, I would have truly faded from existence." Suddenly, the portal reappeared, and Tilos emerged with a playful grin. "For me, it has only been a brief moment." The joyous atmosphere enveloped the group, but Tilos turned her attention to Nahida, saying, "Oh, little Nahida, I did promise to show you some affection." In sudden realization, Nahida dashed behind the great Dendro Archon. "Miss Tilos, please do not tease Nahida," the Archon implored. Before she could finish her plea, Tilos playfully tackled both the great Dendro Archon and Nahida. "No way, I want both of you." The scene unfolded with Tilos enveloping the great Dendro Archon and Nahida in a warm embrace, placing Nahida snugly between them as they frolicked together. The two Fufus joined in the merriment, while Ing, witnessing this delightful spectacle, couldn't contain her excitement and soon joined, leaving Paimon feeling rather isolated. Paimon remarked, "Are these deities truly divine? This is not what I envisioned. Shouldn't they be more serious?" After a while, the group settled back into a calm state. For the great Dendro Archon, Tilos had not only saved her life, but had also healed the world tree, binding her to Tilos. Through her recent conversations with the two Fufus, she had gained insight into Tilos, while Nahida remained somewhat reserved. The two Fufus, having known Tilos for quite some time, felt comfortable in her presence. Ing, however, was captivated by the enchanting scene, unable to resist the allure. Meanwhile, Tilos exclaimed, "All of you are mine. Hee fluffy white hair. Let us cuddle." Upon returning to the sanctum of purity, the great Dendro Archon inquired, "What are your plans, Tilos?" "I shall journey to Liyue, then to Inazuma. As for Mondstadt, Ing, please seek out Barbados and bring him to Liyue," she replied. With that, Ing set off, and after some exchanges among the group, Nahida made the necessary arrangements, and they all proceeded together towards Liyue. Chapter 38. The Rock King and the Dragon King. At this moment, Zhongli, who was indulging in a book and sipping tea, suddenly sensed several familiar auras and decided to investigate. Before departing, he instructed the innkeeper to keep the account of Wangxing funeral parlor. Meanwhile, Tilos and his companions arrived at Liyue Harbor, marveling at the vibrant scene before them. Their journey had been a picturesque spectacle, capturing the attention of passers-by, but they paid it no mind. After taking a moment to attune to their surroundings, Tilos suggested, "Dear friends, let us head towards that mountain over there. Someone we all know awaits us." Upon reaching the mountaintop, they encountered a strikingly handsome man, impeccably dressed and sipping tea. The man slowly spoke. It has been quite some time, esteemed guests, and I see we have a mysterious lady among us. Tilos, having sensed Zhongli long before, addressed him directly. Rock King, let us find a place to converse. The individuals beside me are all familiar to you. Who might you be? The handsome man inquired. As for me, you shall soon discover, Tilos replied enigmatically. Returning to the present. The group recognized the man before them as Morix, the Rock King and the founder of Liyue. Tilos then spoke. Very well, now it is my turn to introduce myself. Morix, I am Tilos from another world. You may simply call me Tilos. I have come here to assist you, and if you doubt my intentions, you may inquire with Fokalurs and Buhar, the greater Dendro Archon known as Buhar, while Nidha remains Nidha for clarity. I am well aware of your circumstances. After a lengthy contemplation, Zhongli responded, I believe you. For you, the destruction of this world would be effortless, thus there is no need for deception. Regarding your offer of assistance, you wish to resurrect certain individuals, do you not? Bingo, you are correct, Tilos acknowledged. I hold a deep admiration for those individuals. As for any ulterior motives, that remains uncertain. I shall share with you my aspirations. Curiosity piqued. The group listened intently as Tilos continued. I aspire to integrate multiple worlds into a singular universe. However, for now, it remains a mere thought. I can transport individuals from other worlds into my own. Yet the feasibility of bringing entire worlds here is exceedingly low. I am not yet sufficient for such an endeavor. The group was taken aback, astonished by the enormity and audacity of Tilos's ambitions. Zhongli then spoke slowly. Your goal is indeed grand, yet I can sense an enigmatic power emanating from you. Tilos was not surprised by Zhongli's perception. His current strength had reached the stage of laws, granting him heightened sensitivity. As long as Tilos did not conceal his essence, it was detectable. Now what say you? Would you like to venture into a higher realm? Tilos inquired. The group hesitated, and Fokalurs voiced her concerns. Tilos, your ambitions are monumental. If we truly embark on such a journey, how will the divisions be established? Indeed, it is a thought-provoking inquiry. Were it within my power, I would transform each realm into a celestial sphere, allowing your existence to continue, albeit within the confines of my unique universe. As I have previously mentioned, my cosmos is singular and beyond the jurisdiction of others. The matter of merging worlds can be addressed at a later time, for my endeavors remain unfinished. Once I have established my universe in isolation, we may revisit this topic. I have a confrontation ahead with a select few. At this point, Tilos shifted the conversation, addressing Zhongli. I shall resurrect Guizhong and Hulia, along with the other 4 Yakshas. As for the other nations, we shall discuss them in due course. Zhongli, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of joy. Thank you. It was then that Tilos recalled the Raging Dragon King and remarked, by the way, Zhongli, how about I eliminate the wear and tear on the Raging Dragon King and unseal it? Oh, and I could conveniently alleviate your wear as well, if you would be so kind. Tilos was unperturbed by her own sacrifices, for they were born of affection, particularly with a multitude of beloved companions. With a flourish, she employed the law of creation to mend the wear upon everyone present, and soon they arrived at the sealing site of the Raging Dragon King. Release him. I trust in my ability, Zhongli asserted. Thank you, my friend. Subsequently, Zhongli summoned his power to unseal the location. A resounding roar erupted from within. Morix. Tilos soared into the fray. The Raging Dragon King, upon seeing her, inquired, Who are you? Where's Morix? A passing beauty, she declared, as she effortlessly lifted the Raging Dragon King with a surge of energy and utilized the law of creation to restore him. After a considerable time, the Raging Dragon King regained clarity, and Zhongli and the others entered shortly thereafter. Upon sighting Zhongli, the Raging Dragon King spoke, Morix, I beg your forgiveness. No need for apologies, old friend. Your return is what matters. He then turned to Tilos, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Not at all. My next task is to resurrect others, she replied. Zhongli interjected. Tilos, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. You have exerted yourself greatly. Let us enjoy a few cups of tea before continuing. Very well, a brief respite will not be amiss. Let us proceed. The group then made their way to a tea house, engaging in lively conversation, with Zhongli reminiscing with the Raging Dragon King and sharing with him the origins and intentions of Tilos. Chapter 39. The return of Guizhong and Hulia Zhongli. Has Guizhong left you with a worldly lock? Tilos sipped her tea and spoke slowly. Zhongli replied, indeed, such an object exists. He was not surprised that Tilos was aware of this matter, for she had previously mentioned her knowledge of their affairs. Tilos continued, may I borrow it for a moment? Zhongli then produced the worldly lock and handed it to Tilos. She observed and studied it meticulously, sensing an energy within. After a considerable amount of mental effort, she found herself at a standstill. Unable to unlock it, she opted for a more straightforward approach, employing the power of the laws to extract the energy within. After a long while, the energy was completely separated from the worldly lock. As it detached from Tilos's hand, it gradually expanded, revealing the silhouette of a young girl. Zhongli felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, for this figure was that of a long-lost acquaintance. As Guizhong's form became clearer, her voice emerged. Oh, I never imagined I would see you again, Morix. Zhongli responded softly, Guizhong, it has been a long time. You, this stone, have managed to unlock the worldly lock. It was not I who unlocked it. At this moment, Tilos interjected, hello there, it was I who did it. Hee. Guizhong paused, taken aback. She had never seen this person before. How did you manage to unlock it? Tilos proudly declared, it was quite simple. I merely extracted the energy within. This statement left everyone in silence. Indeed, it was simple, yet they could not accomplish such a feat. Guizhong spoke. All right, everyone. I am but a lingering soul and cannot remain for long. So until we meet again. Morix, you have done well. Please forgive my abrupt farewell. By the way, there is something I may never have the chance to say again, so I shall tell you now. Morix, I like you. Hee. Goodbye, everyone. Before she could finish, Tilos raised her hand to wield the laws, and Guizhong's form gradually solidified. Then, Tilos infused her divine power into Guizhong's lingering soul. After a long time, Guizhong fully manifested before them, no longer as an energy entity, but as a true being. Confused, Guizhong wondered how she had acquired a physical form. What should I do after confessing? This is so embarrassing. Perhaps I ought to disappear. Having completed her task, Tilos said, all right, you will not vanish again. I have bound you to Morix. Although you now possess a body, your soul remains incomplete. However, it will suffice for now. Once I master the laws of life, I will restore you fully. Guizhong expressed her gratitude to Tilos, while Morix, still reeling from the confession, felt a bit fatigued. All right, everyone. This matter concerning Guizhong has been resolved. I shall return later to help restore her soul completely. Zhongli remarked, thank you, Tilos. Tilos, observing Zhongli's expression, thought to herself, truly a stone. An old friend returns. Shouldn't there be a more exuberant expression of excitement? Tilos recalled and inquired, Hulia, you must not be very familiar with her, right? Well, I've only seen her a few times. She is a benevolent deity, but sadly. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Tilos's thoughts turned to Hulia's fate, leaving her in a somber mood. To think that she would be taken away so late. This kind-hearted goddess deserves a better end. What will you do then? Just as I did when I saved Bai Yi, I shall traverse back in time. But this time, I will bring her back directly. Zhongli wished to convey the significant consequences of time travel, but chose to remain silent upon observing Tilos's expression. The group arrived at the cloudy pavilion, where Tilos gazed at the vast sea, reflecting on how Hulia was slain by the very people she protected. Unbeknownst to her, her aura surged, exerting a pressure that left all but Zhongli gasping for breath. Noticing this, Tilos suppressed her own energy and apologetically said, I apologize, everyone. I was just recalling Hulia's fate and lost my composure. Zhongli calmly replied, it is nothing. Indeed, Hulia's fate is infuriating. The others understood and did not blame Tilos. Tilos addressed Zhongli. I remember that you sealed Hulia's relics, correct? Indeed, that is true. Then that simplifies matters. Please wait. Upon finishing her words, Tilos sensed the energy of Morix and pinpointed its location. With a swift dive into the sea, she searched diligently, utilizing her power to dismantle the obstructions, and emerged with 2 relics in hand. The group gathered around, curious since the 4 from Sumeru and Fontaine had never encountered Hulia before but refrained from asking, as they would soon see her. However, they were puzzled about the connection between reviving Hulia and these 3 relics. Tilos clarified, there is no direct connection. Nonetheless, these are Hulia's belongings, and they rightfully belong to her. In truth, Tilos sought to observe the events tied to these artifacts through the laws of time. After all, they were utilized by a deity and possessed a certain sentience. Tilos witnessed the entirety of the events and confirmed the timeline. She then addressed the group, "Everyone, we shall meet shortly." Chapter 40. Julia followed Tilos as they traversed the laws of time and space, arriving in the era of the Demon God War. Upon stepping through the spatial portal, they found themselves in the familiar location of the lonely cloud pavilion, yet devoid of the rocky spires formed by the spears of stone. Instead, they were surrounded by a vast sea, punctuated here and there by scattered small reefs. Tilos surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, "Morix is truly ruthless," altering the very landscape. This time, Tilos concealed herself entirely, opting to suppress her aura to avoid unnecessary complications. She produced an artifact belonging to Julia, attuning herself to the faint trace of her presence. After a moment of focus, she set her course toward the salt of the earth, sensing numerous demonic presences along the way, including that of Morix. However, she paid them no heed. Her singular desire was to locate Julia swiftly. The moment she traversed through time coincided with the instant when Julia was tragically slain by her beloved subjects. Initially, Tilos contemplated adjusting her arrival to an earlier moment, but she recognized that such an alteration would disrupt the fabric of events. Thus she resolved to remain in this timeline. After a considerable duration, Tilos finally reached her destination, where she beheld a young girl with white hair, exquisite features, and a stature akin to her own. The girl was intently observing the reports brought forth by her subjects, many of whom had already gathered in a cluster. Tilos concealed her form, silently watching the unfolding scene, intending to intervene at the crucial moment. The girl, donned in a blue dress adorned with white stripes, was deeply engrossed in the information presented to her. Just as she was about to speak, an assailant emerged from behind, drawing a sword to attack her. Without hesitation, Tilos unleashed a burst of energy, striking the attacker's hand, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Julia, sensing the disturbance, swiftly turned around, only to be met with the shocking reality that her dearly cherished subjects had turned against her. An awkward silence enveloped the scene as Tilos stepped forward, addressing Julia. "Julia, behold the very subjects you cherish. Observe them closely." Julia, taken aback, noted that this figure bore no discernible aura, yet their ability to materialize out of thin air indicated they were no ordinary being. The only plausible explanation was that this individual possessed immense power, capable of completely masking their presence. Regaining her composure, Julia implored, "My lord, I beseech you to spare my subjects. I am willing to sacrifice my life." "Julia, your kindness and mercy are commendable, yet you cannot persist in this manner. Had I not intervened moments ago, you would have met your demise at the hands of your own people. Is that truly worth it?" Julia understood the gravity of her situation, but her frailty left her powerless to protect her subjects in any other way. "My lord, I sincerely hope you can find it in your heart to spare these subjects." Tilos, feeling a sense of resignation, addressed the gathered crowd, "You may leave now. Soon, Julia will meet her end." The subjects fled with remarkable swiftness. Witnessing this, Julia felt a mixture of joy and disappointment. Her joy stemmed from Tilos' agreement, while her disappointment arose from the realization that her beloved subjects had so easily forsaken their deity. "I am profoundly grateful to you for sparing them. I would willingly embrace death." Tilos regarded Julia, feeling that such subjects deserved to face their demise. "Julia, I did not come here to slay you, but rather to rescue you. You have just witnessed what your subjects intend to do. They can effortlessly abandon even their own god. Such subjects are hardly worth protecting. I understand, but I love them." At that moment, a torrent of grievances surged within Julia, and tears welled in her eyes. Observing her distress, Tilos softened her tone and said, "Since matters have unfolded this way, come with me to another world, where you can simply be yourself." "But what will happen to them?" "Fear not, they shall have protection. You need only to accompany me." Faced with no other choice, Julia yielded to the will of this enigmatic figure. Noticing that Julia's tears continued to flow, Tilos gently reassured her. All right. My name is Tilos, and I hail from another realm. I am here solely to rescue you. My earlier expression was born from the realization that you are unworthy of such treatment. Come with me, and you will embark on a new life." Is this truly real?" "Indeed it is. Rest assured, I have already promised to spare them. So you must promise me that you will come along. Very well. I promise. Hylia composed herself, and Tilos addressed her. You will no longer exist here. To prevent future errors, we must enact a transformation and unleash your power. Hylia obediently complied. After some contemplation, Tilos grasped the principles at play and proceeded to recreate the surroundings as she remembered them, subsequently bringing Hylia back to the present moment. During their transit, Tilos recounted her own story, striving to reassure Hylia, and despite her efforts, it was only after considerable persuasion that Hylia agreed to follow her. For Hylia, the present was devoid of all she once held dear. The betrayal of her subjects and the oppression from other deities had extinguished her desire to remain. Through their dialogue, she had gleaned insights about Tilos, who exuded an aura of immense strength and kindness, presenting herself as approachable. This evoked an unprecedented sense of comfort within Hylia, as Tilos treated her as a friend rather than a subordinate. Chapter 41. The frightened Hylia and the rebellious Uchiha Madara Zhongli and the others were enjoying tea and reminiscing while awaiting Tilos's return. During this time, the two Fufu shared all of Tilos's experiences with the group, evoking a deep sense of wonder in everyone. They had not anticipated the existence of such extraordinary phenomena. The two Fufu expressed their intention to consult Tilos upon her return. Should she agree, they would welcome her into their fold. As the conversation flowed, a portal to another realm materialized, through which Tilos and Hylia emerged. The group gathered around them. Upon seeing the assembled company, Hylia felt a wave of trepidation. She could distinctly sense that these individuals were all divine beings, including Morix. Hiding behind Tilos, she timidly peeked out and whispered in her ear, "Why are there so many gods?" With a cheerful smile, Tilos replied, "I forgot to mention, we are well past the end of the Archon War. Do not be afraid. They are all our friends." Hearing this, Hylia felt a slight sense of relief. Tilos addressed the group. "All right, the matter is resolved. Next, we need to find Xiao." Upon hearing this, Zhongli directly conveyed his thoughts telepathically and then asked, "Miss Tilos, may I pose a question?" "Of course, go ahead. Since you are knowledgeable about Teyvat, you must be aware of the heavenly principles. You wish to merge Teyvat with your world. As long as it does not harm Teyvat, I do not oppose it. However, how do you intend to persuade the heavenly principles?" Tilos pondered for a moment and replied, "A valid point. The answer is quite simple. We must convince them through strength." The others were not surprised by this response, but Hylia was bewildered, thinking to herself, "Who am I? Where am I? Why are we discussing subduing the heavenly principles and merging worlds right off the bat?" Tilos continued, "I believe the heavenly principles will make a choice. They are currently in a state of slumber, so there is no rush. The merging of worlds requires careful consideration, with numerous factors to contemplate, such as governance, geography, and communication. At present, I do not possess the capability to merge worlds, so there is no urgency. Let us first accomplish what I wish to do." After a prolonged silence, Zhongli spoke, "That is feasible. Should you require assistance, we stand ready to support you. I can sense that the principles you are cultivating surpass those of this world. Merging with Teyvat will facilitate its growth. Rest assured, I hold great affection for this place. Even if merging is not possible, I will ensure this world flourishes," Tilos assured them. At that moment, Fukulos turned to Tilos and inquired, "Tilos, can you bring them in?" "Absolutely," she replied. WeChat group, Morix, Guizhong, Hylia, Lord Rual, Buyel, Nahida, joined the chat group. Subsequently, her steward, Uchiha Madara, emerged. New members were instructed to read the announcements upon joining and to direct their inquiries to others, refraining from bothering him otherwise. The group reacted with silence. Tilos remarked, "Uchiha Madara, is this how you conduct yourself as an administrator?" Upon noticing Tilos's presence, Madara responded, as the group leader, "I am simply sharing the workload. Moreover, since they belong to Fukulos's world, it is preferable for them to engage with her." Tilos conceded, "Very well. But let this be an exception." "Understood," Madara replied. At this moment, in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Obito was training Sasuke Uchiha, declaring, "How dare you? If it weren't for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would certainly let you witness my true prowess." Meanwhile, Sasuke promptly reported this to the group. "Sasuke Uchiha, Tilos, the group leader Obito has spoken ill of you and intends to demonstrate his might." "Uchiha Obito, just wait." "Tilos, so? You wish to show me your strength? Come at me solo." At this moment, A challenge request appeared on Obito's interface, yet he was reluctant to engage in battle, especially against Tilos. However, with no retreat available, he reluctantly accepted the challenge. All group members had already gathered in the audience, and Tilos thoughtfully prepared popcorn and cola for them. Uchiha Obito trudged to the center of the arena, and soon the arena announced, "Fight prepared." Fight begins. In a flash, Obito was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Tilos did not pursue. Instead, she patiently awaited his recovery. Obito, steeling himself, launched a counterattack, first using a wooden clone, followed by the emergence of 5 towering figures. Tilos then spoke. "I believe everyone is eager to see what happens when I unleash half of my aura." Subsequently, Tilos began to release her energy. Dark clouds enveloping the arena, lightning striking down, her aura increasing by 50%. The ground cracked, and the 5 towering figures shattered, leaving Obito pinned to the ground. The audience felt the oppressive force. Were it not for the protective barrier, almost everyone, except Morix, would have been forced to kneel. Tilos then retracted her aura and remarked, "Obito, practice well. Once your affairs are settled, I shall take you to my world, where your growth will be accelerated. And about your slander, you cannot escape that fate." What followed was a one-sided beating of Uchiha Obito by Tilos. After a considerable time, feeling relieved, Tilos finally ceased her assault. Obito exited the arena, retreating into a state of despair. Tilos addressed the group. "All right, everyone, let us chat another time. I have matters to attend to." As Tilos and the others returned, the recent scene left everyone, except Morix, with a psychological shadow, leading them to unanimously conclude, "We must not provoke her." Observing their expressions, Tilos remarked with a sigh, all right, I am usually quite amiable." The group responded, kind and gentle. Tilos chose not to elaborate further, and they all proceeded to the cherry blossom aisle. Along the way, Tilos's demeanor provided a sense of familiarity that allowed everyone to relax. However, Helio was greatly affected by the earlier events and felt a desire to escape. Yet, Tilos clasped her arm tightly as they walked, with the girls linking arms. The scene was quite lovely. Please let your imagination take flight. Ahey, ahey. Tilos, perverted author, just die. Author, ahey, ahey, I like it. Chapter 42. The Resurrection of the Yaksha. As the group arrived at Dihuazhou, they could see Xiao seated by the riverbank, awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing Zhongli, Xiao immediately rose to greet him, saying, "Your Excellency." Zhongli replied, "There is no need for formalities. I have come today to resurrect the 4 Yakshas." Upon hearing this, Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this truly the case, Your Excellency?" "Indeed, though it is not I who will perform the task, but rather this individual beside me." With that, Xiao turned his gaze towards Tilos. Tilos spoke, "Yes, it is indeed my purpose to resurrect the 4 Yakshas." Xiao, filled with gratitude, responded, "I cannot thank you enough. Think nothing of it. It is but a trifling matter. Now please wait nearby, as this may take some time. I am unaware of their precise locations and the moments of their demise, so I must search carefully." Xiao replied, "Understood. Very well, then. Follow me," Tilos said, opening a spatial portal and leading Xiao inside, leaving the others behind. A few women gathered around Hulia, engaging in light conversation, while Zhongli and the Dragon King reminisced. Their first destination took them to the moment of the accident involving Fuxia. Upon emerging, the two swiftly soared towards the chasm of Liyue. Xiao struggled to keep pace with Tilos, who effortlessly glided ahead. Upon reaching the chasm, Xiao took the lead, with Tilos closely behind, until they finally beheld the one Xiao had searched for throughout Liyue, the foremost of the 5 Yakshas, Fuxia. However, Fuxia lay incapacitated on the ground, alongside another individual. Seeing this, Xiao rushed to Fuxia's side, calling out, "Fuxia! Fuxia! Wake up!" Tilos approached, carefully sensing Fuxia's aura. "Do not worry, I am here. He still lives, though his vitality is faint, and he could perish at any moment. Leave this to me." Xiao stepped back, knowing he could only place his trust in Tilos. Tilos hovered his hand above Fuxia's chest, channeling a surge of energy to awaken him, delivering this energy at a steady rhythm of 20 pulses per minute. After a prolonged period of stillness, Fuxia coughed and slowly opened his eyes, asking, Who are you?" Seeing Fux in such a state pained Xiao deeply. The burdens he bore had evidently taken a severe toll. Tilos produced a celestial being from his spatial pouch and instructed, "Consume this. Once you have, I shall cleanse you of your burdens." Fuchsia hesitated for a moment before accepting and ingesting it. Gradually, all of Fuchsia's wounds began to heal. Observing this, Tilos unleashed destructive energy to eradicate the burdens afflicting Fuchsia. After some time, clarity returned to Fuchsia's eyes as he gazed at Xiao, saying, "Xiao, it has been far too long." "Fuchsia, welcome back," Xiao replied. At that moment, Tilos interjected, "Enough reminiscing for now. There are still 3 others to find. Let us proceed." Xiao affirmed, "Yes." Fuchsia then spoke. "Might I request that you also restore the individual beside me?" Tilos glanced at the other figure, shaking his head. "I am sorry, but he has long since lost his vitality. The only reason I could revive you was due to the faint remnants of your essence at that time, which allowed me to bring you back." Fuchsia, accepting the reality, replied calmly, "Very well. Then please allow me to take him out for burial." Tilos nodded slightly, and soon the 3 departed, burying that individual in an open space atop the towering cliffs of the abyss. Tilos then opened a portal, sequentially seeking out the 3 Yakshas. First was the Fire Rat General, Ingda. Once Tilos had subdued him, he eradicated the karmic burdens using the principles of destruction. Next came the Heart Monkey General, Minu, and the Spiral Scroll General, Fanon. Tilos employed the same method, effortlessly controlling them with a swift Q attack followed by an E strike, achieving a flawless resolution. Tilos subsequently eliminated Zhao's karmic burdens as well. The 5 Yakshas, now reunited and free of their burdens, expressed their joy and gratitude towards Tilos, who merely remarked, "It was but a trifling matter." After resolving the situation, Tilos led the 5 back to the present. Upon seeing Zhongli, the Yakshas immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, we have failed you." Zhongli calmly responded, "Do not fret. You have performed admirably. Your mission has concluded, and you are no longer obliged to bear that responsibility." The Yakshas, deeply moved, began to speak, but Zhongli interrupted, "Go and live the lives you desire. This is now an era for humanity and Liyue, and it is only right that they shoulder the burden. You have contributed more than enough." Seeing this, the Yakshas refrained from further protest. At that moment, Tilos, feeling somewhat weak, spoke, "I will need to rest for the next few days. The excessive use of temporal and spatial laws has taken a significant toll on me, disrupting the fabric of causality." Zhongli acknowledged this, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I shall host you for the next few days. Let us properly explore Liyue." Tilos jested, "By the way, do you have the means?" Zhongli found himself momentarily speechless. "Rest assured." Tilos chuckled, "No worries. Your guidance is all that is required." After speaking, Tilos felt a wave of weakness. At that moment, Focalis hurried over to support Tilos, saying, "My Lord Tilos, please take care of yourself." Tilos continued to smile. "Haha, I'm fine. A brief rest will suffice." Zhongli then suggested, "Shall we first head to Wangshu Inn and later indulge in some delicacies at Xinhua Pavilion?" "Yes, that sounds good. Let us proceed to Wangshu Inn first." Chapter 43. The Drunken Reveler in the Wangshu Inn. A few individuals engaged in lively conversation, while Tilos sought a serene corner to meditate and harmonize her breath. Fukalos and Hulia quietly accompanied her, their loyalty unwavering as they had completely devoted themselves to Tilos. To them, she was a singular beacon of hope, having saved Fukalos and altered Hulia's fate for the better. It could be said that Tilos had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. After a considerable while, Tilos slowly opened her eyes and regarded the two. "You both have chosen to stay by my side." Fukalos replied, "Of course, we must look after you, Lady Tilos. I cannot betray the second life you have granted me." Hulia added, "I have no one else, only you." Upon hearing this, Tilos smiled gently. "All right, no need to call me lady. Simply address me as you prefer." Fukalos timidly suggested, "Then may I call you Cece?" Tilos felt a twinge of embarrassment, "As you wish." It had been years since anyone had referred to her in such a manner, and although it felt a bit strange, she acquiesced upon seeing Fukalos's expression. Hulia then inquired, "May I also call you that?" "Of course," Tilos replied, affectionately patting Hulia's head. At that moment, Fukalos felt a pang of awkwardness and exclaimed, "I want to call you Cece too." Tilos, bemused, reached out to each of the white-haired girls. Observers from a distance noted the tender scene of Tilos affectionately stroking the heads of the 2 white-haired maidens, eliciting a sense of warmth among them. Suddenly, a voice called out, Tilos, I want to join too. The source of the voice was the golden-haired Ing. Tilos turned. Ah, you have returned. Ing dashed over and clung to Tilos, playfully demanding, I want it as well. I searched for that drunkard for ages. Tilos, exasperated yet amused, patted Ying's head. At that moment, Paimon remarked, have you noticed how many white-haired individuals are present? It seems Tilos has saved quite a few with similar traits. And she herself has them too. The group pondered this revelation, realizing that Tilos likely had an affinity for white-haired companions. As they continued to observe her, another voice chimed in. Ah, the old man is here too. How lively it is. Let us drink together. The group turned to see a youth clad in green, holding a bottle of wine, his face flushed with inebriation. Paimon, irked, retorted, Wendy, have you already gotten drunk in such a short time? How infuriating. Ah, little Paimon, do not take offense, Wendy replied, glancing at the group. There are so many lovely white-haired ladies here. Would you care to join me for a drink? At this, Zhongli approached, observing, my old friend. It seems you have indulged once more. As Wendy observed, he placed his hand upon Zhongli's shoulder and exclaimed, Old man, why are there so many people here? Oh, it's truly lively. Is that Beale also present? Just as Zhongli was about to respond, Wendy lay down and fell asleep. Subsequently, Zhongli addressed the crowd, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to brew a pot of invigorating tea for him. It shall be ready shortly. He then proceeded to drag Wendy away, leaving the others with no choice but to join Tilos. A few minutes later, a shooting star descended from the heavens, followed by a flicker of light. Moments thereafter, Zhongli re-entered, with Wendy awakening, albeit with two panda-like eyes and a bruised face. The onlookers were unfazed, well aware that this was the drunken wind god from next door. Tilos chuckled. Ah, Barbados, how does the invigorating tea taste? Wendy replied, quite delightful. You must be Tilos, the one who hails from another world. Indeed. And I believing has informed you about me. In the next moment, Wendy utilized his divine power to restore himself and remarked, Miss, yes indeed. By the way, do you have any fine wines from your world? I have yet to taste them. Could you spare me a few bottles? I promise I won't be in your debt. I am willing to perform in exchange. Tilos jested, I do have wine, but I shan't watch you perform. I merely require your assistance in the future. Of course, no problem. The group then made their way to the Shinua Pavilion, where they indulged in the culinary delights of Liyue. After feasting, Tilos announced, our next destination is Inazuma. It is about time for the revival of those individuals there, as they must continue their work. Furkalos inquired, shall we not linger a little longer? Tilos shook her head, not at all. Once I've completed my tasks, I will take Hylia with me. The group understood, recognizing that Hylia had no familiar faces here and would lead a better life alongside Tilos. They engaged in casual conversation, with Tilos sharing what she had learned. Tilos decided they would head to Inazuma in 3 days. Thus, they began to explore the various locales of Liyue, eventually boarding a ship. On board, the women frolicked, while the few men present were engaged in tea, wine, and slumber, enjoying a leisurely atmosphere. Chapter 44. Inazuma. After a considerable voyage, the group finally arrived at Inazuma. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a young woman with fox ears and pink hair. Ing, upon seeing her, exclaimed, Goddess, what brings you here? Ye Miko replied, Oh dear, I sensed numerous formidable presences long ago. One might think an assault on Inazuma was imminent. Ing, slightly embarrassed, then introduced Tilos to Ye Miko. Upon hearing this, Ye Miko turned to Tilos and said, Ah, esteemed guest, welcome to Inazuma. Tilos responded, We must locate Shadewell. It is imperative to inform her of this matter. Very well. Please follow me, Ye Miko instructed. After some time, the group followed Ye Miko to the Grand Narukami Shrine, where they found Raiden Shogun engrossed in a light novel while savoring milk dumplings. Ye Miko approached her and remarked, Ah, my divine lord, you sense these presences yet chose to indulge in light novels and milk dumplings. Were you concerned that your adorable servant might not return? Oh, how pitiful I am. Raiden Shogun replied calmly, Goddess, you are still present, are you not? Seeing this, Ye Miko refrained from teasing further and introduced Tilos to Shogun. Tilos then addressed her, I possess the ability to resurrect Raiden Makoto. Before she could finish, Raiden Shogun, upon hearing the possibility of resurrecting her fallen counterpart, exclaimed, Is that truly possible? Certainly. If you doubt me, you may inquire with those behind me. I believe you recognize some of them. At this, Raiden Shogun turned to see several familiar faces. Boo. Bile, Fukalos, you are alive? Fukalos replied, this is all thanks to Lady Tilos. Tilos then said to Raiden Shogun, see, I did not deceive you. Thank you. Raiden Shogun stammered. Tilos continued, I just remembered that I possess an item that negates the need for such temporal reversals. Allow me to show you. She then opened WeChat and summoned the Dragon Balls, which appeared before them in a dazzling array. As they examined the 7 orbs, Zhongli spoke up. This item is the Dragon Ball, is it not? Bingo. I don't often use it, so I nearly forgot. Fukalos fell silent, taken aback by the awkwardness that hung in the air. Sensing the tension, Tilos cheerfully interjected, oh, do not dwell on such trivialities. Now, let us proceed with the resurrection. With a resounding voice, Tilos called out, come forth, dragon. In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and the Dragon Balls transformed into a radiant light, gradually coalescing into the form of a dragon before them. The dragon spoke, I shall grant you 3 wishes. Hurry, make your wishes, for I must return to my slumber. Tilos chimed in, oh, you are so fond of sleep. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the dragon turned to the source, startled. In the next moment, it exclaimed, see, Creator, I did not mean to offend. The dragon's inner thoughts raced. Oh no, I mistook the wrong person. It seems we are in a predicament. Someone, please come quickly. It's quite urgent. Tilos spoke slowly. Should I consider remaking you? The divine dragon, bowing its head, responded, Master Creator. I understand. I acknowledge my disrespectful behavior. Please forgive me. The onlookers were astonished, realizing that this divine dragon was a creation of Tilos, and it appeared to be genuinely fearful of her. If you don't work diligently next time, I shall have you remade. Yes, I shall heed your teachings. Well then, I summoned you to resurrect a few individuals from this world. Can you accomplish that? Her voice rose in urgency. The once calm divine dragon was startled by the latter part of her statement, stammering, oh of course. Seeing the divine dragon's reaction, Tilos felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it required some training. Then, bring back Raiden, Foxshai Palace, Sasabaiha, and Hachiyu in their entirety. Understood, please hold on. In the next moment, the divine dragon channeled its power, and amidst a flash of white light, the 4 appeared, bewildered. Raiden, upon seeing Raiden, immediately burst into tears and embraced her, saying, I thought I was already dead? Raiden replied, Sister, it was that being who resurrected you. Foxshai Palace, upon seeing Raiden, and Ye Miko, exclaimed, ah, it's been such a long time. Although I'm a bit dazed now, I'm truly delighted to see you all. After reminiscing for a while, Tilos interjected, all right, enough of the nostalgia for now. We still have 2 wishes left, which we should not waste. The group turned to Tilos, awaiting her guidance. The divine dragon, seizing the opportunity to assert its presence, announced, Master Creator, there are still 2 wishes remaining. This is somewhat challenging. Tilos pondered for a moment before turning to the others, and saying, well, I shall leave the remaining 2 wishes to you. The divine dragon holds little significance for me, so please make your wishes. After some discussions, they found themselves at a loss. Thus, Tilos addressed the divine dragon, all right, let us defer these 2 wishes for now. You may depart. Remember to work diligently. The divine dragon promptly replied, understood, Master Creator. I shall take my leave now. Wishing you great fortune, good health, and all the best. It then vanished. The onlookers, witnessing this, remarked, is this truly the divine dragon? Where is your former vigor? In the face of absolute power, all else is but a fleeting illusion. Chapter 45, Homecoming within the castle. Laughter and conversation filled the air, as everyone had grown quite familiar with Tilos during this time. They had come to understand that the seemingly harmless white-haired girl before them possessed the capability to effortlessly dispatch them. Throughout this period, Tilos had drawn them closer, even kindly including them in a shared online community. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had adeptly assumed the role of administrator, introducing, explaining, and describing with great courtesy. Tilos remarked, indeed, it requires a bit of training. When asked about his proficiency, one could only attribute it to the harsh lessons learned from society. Fukalos, aware of the unfolding events, silently paid his respects for 3 seconds to honor Uchiha Madara before stepping outside to embrace Tilos affectionately. Tilos had been enjoying delightful conversations with everyone, sipping tea and chatting with Morix, playfully sparring with the inebriated Barbados, and engaging in playful antics with several women while delivering light kicks to the tipsy Barbados. They even discussed the prospect of inviting the heavenly principles for tea. What? Not drinking? They would continue until she acquiesced. At that moment, Barbados found his head planted firmly in the ground, while Nahida blushed, transforming into a steam-powered maiden. And Ing wore a satisfied grin. The women frolicked in the hot spring, exchanging playful banter. After a considerable time, Tilos exclaimed, "Ah, that feels delightful. Let us do this again next time." The women nodded in agreement, while the few bewildered men looked on in confusion. Once they had finished their respite, Tilos addressed the group, "Everyone, I must take my leave. I've had a wonderful time. Let us continue this next time." Hee. The women chimed in, "Yes, yes." Zhongli savored his tea and remarked, "My friend, you are always welcome here." Tilos replied, "All right then, I shall return with Julia." The two back there must be quite upset, especially since I did not bring them along this time. Julia, having overheard, approached Tilos and stood by her side. At that moment, Fukalos interjected, "Tilos, that is not fair. I want to come too." "Ah, let us save that for later, hee." "Well, all right then," Tilos said, addressing everyone. "If you need anything, you can find me in the chat group. I'll be on my way now. Goodbye." With that, Tilos opened a portal and stepped through with Julia. Meanwhile, in the midst of the destruction of the divine realm, Kes and Huanhai were engaged in conversation. Kes exclaimed, "Really? How could Lady Tilos take so long this time? It's infuriating. I wish I could go too." Huanhai comforted her. "Oh, it's all right. Lady Tilos will bring you along in the future." Then, Huanhai reflected, life is quite pleasant now, thanks to Lady Tilos bringing me to this world." Just as the two were about to express more sentiments, a portal appeared, and Tilos emerged with Julia. The two women rushed toward them. Kes was the first to question, Lady Tilos, you've brought someone back with you." She then feigned tears. "Wah, you have another woman now? You don't want me anymore. Wah, I'm so pitiful." Tilos facepalmed and said, "Stop it. Let me introduce her to you. This is Julia, a resident of the world of Genshin." Upon hearing this, Kashi swiftly regained her composure and dashed to Julia's side, gently shoving Tilosai aside as she exclaimed, "Oh my, little sister, you are truly exquisite. I am Kashi. You may simply call me sister. You haven't yet reached 1,000,000,000 years, have you?" Julia, feeling somewhat anxious, responded, "No, I am merely a few hundred years old." Meanwhile, Huanhai approached, casually nudging Tilosai away once more, introducing himself, "I am Huanhai. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Julia hesitantly replied, Okay." The three gradually formed a close-knit group, while the irate white-haired girl, feeling neglected after waiting for some time, without any acknowledgement, interjected, "Kashi. Huanhai, I'm still here." Kashi responded with a teasing tone, Lady Tilosai, my sincerest apologies. We were so engrossed in conversation with our little sister that we momentarily forgot you. Do make sure to visit other worlds more often, as I have yet to experience them myself." "Surely, Lady Tilosai does not deem my behavior unreasonable?" Observing Kashi's antics, Tilosai felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but lament, "What has become of the former Kashi? How has she changed?" I shall take you next time." Kashi's eyes widened in delight. "Oh my, is Lady Tilosai speaking the truth? My, I am utterly moved. Kashi, please, stop this. I promise I will next time." Tilosai responded, rendered speechless. Not wanting to tease Tilosai any further, Kashi refrained from her antics. Subsequently, the four dined, strolled, exchanged pleasantries, and enjoyed baths together. Their relationships grew increasingly harmonious, with Julia gradually opening up and forming a sisterly bond with them. Kashi did not forget to remind Tilosai, "Lady Tilosai, do remember your duties." To which Tilosai exclaimed in exasperation, "Help me. Save me." Chapter 46. Vegeta vs. Julia, Huanhai vs. Son Goku. As a decade swiftly passed, Tilos, accompanied by Julia, Casis, and Huanhai, frequently ventured into the realm of Teyvat. However, Tilos found it peculiar that the timelines of the Naruto world and Teyvat seemed to be decelerating. Despite the passage of time, they had only just begun to capture the Eight Tails, which left Tilos with an unsettling feeling, yet she could not pinpoint the cause, so she chose to dismiss it. Over these 10 years, Julia and Huanhai fully integrated into Tilos' life. their powers now rivaling that of a Super Saiyan in its initial phase. These years had rendered Tilos rather bored, engaging in destruction, creation, playful banter with the three women, and training. One day like any other, Tilos had just concluded her arduous tasks when Casus approached her. Lord Tilos, Lord Beerus has invited you to attend a party that Bulma is hosting in celebration of her birthday, Casus informed. Tilos replied, it has been quite a while since I last returned. Let us go and take Julia and Huanhai with us. The four then set off for Earth in the 7th universe. At that moment, the main cast on Earth was reveling in merriment. While Beerus and Whis indulged in a feast, Son Goku turned to Beerus and inquired, Lord Beerus, when will Lord Tilos arrive? While munching on a chicken leg, Beerus replied, that fellow should be arriving soon. Just then, a streak of light descended, and the four emerged. Tilos cheerfully greeted everyone, Yahalo. It's been a while since I last saw you all. Beerus cast a fleeting glance before resuming his meal. Goku, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Lord Tilos. It's been ages. This time, I wish to spar with you again. Tilos leisurely approached Beerus' side, picking up food from his table, and remarked, let those two fight you. It will be a perfect opportunity for them to test their current abilities. She then began to eat. Beerus, agitated, retorted, can't you eat something else? Tilos waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come now. It's been so long since we last met. You could at least allow me this. Beerus huffed in response. After hearing Tilos' words, Goku turned to the two individuals beside Casus and remarked, they look rather weak. Tilos chuckled and said, hee, Huanhai, you should spar with Son Goku, while Julia, you can face the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Upon hearing this, the two ascended into the air in anticipation. Vegeta, upon hearing Tilos, also took to the sky and addressed Julia, I won't show any mercy simply because you are a woman. Julia replied, then come at me. I shall not hold back either. Upon concluding his words, Vegeta charged forward. Although Julia was not particularly strong in the realm of Genshin, she was, after all, a demon god. She utilized the law of salt to condense highly compressed salt particles and launch them at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast. However, it pierced through and struck him directly. Subsequently, Julia opted for a close combat test of her martial prowess, leading to a fierce duel between the two. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet he remained under Julia's dominance. Once more, he unleashed a surge of energy, but Julia, having completed her assessment, chose not to prolong the confrontation. She initiated the law of salt again and followed it up with a heavy blow, sending Vegeta crashing down, reverting him to his normal state. At that moment, Goku lingered, still marveling at Julia's strength. Tilos, noticing this, executed a swift kick to propel him into the fray. Goku, regaining his footing, sheepishly scratched his head and said, well then, bring it on. Huanhai remained silent, advancing with a singular spirit sphere. Goku dodged, teleporting behind Huanhai to strike. But Huanhai sensed the movement and countered with a quick spirit wave, creating distance between them. Huanhai lunged at Goku with astonishing speed, landing a powerful punch that sent Goku flying. Steadying himself, Goku began to charge again, and the two engaged in close combat. In this clash between a key master and a martial artist, it was evident that Huanhai dominated Goku in close quarters. Observing this, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Huanhai ramped up his efforts, unleashing a spirit bullet that forced Goku into a defensive stance. Amidst the aftermath of Huanhai's skills, Goku seized the opportunity to create distance, gathering energy at his side, exclaiming, ha, ha, ha. With that, a beam of energy shot forth, aimed squarely at Huanhai. Unfazed, Huanhai raised his hands in defense, gradually diminishing the energy's potency. Goku's energy waned, while Huanhai's strength surged. The energy was absorbed by Huanhai, who then shouted, Spirit Mirror, rebound. A tremendous wave of energy surged toward Goku. Gasping for breath, Goku attempted to adjust, but Huanhai had already unleashed his attack, leaving Goku with no choice but to defend himself. In the end, Goku found himself in a precarious position, as if he were about to plummet. Witnessing Huanhai's ease in battle, he exclaimed, you're truly formidable. I concede. The two then descended, and the crowd gathered around to express their concern for Goku. Tilos, seeing this, called out to Huanhai and Julia, saying, you've worked hard. Come and eat. This is delicious. The two acknowledged her and joined Tilos, where the three shared light-hearted banter while enjoying their meal. Chapter 47. The divine Super Saiyan Beerus addressed the playful Tyrolus, inquiring, "Where did you find these individuals?" Tyrolus responded nonchalantly, "I stumbled upon them by chance." Upon hearing this, Beerus chose not to press further, instead remarking, "These two Saiyans exhibit considerable potential. Yet they are still not formidable enough to challenge me. Are you deceiving me? Not at all. They have yet to enter the realm of the divine. Once they do, their strength will surge rapidly. They merely require a catalyst to unlock their abilities." Beerus scoffed, reclining on his sun lounger. "Who knows when that will be?" As the two gods of destruction conversed, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Lord Beerus, Lord Tyrolus, may we request your guidance in accessing the divine realm?" It was Goku's voice, which caught Tyrolus off guard. After a brief pause, Tyrolus responded with irritation, "Hey, don't speak while others are eating." Goku, flustered, apologized, "I'm truly sorry." Tyrolus waved his hand dismissively. "You now have 6 Saiyans?" Goku pondered aloud. "There's me, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. That seems to make 5. Well," Tyrolus fell silent for a moment before addressing Beerus. "Lord Beerus, do you intend to battle the divine Super Saiyan?" Beerus replied, "Humph, but there are only 5 Saiyans. How can we fight? They cannot transform." Tyrolus playfully retorted, "That may not be the case. Have you forgotten that I am also a Saiyan?" Upon hearing this, Beerus finally realized, I had indeed forgotten. Quickly, let me witness the divine Super Saiyan. Now, don't be hasty. In fact, there is another Saiyan here," Tyrolus announced. The crowd turned their attention to her. Gathering around, Goku exclaimed, "Lord Tyrolus, is it true?" "Indeed, it is quite true. Congratulations, Goku. You are to become a grandfather." The group gasped in shock, and after a moment of contemplation, they glanced at Gohan and Videl, who became suddenly bashful. Videl, blushing deeply, confessed, "I am expecting Gohan's child." Gohan, filled with joy, began to circle Videl excitedly, while everyone extended their congratulations. At this moment, Beerus interjected, "Hey, does this mean we can become divine Super Saiyans now?" Tyrolus replied, "In theory, yes. However, Lord Beerus, you wouldn't want to engage in a lackluster battle, would you? I shall lend a modicum of power." With a playful grin, Tyrolus instructed the Saiyans and Videl, "You all should hold hands and form a circle, with Goku standing at the center. Then, channel your energies to him." Several individuals swiftly completed their task, drawing the attention of onlookers. As their energies surged simultaneously, they involuntarily transformed into Super Saiyans, with even their hair adopting a golden hue reminiscent of Dilly's. Goku's aura began to escalate, his physique undergoing a transformation. At that moment, Tilos spoke, "Lord Beerus, may you enjoy your time shortly." With those words, Tilos channeled her energy into Goku. Upon contact, Goku's aura erupted, and in an instant, the essence of a mere mortal vanished, replaced by the divine aura. Goku's hair now shimmered in deep crimson with hints of green, his eyes reflecting a mesmerizing red-green hue. Tilos bestowed upon Goku a portion of the energy from her legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, simultaneously neutralizing the savage traits to prevent Goku from losing his sanity. As the ritual concluded, the onlookers were left in astonishment, unable to sense Goku's presence, only feeling an overwhelming dread emanating from the depths of his soul. At that moment, Goku transcended his first transformation into a Super Saiyan god from the original narrative. With Tilos' assistance, Goku's mastery over the energy within him gradually intensified. Beerus then remarked, "Tilos, this is quite impressive. This opponent will surely provide me with ample amusement. Haraha, just remember to thank me later." Goku, with a fist raised, exclaimed, "Is this the realm of the gods? It's truly extraordinary. I feel as though I am 50 times stronger than my ultimate form before the transformation." Tilos responded, "Well, remember this sensation. You two may commence your battle." Goku and Beerus ascended into the sky when suddenly Tilos' voice echoed once more. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about Vegeta. Goku, transfer a bit of your energy to Vegeta. I'll assist in guiding it." Goku readily agreed, channeling some of his energy to Vegeta. Tilos skillfully directed this energy throughout Vegeta's body, and soon Vegeta began to experience a transformation of his own. Tilos remarked, Quite the talent. You've grasped it so swiftly." Feeling the surge of new power, Vegeta floated toward Tilos and declared, "You. Come. Fight." Tilos, unimpressed, replied, "You? Are you certain?" Vegeta affirmed, "Yes." Tilos advised, "Let those two finish their bout first. Otherwise, with my power added, this universe may not survive the encounter. You should first master your newfound abilities." Vegeta, recognizing the wisdom in her words, fell silent and began to observe. Whis, ever considerate, activated the projection. Chapter 48, Beerus vs. Son Goku in the scene. Son Goku and Beerus stand leisurely opposed to one another, engaged in conversation that belies the impending battle. I never expected this to be the Super Saiyan God," muses Goku, scratching his head. "Lord Beerus, I am ready. Let me witness the extent of the power bestowed upon you by that fellow." With that, the two charge at each other, trading blows with sheer physical prowess, devoid of any energy techniques. Goku leads with a powerful punch, which Beerus skillfully blocks before retaliating with a series of strikes. Unyielding, Goku enhances his own strength, and they engage in a fierce exchange, each refusing to yield. As Beerus's power gradually escalates, Goku finds himself at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he begins to infuse his attacks with energy, managing to regain some control over the situation. Observers, captivated by the projection from Whis, express their astonishment. Such a battle is unfathomable. It is merely a contest of physical ability, with vast disparities in speed, strength, and reflexes. The protagonists feel the considerable gap between themselves and Goku widen, save for Vegeta, who quietly remarks, "Humph. Kakarot, soon you shall see who truly reigns supreme." Tilos interjects, "Do I need to let him win?" Returning to the clash between Beerus and Goku, the two have abandoned mere physicality, now channeling energy into their combat. Goku teleports behind Beerus, launching an energy blast that Beerus deftly evades, sending the projectile crashing into the sea and creating a colossal wave. Unperturbed, Goku follows up with a right roundhouse kick, which Beerus deftly catches, only for Goku to break free with a left kick, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Beerus counters with a destructive energy sphere, neutralizing Goku's attack before teleporting in for a devastating strike, catching Goku off guard. Before he can react, Beerus teleports again and delivers another kick, sending Goku hurtling away. Under the relentless onslaught of Beerus' escalating power, Goku struggles to defend himself, akin to a yo-yo being tossed about. In this moment, Goku is acutely aware of his own helplessness. Despite his newfound strength, that feeling of powerlessness remains palpable. As Beerus delivers his final blow, Goku plummets into the sea, remaining motionless, causing those watching anxiously to fret. Beerus, observing quietly, murmurs, "Is this the Super Saiyan God?" Hardly impressive, this level does not qualify as a worthy opponent. Just as Beerus prepares to depart, a surge of determination ignites within Goku, propelling him upward once more. "Come on, Lord Beerus, round 2. He exclaims, defiance radiating from him. Humph. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce struggle once more. Compared to earlier, Sun Wukong had become more attuned to the power within him, and the battle intensified, ascending higher into the sky. They accelerated, collided, entwined, and then separated, each clash generating shockwaves that obliterated smaller, weaker asteroids. Both warriors recognized this phenomenon. Sun Wukong continuously fortified himself, ensuring that each collision of power and angle matched that of Beerus, allowing the residual forces of their battle to nearly cancel each other out. Seeing Sun Wukong persist in his fight, Beerus acknowledged him, for the confrontation had already compelled Beerus to exert 70% of his usual strength. And this was merely a brief encounter with the divine realm. This achievement was largely thanks to the power bestowed by Tilos, which facilitated the fusion of divine energy. Observing Sun Wukong, who seemed unyielding like a cockroach, Beerus decided to elevate his power to 80%. In their next collision, Beerus did not strike directly. Instead, in a fleeting moment of contact, he grasped Sun Wukong's attacking hand with one and transformed the other into a knife hand that pierced Sun Wukong's body. Pulling back, Beerus remarked, "Humph, I suppose this counts as an acknowledgement of your efforts." With that, he cast Sun Wukong downwards. This time, Sun Wukong did not reminisce but fell heavily, only to be swiftly caught by his loyal companion, Vegeta. Beerus descended slowly, reflecting, "Not bad. Perhaps in the future, you may rival me." Lying in Vegeta's embrace, Sun Wukong weakly declared. Lord Beerus is truly formidable. Honestly, I still wish to fight, but Lord Tilos just communicated to me that I should rest. Tilos. Oh, come now, don't fret. The power I bestowed upon him is not meant for unrestrained use. Without moderation, his potential will deplete more swiftly. Instead, savor the strength you just experienced. Understood, Lord Tilos. Humph, meddlesome as always. However, the power you granted him is indeed impressive. It has compelled me to utilize 80% of my strength. Without your influence, he could barely provoke 50% from me in my normal state. As long as we're enjoying ourselves. Now it's time for my battle with Vegeta. Beerus appeared slightly surprised. You still wish to fight him? That wasn't my intention, after all. Someone has to challenge me. I must provide some encouragement. Then, Tilos ascended with Vegeta, while Kess projected the image of her own god of destruction. The crowd remarked, how convenient, ultra-clear Blu-ray. This show is quite impressive. Chapter 49, Tilos vs. Vegeta. The two adversaries stood opposed. Tilos initiated the exchange. Allow me to witness your prowess. At this juncture, you should be evenly matched with Goku, I presume? Vegeta scoffed. I am far superior to Kakarot now. That is indeed impressive. Come forth. With that, Vegeta surged forward at great speed. Tilos remained stationary, observing quietly. Vegeta unleashed a direct punch aimed at Tilos' face, but Tilos merely sidestepped, evading effortlessly. Vegeta followed up with a flurry of punches, all of which Tilos dodged with ease. Too slow, Tilos remarked. Vegeta, with a dismissive grunt, accelerated his assault. Throughout the bout, Tilos consistently evaded, keen to ascertain the extent of Vegeta's capabilities. After several exchanges, Vegeta ceased his attacks and instead created distance between them. Do not underestimate me. He then unleashed a series of explosive techniques. Tilos raised his guard, and a cloud of smoke erupted from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta aimed a powerful Gallic gun into the obscured area. As the smoke cleared, Tilos was nowhere to be seen, causing Vegeta to feel an unsettling dread. Before he could react, Tilos' voice resonated from behind him. Indeed, you are stronger than Goku at the outset, yet still insufficient. Vegeta retaliated with an energy blast, creating distance once more. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Tilos, somewhat bemused, replied, does he not comprehend who the true royalty is? Very well then, let us see how you prove yourself. With that, Tilos vanished in an instant, leaving Vegeta on high alert. In the next moment, Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, shocking the onlookers. Goku exclaimed, what? Just transpired? Beerus responded, the power of laws, merely. Laws. The spectators were perplexed. Zeiss explained, Lord Tilos actually wields multiple laws. Just now, he employed the laws of time and space. First, he utilized the space law to shift beside Vegeta, then set the attack to occur a few seconds later using the time law. The crowd marveled. This is truly remarkable. Tilos' form flickered in and out, rendering Vegeta utterly defenseless. Sensing it was time to conclude, Tilos addressed Vegeta, you are still far too weak. You cannot even perceive the energy generated by the laws. Regaining his composure, Vegeta declared, if you have the courage, engage me in close combat. Are you certain? Very well, I shall indulge your request. As Tilos spoke, Vegeta suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. In the next instant, Tilos appeared beside him, delivering a punch directly to his face. Vegeta quickly regained his balance and engaged Tilos in combat. The two exchanged blows in an intense melee, their speed escalating, generating fierce winds that even stirred the ocean below. Tilos amplified his martial prowess to 70%, decisively overpowering Vegeta. Beerus observed with a sense of awe, what a true monster. The mere enhancement of physical prowess is sufficient to completely overpower Vegeta. Kess interjected, stating, Lord Tilos has set exceedingly high standards for herself over the years. Not only is she exceptionally gifted, but she also works harder than anyone else. At this moment, Goku inquired, Lord Beerus, who is stronger, you or Lord Tilos? TCH. Although reluctant, I realize that if she unleashes her full power, I may very well be unable to contend with her. Whis then jested, Lord Beerus, I never imagined there would be someone you find formidable. How amusing. TCH. Kess remarked, Lord Tilos has an exceptionally profound understanding of the laws. She has created a space akin to a time chamber using the laws of time and space, where a day outside equates to 10 years inside. She has spent the majority of that decade within, making her age approximately 20,000 years now. The others were equally astonished. Beerus remarked, "No wonder her strength is so formidable now. When I first encountered her, she only compelled me to exert 50% of my full power." At this point, Vegeta was utterly exhausted, not only physically but mentally as well, primarily due to Tilos's relentless banter during their sparring. For instance, she taunted him with phrases like, "How pathetic. Is this all you've got? You're not even as strong as this weak girl." To which Vegeta retorted, "What is this nonsense? You a weak girl? You can obliterate planets with a mere gesture. What a joke." Upon noticing Vegeta's fatigue, Tilos declared, "All right, enough. This is truly dull. You only pushed me to 70% of my physical prowess." She then instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta and struck him with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious and bringing him back. Vegeta, "Tilos, sorry. I feared you might wish to continue." Gently lowering Vegeta to the ground, she tossed him to Goku, as if he were refuse. "Vegeta, Tilos, my apologies. I forgot you were still human." The others watched in silence. Beerus remarked, "You truly are impressive." Hearing the praise, Tilos smiled and responded, "Hee hee. What do you think, lazy cat? Have you fallen for me? Are you unable to resist my charm?" Beerus replied, "Umph. I sense you are eager for a fight." Whis quietly cautioned, "Lord Beerus, it appears you may not be able to defeat her." Beerus, "Umph." Tilos ceased her teasing and addressed Goku and the unconscious Vegeta in Bulma's arms, saying, "You two should take the time to truly feel this. You still have much to practice." Goku agreed, and the group continued their gathering. Beerus and Tilos engaged in a lighthearted competition to see who could eat more, with Tilos only consuming a modest amount, resulting in Beerus's victory, which he relished. The group then chatted casually, admiring the beautiful scenery of Earth. Chapter 50. Kai still loves to play. Tilos and his companions leisurely spent a few days on Earth in the 7th universe, while also providing guidance to the two young Saiyans. Observing their training, he couldn't help but feel a sense of ennui. "Ah, how dull," Kess remarked. "Lord Tilos, you could check the chat group." Only then did Tilos recall that he hadn't looked at it in quite some time. He promptly opened WeChat, revealing a staggering 999 messages in the group chat. With little enthusiasm, he opted to browse through the moments instead. Moments, Fukulos, so long and so boring. Accompanied by a photo of a scenic spring. Comments, Violet, Lady Fukulos, if you are bored, you could handle some documents. Fukulos, Dame. Barbados, hey, I've got a few bottles of fine wine. Care to join me? Fukulos, maybe later. Morix, It seems a pot of invigorating tea is in order. Uchiha Madara, the battle with Hashirama was truly exhilarating. Accompanied by a photo of him confronting Hashirama in the arena. Comments, Uchiha Obito, indeed, true love. Uchiha Madara, get lost. Senju Hashirama, fighting with you is such a joy. Uzumaki Mido, Ming. Uchiha Azuna, being with my brother is wonderful. With a photo of Uchiha Madara admiring the scenery. Comments, Senju Tobarama, the wicked Uchiha. Uchiha Azuna, the wicked Senju. Uchiha Madara, the wicked Tobarama. Senju Hashirama, haha. Being with Madara is truly delightful. Senju Tobarama, Ming. Urameshi Yusuke, Dad is so incredibly strong. With a photo of Raisin standing tall while everyone else lies down. Comments, Demon World Raisin, good son, let's spar a few rounds. Urameshi Yusuke, wait until I practice a bit more. Huanhai, looks like life is treating you well. Urameshi Yusuke, Sister Huanhai, how are you doing over there? Huanhai, Ming, call me sister. It's quite nice. Tilos has shown me a broader world. Urameshi Yusuke D. Odevo, sister? Huanhai, I am quite young here. From now on, call me sister. Urameshi Yusuke. All right, Sister Huanhai. After reading through the messages, Tilos burst into laughter and then addressed the group. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while. Instantly, a flurry of messages filled the chat, prompting Tilos to exclaim, "Stop, stop, stop. No spamming." In an instant, the messages ceased. Tilos continued, "Now, please share any interesting stories with me. Let each world have its representative." Uchiha Madara replied, "Leader, we are on the brink of the 4th war here." Tilos responded, "Time certainly flies. However, it has indeed slowed down significantly for me. How are your preparations coming along?" Uchiha Madara assured him, Sasuke, a Beto, and I can easily pacify this place. Tilos acknowledged. Very well. Once the flow of time stabilizes, I shall make my way over. Uchiha Madara confirmed. Understood. Fukulos chimed in. Tilos. Everything here is well, and the travelers are still adventuring in Fontaine. We gods gather whenever we have the time. When will you come over? Tilos. Well, I suppose I must wait a bit longer. The flow of time has yet to return to normal. I'll come once I'm done with my tasks here. Fukulos. All right, we shall await your arrival. Yusuke, old lady. My father and I have unified the demon realm. Tilos. Quite the swift progress. You all should take your time to grow stronger. In the future, I shall arrange for you to challenge one another. And who are you calling an old lady? Yusuke, you of course. Tilos. I shall give you a beating for that. Griss, my lady Tilos. Do not take it to heart. Have you forgotten that you are over 20,000 years old? Tilos. Griss. Yusuke. Over 20,000 years. Indeed an old lady. Fukulos. Haha, this is the first time I've learned Tilos' age. Uchiha Madara. Indeed, you have lived for a remarkably long time. The submerged crowd resurfaced once more to tease Tilos about her age, which infuriated her, for a woman's age is a secret not to be divulged. Tilos. Griss. Griss. Oh dear, my lady Tilos, it's nothing to fret about. Tilos, just you wait. Angry face. Griss. All right. In truth, my lady Tilos has only spent over 20,000 years within the time house, while merely about 10 years have passed outside. Everyone, how extraordinary. Griss added. Actually, in terms of outside years, my lady Tilos is merely a few decades old. However, the time house was constructed by her using the laws of time and space. So she has indeed lived for over 20,000 years. Tilos, let it be destruction. I am weary. Angry face. The crowd began to chatter animatedly. Tilos logged off and turned to Griss, sauntering over. Griss. With a sudden leap, she pinned Griss down and began to playfully touch her, leaving Griss feeling bashful. Her cheeks flushed and limp with weakness. Tilos pressed her advantage. After a while, Tilos rose joyfully to seek out Julia and the illusory sea, leaving Griss alone. Feeling quite embarrassed, steam rising from her head. Tilos' recent antics had truly overwhelmed her. Over the years, this has been their way. Whenever Tilos grew angry, it would lead to such antics, leaving Griss. Tilos' remark, still a novice, yet loves to play. Chapter 51. The Resurrected Frieza. Several months had elapsed since the last boat party, and Tilos and his companions had returned to the 13th universe. The young Saiyan, known as the Second Prince, had taken Whis as his mentor and was training on Beerus's planet. During this period, Tilos frequently visited, and Beerus had grown accustomed to his presence, choosing to ignore Tilos's rummaging through the palace. One day, while Goku was tidying up Beerus's palace, he sensed something amiss but dismissed it and continued his chores. Meanwhile, the young Saiyan was engaged in sparring with Whis. At that moment, Tilos was honing his mastery over the laws of the universe, while Julia and Huanhai practiced together, guided by KX. After a considerable time, Tilos emerged from his training and inquired of KX. KX, are there any other matters in the 13th universe? Not at the moment, Lord Tilos, KX replied. Upon hearing this, Tilos wore a knowing expression. Then, KX, understanding the implication, echoed. Then, with a shared smile of camaraderie, they turned to Julia and Huanhai and declared, let us depart. We shall visit the 7th universe to play with that lazy cat. Thus, the group set forth towards the 7th universe. Meanwhile, on Earth, the main characters sensed an unfamiliar energy and instinctively looked towards the horizon. In an instant, a spaceship appeared, soaring over the city and heading towards the coast. The protagonists immediately recognized the vessel's owner and rushed towards it. Upon arrival, the spaceship opened, and a throng of individuals poured out. Shortly thereafter, a horned figure emerged from a flying craft, causing the protagonists to gasp in astonishment. Frieza. Frieza regarded them with a smirk. Ah, it is you again. How delightful. He gestured to his minions, who swarmed towards the protagonists, surrounding them. Meanwhile, the young Saiyan relentlessly attacked Whis, but not a single hair was ruffled. One by one, he was bested, and after a brief lecture from Whis, Beerus groggily emerged. Good grief. What a racket. With a yawn, he inadvertently released a wave of destructive energy that shot through the crowd and struck a distant planet. With a resounding crash, the planet vanished in an instant. The young Saiyan was taken aback, but the next moment, a new celestial body began to materialize where the destroyed planet had been. Both were astonished. Whis, sensing the change, remarked, "Fear not. This is the creation of the god of destruction from the 13th universe." As he spoke, Tilos and his companions arrived. "Hello, everyone," Goku exclaimed in delight. "Lord Tilos, you've come." "Indeed. I finished my tasks and thought I would visit to play with the lazy cat." Upon hearing the voice, Beerus opened his eyes and beheld a white-haired girl accompanied by two others with white hair and one with pink hair approaching him. "Why are you here again? Oh dear. Does Lord Beerus not welcome me? How very sad." For a moment, Beerus was at a loss for words, while Vegeta inwardly scoffed. "This girl is trouble. Oh, I was simply too bored and wanted to see how things were." "Humph. I see you wish to travel to Earth for its culinary delights." With a cheerful smile, Tilos turned to Sun Wukong and said, "My esteemed Tilos, I wish to spar with those two." Tilos looked at Hylia and Huanhai and inquired, "Do you wish to join?" Hylia shook her head and replied, "I shall pass. My path follows the laws, which do not lend themselves to close combat." Huanhai then spoke up, "I would be willing. I am curious to witness the martial artists here." Sun Wukong was quite pleased by this. Tilos addressed Huanhai, saying, "The martial arts here are somewhat akin to your own system, albeit with a greater emphasis on strength, while yours prioritizes technique." Huanhai nodded, "I shall give it a try." With that, Tilos chose not to elaborate further and allowed Huanhai to proceed. Tilos held great confidence in Huanhai's martial prowess. In a purely technical duel, Sun Wukong would be no match. However, in an unrestricted battle, Huanhai's chances of victory were significantly higher, particularly due to the extraordinary nature of Huanhai's Lingguang Mirror, which could absorb the opponent's energy to replenish and enhance his own attacks. With Tilos's nod of agreement, Huanhai and Sun Wukong stepped aside to prepare for their bout. At that moment, the prophetic fish floated over to Whis and said, "Whis, we have received early news from Earth." "Oh, it must be Bulma bringing new delicacies," Whis responded, summoning his staff and catching sight of Strawberry Sundae. "Is this indeed the Strawberry Sundae?" Meanwhile, Bulma, having received the news, quickly exclaimed, "You all must hurry. Get Vegeta and Goku back to Earth. Frieza has been resurrected." The two Saiyans were taken aback, never expecting Frieza's revival, and quickly urged Whis, "Let us return to Earth at once." "Very well, we shall arrive in 35 minutes. On the other side, Bulma, unable to contain her anxiety, directly said, "Goku, don't you have instant transmission?" To which he replied, "But it's too far. I cannot sense the energy there. Can you not feel their full power battle?" She pressed, "Let me give it a try." The main characters on Earth immediately harnessed their energy upon receiving the news. Sun Wukong calmly focused, then grasped Vegeta's hand, and in the next moment, they vanished. Tilos observed this and said, "Let us go and witness the excitement, shall we?" With that, Whis prepared to depart with several others, but was interrupted by Tilos. "Oh dear, this is taking too long. Your hand is resting on my shoulder." Though puzzled, they complied, and in the next instant, Tilos activated instant transmission, directly arriving on Earth. Chapter 52. The onlookers at this moment, the second Saiyan had already arrived at the battlefield, facing Frieza. Suddenly, Tiloth and his companions appeared, much to Frieza's astonishment. He had not anticipated that the god of destruction, Beerus, would be present. Observing the scene, Son Goku turned to Tiloth and inquired, "Lord Tiloth, Lord Beerus, were you not supposed to arrive in 35 minutes? Ah, you didn't ask me either. I can use instant transmission as well," he added. The others were left speechless. Frieza interjected, "Who are you?" Son Goku amiably introduced Tiloth. "She is also a god of destruction, from Universe 13. Upon hearing the term Universe 13 for the first time, Frieza momentarily pondered it, but soon dismissed the thought, focusing instead on his quest for revenge. However, the presence of two gods of destruction made him somewhat apprehensive, prompting him to ask Beerus, "Lord Beerus, and this esteemed god of destruction, you shall not interfere with my vengeance, will you?" At that moment, Beerus was entirely captivated by the Strawberry Sundae, indifferent to Frieza's concerns. Tiloth reassured him, "Oh, do not worry. We are merely here to observe. You may continue." With that, Tiloth, accompanied by Kess, Huanhai, and Hylia, made their way to Beerus's side. "Hey, lazy cat. Save some for me." "Humph. First come, first served," came the reply. Once again, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Regaining his composure, Frieza addressed the second Saiyan. Then let us proceed. The tension in the atmosphere thickened once more as Vegeta swiftly moved aside, leaving the battlefield to Goku and Frieza. Frieza proclaimed, "This time, I shall directly enter my final form. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training." With that, his energy erupted, and his form gradually transformed. After a prolonged display of power, Frieza unveiled his ultimate form. Meanwhile, Son Goku began to unleash his energy, but did not transform into a Super Saiyan, which puzzled Frieza. "Oh, you intend to fight me without becoming a Super Saiyan? How presumptuous." "Umph. That suffices," Frieza scoffed, charging at Son Goku. At the same time, the two gods of destruction were engrossed in a heated dispute over the Sunday. The spectators observed in disbelief. Kess and Whis remained unconcerned, fully aware of their god of destruction's temperament, and engaged in casual conversation, while Hylia and Huanhai watched the battle between Son Goku and Frieza, occasionally nodding or shaking their heads. On the other side, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza exhibited Goku's dominance, appearing relaxed while Frieza struggled. Eventually, Vegeta could no longer bear to watch, scoffing as he surged towards Son Goku. Frieza, caught off guard by the sudden interruption, was bewildered as Vegeta began to engage in combat with Son Goku. Seeing this, Frieza chuckled and launched an assault on both fighters, only to have their attacks effortlessly countered. Son Goku, perplexed, exclaimed to Vegeta, "Really? I wasn't finished yet." "Humph. Kakarot, it's been too long. It's my turn." Frieza remarked, "Hee, Vegeta. Are you looking to return to my side? I would gladly welcome you." "Humph. Do you think you are worthy? With your diminutive stature?" Upon hearing this, Frieza was infuriated. Vegeta addressed Goku. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Fight earnestly, or I shall take over." With a disdainful snort, Vegeta descended to the ground. Subsequently, Goku unleashed his fury, a blue aura enveloping him. In a moment, the Super Saiyan God in its azure form emerged. Observing this, Frieza ceased to conceal his power and transformed into Golden Frieza. "Now, Goku, continue," he commanded. Goku responded with a calm smile, and the two resumed their fierce battle. Meanwhile, Tilos and Beerus had finished their strawberry sundae and were now engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. "Ah, how exhilarating this fight is," Tilos exclaimed. "Humph, this hardly piques my interest." Beerus replied, "Since you find it dull, shall we engage in a battle ourselves?" Tilos suggested. "Oh, that piques my interest somewhat," Beerus responded. Kiss and Whis interjected, "Lord Tilos. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, must not engage in private battles." Resigned, they refrained from further discussion about a duel and continued watching the combat. On the battlefield, Super Saiyan God faced off against Golden Frieza, exchanging blows and taunts, their banter reaching an absurd level. Tilos remarked, "That shriek is akin to a wail, and the gaudy golden hue, truly unsightly." The audience, despite the tension, found themselves stifling laughter at this comment. Frieza and Goku, bewildered, pressed on with their clash. At that moment, Beerus declared, "Golden Frieza's power slightly surpasses that of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue." The crowd tensed, astonished that merely transforming had allowed Frieza to exceed Goku, who had touched the realm of the gods. Observing this, Tilos reassured, "Fear not, Frieza's form has its weaknesses." Intrigued, the audience leaned in, eager for clarification. "Well, the Golden Frieza form consumes an immense amount of stamina. After all, he has only just mastered this transformation upon his resurrection, so trust in those two." Chapter 53. The Fool. As time passed, Golden Frieza's energy began to wane, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to press the attack. Despite his declining stamina, Frieza remained relentless in his pursuit of Wukong, forcing him to defend himself. Wukong, recognizing the shift in momentum, intensified his offensive, pushing Frieza to retreat step by step. Neither combatant was willing to yield, their shouts echoing through the air. This prompted Tilos to quip, "Is shouting a prerequisite for fighting?" The onlookers could only remain silent. Moments later, Frieza could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of Wukong's assault and was sent crashing into the ocean's surface. As Wukong gathered energy at his waist, he shouted, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" launching an attack akin to a missile aimed directly at Frieza. Struggling to defend himself, Frieza ultimately succumbed and was plunged into the depths of the sea. After a considerable time, Frieza emerged with great difficulty. Observing this, Wukong remarked, "I won't speak ill of you, but you should leave now. I will gladly fight you again another time. Frieza, infuriated, shouted, "How can this be? Why? Why?" The surrounding waters churned violently under his rage, and rocks shattered, littering the area. Gradually, calm returned, and Frieza knelt, exhausted, propped up by his hands. At that moment, Wukong teleported closer, watching silently. Frieza, noticing Sorb nearby, signaled discreetly. Understanding the cue, Sorb took aim at Wukong. Just as Wukong was about to speak, a beam of energy pierced through his chest, instantly reverting him to his normal state as he fell heavily to the ground. Frieza rose, laughing, "Well done, Sorb." From behind the rocks, a short, stout figure named Little Blue chimed in. "Thank you for the compliment." Frieza then addressed Wukong. "We had prepared a contingency plan, and it has proven quite effective." He approached Wukong's side, his smile vanishing, replaced by a grimace of vengeance as he delivered a brutal kick to Wukong's abdomen. Unsatisfied, he followed up with several more strikes, eliciting anguished cries from Wukong. Eventually, Frieza ceased his assault, turning Wukong onto his back as he announced, "Well then, it's time to end the nap." He then placed his foot on Wukong's injured area, applying excruciating pressure as if performing a massage. Wukong's cries of pain caused concern among the watching heroes. Wiz commented thus, "I maintain my position," while Beerus remarked, "Though Frieza's methods are despicable, he certainly possesses skill." Frieza swiftly delivered a kick that sent Son Goku crashing into the rocks. Approaching the fallen warrior, he observed Goku, who lay peacefully amidst the rubble. The protagonist ensemble, unable to contain themselves, attempted to rush forward, but were thwarted by a blast of energy from Frieza. With a triumphant laugh, he addressed Goku, declaring, "Ha ha ha. I always knew it. Your overly soft heart is your greatest weakness. You possess a detrimental flaw, believing yourself to be invincible, which leads to your careless oversight. Witness how your seemingly resilient body was felled by a mere laser gun. How does that make you feel now, ha ha ha?" As Goku struggled to rise, Frieza's voice continued, "You must feel quite regretful, don't you? Although you triumphed in battle, in the end, you succumbed to me, didn't you?" Raising his right hand, he proclaimed, "At last, the scene from my dreams is about to unfold, ha ha ha. Yet, I find it rather dull to kill you so easily." Turning to Vegeta, he proposed, "Mr. Vegeta, how about I grant you this opportunity? I know you have always harbored a deep-seated hatred for this Saiyan, am I wrong? Now, allow me to witness your once loyal heart, and I shall guarantee your survival." Vegeta hesitated for a moment before approaching Goku. "Humph. Didn't Lord Whis just inform you that you're a fool?" He then addressed Frieza. "However, I still need him to grow stronger, so I cannot kill him." Frieza replied, "Then if you slay him, I shall appoint you as the supreme commander of the Frieza force." "What do you say?" Vegeta coldly responded, "That does sound appealing. But I have made my decision to eradicate you entirely. You annihilated my planet. How could I ever be loyal to you?" Upon hearing this, Whis turned to Beerus and remarked, "It seems Lord Beerus was quite supportive of the destruction of Vegeta's planet back then." After listening, Beerus appeared sheepish and cautioned, "Shoo, let us not draw attention." At that moment, Tilos interjected, "Oh dear." Beerus, speechless, realized he had forgotten about the Saiyan god of destruction nearby. Meanwhile, Vegeta called out to Krillin, "Hey, Krillin, if you don't feed Goku a Senzu bean soon, he might truly perish." Upon hearing this, Krillin quickly rushed to Goku's side. Seeing this, Frieza unleashed an energy blast, which Vegeta effortlessly deflected. After consuming the Senzu bean, Goku was fully revitalized and expressed his gratitude to Vegeta, subsequently rejoining the protagonist group, leaving the battlefield to Vegeta and Frieza. Chapter 54. New attribute Vegeta, with an expression of disdain, addressed Frieza, stating, "I am not a fool like Kakarot. Prepare to meet your demise." Subsequently, his aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a deep azure flame, his hair transforming from black to blue. Frieza, taken aback by disbelief, had not anticipated that Vegeta could achieve such a form. In Frieza's moment of terror, Vegeta continued, "I forgot to mention, I can transform just like Kakarot." "How? Is this possible? No, this cannot be." Before Frieza could voice further complaints, Vegeta teleported and delivered a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying. He then followed up with a barrage of punches aimed at Frieza. A figure, adorned in opulent gold, struck the earth with astounding speed, creating a deep crater. Within it, a reluctant Frieza struggled to rise, unleashing a flurry of attacks while shouting, "Ah! Aura! Aura!" At this moment, Vegeta approached Frieza with an air of superiority, effortlessly deflecting incoming energy blasts while walking leisurely. "Is this all you've got?" he taunted. Frieza, incensed by these words, intensified his onslaught, yet Vegeta remained unfazed, steadily advancing. Meanwhile, Frieza's subordinate, Sorbet, sought to assert his presence by wielding a laser gun against Vegeta. Ever vigilant, Vegeta easily detected the threat, countering with an energy blast that took Sorbet down. Tilos, witnessing this, could not help but remark, "Such bravado." Kes, overhearing, retorted to Tilos, "Oh, who was it in the past that, after defeating an opponent, walked away only to be ambushed and injured later?" Upon hearing this, Tilos felt a wave of embarrassment. "What are you talking about? Who was that? Do I know them?" Griss, observing the exchange, chuckled, "Ha ha. You Saiyans truly are a legacy of arrogance." Tilos, flustered and angry, shot back, "Be quiet, or I shall break your windows while you sleep." "You are getting anxious. I want to reveal who it is," Griss teased further. The main characters chimed in. It seems that arrogance runs in the Saiyan bloodline. Returning to Vegeta, he had now positioned himself directly before Frieza, seizing the moment to unleash a relentless assault, his fists flying as his words flowed incessantly. Aimed at aggravating his foe, Vegeta proclaimed, "Aren't you formidable? Come on, stand up. Let us have it out." Frieza retorted, "You. If you have the guts. Stop talking and just fight." Vegeta laughed, "I relish it. Look at you now, like a pathetic wretch. Is this the so-called ruler of the universe? You're unworthy. Your form is laughable. Even your father wouldn't recognize you. You claim to be strong? Stand up and show me. Let me disdain you," Frieza exclaimed. Vegeta, engaged in combat, offered no opportunity for Frieza to respond. Tilos, witnessing this scene, felt as though he had encountered a false Vegeta. He then turned to the others, who responded, "We do not recognize him, truly." All eyes subsequently shifted to Bulma, who, under the sudden scrutiny, felt quite embarrassed yet found herself at a loss for words. Little did she know, upon seeing Frieza, Vegeta had unleashed a torrent of insults, each more inventive than the last. Back on the battlefield, Vegeta, now fatigued from his verbal onslaught, delivered a powerful kick that sent the ostentatiously golden Frieza crashing into the rocks, stripping him of his flamboyant hue. Frieza, kneeling in fury and frustration, was met with Vegeta's proclamation, "Enough. You can perish now." Frieza, incensed by these words, pressed his hands to the ground and murmured, "If that is the case, then we shall perish together." He then unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, which reverberated through the Earth's core, causing the ground to crack and tremble violently. Witnessing this, Whis and Kes swiftly wielded their staffs to conjure an elliptical barrier enveloping the group. The Earth began to shatter at an alarming rate, and before Vegeta could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he was swept away, accompanying Frieza into oblivion. In the cosmos, Earth ceased to exist. The individuals within the barrier were engulfed in sorrow, particularly Bulma, who broke down in tears. Tilos, observing her distress, reassured her, "Do not fret. We can simply try again." The others, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope and inquired, "Lord Tilos, what do you mean by that?" "It's straightforward. We shall have Kes and Whis utilize their powers over time to revert to the moment before the catastrophe." Tilos then turned to Kes, who, along with Whis, understood the task and gently tapped their staffs downward. The shattered rocks began to converge toward the Earth's original location, and in a brief moment, they returned to the instant before Frieza's demise. The group quickly dispatched Goku, who, with a flash, ascended into the air and rapidly gathered energy. Vegeta sensed this and instantly teleported away. Just as he departed, a beam of energy shot towards Frieza, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream as Frieza was obliterated alongside the vanishing energy. Vegeta could only exclaim, "Kakarot, wasn't that my role?" "Ah, well, the situation was urgent," Goku replied. "What transpired?" He then recounted the events to Vegeta, who, though initially perturbed, conceded and reminded Goku that next time, he should take the lead. With matters resolved, Tilos and Griss proceeded to Bulma's residence to celebrate with a feast. Chapter 55. Tilos upon arriving at Bulma's residence. A group of individuals celebrated with a remarkable sense of ease, as if they had not just endured a recent cataclysm. Tilos quietly observed the harmonious interactions of Goku's family, a wave of melancholy washing over her as she murmured to herself, "How beautiful it is. I wonder how my mother is faring." Griss, having keenly noted Tilos's emotional state early on, perked up his ears and attentively listened. After hearing her soft lament, he approached with a touch of arrogance and declared, "Humph. That Tina character is certainly fine. Oh, I didn't expect Lord Griss would come to comfort me," she thought, somewhat surprised. "Humph. It's merely because your demeanor lacks the essence of a destroyer." Tilos smiled gently, remaining silent. Griss continued, "Won't you join us for a meal?" Tilos shook her head. "No. I think I shall pass. I prefer to take a solitary stroll. Please inform them for me." "Very well," he replied. With that, Tilos took to the skies alone, leaving the others in a state of perplexity. Griss remarked, "She has her own matters to attend to. Do not concern yourselves with her." Upon hearing this, the group ceased their inquiries and resumed their repast. Meanwhile, Kes opened her WeChat inquiring about Tilos's whereabouts. "I'm just going to explore for a bit," Tilos replied. Upon seeing this, Kes refrained from further questioning, merely advising her to return early. Tilos soon found herself at the place where she had once lived with Tina. Nostalgia washing over her. "How I missed this place," she thought, stepping into the house and surveying the remnants of their shared life. A troubling hypothesis began to form in her mind regarding her arrival in this world and the origin of the system. Initially, she was oblivious to the truth, but upon mastering the laws of time and space, a chilling realization dawned upon her. She might have originally belonged to this world, or could be the result of a choice made by her future self. After wandering for a while, Tilos exited the house and aimlessly strolled along the path. In this life, she had experienced a love she had never known before, yet it had vanished once more. This love had once driven her to vow to find Tina, and after discovering through a letter that Tina was thriving, she felt a sense of relief. Tilos pondered the mysteries of this world, contemplating why the 13th universe bore such resemblance to the 7th, and why there was a connection between them. After much reflection, she decided to leave these questions for the future, believing that only by growing stronger could she uncover the truth. Presently, her combat prowess stood at a formidable 4-6 against Kes at full strength. The time spent within the time chamber had deepened her understanding of the laws and accelerated her growth and strength, to the extent that Tilos now ranked among the most powerful of the destroyers. At that moment, Tilos sat quietly by the riverbank, observing schools of small fish swimming in the water. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie. "Ah, Tilos, my lady, is that you here?" Without needing to turn, she recognized the voice. "Kes, what brings you here?" Kes approached slowly and settled beside her, saying, "Isn't it obvious? I came because I saw you looking so forlorn." "I am perfectly fine. I am merely filled with sentiment." "Ah, truly, this is not the usual demeanor of Lady Tilos." Upon hearing this, Tilos chuckled, "Ha ha. Then what am I like on a typical day?" Kes pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "Well, Lady Tilos, usually you are quite cheerful, akin to a little girl from an ordinary family." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Perhaps you have not noticed." Tilos glanced at Kes before turning her gaze toward the swimming fish in the river, remarking, "Time passes so swiftly." Kes echoed her sentiment. "Indeed. When I first met you, you were so small and frail. I never imagined you would become a god of destruction, and one of the most powerful at that." Kes. Before Tilos could respond, Kes continued, "I understand why you feel such sorrow, Lady Tilos. Although you appear joyful each day, deep down, you still harbor sadness. When you are with us, it may not be apparent, but in solitude, that sorrow becomes evident. Sometimes, Lady Tilos, you should allow yourself to relax a little and lean on us." Tilos, as if struck to her core, felt tears stream down her face involuntarily. Kes, beside her, gently stroked Tilos and watched quietly. Once Tilos had composed herself, she said, "I did not expect you to perceive it so accurately, Kes. Hee, after all, I belong to Lady Tilos. So that means." Tilos began, her expression suddenly brightening as she embraced Kes and affectionately patted her. "Ah, Lady Tilos. Not again." Hee. Kes did not pull away, allowing Tilos to express her affection. After a while, Tilos stopped her gentle caresses, simply holding Kes and softly saying, "Thank you, Kes." Kes smiled knowingly. After a long pause, Kes spoke, "Lady Tilos, might you let me go now?" Just let me hold you a bit longer. It is simply too comforting." Kes found herself powerless to resist. After all, She was the beloved goddess of destruction, and she could only indulge her. Chapter 56. The Illusory Sea vs. Sun Wukong. After a brief respite, Tilos and Kess returned to Bulma's residence. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong inquired, "Lord Tilos, where have you been?" "Oh, I just visited the place where I once resided," Tilos replied. The others were taken aback to discover that Tilos had previously lived on Earth, with the exception of Griss and a few others who were astonished to learn this revelation. "To think, Lord Tilos, you once dwelled on Earth. Oh dear, did I not mention it before? I am originally from the 7th universe and had lived on Earth long ago, back when most of you were not yet born. Except for Master Roshi." While the group was aware of Tilos' origins, they were surprised to learn of her past residence on Earth. After some casual conversation, Tilos decided to lead Kess, Julia, and the Illusory Sea back. Noticing this, Sun Wukong promptly interjected, "Lord Tilos, have you forgotten something?" Tilos, perplexed, pondered, "What is it?" "It is time for a sparring match with the Illusory Sea." "Oh dear, I completely forgot. You may spar, and I can offer some guidance." "That is splendid. Thank you, Lord Tilos." Subsequently, Sun Wukong moved to an open area. The Illusory Sea glanced at Tilos, who nodded in affirmation, and they took their positions opposite each other, ready to engage. Just as they prepared to commence their duel, Tilos' voice resonated, "I have a delightful idea. You shall wear the handcuffs I provided earlier," adding an extra challenge. Once donned, Tilos approached and infused the handcuffs with weight, simultaneously sealing a significant portion of their energy. Upon completion, Sun Wukong felt his body abruptly pressed to the ground, while the Illusory Sea managed to adjust her internal strength just in time to avoid being overwhelmed. Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim, "How are we to fight like this?" With a cheerful demeanor, Tilos replied, "You have undergone this training before. I merely increased the weight. The Illusory Sea mastered it long ago, and I have added a bit for her, placing you both on equal footing. Best of luck." With that, Tilos returned to the group. On the field, Sun Wukong and the Illusory Sea were diligently working to find their balance. After a brief moment, they locked eyes, deciding to forego energy attacks and engage in pure martial arts. Witnessing this, Griss remarked to Tilos, "I never imagined your training methods to be so unconventional. Hehe. This is my most effective approach for enhancing bodily energy control. The weight they bear is still less than half of what I once endured." Kess chimed in. "Lord Tilos once wielded this technique to obliterate a planet, and her precision in regulating her internal energy is truly remarkable." Griss scoffed dismissively, flattered by the praise. Tilos quickly interjected, "Let us keep it low-key." Low-key. The protagonist quietly observed Tilos flaunting his prowess. Truly remarkable to possess such a capability to obliterate a planet. The scene shifts back to the duel between Huanhai and Sun Wukong, where they were locked in a fierce exchange, each move a testament to their skill. However, it was evident that Huanhai was not exerting his full strength. It was a jest. Huanhai's comprehension of martial arts surpassed Sun Wukong's by leaps and bounds, rendering the latter unable to prevail. Regarding Huanhai's display, Tilos merely smiled in silence, recognizing Huanhai's intent to impart martial techniques. Sun Wukong, proving himself capable, soon grasped the concepts, prompting Huanhai to unleash his full offensive. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance. As Huanhai momentarily missed a kick, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to counter with a hook punch. Huanhai deftly redirected the force, neutralizing Wukong's strike, and with a swift shift of his weight, delivered a kick to Wukong's thigh. Sun Wukong staggered, but, reacting swiftly, remained standing. Yet, Huanhai's relentless assault continued. With a grappling maneuver, Sun Wukong was ensnared. Struggling to break free proved futile, and he resorted to kicking Huanhai's calf in desperation. Huanhai, momentarily taken aback by the pain, released his hold, allowing Sun Wukong to regain distance before the battle resumed. This time, Huanhai employed a different martial technique, his legs positioned in an inward stance, hands poised in front and behind, harmonizing his waist and stance. Sun Wukong unleashed a series of punches, but Huanhai evaded skillfully, seizing an opening to deliver a lateral kick that struck Wukong's legs, followed by a palm strike directed at his ribs. Subsequently, a punch landed squarely on Wukong's chest, sending him reeling once more. Huanhai followed up with a pointed jab aimed at Wukong's throat, halting just before contact. Sun Wukong took a moment to comprehend his defeat. collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, "You are truly formidable." Huanhai replied coolly, "You are not without merit. You were able to apply what you learned in such a short time." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, and the others gathered around. Tilos spoke, "Well done, Huanhai." Huanhai offered a faint smile in acknowledgement. Turning to Sun Wukong, Tilos continued, "In that battle, you had significant flaws. You focused solely on power and speed while throwing punches, resulting in excessive body movement that exposed vulnerabilities. Additionally, your body was too tense. Instinctual reactions are essential." Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly. "Huanhai is truly exceptional. His martial techniques are endless. Lord Tilos, I tend to forget everything you've mentioned during battles. Simply seek out Beerus and the others. Wear a blindfold and let them strike at you. Train your body to instinctively evade. Perfecting this method is known as the ultimate skill of freedom, and it should suit you well." "Really?" "Indeed. Go practice with Beerus and the others. We should be heading back now." Upon concluding her brief instructions to Beerus and the others, Tilos led Keisai and the others back. Chapter 57, Livestream. The arrival of Naruto upon returning to the 13th universe. Tilos and her companions continued their respective endeavors. Tilos and Kes engaged in the destruction and creation of planets, while Huanhai devoted himself to martial arts training, and Hylia focused on the transformation of the realm of destruction. One day, after a long day of work, Master T finally returned home and called upon Kes to prepare a delectable feast. Meanwhile, she appeared to be engrossed in a WeChat group chat with a staggering 999 messages. Tilos, accustomed to this phenomenon, clicked in to edit a message and sent it off. "Hey there, everyone. Did you miss me? Hee." The group responded, "At last. The group leader has graced us with her presence." Tilos inquired, "What is the matter?" Uchiha Madara replied, "We sent you so many messages, and you didn't respond. We thought you were gone." Tilos retorted, "Even in my absence, I am always present." Fukulos chimed in, "Cece, when will you come over again? I'm so bored." Tilos responded, "Oh dear, it might take a while. I plan to visit the ninja world in a few days." Uchiha Madara urged, "Sister, hurry here. Let us crush everything." Fukulos added, "Ah, I want to go too." The group collectively exclaimed, 10,086. Tilos reassured them, "Oh, don't be impatient. Once I resolve the troublesome matters in the ninja world, I'll bring you all along for some fun." From the Genshin Impact world, the crowd cheered, "Yoshi." Meanwhile, a few from the Yu Yu Hakusho world requested, "Take us with you." Tilos asked, "By the way, Madara, where are you in the timeline now?" Uchiha Madara replied, "The fourth great ninja war is about to commence. Finally, I can eliminate Kaguya, that brainless entity." Tilos exclaimed, "Oh my, so soon? I'll head over shortly to give you a livestream." The group gasped, "Livestream?" Tilos explained, "This feature is exclusive to me, but I forgot earlier." The group fell silent. Tilos quickly opened the livestream interface and sent the link to the group. Instantly, everyone flooded into the chat. Tilos greeted them, "Hello everyone. Let me show you my planet." With that, Tilos stepped out of her palace. Fukulos gasped, "This is astonishingly vast, and you can see other planets directly." Tilos chuckled, "Hee, this is my realm of destruction. From here, you can see the nearby planets. Now, let me show you some familiar faces." Tilos walked to the area where Huanhai and Hylia usually trained, observing Huanhai executing various techniques, while Hylia studied the structure of the destruction realm. Fukulos exclaimed, "It's Hylia. She's doing splendidly here. I want to come too." Urameshi Yusuker added, "Ah, Grandma Huanhai." Noticing Kes was absent, Tilos inquired, "Have you two seen Kes?" They snapped back to reality upon seeing Tilos and replied, "Kes seems to have gone to prepare a meal." Tilos encouraged, "Oh, you two can watch the livestream. I'll be heading to the Naruto world soon. If you miss me, just check in on the livestream." Huanhai affirmed, "Sounds good." Hylia remarked, "Lady Tilos, are you going out alone again?" Tilos replied, "This time I'll handle some business over there, and once everything is arranged, I'll bring you all along for some fun." The two exchanged nods before opening WeChat to delve into the intricacies of live streaming. "You all take your time with that. I shall seek out Kashi. Don't forget to join us for dinner later." The duo replied affirmatively. Tilos ventured into the kitchen in search of Kashi, simultaneously narrating tales from the Dragon Ball universe, while responding to the myriad inquiries from the live stream audience. Upon arrival, Kashi had long anticipated Tilos's presence and was crouched beneath the table, poised to startle her. entering the room and surveying her surroundings without spotting Kashi. Tilos helped herself to a freshly baked pizza, primarily because she was craving it. Kashi stealthily crept forward, seizing Tilos's ankle. Ah! Tilos jumped at the unexpected touch and looked down. Kashi emerged, exclaiming, "My lady Tilos, you are barefoot again. I do not approve. Wait, did you just try to scare me? Oh dear, Lady Tilos, I have mentioned several times that you ought to wear shoes. What if you step on something sharp? Kashi, do not digress. All right, but Lady Tilos, you are also sneaking a bite." Tilos retorted, "Ah, I merely sampled it because you were absent. It wasn't stealing." The audience in the live stream remarked, "These two." Regaining her composure, Tilos addressed Kashi. "Kashi, I will be heading to the ninja realm shortly. You, Huanhai, and Julia should stay here. If anything arises, just message me on WeChat. I will be live streaming, so simply give a shout." Kashi, meticulously arranging her plate, replied, "Of course, Lady Tilos, but do not forget to bring us back some local delicacies." Yes, I will bring them upon my return. Now let us eat." Before long, Huanhai and Julia arrived, and the four engaged in lively conversation while dining. After Tilos imparted a few instructions, she activated a portal and stepped through. The trio, accustomed to Tilos's frequent absences, tidied up and planned to relax for a few days. Meanwhile, Tilos reached the ninja realm, surrounded by towering trees. In the live stream, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, "Boss, I'm coming to find you." Tilos replied, "There's no need. I have already located you." Obito responded with surprise, "Huh?" In the next instant, Tilos's figure materialized before him. "Well," Obito exclaimed, "what the?" The live stream audience gasped. "How is this even possible?" "Quite simple, really. One senses the aura of others, then proceeds accordingly, and voila." The audience murmured, That seems to make sense." Chapter 58. The journey through the shinobi world. Tilos meticulously surveyed the base of Uchiha Madara, who stood obediently by her side. "Are you moved?" she inquired. I dare not move," he replied. Tilos continued, "What about the others?" "Izuna and Sasuke have gone to gather intelligence, while Orochimaru is engaged in underground research," he explained. Tilos nodded thoughtfully. "How long do you intend to prolong the war?" "Certainly, I will do so at the swiftest pace possible." After a moment of contemplation, Tilos proposed, "Once Naruto and Sasuke master the Sage of Six Paths mode, I shall make my entrance. You should proceed according to the original timeline for now." "Shall I appear in this manner?" Madara asked. "No, let me use a shadow clone to take your form, to add a bit of difficulty and hasten that old man's demise." At that moment, Orochimaru entered, followed closely by Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing Tilos, Orochimaru was visibly excited. "At last, I meet the real you." Splashy. Tilos was quite put off by his antics. "Must you stick out your tongue? While it does have its flavor, it is rather distasteful." "You, retract your tongue. I fear I might inadvertently end your life," she quipped. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru promptly withdrew his tongue. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Why does he speak with his tongue out? Tilos addressed the group. "For the fourth great ninja war, I intend to raise the stakes. Sasuke, you shall head to the battlefield and eliminate that white Zetsu. The three of you will accompany me." Uchiha Sasuke was puzzled. "Why is it only me?" "To gain experience and expedite that old man's exit," she replied. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was causing quite a stir at the Five Kage Summit, formally declaring war. Tilos and her companions leisurely sipped tea and engaged in conversation. Orochimaru inquired, "Lady Tilos, may I draw a vial of your blood?" After a moment of deliberation, she consented. "Very well, proceed." Orochimaru, overjoyed, produced a syringe from his pocket, and Tilos obligingly extended her hand. Moments later, Orochimaru found himself questioning his life choices. It was utterly impossible to extract the blood. The syringe had malfunctioned a staggering 996 times. Observing his struggle, Tilos remarked, "Perhaps I should do it myself." With that, she concentrated her chakra into a blade, effortlessly slicing her skin. Orochimaru quickly retrieved a container to collect the blood. Ecstatic with his prize, Orochimaru excused himself and hurried into the laboratory. Uchiha Izuna asked, "Leader, is this safe?" "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. All he can analyze is the energy contained within my blood. He cannot achieve anything beyond that." Tilos felt as though she had forgotten someone important. Unable to recall, she decided to take a stroll with the Uchiha trio. At that moment, Keen-eyed viewers in the live stream posed a question, what about Uchiha Obito? Upon seeing this, Tilos suddenly remembered his existence and turned to Uchiha Madara. By the way, what is Obito currently up to? He has gone to declare war, Madara replied. Oh, he moves swiftly. I had only just arrived when he departed. At this point, having finished his declaration of war, Uchiha Obito returned to the base, only to be confronted by a figure clad in red robes, whose pallor suggested he had been dead for 7 days. As soon as Obito recalled the individual known as Kabuto, he decided to engage in a brief performance, culminating in a partnership. Later that evening, Obito finally found a moment of respite and promptly sent a message to Tilos. Group leader, I have just established a collaboration with Kabuto. Tilos responded, oh, is the Dream Ambassador about to make an appearance? Indeed, the plan remains unchanged. When the time comes to summon Madara, I shall have my clone impersonate Uchiha Madara. Understood. Tilos then turned to Uchiha Madara and remarked, the Dragon Balls should be usable now. I believe your points have accumulated sufficiently. However, we must wait a while before reviving them. For now, let us utilize the Impure World Reincarnation to summon those with formidable combat prowess. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Tilos continued, very well. The climax of this war has yet to commence. I shall take a look around the shinobi world. Just send me a message if you require anything. With that, Tilos soared into the sky, leaving Uchiha Madara alone. He gazed at Tilos, who was flying away, and muttered, how boastful. Who cannot fly these days? Tilos, overhearing his words, retorted, well, I can fly without external aid, whereas you still need to activate your mech. Tilos' primary destination was Konoha, to savor the legendary ramen made by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Moments later, she arrived and descended outside the village, intending to enter on foot. However, she quickly realized the security was exceedingly stringent. Approaching, she was halted and asked to present identification. Tilos exclaimed, Oh no. Ahaha, farewell. In an instant, she utilized her space manipulation abilities to traverse into a narrow alleyway of Konoha, leaving the bewildered guards behind. Hey, what are you doing? One guard asked, perplexed. What person? You must be seeing things, another guard speculated. Perhaps, it was indeed a case of visual misperception. Tilos exited the alley and made a beeline for Ichiraku Ramen. Upon entering, she ordered a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Otsutsuki Ishiki promptly prepared and served it. Miss, you surely aren't from Konoha, are you? While savoring her meal, Tilos replied, yes, indeed, I'm here on vacation. Is your family not worried about you? The chef inquired. Upon hearing this, Tilos' expression darkened. What? Who's small? Your entire family is small. Just because I'm short doesn't mean I'm a child. Have you been eating your family's rice? Oh, don't be deceived by my appearance. I am quite grown up, she added with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. I sincerely apologize. Mississippi Tilos shook her head, indicating it was of no consequence, and resumed her meal. Once she was satisfied, she employed her creative abilities to fabricate some currency, settled her bill, and exited the establishment. Tilos found herself alone atop Hokage Rock, admiring the scenery while engaging in casual conversation with the viewers in her livestream. Chapter 59, Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. As Tilos admired the scenery at Hokage Rock, a young man with golden hair appeared beside her. Tilos remained indifferent, as the newcomer was none other than the well-known Naruto Uzumaki. Surprised to find someone at Hokage Rock at this hour, Naruto was equally taken aback by the beauty before him. Who are you? He inquired. With a faint smile, Tilos replied, I am merely a passing warrior of beauty. Just consider me a traveler, she added lightly. Naruto, sensing the awkwardness, chose not to press further and sat beside Tilos. In the live broadcast, the following conversation unfolded. Kushina Uzumaki. It seems Naruto is doing quite well. Kushina Uzumaki. I hope to see Naruto soon. Noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Naruto broke the silence. Miss, is it appropriate for you to be out sightseeing at this hour? Tilos smiled softly. Perhaps, but in this world, nothing poses a threat to my existence. Naruto, perceiving her words as jest, laughed heartily. Ha, I haven't even learned your name yet. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage. That's a fine dream, she replied. I am Tilos, and my aspiration is to lie in repose at home. Lying in repose? What does that mean? To be a mere sloth, but alas, it is not permitted. Naruto found himself at a loss for words once again. and an awkward silence ensued. Then Tilos spoke up, "So, what do you think a Hokage is?" After a moment of contemplation, Naruto responded, "The Hokage is a leader, the pillar of a village. It's not merely about self-proclamation. It is about the collective recognition of the people." Ha ha ha, quite insightful. I imagine your friend shares a similar sentiment. Naruto's excitement surged at her words. "Are you referring to Sasuke?" "Indeed, I know quite a bit about you both." "Then that means you have known who I am from the beginning?" Tilos gazed at the golden-haired youth and smiled. "You're not entirely foolish. Your futures will elevate you to great heights. Strive diligently." "Yes." As Tilos rose, Naruto stood and followed her. "You must grow stronger quickly. Sasuke has surpassed you," she advised. After a moment of silence, Naruto clenched his fists. "Indeed, that guy has already outdone me, but I shall not concede." "Ha ha ha, then give it your all. Let me offer you a piece of advice. There is a girl who has cherished you since childhood, yet you, in your ignorance, have always overlooked her. She is quite devoted to you. The girl you currently fancy, Sakura, is merely drawn to Sasuke, and your desire not to be eclipsed by him motivates you. Reflect on this. The girl named Hinata. Our paths shall cross again in the future. Do not disappoint me then." As Tilos vanished in an instant, it was as if she had never been there, leaving only Naruto Uzumaki behind. Reflecting on her words, Naruto realized that his feelings for Sakura were merely born out of rivalry. Upon deeper contemplation, he recognized that he did not possess an all-consuming affection. Rather, it was a simple bond of friendship. Having departed from the Hokage Rock, Tilos made her way directly to Hinata Hyuga's location. Concealed in the air, she observed the heavily guarded Hyuga compound below. "Such strict defenses," she mused, "but they pose no threat to me." Subsequently, Tilos focused on Hinata and, utilizing the principles of space, teleported beside her. At that moment, Hinata was engrossed in her training and was oblivious to Tilos's presence, as they could not detect her aura. Tilos approached Hinata from behind and gently greeted, "Hello, little Hinata." Startled by the sudden voice, Hinata spun around, her demeanor cautious. "Why you? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Tilos, taken aback by Hinata's reaction, stammered, "I apologize, big Hinata." Regaining her composure, Tilos chuckled, "Ah, don't mind that. I'm here to help you. You must always feel hungry, right?" "How do you know that?" Hinata inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Never mind the details. Your Byakugan requires energy to evolve, and I can assist you entirely. This way, you will be able to stand beside Naruto." Upon hearing those last words, Hinata blushed fiercely. Stand beside Naruto. Ah, so embarrassing. Seeing her flustered state, Tilos sighed. "So, will you trust me?" After a moment's hesitation, Hinata replied, "I believe you. I can sense that you are not a bad person, and you carry Naruto's essence." "Ah, you can sense it too. Truly love," Tilos remarked playfully. Please don't say that." Hinata's face was a delightful shade of crimson. Observing the adorably blushing Hinata, Tilos felt a surge of affection. "All right, relax for a moment, and I will channel energy into you." With that, Tilos extended her hand, and a gentle energy flowed into Hinata's body. In an instant, Hinata's eyes sparkled with a green luminescence, and her aura underwent a remarkable transformation. After a while, Tilos withdrew her hand and quietly watched as Hinata evolved. Soon, a powerful aura emanated from Hinata, and she perfectly transitioned into the Rinnegan mode. Suddenly, a crowd gathered outside, and Tilos sensed Hinata's father approaching. Seeing that Hinata had completed her evolution, Tilos addressed her. "All right, I must take my leave. We shall meet again in the future." In the blink of an eye, she vanished once more. Moments later, Hinata's father entered, alarmed by his daughter's state. "Hinata, what has happened to you?" Regaining her composure, Hinata reassured him, "I am fine, father." Chapter 60. Hinata's Rebirth. The fourth war commences after Hyuga Hayashi dispersed the gathered individuals and secured the door. He faced Hinata directly. "Hinata, please tell me what just transpired." Hinata hesitated for a moment, but resolutely began to speak. "Father, a mysterious individual just visited, and she assisted me in awakening the Rebirth. As she spoke, Hinata's eyes shimmered with a green luminescence, transforming into a turquoise hue. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Hyuga Hayashi felt a mix of astonishment and joy. "Hinata, I cannot believe you have awakened this eye. How do you feel? Did that enigmatic person say anything to you?" Hinata found it difficult to adjust to her father's sudden exuberance, as he was usually very serious. This This eye makes me feel significantly stronger. As for that mysterious person, she was a woman, and I sensed her presence only when she entered. I could not detect any aura from her, but she mentioned that we would meet again in the future. Hyuga Hayashi regained his composure and, after a moment of reflection, addressed Hinata. Since she was able to help you awaken this eye, it signifies that she holds you in high regard. When you meet her again, follow her. Moreover, Hinata, do not reveal this ability lightly. The war is imminent. Familiarize yourself with this eye, for it will greatly aid you on the battlefield. Understood, Father, Hinata replied. All right. Having just awakened this eye, you must be exhausted. Go rest now. With that, Hyuga Hayashi departed from Hinata's presence. Left alone, Hinata contemplated familiarizing herself with her new power and resumed her practice, murmuring, "No more tears. I can stand by your side now." As time progressed, the Fourth War officially commenced. The Ninja Alliance was meticulously preparing, and as the leaders concluded their briefing, a vast sea of ninjas surged towards the battlefield. At that moment, Tilos once again provided instructions, accompanied by Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Azuna, and Orochimaru, as they observed the Dream Maker's moment of realization. Ah, splendid. It appears there is no semblance of battle. A horde of cannon fodder, resurrected by impure world reincarnation, has established ties with the Ninja Alliance. Tilos commented dryly. Yao Shirdo truly is the Dream Maker. Orochimaru chuckled. Though I know he will lose, I still have great admiration for this child. Uchiha Madara snorted. Let us conclude this war swiftly. Uchiha Azuna concurred. Brother is right. Tilos remarked, do not rush. Let us provide those youngsters with some experience packages. Uchiha Madara suggested. Shall I create a shadow clone to play with them? Tilos cast a glance at Uchiha Madara. Sigh. Fine, I shall leave my clone to deal with those two. Uchiha Madara, pleased, promptly created a shadow clone. Seeing this, Izuna couldn't resist joining his brother and, after seeking Tilros's approval, also created a clone, with both proceeding to the main force of the Ninja Alliance. Feeling somewhat bored, Tilos decided to intervene and casually acquired several white Zetsu. Turning to Orochimaru, he said, bring those individuals from the group out. Orochimaru remarked, well, my hands, along with the four shadows, remain within the belly of the death god. Moreover, leader, you merely assisted me in restoring the movement of my hands. Yet you did not help me retrieve them. I seem to have forgotten. Let us first seek out the location of the death god's mask. Orochimaru, you are aware of it. Thus, the four of them hurried forth to the repository of the death god's mask. After a series of endeavors, Orochimaru reclaimed his hands and, in passing, summoned the four shadows from the realm of impure reincarnation. Senju Hashirama, feeling somewhat helpless in his body, turned to Tilos and inquired, why must I inhabit a body of impure reincarnation? Senju Tobarama interjected, brother, have you forgotten the leader's plan? Ah, my apologies. Immediately, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged a profound gaze. Madara, Hashirama, Tilos, witnessing this scene, inexplicably produced a slice of watermelon, munching contentedly while observing. All present were captivated by Tilos's snacking, turning their attention toward her. Ahaha. Please, continue. After a brief exchange of reminiscences, Tilos addressed the group. Let us first summon you few through impure reincarnation. The others may wait until Naruto and Sasuke master the Six Paths technique before being fully revived with the Dragon Balls. Now then, shall we consider becoming the great antagonists? After all, the Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. If we perish, we can simply bring ourselves back. Senju Hashirama responded, Isn't that rather inappropriate? Uchiha Madara countered, it is the perfect opportunity to see if these younger generations can withstand it. Otherwise, when the Otsutsuki clan arrives in the future, they may face a dire fate. Senju Tobarama contemplated for a moment before affirming, indeed, I concur with Madara's perspective. Although it may not be entirely commendable, we must prepare these youngsters. If we cannot withstand them, how can they contend with the formidable Otsutsuki clan? Oh, how rare it is for you, Tobarama, to support me. Senju Tobarama retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Humph, after all, the leader assured us of revival. What is there to fear? At this moment, Yuan Fei risen, in his youthful form, and Namikaze Minato quietly observed the eminent figures before them. Senju Hashirama interjected, I still feel this may not be right. Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara chimed in unison, silence. Thus, Senju Hashirama retreated to a corner, enveloped in his thoughts. After a lengthy deliberation, the group reached a consensus. With a commanding voice, Tilos declared, "Let us embark, comrades. Our destination is the vast cosmos." The others responded in unison. Do not concern yourselves with such trivialities. Let us impart a lesson to these younger generations, hee. In an instant, the group donned expressions befitting villains. Yo, younger generation, brace yourselves for a wave of our seniors' formidable might. Chapter 61. The nuclear affection from our predecessors at this moment. The ninja allied forces, stationed in the arid expanse of the desert, found themselves under the rigorous training of a certain mustachioed figure. Hey, you over there. Fight this way. That's just a mirage. Really now? The ninja allied forces, dejected, went to retrieve their weapons, exclaiming, honestly, who could have known? Kisame Hashigaki, visibly vexed, lamented, what a disgrace. Why are this group of juniors so inept? Meanwhile, a scene of paternal affection unfolded elsewhere, as Gaara, amidst a sandstorm, grappled fiercely with his father. Only the ninja allied forces, engaged in a fierce battle against the third Reikage, were met with cries of despair. Before long, the tide of battle shifted dramatically as a blonde figure with golden locks made a dazzling entrance, significantly aiding the ninja allied forces. With the third Reikage sealed, the desert was cleared. Just as they began to relax, the second Tsuchikage stood atop a hill, contemplating their next move when a colossal blue figure descended from the heavens. It was none other than Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, who landed and dispelled their Susanoo. All right, show me what you juniors are made of. In a nearby cave, Kabuto Yakushi, controlling the reanimated, felt a sense of foreboding. Oh no, why is that old coot here? The assembled ninja allied forces regarded the two newcomers with palpable trepidation, particularly Inoki, who was rendered speechless. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. The specter of their past nightmare loomed once more, leaving Inoki drenched in cold sweat. Uchiha Madara, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "Humph, it's been a while since I last saw that little brat from the two scales." The entire ninja allied forces turned their attention to Inoki, eager for his insight. Naruto Uzumaki inquired, Who is this? He looks just like that statue from the Valley of the End." Inoki slowly began to speak. "Listen up. Everyone pay attention." Upon uttering the name of Uchiha Madara, the ninja allied forces tensed up. Madara then turned his gaze towards the second Tsuchikage and addressed him. "Hey, you there? Oh, Kabuto Yakushi, your plan is rather lackluster. Come, let us exchange a few blows." The controlled second Tsuchikage replied, "Uchiha Madara, this is your battle with them. I shall not partake." With that, Kabuto maneuvered the reanimated figure to a distant hill. "Humph, worthless vermin." At that moment, Uchiha Izuna spoke up, "Brother, let us give these juniors a real challenge. Indeed, let us engage in a long-awaited brotherly collaboration." Without further ado, the two charged forward, prompting the ninja allied forces to encircle them with heightened vigilance. Without hesitation, Madara and Izuna launched into combat against the ninja allied forces. A tempest of sparks and lightning erupted, causing the ninja allied forces to falter. Madara casually seized one of them. "Do you wish to dance as well?" In the next instant, he hurled the unfortunate ninja away, followed by a devastating Koka no Jutsu. A raging inferno surged forth towards the ninja allied forces, and the rear guard combined their water techniques just in time to counter the onslaught. Amidst the ensuing smoke, Izuna surged forward, and many fell in an instant. At this juncture, Inoki was engulfed in despair, realizing they were utterly outmatched. Uchiha Madara, having observed the situation, decided to replicate his technique of summoning two meteorites. He called upon Uchiha Izuna, and his eyes began to change. "Let us raise the stakes," he declared. The Ninja Alliance gazed in despair at the descending meteorites. At that moment, Inoki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Gaara watched nervously. In a desperate move, Gaara shattered Naruto's shadow clone. "I apologize, Naruto. You are crucial to the outcome of this battle and cannot be fully exposed yet." Inoki bravely faced the impending meteorite, aware that he could withstand its impact. Madara, recognizing Inoki's strength, summoned once more. "You truly are an old fool," Inoki exclaimed. Though despair had settled in Inoki's heart, he did not surrender. With the assistance of Gaara and other capable ninjas, they managed to halt the second meteorite through their collective efforts. Madara remarked, "Impressive, yet still insufficient. For now, I shall spare you. We shall meet again shortly. With that, Uchiha Madara activated his high-speed technique, departing the battlefield with Uchiha Izuna. Inoki was left puzzled, questioning why Madara had retreated and why, despite the fierce battle, no one had perished, only sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, the departure of the Uchiha brothers allowed Inoki to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Madara and Izuna approached Tilos, who had gathered their group, hidden in the skies. Observing the recent skirmish, Tilos remarked nonchalantly, "Well, quite impressive, no fatalities." Madara replied coolly, "Humph, merely allowing them to live a little longer." Senju Hashirama, with an understanding expression, looked at his brother, Senju Tobirama. "Humph, indeed, the malevolent Uchiha." To which Madara and Izuna retorted, "We did not kill anyone. Are you prejudiced?" Seeing the murderous intent in their eyes, Hashirama intervened to diffuse the tension, giving Tobirama a light punch. "I'm just used to it." Tobirama exclaimed defensively, "It's not intentional." Tilos interjected, "I understand, Uchiha Tobirama." Subsequently, Tilos led the group to the battlefield of Naruto and Itachi Uchiha. Indeed, they had been summoned back by Kabuto Yakushi using the Edo Tensei technique. Chapter 62, The Melon-Eating Senior. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee were engaged in a fierce battle against the reanimated Nagato and Itachi. "What a pain. You foolish fool. This is incredibly difficult," exclaimed Killer Bee. "Hey, uncle, let's not dwell on that. We must act swiftly." The two understood each other perfectly. One would draw fire while the other would launch a surprise attack. Although Nagato and Itachi were under control, they still retained a degree of awareness and revealed their weaknesses to the duo. Meanwhile, Tilos sauntered along with a few companions. Along the way, Minato Namikaze was quite exhilarated, as he was on the verge of seeing his son. Tilos had learned early on in the live stream that Kabuto had reanimated Itachi Uchiha, and knowing the plot well, she felt no urgency. She was aware that a significant turning point was imminent. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the battlefield, where a colossal orange half-giant hovered in the air, with a small black sphere above it, drawing in surrounding rocks, soil, and trees. Naruto, Killer Bee, and reanimated Itachi united their attacks toward the core. With a resounding crash, the black sphere was shattered, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that surged outward, enveloping the area in dust and smoke. The spectators nearby watched intently, munching on their snacks. Madara Uchiha remarked, "Kabuto controlling Nagato's Rinnegan is nowhere near as effective as Nagato wielding it himself." Tilos commented, "However, Naruto and Killer Bee's performance in this battle leaves much to be desired." On the other side, Nagato had regained his consciousness. Yet an orange sword, Itachi's Totsuka blade, was embedded in his body. With clarity restored, Nagato spoke, "I apologize, Itachi. Have you regained your senses? This Totsuka blade is inherently sealed. It will soon bind you. Do you have any final words?" After a brief silence, Nagato turned to Naruto and slowly said, "Naruto, I will return to my teacher's side and watch over your story. To me, you are the concluding chapter of this trilogy. The first part, Jiraiya, was flawless. But the second part often falters, much like myself, failing to earn my teacher's recognition. The worth of a series rests upon its final installment. You must become the supreme masterpiece that compensates for the inadequacies of the second part, Naruto." With that, Nagato's form dissipated. At this juncture, Itachi spoke. "Come forth." The onlookers, caught off guard, slowly emerged. Tilos, sensing their conspicuousness, had insisted they wear masks. Madara remarked, "I did not expect you, my junior, to uncover our presence." "No. It was the group leader who informed me long ago." All eyes turned to Tilos. "Ah, I forgot to mention." Naruto recognized many familiar faces, except for Madara and Izuna, who kept their masks on. The others had revealed their identities. "You all, Dad, the first Hokage, the second, and even Grandpa the third are here." Minato, upon seeing this, responded, "Naruto, it has been a long time. This matter is rather complex, but for now, I cannot disclose it to you." Naruto Uzumaki ceased to ponder further, but upon encountering Tilos, he was taken aback. How did you end up here?" Tilos playfully responded, "Ah, did I not mention? I am but a passing magical girl warrior." The onlookers were left speechless. "Hey, what kind of expressions are those?" After a moment, Naruto came to realize that they shared a unique form of communication. However, Tilos divulged little else, simply stating to Naruto, "Once you ascend to the 6 paths level, I shall bestow upon you a gift." Having learned about Tilos from his father, Minato Namikaze, Naruto expressed his firm belief in her words. Tilos entrusted Itachi Uchiha with a mission to locate Sasuke and simultaneously deal with Kabuto Yakushi. Itachi had already intended to do so, leading to a division of their forces into 3 paths. Yet, in order to present a challenge to the allied shinobi forces, Tilos and her companions parted ways with Naruto. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha was fervently embracing his role, feeling a sense of incompleteness after reading the original story. Thus, he delved into research, knowing that it would ultimately serve him in the final battle. At this moment, he exuded an even stronger aura of dominance than before, revealing an unmistakable kingly presence. Chapter 63, The Impure World Reincarnation. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee were racing towards the final battlefield. However, Uchiha Obito was manipulating the Impure World Reincarnation to obstruct them with remarkable skill. As Naruto and Killer Bee sprinted with all their might, bubbles suddenly emerged in the air, an indication of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata's jutsu. With a snap of Utakata's fingers, the bubbles burst in succession. Fortunately, Killer Bee reacted swiftly, pulling Naruto away from the explosions. Before they could catch their breath, they were showered with glimmering powder from above. This was the secret technique of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Komiai's luminous dust technique. As Fu clapped her hands, radiant light enveloped Killer Bee. Immediately, the wooden clone and Han seized the opportunity to launch an attack. However, both Killer Bee and Naruto raised their arms to defend, evading the second wave of strikes. Killer Bee remarked that his stylish sunglasses provided excellent protection against the light, while Naruto noted that he could clearly sense the malice of their opponents, rendering such obscuring assaults ineffective. At this juncture, the Impure World Reincarnated Jinchuriki had all appeared, and the masked Obito had arrived as well. Naruto and Killer Bee noticed that the eyes of the Impure World Reincarnated Jinchuriki had been altered to resemble those of the masked Obito. The masked Obito gazed silently at Naruto. Naruto declared, "No matter your intentions, I will stop you." Obito scoffed, "You are still too weak. You must grow stronger before she makes her move." Naruto was taken aback by this revelation. Who is she? "You do not need to know that yet. She will appear when the final battle commences," Obito continued. "Well, the war has already begun, and this world is inherently filled with despair. Those forced to seal-tailed beasts within themselves, like you, must feel this despair deeply." Naruto immediately retorted, "Who says being with tailed beasts is unfortunate?" Upon hearing this, the 9 tails within Naruto surged with exhilaration. Naruto continued, "Even if you believe this world holds no value, you have no right to instigate war. I will certainly unmask you." Inside Obito's mind, he murmurs, "Indeed, you are the child of your teacher. You shall undoubtedly earn the leader's recognition. So press on. However, I must raise the stakes, lest that old man who provides assistance become sluggish." The white mask, devoid of further conversation, launches an immediate assault. The reanimated Jinchuriki bursts forth, executing a series of fluid combinations. Naruto and Killer Bee remark that it is merely a trifling challenge, as they retaliate in succession, systematically dismantling their adversary. As the wooden figure is sent flying, the two conceal themselves in the grass, observing the unfolding situation. At this moment, the body of the wooden figure slowly begins to regenerate, fortuitously having been struck in the chest by the earlier attack. The springtime light shines forth, causing Killer Bee to blush momentarily. Had it not been for the prompt from the 8 tails, he might have lingered in this moment of warmth. Naruto and Killer Bee deliberate briefly, opting for a methodical approach to dismantling their foe. Drawing from their experiences battling pain, Naruto ponders whether the reanimated Jinchuriki possesses a chakra receiver. At this juncture, the 8 tails alerts him to a peculiar black rod protruding from the wooden figure's chest. Resolutely, Naruto declares his intent to act, and as the old Zetsu approaches, he seizes the opportunity to conjure a Rasengan, striking the chest of the wooden figure. Sure enough, he discovers the truth. Just as Naruto prepares to obliterate it, Han intervenes, disrupting his attack. The 8 tails comments, "It hurts indeed. Engaging in battle within these woods is not advantageous for us. We ought to level this place first." Immediately, Killer Bee transforms into his tailed beast form, the colossal figure of the Eight Tails emerging and swiftly leveling the surrounding area in an instant. This technique is known as Tears of the Bear Brothers. Obito, along with the reanimated Jinchuriki, evades the assault, while several Jinchuriki transition into their tailed beast forms. Their massive bodies standing resolute, their destructive power surging. They are more than willing to reshape the battlefield for the shinobi world. Obito observes quietly as the tailed beast's attacks rain down upon Naruto. He murmurs, "It is nearly time. At last, I shall eliminate that pest." Meanwhile, Tilo and his companions are watching the battle unfold, having not ventured too far, but instead concealing themselves to witness Naruto's struggle. However, Uchiha Madara is restless, eager to spar with Hashirama. Tilo suggests, soon, Madara shall join the ninja allied forces for a bout, while Hashirama and the others adhere to the original narrative. With Izuna accompanying me, with roles clearly defined, they resume their observation. Before long, after enduring a brief surge of power, Naruto finally liberates the tailed beasts. Obito exclaims, "This is splendid. Just you wait." Tilo, seeing the situation nearing its conclusion, calls for Madara to enter the fray. Without hesitation, Madara descends at a remarkable speed of 270 miles per hour, causing Naruto and Killer Bee to bristle with apprehension. Upon witnessing Madara's arrival, Obito taunts, "You are late. Humph. Your battles lack excitement. Come, let us add some challenge for them." Chapter 64. The masterful performance of Obito and Madara at this moment. Uchiha Madara had already removed his mask prior to descending, while Obito chose to keep his on, indicating that he still wished to witness Kakashi's moment of remorse. Eager to see the expression on that unfortunate boy's face, Tilus remarked, "Well, after the war concludes, you might find yourself in for a beating." The scene shifted back to Naruto Uzumaki, where Kakashi and Might Guy stood resolutely beside him. They had been present during the confrontation with the reincarnated Jinchuriki. But let us not dwell on such trivial details. The four of them gazed apprehensively at their adversary before them. Master Obito removed the fan from his back and handed it to Madara, challenging him to raise the stakes. "First, you must completely revive the Ten Tails." With that, Obito deftly manipulated the outer path golem to undergo evolution. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and unleashed a fierce fire attack toward the four before him. Naruto, transformed into his tailed beast form, led the others in evasion, soon launching a tailed beast bomb directly at Madara. Unfazed, Madara raised the fan and declared, "Uchiha rebound." The tailed beast bomb that had been aimed at him was instantly redirected back, only to be intercepted by Killer Bee in his tailed beast form. At this juncture, Obito had completed the evolution of the outer path golem, a colossal tailed beast standing tall on the battlefield, eliciting disbelief from the allied ninja forces as they beheld this monstrous entity. Faced with the Ten Tails, Naruto found himself unable to divide his focus. As two formidable enemies confronted him, Uchiha Madara coldly stated, "Youngster, allow me to witness your strength." "All right," Naruto responded, raising his hand to unleash several orbs, prompting Madara to counter with a powerful jutsu. In the moment Madara was occupied with defense, Killer Bee seized the opportunity to unleash a tailed beast bomb from behind, prompting Madara to raise his defenses while Obito entered a state of intangibility. Kakashi, observing the translucent figure of the masked man beside Naruto, pondered deeply. Madara glanced at Killer Bee and addressed Obito, saying, "I will go and pin down that octopus. You can take your time reminiscing. They will soon make their entrance." "Understood," Obito replied. With that, Madara distanced himself, charging toward Killer Bee and leaving the space open for Obito. At this moment, Kakashi confronted the masked figure, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Hearing this, Obito erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Does it really matter who I am? Haven't you already begun to suspect, Kakashi?" Upon hearing these words, Kakashi's resolve solidified further. Naruto, bewildered, interjected, "Do these two know each other?" Naruto then declared, "Regardless of who you are, I will unmask you. Your ambitions will ultimately be thwarted. You are far too weak." With that, the confrontation ensued. Throughout the skirmish, Killer Bee's transformed state had already been pinned aside by Madara, who watched the unfolding chaos with a sense of ennui. Eventually, Obito's mask was shattered, leaving Kakashi in disbelief as he gazed upon the individual before him. At this point, Kakashi had acquired an infinite number of Kamui experiences thanks to the chakra bestowed by the Nine Tails. Obito, why? Uchiha Obito, possessed by the spirit of a master thespian, pondered, the question of my existence is utterly inconsequential. However, if one were to insist, it is due to your failure to save Rin that I find myself ensnared in this harsh reality. Perish, K2. Explosive wind dance. A whirlwind of flames surged toward Kakashi, just as Naruto whisked Kakashi away from the scene. Obito exclaimed, "All right, Kakashi, repent. Once I dispatch this obstacle, we shall have a proper conversation." Following this, Naruto and the liberated Killer Bee launched a colossal tailed beast bomb toward the divine tree, yet it proved futile. The tree may have vanished, but the Ten Tails remained. Madara and Obito ascended to the head of the Ten Tails, exerting their control over it. Observing this, Tilos addressed the gathered assembly. "All right, everyone, prepare for the next act. Shortly, I shall send forth a clone possessing merely 1/10 of my power. And you must handle the rest, hee. However, Naruto and Sasuke will need to face a near-death experience. Worry not, Minato." Tilos then dispatched a clone directly towards Uchiha Madara, while the others affirmed, entrance must be executed with flair. At this moment, Naruto had returned to the position of the Ninja Alliance to receive treatment. Upon Tilos' arrival, Madara and Obito exchanged curious glances. "What brings you here?" "Well, my clone wields 1/10 of my true power. It's merely because the original must provide them with a challenge. Once the F4 makes their entrance, I shall commence." Madara nodded, casting his gaze toward the Ninja Alliance as Obito declared, "An obstacle. I shall be there shortly." Chapter 65. The Leaf Village. F4 Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito manipulated the Ten Tails, launching a colossal tailed beast bomb towards the ninja allied forces. Everyone was momentarily paralyzed in shock at the sight of the immense tailed beast bomb. Fortunately, the current 5 Kage quickly organized themselves, snapping back to reality to respond. First, Earth Release ninjas erected thick walls to withstand the oncoming tailed beast bomb. Then, Killer Bee transformed into his tailed beast form, with the 8 tails manifesting, repeatedly unleashing tailed beast bombs to counter the assault from the Ten Tails. Despite their efforts, the Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb continued its relentless advance. Just as the ninja allied forces felt all hope was lost, a vibrant teal beam pierced through the tailed beast bomb, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the battlefield. The spectators were astounded and turned to witness the source of the teal light, revealing a woman clad in a white chakra cloak, radiating an aura of divinity. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Hinata, Hinata, and Naruto-kun, I can finally stand before you," Hinata replied, her voice filled with emotion. "I never imagined you would be this powerful now," Naruto exclaimed, his smile causing Hinata to blush deeply. The 5 Kage were equally astonished, having never anticipated such strength from the Hyuga clan. Before they could engage in conversation, Madara and Obito once again commanded the Ten Tails, launching another tailed beast bomb, even more potent than the last. Naruto turned to Hinata, asking, "Hinata, can you handle this one?" Hinata responded, "I have not yet fully mastered this power. That last attack was my utmost effort." "I'm sorry, Naruto." "Is that so?" "It's all right, Hinata. I am here with you," Naruto reassured her. The others present felt a wave of despair wash over them. At that moment, Tilos, in her true form, addressed the Leaf Village. F4. "All right, everyone, let us go. Be sure to organize me properly later. Hehe." Hashirama Senju declared, "All right." "Ahem. Hokages." The others responded in unison, "Yes." The Ten Tails had completed its tailed beast bomb and surged once more towards the ninja allied forces. Just before the ensuing explosion, the massive tailed beast bomb vanished without a trace, rekindling hope among the crowd. Although the reason for its disappearance remained a mystery, the immediate threat had dissipated. Naruto smiled as he remarked, "Dad, you arrived a bit late." At that moment, Minato Namikaze made his entrance. "Rest assured, that last tailed beast bomb has been redirected to the sea." As his words echoed, the sound of thunderous booms resonated in the sky. Shortly thereafter, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the first Hokage appeared. The Leaf Ninjas were taken aback by the sight of their esteemed leaders. The 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, even the 1st Hokage has come, they exclaimed, their morale soaring. Minato addressed Naruto, "Your friends will return soon, but the enemy we face will be even stronger." Is it Sasuke? Wait, what about Tilos? Naruto inquired, his expression shifting to concern. Minato hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Naruto's question. Tobirama spoke up. That individual is our imminent adversary, but merely a clone. Haha. The awkwardness of Namake's Minato was palpable as he scratched his head and murmured, "Air. Keep it up." He then turned to Hinata and said, "I am Naruto's father. I appreciate your affection and support for him." Hinata, initially taken aback by his sudden words, stammered, It's nothing, and besides, Naruto always helps us." With a hearty laugh, Minato continued, "I believe Kushina would be quite fond of you." Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, feeling bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you all talking about?" Nothing. Let us focus on defeating the enemy first." As his words faded, two figures materialized. Naruto remarked, "You're so slow, Sasuke." You remain the same as ever. Please, everyone, be patient with my younger brother." The voice belonged to Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Senju Hashirama interjected, "You should save your conversations for later. For now, let us defeat this foe." The crowd responded, "Oh yes." Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, with Naruto declaring, "Oh yes. Let us take them on together." Though I am reluctant to admit it, this feeling is rather pleasant. The others chimed in, "Hey, are you both trying to become heroes again?" At this juncture, Hinata approached Naruto, saying, "Naruto, let me join as well." Naruto beamed at her, "Yes. Let us do this together." Sasuke turned to Sakura, "Let us join forces." Sakura, silent, stood resolutely by his side. Senju Hashirama rallied the group, "Let us go, ninjas." The assembly responded, "Oh yes." Chapter 66. Is it truly just 1/10? At the command of Senju Hashirama, the Ninja Alliance surged forth. Tilos' doppelganger addressed Uchiha Madara, "I shall make my move first, shortly. You may join Hashirama and the others to thwart me." Before Madara could respond, Tilos' doppelganger soared into the sky. "Everyone, if you wish for the ninja world to persist, you must defeat me." Upon uttering these words, Tilos' doppelganger concentrated energy and unleashed a barrage of energy orbs descending from above. The Ninja Alliance struggled to withstand the onslaught, quickly disintegrating into disarray. Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Madara. Ninja Alliance. Grandma, I see you. Tilos. Senju Tobirama. Is this truly just 1/10 of her power? In mere minutes, the Ninja Alliance has been utterly defeated. Tilos' doppelganger ceased her assault, quietly observing the battlefield now ravaged, filled with the fallen and the wounded. "My apologies. I may have overdone it." She then activated her internal communication. Moshi, Hashirama, please summon Madara and Obito over. Together, you should be able to shatter this doppelganger, but I must ensure that Sasuke and Naruto are brought to the brink of death first. Naruto. Sasuke, danger. In the midst of the battlefield, Senju Hashirama, accompanied by the Hokages, arrived at the center as Tilos' doppelganger gracefully descended. Uchiha Madara and Obito exchanged glances and approached Hashirama's side. Senju Hashirama spoke, "Let us unite and stop her. Come forth." Kakashi gazed at Obito with a mixture of emotions. Uchiha Obito, having observed Kakashi intently, eventually said, "Kakashi, I never expected to fight alongside you again. Some matters I shall reveal once the war concludes." At that moment, hidden beneath the earth, a figure exclaimed, "Who is this? My plan to save Mother cannot be thwarted. I must stop this individual." Tilos' doppelganger surveyed all present before slowly speaking. "Come at me together. In any case, you shall all perish." Naruto, disgruntled, demanded, "Who are you really?" "A passing magical girl." The crowd fell silent. Hinata Hyuga, recognizing the figure, inquired, "Why did you help me awaken the rebirth eye?" The reason is simple. I merely admire you." At this, Naruto could no longer remain passive. "You scoundrel," and launched an attack with a Rasengan. "Tilos, I was just contemplating how to bring you to the brink of death." "Oh dear." The doppelganger slightly evaded, swiftly grasping Naruto's neck with one hand while the other pressed down on a sealing technique. In the next moment, with a decisive force, the sealing technique shattered, unleashing the nine tails, perilously. Though Minato was filled with reluctance, he understood that Naruto must confront this trial. He could only watch as Sasuke Uchiha, aware of this individual and his intentions, could not simply stand by while Naruto faced such danger. Thus, he dashed towards Tilos. As Sasuke made his move, The onlookers were eager to assist, yet the Konoha F4, along with Uchiha Madara and Obito, obstructed their path. Senju Hashirama spoke to them, saying, "These two must endure this trial. Rest assured, they will be unharmed." The crowd had no choice but to comply with Hashirama's directive. At that moment, Tilos's clone harnessed the power of the laws to summon the Nine Tails, successfully subduing it. Soon, Naruto found himself teetering on the brink of death. Just as Sasuke rushed in, he was struck and sent soaring into the sky by Tilos's clone's rising dragon punch. Following this, the clone delivered a crushing blow, leaving Sasuke motionless in a deep crater. Tilos's clone observed quietly, ensuring Sasuke had indeed entered a state of near death. After a moment of silence, with no movement from him, the clone declared, "Done. Now, Minato, you may transfer the Nine Tails within you to Naruto. Oh, by the way, who among you wishes to engage me? If you do not intervene, the ninja world shall be lost." Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before approaching Tilos. "We shall take you on," they proclaimed. "Very well. The rest may focus on those two." With that, Tilos's clone, accompanied by Madara and Hashirama, departed from the scene. Shortly thereafter, the sky erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, accompanied by violent tremors. Tsunade, intrigued, inquired, "What is happening, great-grandfather?" Senju Tobarama replied nonchalantly, "This is merely the entity playing with you." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "For now, this is not something you can comprehend." Kakashi turned to Obito. "Obito," he began, but was cut short as a surge erupted forth. "Obito, continue with the plan." In the next instant, a mass ascended into the heavens. Who is it? Destruction. The entity vanished completely from the ninja world. The sudden commotion piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who were eager to discern what had transpired. They then beheld a white-haired, barefooted maiden descending from the sky, prompting immediate vigilance among the crowd. Except for the reanimated Hokage, Obito, and Itachi, the rest were utterly tense. "Oh dear, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. You are all far too weak." Tilos, in her true form, startled them profoundly. Senju Tobarama asked, "Why have you descended personally?" "Well, my objectives have been met. Sasuke and Naruto have ascended to the Six Paths level." Tobarama, observing the unyielding beam of light in the sky, inquired, "Then, who was that just now?" Tilos responded, "That was merely my clone, possessing only a tenth of my power." The crowd reacted in awe. "A tenth of your power? I believe the situation over there is nearing its conclusion. We should return, but first, let us awaken those two." After speaking, Tilos approached Naruto and Sasuke, bestowing upon them energy. After a brief moment, both awakened. Naruto gazed at Tilos before him. You, fear not. The old man who granted the power should have bestowed new strength upon you," Tilos replied. "How do you know?" "Haha, you can ask Sasuke later. You two have merely momentarily acquired this power. Next, you must endeavor to channel it throughout your entire beings and master it completely." Naruto turned to Sasuke, and upon seeing him nod, he chose not to inquire further, instead quietly focusing on feeling the strength within his body. Tilos addressed the group, "Rest assured, soon the souls lost in this war shall be revived. And as for the specifics, let those tools explain. You need not fear me. I harbor no ill will towards you, and I hold you in high regard." The group felt immense joy upon hearing that the fallen in this war would return, and Tilos chose not to elaborate further, leaving it to the others to clarify. After a considerable time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama returned, looking quite disheveled, without the return of Tilos's clone. Observing this, Tilos remarked, "Quite impressive. The two of you were able to seal my clone, albeit without directly breaking it. Still, commendable." Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head. "Boss, you are truly formidable. Even a mere tenth of your power in a clone left us utterly exhausted. Practice will improve your skills. Next, I shall employ the Dragon Balls, so prepare yourselves," Tilos declared. The few who understood the situation were filled with exhilaration. Chapter 67, The End of War. Dragon Balls. It is time for everyone to comprehend what they ought to know, and the next step is to resurrect those who have fallen. After the elucidation provided by the Konoha F4, the collective understood that this was merely a test devised for them. Tilos, gazing at the assemblage, summoned the Dragon Balls. "Arise." Shinran. In an instant, a colossal figure materialized. "I am here. Speak your wish." Coughing slightly, Shinran took a closer look, utterly petrified. Why is it always the Creator summoning me? See, Creator, I momentarily forgot. My sincerest apologies. Tilos, somewhat exasperated, replied, I have no intention of scolding you. This will likely be the last time I require your services. Upon hearing this, Shinran broke into a cold sweat. Creator, I truly regret my past actions. Please, do not erase me. I still have my uses. The crowd stood in silence. Tilos reassured him, rest assured, after this occasion, I will seldom summon you again. But others will frequently do so. Oh, I am immensely grateful, Creator. Now, let us swiftly fulfill the wishes. The first wish is to resurrect all those who perished in this war. The second wish is to restore to youth and revive individuals such as Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki, Ashura, Indra, Uzumaki Mido, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Noira Rin, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Izumi, and Hitaki Tsukumo. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed, and the previously lifeless figures on the battlefield appeared bewildered. Another flash of light illuminated the area, revealing those on the list to the astonished onlookers. Otsutsuki Kagaya showed no signs of surprise, as she had anticipated Tilos' arrival and was already aware of the recent events. My dear lady from another realm, what brings you to this place? Six Paths Sage, my purpose is quite simple, to transport this world into my universe. As I hold great admiration for you all, I shall not reiterate my explanation. A simple fist bump will suffice. With that, Tilos stepped forward and extended her fist. Otsutsuki Ishiki hesitated for a moment before reciprocating. After a lengthy silence, he inquired, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to bring Kagaya and Ishiki into the fray. Once I have dealt with Ishiki, I will converse further with you. In the meantime, you may reminisce. Shinran, for my third wish, bring forth Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki. A flash of white light enveloped the area, and the two individuals appeared before the gathered crowd. Otsutsuki Kagaya, upon seeing her companion, exhibited a palpable sense of apprehension. Ishiki surveyed his surroundings and remarked, how did I end up here? Ah, Kagaya, you are here as well. Without uttering a word, Tilos launched a punch at Otsutsuki Ishiki, sending him hurtling skyward. She followed up with a rapid series of strikes, delivering a heavy blow that sent him crashing down. Ishiki, rising awkwardly to his feet, exclaimed, such strength. Who on earth are you? Tilos, her expression unyielding, stated, you may perish. And with that, before Ishiki could react, a resounding destruction ensued. A surge of purple energy enveloped Otsutsuki Ishiki, with his lower body gradually dissipating. Ishiki's anguished cries echoed, and seizing the moment before he completely vanished, Tilos hastily delved into his memories. In an instant, Otsutsuki Ishiki ceased to exist in this world. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared utterly bewildered. All settled. Now, we can continue our conversation, she stammered. This esteemed one, what is your purpose? Me? I have released you so that you may relish life anew, and perhaps bolster the strength of this ninja realm in the process. Otsutsuki Kagaya was left in shock. After glimpsing the future, she recognized the formidable power of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Yet, Tilos had extinguished him in under 3 minutes, leaving her anxious about the possibility of incurring Tilos' wrath and facing total annihilation. Noticing the expressions of those around her, Tilos sighed in exasperation. Rest assured, I shall not turn against you. First, let's address the damages wrought by this war. We can discuss specifics upon our return to Konoha. After that, the 5 Kage and you will join us. For now, I will take Kagaya for a stroll. As for you two, Ashura and Indra, if you persist in causing trouble, you may very well find yourselves reincarnated for real. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded vigorously. Tilos then took Kagaya's hand and opened a portal, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke up, everyone, let us head to Konoha first. Ashura, Indra, behave yourselves. Understood, father. Ashura and Indra replied in unison. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato stepped in to facilitate the transportation of the group. Upon their return to Konoha, they reminisced while awaiting Tilos' arrival. Chapter 68. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Relax. I harbor no ill intentions. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Tilos were seated atop an unknown mountain peak, with Tilos appearing quite at ease while Kagaya remained notably tense. May I inquire, esteemed one, why you have brought me here? Tilos began. Indeed, I am somewhat curious about those who instill fear in you. After a brief hesitation, Kagaya responded, esteemed one. Those individuals possess formidable strength. The most powerful among them is the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki, capable of effortlessly annihilating a planet. Is that so? If such is the extent of their abilities, then my intervention is unnecessary. Tilos's words astonished Kagaya. She recognized that the seemingly harmless girl before her was powerful. Yet she remained unaware of the full extent of Tilos's capabilities. Please do not underestimate the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya implored. Tilos nonchalantly replied, rest assured. I am not of this world. In my realm, there exist multiple universes, and countless beings can effortlessly obliterate planets. Moreover, the strongest in my world possesses the capability to erase all universes at will. Kagaya was rendered speechless, and before she could respond, Tilos continued. Just relax and savor your new life. In due course, once you have dealt with that Otsutsuki, I shall take you to my world. My ultimate goal is quite simple, to merge multiple worlds into one. Though it is not feasible at present, I firmly believe I will succeed in the future. So, fear not. Even if you cannot contend with that Otsutsuki, I will assist you. As for my strength, do not worry. While I may not have the power to indiscriminately erase universes, I am still capable of obliterating this one. After a lengthy pause, Kagaya spoke, esteemed one. Should you require my assistance in any matter, I shall certainly oblige. Not for the time being. You are still too weak. But there is no need to address me as esteemed one. Simply call me Tilos. Kagaya murmured, Tilos. Tilos, as if recalling something, turned to Kagaya and said, oh, by the way, I neglected to inform you that I have disposed of your little son. He was rather unsightly. Fear not. He was merely a creation of mine, fashioned through yin-yang release. In the heat of the moment, I had yet to bestow him with a proper form. That is acceptable. Tilos rose, extending a hand to Kagaya. The reason you were sealed by your own child is largely due to your stubbornness. And you failed to convey to them that fledglings eventually mature. If they remain indefinitely in their cradle, they will only narrow their perspectives. Try to place your trust in humanity. They embody boundless potential. Kagaya Otsutsuki fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Indeed, had I taken the time to converse with them properly, perhaps I would not have been sealed away. Well, the time has come. I must return to discuss our plans. I have spent quite a considerable time in this world. Coming back to her senses, Kagaya acknowledged. And Tilos promptly opened a portal, guiding her back to Konohagakure. During Tilos's absence, Konohagakure underwent some renovations, with Hashirama Senju engaging in a fervent building spree. Meanwhile, the others gathered in the conference room after finalizing the recovery plan, awaiting Tilos's return. In this interval, the relationship between Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki blossomed rapidly, with their families meeting to discuss wedding arrangements. The remaining individuals engaged in casual conversation. In the next moment, a portal appeared, and Tilos along with Kagaya emerged. The gathering fell silent at their arrival, and within 10 seconds, Tobarama Senju brought Hashirama back. Tilos surveyed the group and began to speak. It seems everyone is present. We shall now deliberate on our forthcoming plans. Continuing, Tilos addressed the assembly. Next, you must focus on rapid growth. Orochimaru, I urge you to expedite your research on unlocking the Rinnegan. In this upcoming conflict, while all the ninja villages performed adequately, there remains an abundance of low-tier combatants. As you have observed, the ultimate outcome of war is dictated by high-tier power. Currently, the ninja world does not face any significant threats. So should any of you wish to enhance your abilities swiftly, do not hesitate to inform me. I can take you on a journey to other realms. As for Kagaya, let her savor her existence. Tobarama interjected. Leader, are you implying that we should focus on recuperation and fortifying our strength, as no significant crises will arise in the coming years? Bingo, exactly. I have already dealt with the Shiki, and the next crisis in the ninja world will stem from the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, you may confidently enhance your power. I will not interfere with the Otsutsuki clan. As I have my own matters to attend to, your world must be safeguarded by you. I shall remain for a few more days before returning. So organize yourselves accordingly and inform me later. With that, Tilos departed, allowing them to deliberate independently, while he teleported to the Hokage Rock to admire the scenery. Chapter 69. Daily Life of the Hokage. At this moment, Tilos sits atop the Hokage Rock, engaging in light banter with the audience in the live stream. Naturally, all the inhabitants of the ninja world are idly lurking. Fukulos, Tilos, this place is truly splendid, reminiscent of Inazuma. Tilos, indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Fukulos, what are your plans next? Tilos, well, I intend to explore this world for a few days. Kex, Tilos, please return quickly. Upon seeing Kex's comment, Tilos chooses to ignore it, jesting that upon her return, she would be promptly summoned for work. Out of sight, out of mind. It is better to enjoy a few more days of leisure. Morix, logically speaking, the group leader should return sooner rather than later. Tilos, Fukulos, I wish to join. Tiloso, once I conclude my tasks in my own world, I shall take you along. Fukulos, their conversation meanders into the evening, and as Uchiha Madara and his companions finish their affairs, they decide to invite Tilos for a dinner gathering. Just as Tilos is about to head to Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Madara sends a message. Group leader, we've finished our discussion and are preparing to dine. We invite you to join us. Without a moment's hesitation, Tilos opens a spatial portal. Oh, greetings, everyone. The crowd, what the? My apologies for startling you. Indeed, the sudden appearance of Tilos, mere moments after the message was sent, took everyone by surprise. After a series of preparations, the ingredients and venue are ready. Tilos sits beside Kaguya, engaging in casual conversation, while the atmosphere remains rather peculiar. Yui and Yumura awkwardly converse, uncertain how to face their mother. Although the earlier meeting had gone smoothly, they now find themselves at a loss for words. Ashura and Indra, constrained by Tilos' presence, exhibit considerable restraint. Having just been revived, they still feel a sense of dread after witnessing Tilos decisively eliminate Otsutsuki Ishiki within mere minutes. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama share a mutual respect, while Uzumaki Mito glares at Madara with evident hostility. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama stare wide-eyed in astonishment. Saratobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru display a rather unfriendly demeanor. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hatake Sakumo engage in lively conversation, while Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto hold hands, discussing their topics of interest. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui reminisce about the past. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura quietly observe Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, who are shyly interacting. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, and Rin chat amicably. As time passes, suddenly, an energy orb shoots straight into the sky, prompting everyone to be on high alert. However, a powerful aura soon envelopes the surroundings, sending everyone reeling. Stabilizing themselves, they find Tilos flushed and dazed, exclaiming, "It's so noisy." Amidst the cacophony, the crowd was nearly deafened by the overwhelming sound. In response, Tilos employed the laws of creation to conjure a modern luxurious villa on the spot and stepped inside. When she did not reappear, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Naruto, feeling perplexed, inquired about Tilos' sudden disappearance. To this, Senju Tobirama provided an explanation. Rewinding time to the earlier moments, Tilos was engaging in a pleasant conversation with Kaguya. In a gesture of gratitude, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama had approached to offer a toast. Initially, Tilos intended to decline, yet she found herself compelled to partake when Yui and Azura Indra insisted on joining the toast. After consuming a cup, her complexion flushed, and as she attempted to lean down to regain her composure, the noise became unbearable, prompting her to inadvertently launch an energy orb skyward. At this juncture, the gathered crowd began to comprehend the circumstances and decided it was best to conclude the gathering and disperse to their respective homes. They feared that if Tilos were to remain disturbed, she might inadvertently obliterate them in her dazed state. Kaguya hesitated, uncertain of where to go, but Tobirama, ever considerate, used wood release to construct a traditional Japanese villa complete with a corridor for her family, thus providing her with shelter. Seizing the opportunity, Tobirama crafted several additional homes. Those with families returned to their abodes, while those without found refuge in the newly built dwellings, which proved to be remarkably convenient. Couples returned home to cherish moments together. while the solitary braced themselves for a night of solitude. To ensure no interruptions while he played with Mito, Tobirama entrusted Tobirama to Madara. Exhausted from the evening's tumult, the trio soon succumbed to slumber. Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi and Izumi, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, as well as Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, each engaged in their own pursuits. The children focused on nurturing their bonds through conversation, while the seasoned couples enjoyed the intimacy of their long-established relationships. Chapter 70. Otsutsuki Shurjin Upon Awakening. Tilos reflected on the events of the previous night and shuddered at the memory. Her temper had flared unexpectedly, and she was fortunate to have restrained her anger. Otherwise, the entire Hidden Leaf village might have bid farewell to the shinobi world. Tilos firmly resolved never to indulge in alcohol again, for a drunken escapade could lead to catastrophic destruction, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Rising to freshen up, Tilos checked her messages from the previous night. Clicking through, she discovered an ongoing live stream, and a blush crept across her cheeks. The thought of broadcasting her slumber was undeniably peculiar, and the possibility of speaking in her dreams was mortifying. Striving to maintain composure, Tilos glanced at the audience in the live stream, which fluctuated in number. "CC, you're awake," exclaimed Fukalos. "You were incredible last night, sending them flying with just your aura." Tilos, feeling bashful, replied, well, I need to freshen up first, so I'll be closing the stream now." "Alright, but remember to go live again," Fukalos encouraged. Okay, she said before abruptly ending the stream. With a sigh of relief, Tilos hurried to take a shower to regain her composure. After a while, she stealthily exited her room, only to find the barbecue area in disarray. Ensuring no one was around, she raised her hand and summoned her powers to restore the area to its former glory. Just as she wielded her abilities, a voice broke the silence. "Have you awoken, leader?" Startled, Tilos turned to see Uchiha Madara. I'm sorry." After a moment, she inquired, "What brings you here? Where are the others?" Madara awkwardly replied, "They've all gone to be with their wives." I see. Wait, what about your brother and Tobirama? And Kagaya?" "Izuna and Tobirama are off fighting, while Kagaya is in her room," he explained. "Alright then. What do you need from me?" Tilos asked. "Nothing much. Just came to check if you were awake," he said, and an awkward silence enveloped them. One pondered the mischief of the previous night, while the other contemplated how to learn powerful techniques from the leader. Unable to endure the tension, Tilos finally spoke. "I'm heading to the moon with Kagaya. I'll return shortly before I go back to my world." "Understood, leader." With that, Tilos brushed past Madara and made her way toward Kagaya's room. Moments later, she sat beside Kagaya, while Otsutsuki Yui sat awkwardly across from them. I came to take Kagaya to the moon. Would you two like to join?" Tilos suggested. "Going to the moon? I believe there is a descendant residing there," Yui remarked. "Yes, indeed. His name is Otsutsuki Shurjin. So, would you like to come?" Tilos asked. "Sure, let us go take a look." Without hesitation, Tilos opened a portal, pulling Kagaya through it, while the two brothers exchanged glances before following suit. "By the way, Kagaya, can't you activate the Rinnegan?" "Indeed. It is possible to awaken the Byakugan. However, I have yet to cultivate it. No wonder, during your moments of boredom, you might consider practicing it. After all, with fewer pressing matters at hand, you can focus on your training to better withstand the challenges posed by your esteemed kin." After a brief interval, the quartet arrived on the moon. Tiloth observed her surroundings, noting only a few robots before exuding a faint aura. Shortly thereafter, Otsutsuki Shonen approached and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to the moon?" To this, let your venerable ancestor provide the answer. Otsutsuki Yumura then spoke, "Descendant, I am Otsutsuki Yumura, your ancestor. This esteemed individual is a guest from another realm, here to assist us. Beside me is my mother, your forebear, and this gentleman is my brother, Otsutsuki Yui, the revered progenitor of the shinobi sect." Otsutsuki Shonen gazed incredulously at the four before him. This cannot be. "Ancestor, how have you returned to life?" "It is thanks to Lord Tiloth." Before Shonen could respond, Tiloth interjected, "I have come merely to observe you. Should you have questions, feel free to inquire later. However, you must understand that a formidable adversary will soon approach your realm. You must strengthen yourself swiftly. As for your eyes, I can assist you in awakening the Rinnegan." "Are these adversaries the Otsutsuki?" "Indeed, But while they may appear strong to you, they are exceedingly weak in my eyes. Thus, I have resolved to let you confront them on your own. I shall not intervene." As Shonen contemplated these revelations, Tilos stepped forward and infused a sphere of pure energy into his being. In a fleeting moment, Shonen's once white eyes transformed into a pale blue hue. Tilos clapped her hands and declared, "There, that should suffice. Now, take the time to experience this change. Should you encounter any issues, consult your ancestors. I shall take your forebear with me." With that, she drew Kaguya through a portal. Yumura and Yui were accustomed to this turn of events, while Shonen stood astonished. However, reflecting on Tiloth's words, he soon grew unfazed. Subsequently, the three engaged in conversation, and after a considerable time, Shonen came to understand the truth. His previous notions were misguided, and he had misinterpreted the intentions of the Sage of Six Paths. Following his discourse with Yui and Yumura, Otsutsuki Shonen resolved to diligently train, becoming the first line of defense in the shinobi world. Thereafter, Yumura and Yui invited Shonen to witness the shinobi realm, and the three utilized a formation to return to their world. Chapter 71. The Innocent One. At this moment, Tilos was wandering aimlessly through the entire ninja world with the naive Kaguya, exploring whatever piqued their interest. Naturally, the two had altered their appearances to avoid recognition by the ninjas who participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Their journey began in Sunagakure, where they marveled at the desert, then proceeded to Kirigakure to gaze upon the vast ocean, followed by a visit to Awagakure to admire the colossal rock formations, and finally arriving at Kumogakure to greet their ebony-skinned friends. Throughout this adventure, Tilos's curiosity was thoroughly satisfied, as she had personally stepped into the world of Naruto. After their leisurely exploration, they returned to sit atop the Hokage rock in Konohagakure. Tilos stretched lazily and remarked, "Indeed, the geographical environment of Konoha is unparalleled." Kaguya, with a stoic expression, observed her. She was uncertain of what emotion to convey. After all, she was merely a young girl who had lived for thousands of years. Tilos, intrigued by Kaguya's demeanor, inquired, "Kaguya, I have a question that piques my curiosity." "Yes? Please, go ahead. How did the Otsutsuki clan, particularly Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, come to be?" This was a matter Tilos had long pondered. During her previous life as an anime enthusiast, she had always wondered how the inherently proud Otsutsuki could intertwine with humanity. After a moment of silence, Kaguya replied, "After I consumed the chakra fruit, I desired offspring to accompany me, so I utilized my chakra to create them. Wasn't it through a union with the celestial sovereign of the land of ancestors?" Tilos questioned, "How could I possibly unite with mere primitives?" Kaguya retorted, "Indeed, as an Otsutsuki, it is inconceivable for you to merge with such a feeble race." Upon receiving this answer, Tilos resumed admiring the scenery, while Kaguya harbored numerous questions for her but hesitated to voice them. After a brief pause, Kaguya still found herself silent, prompting Tilos to turn her attention back to her and say, "Do you have something you wish to ask me? How did you know?" "Well, your face is etched with uncertainty. All right, just speak your mind." After a moment of contemplation, Kaguya slowly began, "Why do you choose to assist me?" Tilos pondered for a moment before responding, "Because you are naive." "Huh, ha ha ha. Are you not naive as well?" "Why do you say that?" "Clearly, you could have shared these truths with your children. Even if you could not overpower them, you could have chosen to hide and train in seclusion. Yet, you resorted to using the infinite Tsukuyomi to create the white Zetsu to resist them, ultimately leading to your own sealing by your two children. You now see that humanity possesses boundless potential. Rather than bearing the burden alone, it is far better to enlighten everyone and unite. In my earlier days, I failed to recognize humanity's potential. Ha ha ha. And now you see it clearly, do you not? Your Otsutsuki clan has always regarded itself as divine, but in reality, you merely acquired a method of cultivation, granting you strength superior to that of ordinary clans." Tilos smiled slightly at Kaguya, who listened intently, and continued, "As for my reasons for aiding you, it is because I understand that deep within, you yearn for a tranquil life." Kaguya gazed blankly at the barefoot girl with white hair before her, astonished that this being from another realm understood her so well. Tilos, observing the naive and innocent demeanor of Kaguya, waved her hand in front of her. "What is the matter?" Regaining her composure, Kaguya spoke. I never anticipated that someone from another world would comprehend me so deeply. I can relate to your sentiments. Have faith, the future will be brighter, and the peaceful life you long for will eventually arrive. Thank you. The single utterance of gratitude brought joy to Tilos, indicating that Kaguya had begun to open her heart. If you ever find your current life dull, feel free to seek me out. I will show you my world. Yes, I will. At that moment, a faint smile graced Kaguya's face, one she was unaware of. However, Tilos, noticing this transformation, remarked, Kaguya, did you know that you look lovely when you smile? Am I smiling? Kaguya asked, puzzled. You just didn't notice. Smile more often. I truly adore this side of you. Is that so? I will. The two exchanged smiles, then turned their gaze towards the scenery. For Kaguya, this was an unprecedented sense of security. She felt a profound joy in Tilos's presence and savored the tranquility of the moment, wishing it could last forever. Yet, Tilos harbored a desire for this serenity to endure, though she was aware that her world was fraught with mysteries and battles were inevitable. Only by becoming stronger could she possess the ability to safeguard those she cherished. Chapter 72, Return days later. Tilos prepared to bid farewell to everyone and return to her own world. Upon learning of her departure, the others resolved to host a farewell banquet for her. At the gathering, several familiar faces were present. As the meal progressed, Tilos spoke up. I intend to hold a martial arts tournament, where you will have the opportunity to battle against individuals from other worlds to determine the champion. The reward will be a Dragon Ball, which grants 3 wishes. I will provide further details on WeChat. So, do put in your best effort. The tournament is scheduled to commence in approximately a year. By the way, during this year, I will reclaim the rights to the Dragon Balls from all your worlds. This means that to use a Dragon Ball, you must participate in the martial arts tournament and secure the first place. Regarding the tournament rules, each world may send forth 10 participants, and there will be both individual and team competitions. I will elaborate on the specifics later. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by her announcement. Senju Hashirama interjected, Leader, what if the opposing participants are stronger than us? Tilos responded thoughtfully, I have considered this, for the power levels vary across worlds. Consequently, I will impose restrictions on any members whose strength exceeds yours, allowing you to compete effectively. I see Tilos's voice resonated once more in everyone's ears. In truth, the strength levels among your 3 worlds are relatively comparable, so there is no need for excessive concern. As for those who are notably stronger, they are quite few in number, and you can certainly hold your own against them. With that, Tilos returned to her meal, leaving the others to whisper among themselves. After a considerable time, having eaten her fill, Tilos stood and addressed the group. All right, it is time for me to leave. Remember to check the WeChat group announcements. Uchiha Madara queried, You're leaving just like that? Tilos rolled her eyes. What else would you have me do? Would you prefer I give you a beating instead? Uchiha Madara retorted, You're not a good person, just saying that casually, haha. I know your intentions. You merely wish for me to teach you a few techniques. Indeed, he admitted. Well, as long as you can secure a spot in the top 3 at the tournament, I shall guide you. Tilos then turned to Kaguya. Kaguya, I must take my leave. Should you wish to participate in the martial arts tournament, do give it your all. Yes, that's settled. You can message me later. The protagonist had already added everyone to the group, so there was no need for further explanation. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded in agreement. After exchanging farewells, Tilos opened a portal and stepped through. Once Tilos had departed, the others began to discuss the upcoming tournament, leaving Kaguya lingering with a sense of longing. Uchiha Madara turned to Senju Hashirama and declared, In the individual competition, I will undoubtedly place in the top 3. Just be prepared to bring up the rear, indeed. Let us settle this in due time. The remaining individuals were filled with excitement upon hearing about the martial arts tournament that Tilos was to host. The prospect of engaging in combat with beings from another realm was indeed a remarkable sensation. Subsequently, Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama convened with the others to discuss the selection of 10 representatives from the ninja world. Otsutsuki Kaguya and the villagers of Yui intended to abstain, opting instead to send Ashura and Indra. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were confirmed participants, while Obito and Hashirama were undoubtedly going as well. However, the remaining 4 were still unaccounted for, and Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna expressed their desire to observe the event. Ultimately, Tobarama cautiously suggested that Otsutsuki Shurin and Hinata Hyuga take part, as the prowess afforded by their reincarnated eyes would be substantial. Obito and Hashirama promptly approved this decision. Yet, the selection of the last two participants proved to be a source of considerable frustration for the group. The three most powerful individuals were not participating, while the others either lacked strength or were unwilling to attend. After several days of deliberation and discussion, the roster of 10 was finally established. The chosen warriors included Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama, Otsutsuki Ashura, Otsutsuki Indra, Otsutsuki Shurin, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, and Uchiha Obito, who had been forcefully recruited by Obito, alongside Kakashi Hatake, who was similarly coerced by Obito. Once the participants had been finalized, Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yui began training the group, simultaneously restoring Obito to his normal appearance and enhancing his bloodline, allowing his Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. Kakashi underwent a similar transformation, as he was mentored by an elderly sage, with his chakra being transformed to match Naruto's and gaining access to yin-yang release techniques. The remaining individuals chose to serve as sparring partners, providing encouragement and support to the 10 chosen warriors. Chapter 73, Daily Life at this moment. Tilos had returned to the Dragon Ball world, where Kess approached her. "Oh, isn't this Lord Tilos? I thought you weren't coming back." "Haha. I never said I wouldn't return. I just wanted to stay there a bit longer," Tilos replied, observing Kess's smiling demeanor and thinking to herself how fearsome it was, concealing intentions beneath a pleasant facade. "Lord Tilos, you've been away for several days now. I've been so heartbroken. Did you really forget about me? Boo-hoo. I feel so pitiful." "Ah, Kess, please don't act this way. It's quite frightening." "Is that so? Lord Tilos, you must think I'm being unreasonable." "Not at all. How could I? My dear Kess is so wonderful. I would never abandon you." Upon hearing this, Kess immediately ceased her faux sobbing. "Well then, Lord Tilos, you ought to get to work now. Off you go." "Ah, I've just returned. Can I have a moment to rest?" "Hee. You've been resting over there for quite some time. It's not allowed. No pouting either." Just as Tilos was about to feign a sulk, she heard Kess's words and sighed, reluctantly following Kess to work. On their way, Tilos informed Kess about the upcoming martial arts tournament and asked her to serve as a judge. Initially, Kess refused, but after a series of pleas and coaxing from Tilos, she eventually acquiesced. Upon returning to the God of Destruction realm, Tilos sent the news to their WeChat group. "Tilos, a martial arts tournament will be held in 1 year, with each world allowed to send 10 participants. The victor will earn the opportunity to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, each world will be unable to use the Dragon Balls unless they secure first place in the tournament, which will occur every 2 years and include both individual and team competitions. The individual champion can use the Dragon Balls once, only one wish, along with additional rewards. The team champion can use the Dragon Balls 3 times and grant each member a perfect potential enhancement. If the individual champion and team champion are from the same group, the rewards will not be cumulative. Additionally, aside from group chats, exchange shops, live streams, and moments, other WeChat functions will be discontinued, though the battle arena will remain. Fukalos, CC, why is the wish count for the individual champion different from that of the team champion? Tilos, the Dragon Balls for the individual competition are of a superior grade, possessing greater power. They are distinct. Uchiha Madara, where will the martial arts tournament be held? Group leader? Tilos, of course, it will be in the arena. I will modify the venue later and provide you with a designated area. Yusuke Urameshi, Grandma. What you're describing sounds just like our dark martial arts tournament. Tilos, Ming, who are you calling Grandma? I am still quite young. This is merely based on your setup with slight modifications. Senju Hashirama, I have another question. Are you participating, group leader? Tilos, I shall not participate. None from my realm will join as it would hinder your enjoyment. Once my world stabilizes, I will invite them, and you may learn from them then. By the way, this time the referee will be Miss Kess. Fukalos, Miss Kess is the referee? How intriguing. Will she not be at risk of being harmed? Tilos, rest assured on that front. Her strength is comparable to mine, and you would hardly be able to touch her. Everyone, astonishing. Kess, indeed, that is the case. Tilos, so, you may rest easy. This is settled. Do your best. With that, Tilos logged off to play with her dear little Kess. In the world of Genshin, Fukalos pondered, while Fanina and Navelet enjoyed cake and water beside her. After a moment, Fukalos spoke. Let us discuss this with the others. 10 participants should be manageable, as there are quite a few with considerable strength. Navelet responded, that sounds good. I believe they share the same sentiment at this moment. Fanina, am I allowed to participate? Fukalos, well, that's the thing. Fanina, your current strength is somewhat lacking, and your combat experience is insufficient. You would likely face disadvantages. It's better to confer with the others to finalize the participants first. Fanina, actually, I feel that I am not quite suited for this just yet. I shall wait until my strength increases. Fukalos, yes, that seems wise. For the inaugural martial arts tournament, let us prioritize those with ample combat experience. Chapter 74. 10 individuals of the Genshin world at this moment. Fukalos sat quietly, savoring his tea, as he observed Morix preparing the awakening tea for Barbados to sober up. The other deities engaged in casual conversation without a hint of surprise. After a considerable time, Morix returned to his seat, dragging a bruised and battered Barbados along. Esteemed colleagues, we may now resume our discussion regarding the previous topic, Fukalos stated, placing his teacup down. So, whom shall we select among the 10? Morix, leisurely enjoying his tea, replied, for this competition, I shall refrain from participating. However, I recommend that Shao be among the chosen. Indeed, that accounts for 1 selection, leaving us with 9 more. At this juncture, Raiden Shogun interjected. Let us send Xing. She would surely find interest in battling individuals from other realms. Ah, that makes a second choice. A moment of silence enveloped the gathering as Fukalos surveyed the assembly of deities, sighing internally with a thought. Indeed, this is quite a challenge. The mightiest of the martial gods abstains, while the others are largely weary of combat. Those possessing the vision lack the requisite strength to partake in such contests. Furthermore, inviting vision bearers implies revealing interdimensional matters to them, which is simply unacceptable. What should we do? Sigh. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a voice emerged. Competitions, you say? Though I lack interest, should I emerge victorious, I could wish for an abundance of exquisite wines. That sounds rather enticing. I shall participate. The assembly turned to find the source of the voice, none other than the battered Barbados, sprawled on the ground. The benevolent Tree King remarked, while your reasoning is rather peculiar, at least you are willing to participate. Oh, do not speak of me in such a manner. This is precisely my only motivation for joining, he retorted. Morix cautioned, my dear friend, this endeavor represents an entire world. I hope you can approach it with more composure. I am indeed quite reliable. You know, heh. Will you not join us, old fellow? After all, it presents an excellent opportunity to measure oneself against individuals from other worlds, without the worry of overwhelming strength skewing the match. Did someone not suggest that limitations could be established? Come now, it has been ages since we have witnessed you in earnest battle. Such an opportunity is rare. The others silently expressed their support for Barbados, eagerly anticipating Morix's participation. Thus, they collectively urged Morix to join, and after a moment's contemplation, he appeared swayed. What truly tipped the scales for Morix was Fukalos' enticing offer. As long as you partake in the martial arts conference, all expenses in Fontaine shall be covered by Fanina. Ah, pardon, came Fanina's surprised response. As the deities deliberated over subsequent candidates, Ing entered the scene. Ah, I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed friends. I too shall participate in the martial arts conference. Fukalos exclaimed, splendid. We now have 5 candidates. Ying's motivation for joining stemmed from the potential to wish for an abundance of primogems using the Dragon Balls. After a brief exchange with Ing, the group once again fell into contemplation over the next selections, and just as the atmosphere threatened to grow stifling once more, Fukalos turned to Ing and inquired, Traveler, having journeyed across various nations, you must have encountered many formidable individuals. Might you offer some recommendations? Ing pondered for a moment and said, My lord, he is indeed a battle fanatic, and his master, Cirque, is no less formidable. As for the others, there's only Violet and the Dragon King, Ruochuo. Fukalos replied, Indeed, with Cirque involved, she would certainly wish to reunite with him. However, Violet is perpetually occupied with official duties, leaving her little time. After this exchange, Fukalos sent a message to Cirque inquiring about her participation in the martial arts tournament. Upon receiving the delightful news of Cirque's involvement, he promptly confirmed her attendance. Yet, The remaining candidates remained elusive. Fukalos inquired of each deity, receiving the following responses. The Great Mercy Tree King and Nahida remarked, "The God of Wisdom does not possess high combat prowess." Raiden Shogun and Guizhong said, "We also belong to the category of strategists." Ye Miko added, "It is far more entertaining to observe battles than to engage in them myself." Finally, Morix suggested, "How about allowing Fanina and Ruochuo to participate? Ruochuo's strength is inherently high, although he is currently in slumber. As for Fanina, I can sense a remarkable power within her. With proper training, she could stand alongside us." Fukalos turned to Fanina, who exhibited a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. Thus, Fukalos inquired, "Fanina, do you wish to participate?" Since Fanina underwent transformation by Tilos, she had yearned to test her skills against others. However, representing this realm filled her with hesitation. The others noticed Fanina's indecision, and Barbados spoke up, "Fanina, believe in yourself. With our training, you will undoubtedly grow strong." Fanina responded, "This." Morix reassured her, "Fanina, there is no need to fear failure. We are here with you." Ultimately, Fanina acquiesced, yet 2 candidates remained unchosen. After deliberation, it was decided that the Great Mercy Tree King and Fukalos would participate, with the God of Wisdom overseeing the strategy, while Fukalos, being more familiar with the water element, could guide Fanina. Thus, the 10 participants were confirmed: the 10 of Genshin, Morix, Barbados, Raiden, Fanina, Ruochuo Dragon King, Xiao, Ing, Cirque, Great Mercy Tree King, and Fukalos. Chapter 75. The 10 in the world of Yu Yu Hakusho. Upon receiving the news that Tilos would be hosting a martial arts tournament, Yusuke Urameshi promptly returned to the human realm to gather his closest companions. In the courtyard left behind in the spirit world, the group convened to discuss the upcoming event. Sankawa inquired, "Yusuke, have you made your decision?" "Not quite yet. I will definitely be participating alongside my father. But I wish to hear your thoughts on whether you all wish to join as well," Yusuke replied. Kurama remarked, "Competing against individuals from other realms is indeed intriguing. The 3 realms, human, spirit, and demon, are quite stable at present. Although the demon realm hosts competitions every 3 years, the opponents are usually the same. This time, however, I would like to partake in the competition." Haha, Kurama. Who would have thought that you, usually disinterested in contests, would find this one so captivating? Competing against beings from other worlds is undeniably enticing. I believe Hai would also be interested, wouldn't he? Hai scoffed him. It's simply that the demon realm no longer possesses any challengers who pique my interest. Yusuke remarked, "It seems you 2 are certain to participate. What about you, Sankawa? Will you join us?" "I shall participate as well. If you are going, how could I not? I eagerly anticipate measuring my strength against those opponents. Who knows? If you happen to lose, I may have to step in for you." Ahaha. With 5 participants confirmed, they lamented the absence of Granny Hanhai, who had been taken away by Granny Tilos, as she would have provided formidable strength to their team. The mention of Hanhai evoked nostalgia among them. The once elderly lady with pink hair had transformed into a youthful girl, her power now surpassing theirs by a significant margin. Returning to the matter at hand, Yusuke proposed, "We still need to select 5 more participants. I welcome your suggestions." Sankawa replied, "I have no recommendations, as I have spent these years in the human realm." After a moment of contemplation, Kurama suggested, "What about Yomi and his son? Indeed, they are quite powerful now. Let us tentatively include them." "Hai, do you have any recommendations?" The typically silent Hai interjected, "Perhaps we should consider Kuki. A few years ago, when she visited, she was fully restored and her potential unlocked. She is now only slightly weaker than Raisin." It was clear that Granny Tilos was a benevolent soul, aiding not only Yusuke's father, but also Kuki. "Let us proceed with this plan. I will consult my father shortly." "Kurama, Hai, please inquire about Yomi, his son, and Kuki." Subsequently, Yusuke led the group to the demon realm. As they landed, Kurama and Hai set off to find their contacts, leaving Sankawa and Yusuke to head toward Raisin's residence. Along the way, Sankawa remarked, "The demon realm has indeed developed rapidly over the years. Ever since Yusuke's father unified it, every region has remained remarkably stable, free from turmoil." After a considerable time, Yusuke and Sankawa arrived at Raisin's dwelling. Upon entering, they found the 4 directions tending to affairs of state. Yet Raisin was nowhere to be seen. Curiosity piqued, Yusuke inquired of the northern deity, "Hey, Have you seen where my father has gone? Ah, it's you, young master. It seems the Lord has gone to the training grounds. Uraha. Indeed, my father cannot remain idle. Best of luck to you all. I shall go seek him. With that, Uraha grasped Sawamura's hand and headed towards the training grounds. Just as Uraha made his way, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted, startling Sawamura, who was following closely behind. Ultimately, Uraha explained that it was merely his father engaged in rigorous training, which allowed Sawamura to relax. Moments later, Uraha approached Raizen. Father, do you have anyone you could recommend? My old friends might be quite interested. Ah, indeed, Goku and Shoji should find it appealing. As for the chain smoker, he is likely tending to his wife. Never mind. Let us settle on those two. You should have 10 individuals lined up by now, correct? Absolutely, father. There's you, me, Sawamura, Hai, Kurama, Yoko, Shura, Yoko's son, Hugh, Goku, and Shoji. We only need to confirm Hai and Kurama, as well as Yoko and Shura. Well, it would certainly be intriguing to compete with individuals from another realm. Make sure to train diligently during this period. Haha, indeed, father. Please inform your acquaintances. And then we shall resume our training. Raizen nodded in agreement and set off to seek his friends, leaving Uraha and Sawamura alone. Bored, they engaged in a sparring match. Soon after, Kurama and Hai returned with the news, confirming their participation. Following this, Uraha extended an invitation to several individuals for training. Participants from the Yu Yu Hakusho world: Raizen, Uraha, Sawamura, Kurama, Hai, Yoko, Shura, Hugh, Goku, Shoji. Chapter 76. Universe 6 vs. Universe 7 in the realm of Dragon Ball. Tilos was diligently training within the time chamber, her mastery of the laws growing ever more formidable. After several hundred days of rigorous practice, she finally emerged. Outside the chamber, Huanhai was engrossed in martial arts training, while Hulia observed nearby. Tiloth approached Keisai and inquired, Keisai, have there been any intriguing happenings lately? Well, it seems there have not been any, but Beerus from Universe 7 has invited you to watch a match, Keisai replied. A match? Tiloth asked, puzzled. Keisai continued. It appears that the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, is competing for the Earth of Universe 7. Upon hearing this, Tiloth pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, let us go and witness it. It has been quite a while since we last attended. Certainly, my lady Tiloth, Keisai affirmed. After calling Huanhai and Hulia, the four of them set off towards the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. After a considerable journey, they arrived. And Tiloth glanced around, noticing the absence of Beerus. She turned to Keisai and asked, Keisai, when did Beerus send the message? It seems it was about a week ago. What? Then they must have already begun. Please contact Whis and inquire about their location. Of course. Keisai raised her staff, and shortly thereafter, Whis's voice resonated. Sister, why did you message me? Is something amiss? Whis, we are currently in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7 and noticed your absence, hence the message. I see. We are on an unnamed planet at the moment. I shall send you our coordinates. Very well, we shall await further information. Once again, Keisai served as a conduit, transporting Tiloth and the others to the location Whis had provided. As they approached, they beheld Goku and Frost standing upon the arena. And with the referee's command, the match commenced. Frost initiated the bout with a spinning maneuver, causing Goku to stumble, but Goku quickly regained his footing and created distance. Transform. I know you can. Ha ha ha, very well. With that, Frost transformed into his second form. As the referee announced, it was the assault form. And the two competitors began their promotional banter. On the sidelines, Beerus, growing increasingly impatient, shouted, Hurry up and fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh dear, lazy cat. The match has already begun. Everyone turned to see four girls, 3 with white hair and 1 with pink hair. Upon seeing them, Beerus remarked, You are quite tardy. Usually, when I invite you, you arrive promptly. Why the delay this time? Tiloth replied, That is because I have been entrenched in the time chamber, training diligently, unaware of the outside world. Fortunately, I emerged today. Otherwise, I would have surely missed this. TCH. Oh dear, what is it? Does Lord Beerus long to see me? Haha, I am truly flattered. Listening to Tiloth, Beerus felt a shiver run down his spine. Behave yourself. TCH. Is this competition merely for the sake of claiming Earth? And what of it? Tilos pointed towards another stand and remarked to Beerus, That must be Compo over there. Indeed. He replied. He seems to have gained weight since the last time I saw him. Upon hearing someone comment on his brother, Beerus burst into laughter. Compa. Noticing the 3 white-haired individuals and 1 pink-haired girl beside Beerus, could not contain himself any longer after seeing Beerus laughing heartily at him. Hey, Beerus, are you mocking me? Seeing Compa approach with a fierce demeanor, Beerus felt rather helpless, while Tilos sighed. Though they are twins, their power disparity is astonishing. Eventually, Beerus introduced Tilos to Compa before returning his attention to the match. On the field, Frost was being thoroughly dominated and, as he created distance to charge at Goku, the two exchanged blows, resulting in Goku collapsing to the ground. The audience was bewildered, and Beerus was infuriated. Tilos observed the situation and suggested, "Lazy cat. Check if Goku has any puncture wounds on his hand." Though Beerus was perplexed, he complied and, after a thorough examination, discovered a minuscule puncture wound on Goku's hand. He then summoned the referee for clarification. Compa, initially elated, felt confused upon seeing Beerus calling the referee over and promptly flew over. Tilos interjected, "Well, it's not a problem. Let Vegeta take over. We just need to restore Goku's eligibility to compete." After some discussion, the others agreed with Tilos's proposal. Subsequently, Vegeta eagerly leaped onto the stage. Chapter 77, A Swift Defeat. Vegeta versus Frost with the referee's command. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and surged towards Frost, who was sent careening out of the arena in an instant. The spectators from Universe 6 gazed in disbelief as Frost remained motionless outside the ring. The referee promptly flew over, examined the situation, and declared Vegeta from Universe 7 the victor. Soon after, Universe 6 dispatched Cabba, another Saiyan, to face Vegeta. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta engaged Cabba in conversation. As the match commenced, the two exchanged Gallic guns. Upon witnessing Cabba's proficiency with the technique, Vegeta surmised that this individual might be another version of himself from a different universe. However, sensing Cabba's weakness, he bluntly suggested, "Hey, transform into a Super Saiyan." Cabba, bewildered, responded, "Super Saiyan? I'm afraid I cannot." What? Vegeta chose not to dwell on the matter further and immediately launched a one-sided assault, taunting Cabba as he fought. After a brief period, Cabba finally unleashed his power, his hair turning golden as he transformed. Seeing this, Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction. He then erupted into Super Saiyan Blue and delivered a punch that sent Cabba flying. From the stands, Tilos remarked, "I told you to get stronger, only to defeat you with an even greater power. How should I put it? Not all Saiyans are weak." Grateful, Cabba recognized that Vegeta had held back in their earlier exchange, and that his provocation had been a means to guide him toward transformation into a Super Saiyan. Consequently, Cabba chose to forfeit the match. As he departed, Vegeta called out, "If you get the chance, take me to meet him." Cabba, aware of whom Vegeta referred to, made a promise before returning to the stands. Next, Universe 6 sent Hit to the arena. As the match began, Vegeta swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue once more. The next moment, he was sent flying out of the arena. The relatives of Universe 7 were utterly bewildered, having no understanding of what had transpired. Goku turned to Tilos, inquiring, "Did you see what just happened?" Tilos replied, "Just now, Hit utilized a technique called time skip, which allows him to stop time for 0.1 seconds while remaining in motion. Such a technique exists." Goku exclaimed, "Well, it's rather simple. If you comprehend even a fragment of the laws of time, you could achieve it as well." Goku, puzzled by the notion of laws, asked, "So, Tilos, what exactly are these laws?" After a moment of contemplation, Tilos explained, "The laws are the rules that constitute the world. The time you perceive is one of those rules. To put it more simply, the world is composed of countless laws. Then, Tilos, you must be able to manipulate them, right?" "Haha, of course. I master the laws of time, space, destruction, creation, and the fabric of time itself. As for others, I'm not entirely sure. However, it is certain that the god of destruction will manipulate the laws of destruction, while the Supreme Kai will create laws." "That's truly impressive," Goku exclaimed. "Now go ahead and fight." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately descended to engage in battle. Beerus, observing the seemingly harmless Tyros beside him, inquired, "When did you master so many principles?" "Ah, did I not mention it? Time, space, destruction, creation, I've known them for quite some time." As for the temporal and spatial dimensions, I have only recently grasped them. However, I have now perfectly mastered these 5 principles. I spent an extensive duration in the time chamber. You truly are extraordinary. Even if others were to spend 20,000 years in the time chamber, they may not necessarily enhance their mastery of the principles. Yet here you are, not only advancing rapidly in your cultivation, but also mastering the laws of time and space. Hee, I am indeed impressive. Cut it out. Beerus couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and resentment. Such talent was truly infuriating. Despite his brief period of training, Tilos had surpassed him in strength. Tilos, noticing the expression on Beerus's face, chuckled and turned his attention back to the match. On the arena, Sun Wukong had gradually adapted, and Hit's time-skipping technique was repeatedly thwarted, with Sun Wukong beginning to gain the upper hand. Subsequently, Sun Wukong urged Hit to unleash his full power, including his lethal techniques, but the referee intervened, declaring that killing techniques were prohibited in the match. In response, Sun Wukong asserted that the restrictions hampered Hit's abilities and decided to withdraw from the arena, a move that sent Beerus into a furious rage. Meanwhile, Kampa erupted into laughter. Following this, Universe 7 dispatched their final contestant, Manaka. Sun Wukong from the stands was eager to witness just how formidable this so-called strongest fighter truly was. As the match commenced, Manaka appeared quite nervous, which did not escape Hit's notice. Thus, he remained still. Summoning his courage, Manaka charged forward and delivered a punch, sending Hit flying. Ultimately, the referee announced Universe 7 as the victor. Kampa, witnessing this turn of events, was infuriated and contemplated annihilating Hit, while Beerus joined in to mock him. Soon after, a quarrel erupted between the two. Before long, 3 figures appeared on the stage, 2 pencil-like beings flanking a rubber-headed one in the center. Chapter 78. The rubber-headed one. At first, the assembly remained unresponsive, but as their angelic attendants prompted them, the 2 destroyers were momentarily struck dumb, momentarily forgetting to bow in deference. Fortunately, the angels reminded them once more, prompting Beerus and Kampa to hastily perform a 90-degree bow, while the Kaiashins collectively knelt in reverence. The 2 angels, along with Tilos and Kess, followed suit. Due to the unique nature of Universe 13, Tilos was not required to bow as Beerus and the Kaiashins did, merely aligning herself with the angels. At this moment, Beerus was palpably anxious, drenched in perspiration. However, upon hearing the rubber-headed one's remark, suggesting perhaps a change of destroyer, both Kampa and Beerus were left utterly petrified. Observing their distress, the Omni King reassured them, saying it was merely jest. This revelation allowed the 2 to exhale in relief. Tilos then ventured to inquire, "Might I ask what brings you here, Your Majesty?" The Omni King regarded her thoughtfully, replying, "I merely came to observe. Yet, this tournament is quite intriguing. Perhaps in due time, we could summon participants from other universes for a match." "Understood, Your Majesty," Tilos responded. Upon hearing of the prospect of a battle, Goku displayed an eager interest, stepping forward to extend a handshake in a gesture of camaraderie. This action sent shivers down the spines of the deities, with 2 guards zeroing in on this audacious individual, preparing to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the Omni King clasped Goku's hand. The once relieved gods were now wide-eyed in shock, their expressions betraying sheer terror upon witnessing Goku's boldness. Fortunately, the Omni King alighted without holding any grievances. After exchanging a few words with Beerus and the others, he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and addressed Tilos. "Visit me the day after tomorrow." Tilos felt a twinge of confusion but concealed it well, replying, "Of course, Your Majesty." With a nod, the Omni King, accompanied by the 2 pencil-headed attendants, transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the scene. As soon as the Omni King departed, Beerus erupted in fury, directing his ire at Goku. "Do you have any idea who that was? Offending him could lead to the annihilation of all 12 universes with a mere blink of his eye." Goku, astonished, had not anticipated such immense power from the seemingly insignificant figure, yet he brushed it off. Tilos, observing the exchange, cautioned, "Goku, you should exercise more prudence in the future. If you provoke him, your universe could be eradicated. Next time, a bit more courtesy wouldn't go amiss." Feeling somewhat sheepish, Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. Curiously, he then asked, "Lord Beerus, aren't there 13 universes?" Why can't the Omni King eliminate all 13? Beerus's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness as he glanced at Tilos, seemingly seeking her approval to disclose this information. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Seeing her acquiescence, Beerus explained, the 13th universe, which is Tilos' domain, is not under the Omni King's jurisdiction. Furthermore, the 13th universe is unique. Even the Omni King cannot bring about its destruction. The crowd was taken aback, having just learned of this saying for the first time. Tilos said, well, this is something I shouldn't really disclose, but since you'll find out eventually, it matters not to share it with you now. Besides, should you carelessly utter anything, you might be eradicated, haha. The onlookers felt a chill as they gazed at Tilos' smiling visage. She continued, all right then, the competition has concluded. Shall we proceed to award the prizes? Xiangpa, though reluctant, conceded to the outcome of the wager. Moments later, the group departed from the nameless planet. Bados lightly tapped his staff, and in the next instant, the nameless planet shattered. Immediately thereafter, Beerus intoned a divine incantation, summoning a colossal golden dragon before the assembly. Apart from a few gods, the rest were utterly astonished. In contrast to the dragons they were familiar with, this one exuded an undeniable aura of majesty and power. After a prolonged moment, Beerus fulfilled his wish, and the dragon dispersed. The crowd returned to their respective universes. Beerus inquired if Tilos wished to visit him, but she politely declined. Tilos and her companions then made their way back to Universe 13. Chapter 79. Deliberation upon their return to the 13th universe. Tilos and Kes engaged in extensive discussions, uncertain of the reasons behind the Omniversal King's summons. Resolving to confront the situation with equanimity, they made their way to the palace of the Omniversal King, arriving after a considerable duration. As Tilos approached, the grand gates of the palace swung open, and the high priest gracefully emerged to welcome them. Tilos inquired respectfully, esteemed high priest, may I ask why the Omniversal King has summoned me? With a warm smile, the high priest replied, let us discuss this within. As the high priest offered no further explanation, Tilos suppressed her curiosity and followed him inside. After a brief passage through the depths of the palace, they arrived at a chamber where the Omniversal King was whimsically manipulating galaxies. The high priest spoke with measured tones. Your Majesty, Tilos has arrived. Upon hearing this, the Omniversal King ceased his playful gestures and regarded Tilos with a languid gaze. Ah, you have come, he said. Tilos bowed and respectfully addressed him. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am curious to know the purpose of your summons. The Omniversal King replied. I have not delved into the intricacies of the 13th universe, thus I am unaware of its current state. However, I have observed its gradual expansion from the outside and wish to inquire if you have made any discoveries. Tilos pondered momentarily before responding. In the 13th universe, I perceive no distinction from the 7th universe. It appears as a mere extension of it. The Omniversal King acknowledged her observation. Indeed, the 13th universe is still in the throes of growth. You must manage it diligently. Understood, Your Majesty, Tilos affirmed. The Omniversal King then turned his gaze to the high priest, who, comprehending the unspoken communication, addressed Tilos. Tilos, your strength has significantly increased, which is commendable. Yet it remains insufficient. The 13th universe will continue to amplify. According to the Omniversal King's projections, it is destined to evolve into a new world, severing ties with the realm of the Omniversal King. This occurrence is typically impermissible, yet your profound connection with the 13th universe suggests you are intrinsically linked to it. Therefore, the Omniversal King has resolved to appoint you as its unifier. You may choose whether to participate in the forthcoming tournament of power, should you be eliminated. Your universe will remain intact. Tilos fell into silence for a moment before articulating her thoughts. I kindly request time to contemplate this. Our decision regarding participation in the tournament of power can await that moment. I shall return to investigate the 13th universe, and I assure both the Omniversal King and the High Priest of my diligence. The High Priest glanced at the Omniversal King, who spoke with a gentle assurance. Do not concern yourself too much. Should the 13th universe evolve into a new world, it will be manageable. I have faith in your capabilities. Thank you for your esteemed confidence, Your Majesty, Tilos responded gratefully. Well then, I shall take my leave. Indeed, you may go, the Omniversal King nodded. With that, Tilos took Kes by the hand and departed for the 13th universe. Once they had left, The high priest posed a question, Your Majesty, will you not disclose that matter to her? The Omni King shook his head, indicating that she was not yet ready to know the truth. The 13th universe inherently belonged to her, and for now, this knowledge was sufficient. As for that matter, although her strength surpassed that of the angels, it was still inadequate. The Grand Priest appeared contemplative. The Omni King declared, Very well, let us first plan the tournament of power. Their time is running short. With that, the Omni King vanished, followed closely by his guards, leaving only the Grand Priest, who muttered to himself with a hint of sorrow, I hope we can prevent it. Upon returning to the 13th universe, Tilos was unusually serious, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. She turned to Kess and said, Kess, today I sense that the Omni King intended to convey more than just this matter. There is something he has withheld from me. Why do you say that, Lady Tilos? Kess inquired, puzzled. From the very beginning, it has been hinted to me that I am the actual ruler of the 13th universe. Yet the Grand Priest told me my strength is still insufficient. I feel there are matters they cannot disclose at this time. Kess fell silent for a moment, then replied, Lady Tilos, your words seem to resonate with the truth. However, for now, we can only wait patiently. Indeed, we must focus on enhancing our strength. Kess, I will be spending time in the time chamber. The laws of time have now reached perfection, allowing for an increased flow of time. Thus, it may fall upon you to manage things in the outside world for the next year. Rest assured, Lady Tilos. Just as Tilos was about to rise, a thought struck her. Kess, please visit planet Vegeta and provide guidance to Yamoshi, Broly, Kakarot, Vegeta, and Bardock. Afterward, bring Yamoshi and Broly back with you. And remember to inform Huanhai and Hylia as well. I shall now retreat into seclusion. Understood, Lady Tilos. With that, Tilos vanished in an instant. And Kess also rose to depart. Chapter 80. Cultivation. After departing from the palace, Tilos made her way to the time-space chamber. Gazing upon the structure before her, she slowly raised her hand, channeling the power of temporal laws. The aura emanating from the house intensified, steeped in the essence of time. After a prolonged moment, Tilos ceased her exertion. Suddenly, fissures appeared in the walls, multiple cracks manifesting in succession. Observing this, Tilos employed the spatial laws to reinforce the area, and soon after, the cracks ceased to expand. With a sigh of relief, she proceeded to invoke the creation laws to mend the house. The spiderweb-like fractures vanished at a visible pace. After a considerable time, her task was accomplished. Tilos murmured, I did not anticipate that the denser the law's power, the greater the demands on the supported object. Well, I may enter now. With that, she stepped inside. This time, Tilos experienced a profound deceleration of time. Outside, a day passed while within the chamber, a millennium unfolded. The minimal increase was due to the overwhelming sense of disorientation upon exiting the chamber. Upon returning to her previous location, she found it barren. Thus, Tilos wielded the creation laws, and mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, stars, and trees gradually materialized. This sight soothed her spirit, alleviating the discomfort she felt. Having completed this, she further employed the creation laws to fashion several puppets embodying the laws of time, creation, destruction, and space. Tilos infused them with a significant portion of her law's power, surpassing her own, to ensure effective training. She donned a new gravity suit, adjusting it to 500 tons. The immense weight bore down upon her. But after a brief acclimatization, she commenced her regimen of running and jumping. In this moment, she was solely training her physique, and soon her garments were drenched in sweat. Thus, Tilos dedicated half a day's time from the outside world to fully master the first day's training within. From initially struggling to advance, she eventually transitioned to effortless running and leaping, having faced numerous challenges along the way, even brushing against death. Fortunately, the puppets had timely provided her with elixirs at the outset. In the first millennium within, Tilos successfully navigated the first phase of training, and the second phase commenced. Under the burden of weight, she engaged in combat against the puppets one by one. At first, relying solely on her physicality, she found herself toyed with by the puppets. It was only after employing a touch of law that she managed to hold her own against them. By the second millennium, Tilos completed the second phase, demonstrating her ability to defeat the puppets under conditions of added weight and restrictions. The third phase commenced in succession, with the weight increasing to 1,000 tons. Engaging in combat with puppets and defeating them under the same principles, The fourth phase involved battling all puppets based on previous foundations. The fifth phase focused on comprehending the principles, while the sixth phase revolved around employing these principles in combat. The seventh phase introduced the technique of multiple shadow clones for training. As the stages progressed, the duration of each phase grew increasingly longer. During Tilos's training within the time chamber, a month had passed outside. Kes had also brought Broly and Amasi to the God of Destruction's realm, guiding the two, while Huanhai and Julia participated as well. In just a month, Broly and Amasi experienced remarkable growth. After initially struggling against Huanhai, they soon began to dominate both Huanhai and Julia. Kes marveled at their progress, affirming that they were indeed Saiyans, a warrior race that grows stronger through battle. As Kes enhanced their foundational strength, she imparted knowledge regarding the principles. Broly exhibited an innate understanding of destruction akin to a born god of destruction, while Amasi struggled to grasp the concept. Chapter 81. Broly and Amasi in the Outer Realm. Broly and Amasi have been undergoing training under the guidance of Kes for the past 2 months since their arrival in the God of Destruction realm. Broly strides toward the direction of the God of Destruction, while Amasi moves toward the Angel's domain. Resembling the legendary figures of Goku and Vegeta from Universe 7, one embracing the power of destruction and the other the strength of the angels. In just a brief 2 months, both have exhibited remarkable growth. Amasi, having mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan God from the outset, swiftly adapts to the newfound strength bestowed upon him. Upon witnessing their progress, Huanhai and Julia exchanged thoughts, marveling at the combat prowess of these warriors, noting how swiftly they enhanced their fighting capabilities. Time swiftly advances to 3 months later. Amasi and Broly engage in their routine sparring, while Kes supervises their training, with Huanhai and Julia savoring tea and delicacies nearby, enjoying the serene atmosphere. Suddenly, the entire God of Destruction realm begins to tremble violently. Startled, Amasi and Broly halt their training, fear gripping them as a potent aura of destruction looms ominously nearby, threatening annihilation. Observing the chaos, Kes swiftly ascends toward the source, landing to witness the time chamber fracturing, its cracks widening ominously. With a flourish of her staff, Kes halts the further disintegration of the chamber's walls, diminishing the destructive energy. Sighing in relief, she realizes that if left unchecked, the entire universe could be at risk. Moments later, the time chamber appears restored, its doors slowly creaking open to reveal Tilos emerging, now possessing a divine essence that surpasses her humanity. Kes remarks, "Lord Tilos, you have returned." With an icy demeanor, Tilos replies, "How are those two faring?" "They are still training. Within a month, they will undoubtedly surpass Goku and the others," Kes responds. Tilos, eager to observe their progress, prepares to step forward, but suddenly, she clutches her forehead, beads of cold sweat forming. Kes, concerned, inquires, "Lord Tilos, are you all right?" Breathe. Kes, "I am fine. My divine essence has been suppressed by my humanity. For now, there will be no issues." Kes exhales in relief. "Really, Lord Tilos, what has transpired?" Tilos adjusts herself, explaining, "Training within the time chamber has genuinely felt like living for over 100,000 years. Initially, there were no complications, but as time progressed, the force of the laws intensified, and my divine essence grew. However, it is manageable now. I must attempt to merge the two aspects, otherwise, it could lead to complications." Upon hearing this, Kes suggests, "Lord Tilos, perhaps you should spend some time in the outer realm. It would be beneficial for you to share any developments." With that, the two make their way toward Broly and Amasi. Upon arrival, they find Broly and Amasi seated in meditation, eyes closed. Tilos glances at them and asks, "Are you both faring well in this environment?" As Yamoshi opened his eyes and beheld Tilos, he quickly rose to his feet, expressing his respect with the words, "Lord Tilos, I am profoundly grateful for your recognition." "It is of no consequence. Focus on your training. I shall retreat for a few days," Tilos replied, before walking towards the illusory sea. After offering a few words of encouragement to Yamoshi and Broly, Kes swiftly joined Tilos. At that moment, for young maidens, 3 clad in white and 1 in pink, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Tilos could not help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. Although only a few months had elapsed in the outside world, over 100,000 years had passed within. It was fortunate that she had the companionship of the puppets. For otherwise, Tilos might have succumbed to madness. As Huanhai and Hulia observed Tilos, they felt an increasing clarity regarding her essence. At present, Tilos had perfectly mastered 5 principles, and her agility and skills were flawless. It could be said that her strength now only slightly lagged behind that of the Grand Priest. Kess marveled at the transformation. The once frail girl had now evolved into one of the mightiest beings in this realm. Chapter 82. The Fusion of Divinity and Humanity. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Observing the absence of any pressing matters in the outside world, Tilos resolved to re-enter the time chamber, aiming to amalgamate divinity with humanity. Kess, perceiving this intention, remarked, "My lord Tilos, it would be prudent to take both Huanhai and Hulia with you. It is far better than venturing alone." After a moment of contemplation, Tilos consented, and thus Huanhai and Hulia accompanied Tilos into the chamber. Though Kess harbored concerns regarding the potential overshadowing of Tilos by divinity, she held firm in her belief that Tilos would undoubtedly succeed. Upon entering the time chamber, Huanhai and Hulia were immediately struck by the profound essence of temporal laws that permeated the space. Tilos reassured them, "Do not worry. This time, we shall merge divinity and humanity swiftly." Nodding in agreement, Huanhai and Hulia followed closely behind Tilos. Tilos needed to converse with her divine aspect, so she conjured a doppelganger, infusing it with divine power and guiding the essence of divinity into it. After a considerable duration, the doppelganger opened its eyes. Tilos announced, "It is time for us to converse." Divine Tilos replied, "Indeed." Turning to Huanhai and Hulia, she instructed, "You two may practice your skills or explore this realm. Should you grow weary, feel free to step outside. I must engage in a dialogue with myself." The two nodded and distanced themselves, granting space for the interaction. At this juncture, 2 identical figures sat across from one another. Divine Tilos stated, "You are aware that we are essentially one. Humanity merely embodies emotion, whereas divinity seeks to transcend emotion, embracing pure rationality." Human Tilos responded, "If that emotion were to vanish, would I still exist as I am? We are indeed one. Why can we not merge? Whether divine or human, we are simply ourselves. No, one must assume dominance. Only then can true power be harnessed. Why do you fail to understand that you are me?" Divine Tilos expressed her bewilderment. Human Tilos countered, "While your essence is undeniably pure, do not forget our origins. The fusion of humanity and divinity possesses the purity of divine strength alongside the protective nature of humanity. Clearly, the amalgamation of both is superior." Divine Tilos fell silent, and Human Tilos proposed, "Shall we engage in a contest? I possess the corporeal strength of our original body and the might of humanity, while you wield pure divine power. Let us see who prevails." Divine Tilos remarked, "It seems you are inherently stronger. I am merely a projection, a fragment of the divine essence separated from the original." "That may be true, but shall we not test it?" Human Tilos pressed. "Did you not comprehend my previous statement?" "I understood. I simply desire to deliver a sound thrashing to you." "Hey, very well then, let us proceed." Before divinity could utter a word, humanity swiftly raised a fist, striking the abdomen. Divinity reacted promptly, blocking the blow and retaliating immediately. Humanity launched a rapid assault, while divinity unleashed its utmost power. Humanity was forced to retreat, yet divinity pressed the advantage, only for humanity to wield the power of the laws to restrain divinity and deliver swift attacks. The two engaged in an exchange of blows, neither able to claim victory. The battle raged on for a decade before they finally paused, panting heavily. As time wore on, their clashes grew increasingly fierce, leaving the land they created in ruins. Fortunately, Huanhai and Hulia, witnessing the fierce confrontation, hastily retreated. After their tumultuous bout, it was not a matter of one absorbing the other. Rather, the two began to merge. After a considerable time, divinity and humanity fused into one, and a radiant light flashed, revealing the complete Tilos. This time, however, she appeared even more divine, her once pure white hair now interspersed with strands of azure. At this moment, Tilos felt an unprecedented sense of wholeness. After savoring this feeling, she stepped outside. In the outside world, Keisai sensed Tilos's emergence and rushed over. Upon meeting Keisai, Tilos exchanged a few pleasantries before returning to the palace, yearning for relaxation. Observing this, Keisai abandoned Broly and Yamoshi to accompany Tilos. It had been a long time since they had the chance to unwind together. After a lengthy conversation, Tilos, weary, retreated to her bedroom. Kasai initially intended to return to her own chamber, but Tilos embraced her and fell asleep. Reluctantly, Kasai succumbed to Tilos's embrace and joined her in slumber. Chapter 83. Daily Life. A month has swiftly passed, during which Tilos spent the majority of her time in slumber. The extensive training within the time chamber had left her both physically and mentally exhausted over the millennia. Coupled with the prior integration of her divine and human essences, Tilos reached a pinnacle of spiritual fatigue. After a month of recuperation, however, she emerged revitalized. Although remnants of weariness lingered, they were of little consequence. Stepping out of the palace, clad in a flowing white dress that accentuated her flawless figure, she strolled leisurely. In the distance, by the lakeside, Broly and Amasi were engaged in a spirited contest, while Kes sat nearby indulging in snacks with Huanhai and Julia. As Tilos approached, she playfully chided, "Kes, why did you not call me for snacks? How inconsiderate." Kes chuckled, "Ah, Lady Tilos, I noticed you were sleeping so soundly that I thought it best not to disturb you." "Huh, I see you merely wished to feast alone," Tilos retorted. "Not at all. Dear Lady Tilos, I was merely testing the delicacies for you." Tilos settled down beside them, savoring the treats while observing the vigorous duel between Broly and Amasi. "Kes, how have Broly and Amasi progressed in their prowess?" "Lady Tilos, they have now surpassed Sun Wukong entirely. Broly has become adept at the laws of destruction, while Amasi excels in the laws of creation. They are nearing the minimum requirements for both a god of destruction and a king of worlds." "Not bad," Tilos acknowledged, "though they seem to be progressing rather slowly. I shall send a clone to spar with them shortly. Please exercise restraint, Lady Tilos. If the laws within you were to leak out, it would necessitate the recreation of this realm of destruction. Ah, that will not happen. I have honed my control significantly during my time in the time chamber. I can confidently say I have mastered it now. Lady Tilos, you truly are remarkable. I never imagined you would surpass me in such a short time. Ah, it's merely a matter of practice." With that, Tilos rose and made her way towards Broly and Amasi, who had paused their fierce battle upon her arrival. "It was I who summoned you here, so I apologize for the rarity of our meetings," she remarked. "Lady Tilos, we should be the ones apologizing. We are grateful for your guidance," Amasi replied. "Oh, it is of no consequence. I shall send a clone to train with you. Her strength will be merely a fraction of mine, yet it will suffice." "Thank you," they exclaimed in unison. "Your potential is immense, so do your utmost. By the way, Broly, how do you feel now?" "I am well, Lady Tilos. I can now control myself perfectly, no longer prone to the uncontrollable outbursts of the past. Indeed, the laws of destruction suit you well. Keep pushing forward, both of you." With that, Tilos conjured a clone and, taking Kes with her, returned to the palace. Kes, puzzled, inquired, "Lady Tilos, why have you brought me here?" "Griss has entrusted you with a task, to gather some rare minerals, preferably of considerable size. Did I not mention previously the intention to recreate a divine dragon? Having completed my training, it is now time to forge it. This new dragon must exude an aura of majesty and power, for the last one was rather disappointing. Therefore, Griss, could you assist me in locating some precious ores?" After a moment of contemplation, Griss replied, "My Lord Tilos, I regret to inform you that there are indeed no rare minerals available. However, you could utilize the drifting asteroids scattered throughout the cosmos. That is a valid point. I shall retrieve some," Tilos responded, and without further ado, he soared into the vastness of space. After circling around for a while, Tilos found nothing to his liking and was about to return when he spotted a natural satellite. Upon glancing at the primary planet, he noticed it was inhabited by a horde of grotesque creatures. With a swift motion, he unleashed a destructive force, causing the primary planet to vanish without a trace. Ugh! How repulsive, sticky, and lacking any refinement. Ugh! Tilos exclaimed. After the primary planet's disappearance, he gazed at the moon-like satellite and summoned the power of the laws to draw it back. The deities of destruction, engaged in their respective tasks, noticed a planet rapidly approaching their domain and prepared to obliterate it. Fortunately, Tilos interjected, "Everyone halt. This is my acquisition. I have use for it. So do not destroy it." Griss remarked, "My Lord Tilos, did you not seek an asteroid? Why then have you brought back a planet larger than the realm of destruction itself?" "Ah, well, this one simply caught my eye. After a lengthy search, "It is the most suitable," Tilos replied. "Very well, just ensure you don't obliterate our home in the process," Griss cautioned. "Rest assured, Griss." With that, Tilos proceeded to maneuver the colossal planet to the outermost layer of the realm of destruction. Chapter 84. The new Dragon Ball in the outer realm of the God of Destruction, a colossal planet, stood resolutely. Tilos gathered energy in her hands and unleashed it towards the heart of the planet. In the next moment, the planet was cleaved in two. Tilos first concentrated on the laws of creation, transforming one half into 7 orbs, each as grand as a mountain. She then molded the other half into a magnificent dragon. Finally, Tilos invoked the power of the dragon, bestowing life upon the once stone orbs and dragon, which now pulsated with vitality. Tilos surveyed her masterpiece with a nod of approval, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The few onlookers from the Kaioshin realm, except for Kes, were left in awe, marveling at Tilos' might. Though they possessed the ability to obliterate stars, they could not achieve such a feat subsequently. Tilos beckoned Kes to bring the others for a closer observation. After a brief moment, Kes approached Tilos. "My lady Tilos, you truly are meticulous in your endeavors." "Ha ha, I was not entirely satisfied with the previous dragon, so I invested extra effort into this creation." Tilos continued. "Well then, prepare to witness something extraordinary, as the creation of a dragon is a rare spectacle." With a commanding voice, Tilos proclaimed, "Arise, divine dragon." Instantly, the 7 orbs radiated a golden brilliance, and the dragon swelled in size, soaring forth into the cosmos, its massive form dwarfing the nearby planet. The sight left Tilos, Kes, and the others utterly astonished, as the once mighty dragon they had seen before now appeared trivial in comparison. After a considerable time, the dragon returned to Tilos' side. Gazing upon the resplendent, gold-hued dragon, which was comparable in size to an entire planet, Tilos remarked, "Impressive." The dragon responded, "Thank you, esteemed creator, for bestowing life upon me." "Can you sense this universe?" Tilos inquired. The dragon harnessed its power for a moment and replied, "Creator, I am now bound to this universe." "Can you perceive the events of the past?" Tilos asked. The dragon, enveloped in a surge of white light, responded, "Creator, this universe experienced a fierce battle a millennium ago, during which the god of destruction Griss and the angel Whis both fell." Upon hearing this, Tilos pondered for a moment before asking, "Please elaborate." There was an individual of immense strength who had dominion over most of this universe's planets. The god of destruction Griss held her in high regard when the universe was at peace. However, one fateful day, a malevolent aura emerged within the cosmos. That individual confronted the issue, but soon after, the remnants of battle surged throughout the universe. Griss and Whis intervened, leading to an intense confrontation between that individual and them. Ultimately, Griss and Whis fell, and that individual concealed the entire universe, sealing away the nefarious aura with her own power before perishing. Tilos felt a sense of familiarity wash over her, yet she could not pinpoint it. Deciding not to dwell on it any longer, she turned to the dragon and inquired, "What was that individual's name?" "Shenlong." "I apologize, esteemed creator, but that individual has altered the universe's memory of her. Thus she knows only this person and remains unaware of her name." "Very well. In that case, you may withdraw." "As you wish, esteemed creator." With those words, Shenlong surged with radiant white light, and 7 Dragon Balls materialized before the onlookers. Tilos raised her hand to gather them into her personal space, and then led the group back to the palace. Tilos inquired about Yamosi from Shenlong, yet Yamosi claimed to know nothing, only recalling the aftermath of the battle. Consequently, Tilos chose not to press further, retreating alone to contemplate in the depths of the palace. Witnessing this, Kes followed closely behind, while the others attended to their own matters. Chapter 85. Returning to the past at this moment, Tilos pondered whether to utilize the laws of time and space to revisit the past and witness the events that transpired. Just as she was contemplating her endeavor, Griss entered the room. "Lady Tilos, what are you planning to do?" "Griss, I have resolved to explore that period." "That is inadvisable." For the first time, Griss, who had always supported her, opposed her decision, leaving Tilos perplexed. "Why is that, Griss?" Griss replied, "Lady Tilos, even if you traverse back in time, it would be futile. Although you possess considerable strength now, ensuring your safety upon return would be challenging. The divine dragon has mentioned that the individual from the past, who could alter the fabric of cosmic memory, is undoubtedly on par with the Omni King. Even she has fallen. How much more vulnerable are you, who is still weaker than the Omni King? Listening to Griss' words, Tilos fell into deep contemplation. Even if she were to traverse time, as Griss stated, she currently lacked the ability to modify cosmic memory. Moreover, this universe was far more formidable than others. In different realms, Tilos could easily obliterate them with her full power, yet in this universe, no matter how powerful she became, she could not destroy it entirely. Griss, I still believe it is essential to go. I have an unsettling feeling that if I do not, I will miss something significant. With a sigh, Griss conceded. Very well, Lady Tilos, but I shall accompany you, and we must not interfere with any events. We shall observe as mere spectators. Tilos, elated by Griss' agreement, exclaimed. Hee, I knew you would come through, Griss. Isn't it true that you always leave me feeling anxious, Lady Tilos? All right, let us not delay any further. We must set off. Wait a moment, Lady Tilos. You should leave a clone here. I feel uneasy with only the 4 of them remaining. Without further ado, Tilos created a clone and subsequently opened the portal to time and space, stepping through with Griss. The clone remaining behind remarked, Finally, I am freed from labor. Within the cosmos, Tilos and Griss carefully sensed their surroundings. After a moment, Tilos spoke. Griss, you sense it too, do you not? The presence of Griss. Indeed. And also its energy. The two exchanged glances before soaring towards the location of Griss. Along the way, Tilos did not forget to attempt sensing the presence of that individual. But regrettably, she could not detect anything. After a considerable time, they arrived at Griss' planet. As soon as they arrived, Griss appeared before them. Lady Tilos, what brings you here? The two were quite taken aback. Tilos replied, You know me? Griss appeared equally bewildered by Tilos' inquiry. Of course, I recognize you. You are the ruler of this realm. Excuse me? Tilos exclaimed in astonishment. You are mistaken. I am not the Tilos you know. I hail from a millennium in the future. Now it was Griss who was perplexed. I knew you 1,000 years ago. Why do you not recognize me 1,000 years later? Tilos spoke. How should I put it? I am not the Tilos you are familiar with, and my abilities are quite comparable to yours, as you can sense. Griss, perplexed, responded. My lord Tilos, have you perhaps lost your memory? Is that the reason for your diminished strength? Tilos replied dismissively. Forget it. I cannot convey the truth to you. I am simply not the person you believe me to be. Very well then. What brings you here? Griss inquired. Tilos responded, Well, I wish to meet this ruler of the universe. Griss replied, If you seek to meet Lord Tilos, I can point you in the right direction. But you must undertake the journey yourself. Tilos glanced at Kes and said, All right then. Before Tilos could finish, several shockwaves from a battle erupted, causing Griss to look alarmed. Whis appeared beside him, though he did not recognize Kes. Noticing her similar complexion, Whis inquired, Might you also belong to the angelic race? Kes affirmed, Yes, indeed. Whis expressed his surprise. I never imagined there were others of the angelic lineage in this world. How delightful. Kes, puzzled by Wiss's words, was about to ask for clarification when yet another series of battle shockwaves emerged, obliterating the surrounding weaker planets in an instant. Griss and Whis exchanged worried glances and swiftly moved toward the source of the disturbance. Tilos and Kes, having shared a glance of understanding, followed closely behind. From their earlier conversation, Tilos and Kes discerned the peculiar nature of this universe. Whis appeared to be the last of the angelic race, while the being ruling this world was also named Tilos and bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Chapter 86. I am you at the cosmic core. Two figures entwined in a fierce struggle, their relentless collisions sending reverberations throughout the universe, obliterating weaker planets in their wake. The dark shadow addressed the woman before him. Surrender. For I have absorbed all the negative emotions of the Omni King's realm. Such power is insurmountable for you. The woman, adorned with silvery hair and clad in azure robes, retorted. Such bravado. Your ambitions shall not come to fruition as long as I endure. With a scoff, he declared, There is no other choice. I shall send you to your demise. In an instant, the shadow lunged toward her, and they engaged in combat once more. This time, the silver-haired woman found herself at a disadvantage. Just as the shadow prepared to deliver a crushing blow, she evaded at the last moment, only to be struck by an energy orb, sending her hurtling away. As the shadow prepared to continue its assault, Beerus and Whis approached the silver-haired woman. The shadow disdainfully remarked, "Two insignificant insects have arrived. How tiresome." The silver-haired woman responded, "Even insects can defeat you." At this juncture, Beerus and Whis reached her side. Beerus said, "Lady Tilos, we have arrived too late." "It's all right, just in time. Let us commence." The trio braced themselves as the shadow surged forward. The silver-haired woman took the lead, while Beerus and Whis provided flank support. As the four clashed, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, causing nearby planets to vanish in an instant. As time wore on, the three found themselves increasingly fatigued. In a fleeting moment of separation, the shadow swiftly ensnared Whis, thrusting an energy blade toward him. Whis's life force began to wane. Witnessing this, Beerus erupted in fury, his destructive energy intensifying to the point of fracturing the surrounding space. The shadow discarded Whis and turned its attention to Beerus, while the silver-haired woman rushed to catch Whis, invoking her powers to revive him. Lying in her arms, Whis murmured, "Lady Tilos, I am truly sorry. Do not waste your efforts on me. Please accept my final strength." As Whis's form gradually dissipated, a radiant white light surged into the silver-haired woman's being. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "I will surely defeat her." Meanwhile, an enraged Beerus found himself unable to contend with the shadow. Every attack he launched was effortlessly neutralized. Frustrated, he unleashed a frenzied assault, but in the next moment, the shadow vanished. Cautiously, Beerus remained vigilant, but suddenly, multiple wounds appeared across his body, leaving him astonished. Just as he unleashed his energy to deter the shadow, an energy blade pierced his chest. The shadow's voice echoed ominously, "How pitifully weak. Did you really think your energy would keep me at bay?" With that, the blade withdrew, and Beerus's energy plummeted. The shadow glanced at the approaching silver-haired woman before tossing Beerus aside. With his last breath, Beerus uttered, "Lady Tilos, I am sorry. It appears Whis and I shall depart first." "No. I will certainly return for you. Useless Lord Tiloth. That individual has harnessed the power of the laws. Do not waste your efforts. Please accept the strength that Vis and I offer you. Although it may seem trivial, it is a contribution nonetheless. I am truly sorry, Lord Tiloth." With those words, Beerus's form dissipated, and a violet orb surged into the body of the silver-haired woman. She was engulfed by sorrow, for her former companion had perished before her eyes, leaving her with a profound sense of anguish and fury. A mocking voice echoed from the shadows, "Tiloth, let us amalgamate. In doing so, you could resurrect them. What say you? Ha ha ha. Scoundrel, you dare? What? Why should I not? Take a closer look at me." With that, the shadow faded, revealing its visage. The silver-haired woman was taken aback. The figure before her bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, save for the deep crimson eyes and the black-red garb reminiscent of a hellish demon. "Surprised, are we? Ha ha ha. It took considerable effort for me to become you. Do you remember those whose lives you claimed? Originally, I was but a minuscule and inconspicuous fragment of malevolence, yet because of you, I absorbed all negative emotions and grew stronger. In essence, I am you, for I am that very essence of malice you once severed from yourself. Ha ha ha. How fortunate you were to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I could not have evolved to this extent." The silver-haired woman glared with gritted teeth, wishing to rend the figure before her into 1,000 pieces. "Do not look at me with such disdain. I have awaited this day for an eternity, having absorbed all negative emotions from the realm of the Overlord. Since you refuse to unite with me, then you shall perish." With that, an energy projectile was launched towards her. The silver-haired woman quickly evaded, and once more, the two engaged in fierce combat, a struggle that endured for years. Ultimately, the silver-haired woman expended the majority of her strength to barely seal her foe. After the sealing, her form began to waver, and she gazed towards a certain direction, declaring, "You two may emerge now." Chapter 87. Conversation. Upon the words of the silver-haired woman, Tilos and Kess emerged from the portal. Tilos exclaimed, "Aha! Caught in the act, it seems." The silver-haired woman, upon seeing the two, spoke with tranquility. "It appears my contingency plan was executed flawlessly." "Contingency plan?" Tilos queried, puzzled. The silver-haired woman replied, "I understand that you have many questions. I am prepared to elucidate everything." After a moment of contemplation, Tilos responded, "Very well." The silver-haired woman began to speak in a leisurely manner. I imagine you are astounded by our identical appearance and shared name. The explanation is quite simple. You are indeed me, merely my reincarnation. As you witnessed in the recent battle, that entity was born from a fragment of my malevolence, having absorbed the negative emotions of the entire universe. At this juncture, I can only seal her away, as I lack the strength to destroy her. It is only through exhausting all my power that I manage to contain her, and I am on the verge of dissipating. For the sake of the future, I must project my essence into another realm. When the time is ripe, I shall be drawn back. The entity residing within you is, in fact, an instrument crafted from my essence, and it is likely on the cusp of fully merging with your being. Upon hearing this, Tilos was taken aback. The existence of the system was a secret she had never disclosed to anyone, and it was indeed as the silver-haired woman had stated, the system was currently fading. A truth she had sensed during her recent training. Tilos inquired, "So, you have known all along that I would return?" "Well, not entirely certain. Regardless, even if you had not returned, I had other contingencies in place. You must have noticed the differences since your arrival in this world. The Saiyan royal lineage is, in fact, a manifestation of a portion of my essence, which I projected into the seventh universe of the realm you are familiar with, the world of the Omni King. It has been passed down through generations, awaiting your return. However, I must apologize for one thing. Ultimately, this essence will merge with you." Tilos seemed to grasp the implication, saying, "Are you suggesting that ultimately, all Saiyan royalty will transform into essence and integrate into my being?" The atmosphere grew tense as Tilos fell into silence, uncertain of what to do, knowing that her mother would ultimately vanish. The white-haired woman, witnessing this, felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps there is still a chance. As I am now, it is beyond my grasp, but perhaps you can achieve it. Before Tilos could respond, the figure of the white-haired woman became increasingly ethereal. She glanced at herself and spoke, "Time is fleeting. I have just altered the memories of the entire universe, and now only a fragment of my essence remains to sustain me. Thus, you must remember what I am about to impart. I have one last contingency. Through the laws of time, I see them with your mother. Whether you can fully strip the essence and integrate it into yourself is a task you must undertake. All my contingencies are designed to expedite your growth. In that realm, the essence merely restored itself to a state capable of bearing this world's power. It is not complete, yet it suffices. Presently, you should be only slightly inferior to the Omni King." Tilos interjected, "You knew I would come, didn't you?" The white-haired woman chuckled softly. "Indeed, I did not deceive you. I have always possessed knowledge of the past, present, and future. That is why I took this course of action. Since you are aware of my arrival, you must have glimpsed the conclusion. Yes, but I cannot disclose it, and your laws of time are beyond your perception, so do not dwell on it. I am genuinely pleased now because you are me, yet not me. You will soon learn of my past. Now please accept this final essence." Tilos hesitated. "But what about you in the end?" The woman laughed heartily. "I am you. Even if you had not come, your future would still remember who you are. This life is merely this life, and the next is but the next." Noticing Tilos had fallen silent, she turned to Kes. "Thank you for caring for this version of me." Kes shook her head. "It is nothing. It is my duty." With a smile, the white-haired woman declared, "Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell to myself, and farewell, Kes." With that, she transformed into a radiant sphere of pure white light, surging into Tilos's being. As Tilos absorbed the essence, countless memories flooded her, and her powers surged beyond limits. Kes quietly stood by Tilos's side, patiently awaiting her complete mastery of the power that rightfully belonged to her. Chapter 88. Dissolution of the system. Tilos felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping her, as the essence within her surged with newfound strength. In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Ding! Greetings, Master." This voice was one she had not heard in an eternity. "The system. You have returned. Indeed, congratulations, Master, on reclaiming your memories." A bittersweet smile crossed Tilos's face as she replied, I have just now regained. Master, as per the initial plan you devised. Upon the recovery of your memories, I shall completely merge with your essence." Tilos slowly articulated, "So, you intend to transform into my essence, correct?" "Yes, Master. I am, in essence, a manifestation of your being. All power and possessions are but extensions of your journey through time and space." Tilos comprehended that this was all part of her own contingency plan. From the very beginning, her journey had been orchestrated by her own design. Though a pang of reluctance tugged at her heart regarding the system, she understood that acceptance was her only recourse. System, let us proceed. Very well, Master. It has been a joy to accompany your growth. Though I am merely a fragment of your essence, I have been endowed with a semblance of emotion. My return signifies yet another form of companionship. With that, the system dissipated entirely, leaving only a remnant within WeChat, merging seamlessly into Tilos' essence. Moments later, Tilos opened her eyes, not in the cosmos, but within an expanse of blinding white. As she surveyed her surroundings, a figure materialized before her. Hello. It has been a moment. Did you not transform into my essence? Ha ha ha, relax. You are, in fact, me. It is not strange that you can see me. As your essence becomes more complete, you will perceive me in greater entirety. Tilos, gazing at the woman before her who mirrored her own likeness, inquired, So, what brings you here now? Of course, it is about complete integration. Although we share the same origin, your potential remains largely untapped. This power is immense, and without caution, it may spiral out of control. Furthermore, this is my final gift to you. Once you master it perfectly, you will be me, and I will be you. If I merge, will I still be myself? Ha 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 ha. You have glimpsed a fragment of my memories. Have you not realized that you merely lack this particular memory? We are, in essence, one and the same. Tilos nodded, understanding this truth without doubt. Well then, I shall say no more. Once you grasp this, you will comprehend all things. However, regarding the future, I have erased the conclusions I witnessed across the river of time, so you must strive diligently. Tilos remarked, Indeed, this is who I am. My nature is difficult to articulate. With that, the white-haired woman dissolved, granting Tilos insight into all matters, save for the aspects concerning the future's outcome. After a moment of reconciling with the surge of power within her, she returned to reality. Upon seeing Tilos open her eyes, Kes immediately inquired, How do you fare? Lady Tilos? Tilos, I sense that I am but a step away from reaching the realm of the All-King, yet I still fall short. She is indeed stronger than the All-King. Fear not, my esteemed Tilos, for she remains sealed. There is still time. Well then, it is time to depart, Kes. Our business here is concluded. With that, Tilos opened a portal through time and space, leading Kes within. Moments later, the two returned to the place from whence they came. Kes spoke, My esteemed Tilos, what shall we do next? The martial arts tournament is fast approaching. Let us devote this time to diligent training, for the seventh universe is currently beset with numerous troubles. Kes, then, my esteemed Tilos, shall we rest now? Tilos stretched languidly, responding, Indeed, it is time to take a respite. I must properly absorb this information. I shall prepare a warm bath for myself. Before Tilos could react, Kes vanished, only to return moments later, leading Tilos to the bathing chamber. However, there were already two others present, one with white hair and another with pink hair. Tilos immediately sensed something amiss and attempted to leave, but Kes gently tapped her staff, causing Tilos's garments to vanish. Suddenly exposed, Tilos blushed deeply, as Julia and Illusion C swiftly pulled her into the pool. After a considerable time, Tilos lay in the bath, eyes vacant and devoid of clothing, while the hands of Illusion C, Julia, and Kes did not cease their ministrations. Chapter 89. The arrival of the Omni King a few days later. Tilos, feeling rather bored, turned to Kes, who was sipping tea, and lamented, Kes, I am so utterly bored. Kes took a sip of her tea and replied slowly, Lady Tilos, if you find yourself bored, why not engage in some training? I have been diligently training every day, yet in my current state, with my essence incomplete. Progressing further remains a formidable challenge. Have you discovered a solution, Lady Tilos? Not yet. I am unable to, for after all, this is a living being, my mother. No less. Observing Tilos's somber expression, Kes gently reassured her, there is still ample time. I have faith that you will find a way, Lady Tilos. With a sigh, Tilos gazed at the sky and murmured, one can only hope. As the two conversed, a streak of light descended before them, and as the luminescence faded, two pencil-like figures and an eraser emerged. Noticing this, Tilos approached with Kes and greeted, Ah, Quan, hello there. Oh, it seems you have regained your memories. Indeed, but I still have a way to go. Quan replied nonchalantly, Tilos, I have come to share an important matter with you. Since you have regained most of your memories, I shall be brief. Our time is limited. It is anticipated that in 3 years, she will break her seal. Tilos's smile vanished, her expression turning grave. As I suspected. However, this time, we should be able to eliminate her completely. Yes, there are still some issues in the 7th universe. So I plan to commence the Tournament of Power once they are resolved. I believe Son Goku will bring back a version of you. Indeed. Those are my avatars left in each parallel universe, which will also serve as formidable allies. Exactly. Even if she is sealed, she can still absorb negative emotions from the outside world. She will undoubtedly be stronger than before. We must prepare to be even more powerful. This Tournament of Power will serve to select those with potential. Do I still need to participate, Quan? Quan chuckled and asked, do you wish to? Do not forget that you are still affiliated with me. Ha ha ha. Honestly, while I am indifferent, it is indeed challenging to gather a few capable individuals. If only Beerus and Whis were still around. Have you not yet moved on from those past events? Tilos shook her head and replied, I merely reflect upon it. I am not so fragile. In my current state, I am only a step behind you. Quan smiled and remarked, you are just as you always were, sister. Hearing this term of endearment, Tilos laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Quan, it has been ages since you called me that. Since 1,000 years ago, when you departed. Indeed, it has been quite some time. But tell me, do you now feel confident in your ability to vanquish her? After a brief moment of silence, the sovereign spoke. It is somewhat challenging. Back then, she was already stronger than I, and after absorbing so many years of negative emotions, she has only grown more formidable. Moreover, she is, after all, a manifestation of the dark thoughts that you, dear sister, have severed from yourself. Alas, it seems I must take this on myself. Well then, sister, I must take my leave. My purpose here was to inform you of everything, yet it appears you have already rediscovered your origins. Tilos smiled gently. Very well. Seek me out once the Tournament of Strength commences. During this period, I shall endeavor to reclaim the remnants of my essence. With that, the sovereign departed, accompanied by 2 guards. Witnessing this, Kes inquired, Lady Tilos, you are indeed the sister of the sovereign. Tilos, somewhat bashful, replied with a chuckle, ah yes, in my memories. I was born at the dawn of creation. I journeyed alone to many realms, including the vast universe you are familiar with, whilst the sovereign was merely a luminous orb in the process of taking form. I was overjoyed to meet him, for I was no longer solitary. Eventually, I guided him, and after many millennia, he fully matured. However, he was not as he is now. It was only when his cosmos could no longer contain his power that he transformed into his current state through Tilos' elucidation. Kes began to comprehend the narrative, realizing that Tilos was the first being to emerge in this world, while the sovereign was the first to arise in the sovereign-s realm. Tilos offered a succinct overview of the other events. Consequently, Kes grew increasingly curious about Tilos' experiences, and Tilos patiently recounted the tales etched in her memory. As she reclaimed most of her essence, she also fully awakened to the majority of her memories and grasped the entirety of the situation. Chapter 90, the eve of the martial arts tournament. Power comparison time swiftly passed, and soon the moment set by Tiloth was upon them. All realms were abuzz with anticipation. Tiloth calculated the time and glanced at the group chat. Group chat, 999. Tiloth, disinterested in perusing the multitude of messages, promptly announced, Tiloth, greetings, everyone. It's been quite a while. This year has flown by. The martial arts tournament is scheduled to commence in 7 days. Fukalos, we are all prepared. Cece. Tiloth, oh, Uchiha Madara. Hurry up, group leader. Tiloth, Yusukura Urameshi. Grandma, we can hardly contain our excitement. Tiloth, Tiloth, all right, everyone. In 7 days it shall be, and you're not short of time, so do look forward to it. With that, Tiloth exited the group chat. It wasn't that she wished to disengage, but rather that the incessant flow of messages was rather overwhelming. At that moment, Crix approached and inquired, Lady Tiloth, Goku from Universe 7 has ventured into the future. Should we investigate? Tiloth shook her head. No need. With Beerus still present, let us first conduct the martial arts tournament. Very well. Tiloth then departed the palace, heading towards Broly and Yamosi, who were engaged in combat with one of Tiloth's avatars. Just as they were about to strike, the avatar vanished with a snap, and Tiloth herself approached, remarking, you both have made remarkable progress. Your advancement far exceeds that of Vegeta and Kakarot from your planet. Yamosi, with great respect, replied, "This is all thanks to you, Lady Tiloth. Without your guidance, we would not have achieved our current prowess." "Huh, one cannot say that." She chuckled. "Your innate talent is formidable. Given time, you shall both rank among the strongest in this universe. In due course, I shall take you to battle against warriors from other realms." After a spirited exchange, Tiloth returned to her daily training. In the world of Naruto, this year of training has elevated the 10 who emerged from the trials to the 6 paths level. The rapid progression can be attributed to Kaguya Otsutsuki's influence, allowing these 10 to awaken their ancestral bloodlines, resulting in an average increase in their chakra levels. Naruto's 10, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Otsutsuki Ashura, Otsutsuki Indra, Otsutsuki Shoten, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, forcibly drawn in by Madara, Hatake Kakashi, coerced by Obito. In the world of Genshin Impact, under the rigorous training of Morix, Funingna has now attained the strength of a mid-tier Archon. Originally, the energy bestowed by Tilos was at the level of a high-tier Archon, but due to Funingna's inability to fully harness it, she can only reach the same rank as Fukalos at the mid-tier Archon level. The others, such as Xiao and Ing, are comparatively weaker. Xiao, after a year of training, has reached the level of a low-tier Archon, yet, owing to his extensive battle experience and the eradication of his karmic burdens, he is on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier Archon level. Ing, while inherently strong, has yet to regain her full power, thus remaining at the low-tier Archon level. The remaining individuals are predominantly high-tier Archons, while Morix, after enduring wear and tear, has reached the pinnacle of the law level. A half-step into governance. Genshin's 10, Morix, Barbatos, Raiden Shogun, Funingna, the Dragon King, Xiao, Ing, Skirk, the Great Tree King, Fukalos. In the world of Yu Yu Hakusho, over the past year, the 10 have zealously trained, acutely aware of their relative weakness compared to individuals from the other 2 realms. Fortunately, Tilos addressed this concern by establishing the competition rules. Reijin and the body, having undergone Tilos' augmentations, have become extraordinarily powerful, their demonic energy exceeding the SSS level. While Urameshi has perfectly mastered the demon blood within him, allowing him to transform at will, ranking just behind Reijin and the body. Yu Yu Hakusho's 10, Reijin, Urameshi, Kuwabara, Kurama, Hai, Yomi, Shura, the body, Kokushibo, Finjay. Power classification, 6 paths level, beginner, low-tier Archon, S rank 6 paths level, intermediate, mid-tier Archon, SS rank 6 paths level, advanced, high-tier Archon, SSS rank Otsutsuki, beginner, high-tier Archon, perfect, 4S rank Otsutsuki, intermediate, law level, beginner, 5S rank Otsutsuki, advanced, law level, intermediate, deity, beginner, law level, advanced, deity, intermediate, law level, perfect, deity, advanced, governance, beginner, the highest. Divine level in the Naruto world is God level. While in Yu Yu Hakusho, it is 5S level, and the highest in Genshin Impact is the Heavenly Principle. In the Dragon Ball world, the comparisons to Genshin are as follows: planetary level, law level, advanced, stellar level, governance, perfect, galactic level, Heavenly Principle Dragon Ball power levels, universal level, Destroyer half-step world level, Tilos world level, Xeno and Tilos, 1,000 years ago, control level dash. Chapter 91, Martial Arts Tournament, Part 1. 7 days later, Tiloth brought Kurz and others into the arena, along with Broly and Yamushi. The arena was surrounded by a vast platform suspended in the void, with an overhead grandstand that offered a panoramic view of the proceedings below. While awaiting the arrival of all participants, Tiloth thoughtfully added various terrains, including forests, oceans, mountains, and canyons. Once this was accomplished and everyone had entered, Tiloth gradually ascended into the air and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the martial arts tournament. We shall commence with the individual matches, where opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Once the individual matches conclude, there is no need to worry about fatigue. Anyone who falls off the platform will be declared the loser. Since some participants cannot fly, this tournament will prohibit the use of flight abilities. Without further ado, we shall begin the drawing." With that, Tiloth produced 3 boxes and tossed them onto the various grandstands. At this moment, Yusuke Urameshi spoke up, Grandma. What if all three worlds draw the same? How will we resolve the order of battles? Tilos replied, it's quite simple. When the three participants determine their competition order, they will come to me for another draw. This time, there will only be 3 cards, one of which is a buy. Oh, and don't think about leaving codes for the next person. After each draw, I will destroy the cards and create new ones, so don't try to be clever. At this point, Fukalos inquired, Cece, isn't this an individual competition? Does that mean we might encounter others from our own world? Not in the first round, Tiloth assured. After that, you will have the opportunity. Subsequently, Tiloth called upon Kurz, Julia, and Huanhai to manage the draw order for each world. The results of the draw were as follows. Draw 1. Fukalos, mid-tier demon god. Otsutsuki Shurin, intermediate 6 paths. Kuwabara, SS class. Draw 2. Fanina, mid-tier demon god. Hitaki Kakashi, beginner 6 paths. Yuko Karama, SSSS class. Draw 3. Shao, lower-tier demon god perfected. Uchiha Obito, intermediate 6 paths. Huguang, SSS class. Draw 4. Sikik, high mid-tier demon god. Otsutsuki Ashura, perfected 6 paths. Fin J, SSS class. Draw 5. Ing, high lower-tier demon god. Otsutsuki Indra, perfected 6 paths. Shura, SSS class. Draw 6. King of the Great Mercy Tree, intermediate upper-tier demon god. Uchiha Madara, perfected 6 paths. Huangquan, SSSS class. Draw 7. Raiden Mei, intermediate upper-tier demon god. Hyuga Hinata, intermediate 6 paths. Body, 5S class. Draw 8. Morix, intermediate rule. Uzumaki Naruto, advanced 6 paths. Feiying, SSSS class. Draw 9. Barbados, half-step rule. Uchiha Sasuke, advanced 6 paths. Raisin, 5S class. Draw 10. Ryujin Jaka, high upper-tier demon god. Senju Hashirama, perfected 6 paths. Urameshi Yusuke, SSSS class. With the drawing concluded, Tiloth, to increase the challenge, decided to draw participants one by one to determine the order of their matches. Group 1, Sign 5 Group 2, Sign 2 Group 3, Sign 10 Group 4, Sign 4 Group 5, Sign 1 Group 6, Sign 9 Group 7, Sign 3 Group 8, Sign 8 Group 9, Sign 6 Group 10, Sign 7 subsequently. A draw was conducted to determine the order of battles. Match 1, Otsutsuki Indra versus Ashura, with Ing being exempt. Match 2, Funingna versus Kyubi Karama, with Kakashi Hitaki being exempt. Match 3, Ryujin versus Yusuke Urameshi, with Hashirama Senju being exempt. Match 4, Otsutsuki Ashura versus Slim J, with Sisk being exempt. Match 5, Fukalos versus Otsutsuki Shorin, with Kuwabara being exempt. Match 6, Barbados versus Uchiha Sasuke, with Raisin being exempt. Match 7, Shao versus Guguang, with Obito Uchiha being exempt. Match 8, Naruto Uzumaki versus Hai, with Morix being exempt. Match 9, Yomi versus Daiju Wong, with Madara Uchiha being exempt. Match 10, Reikage versus Hinata Hyuga, with Body being exempt. After a series of draws, the matches were finally established. Then, Tilos summoned her powers, and a vast platform slowly materialized, pristine and robust, impervious to destruction, save for a few deep indentations. Upon completion, Tilos turned to the crowd and proclaimed, I hereby announce, the martial arts tournament officially commences, with the first match featuring Otsutsuki Indra against Ashura. Contestants, please enter the arena. Chapter 92, The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2. As Tilos completed her incantation, Otsutsuki Indra and Shura appeared on the arena, a sight that had ceased to astonish the onlookers. The extent of Tilos's abilities was known only to KSI, leaving the others in awe of her prowess. At this moment, Otsutsuki Indra and Shura scrutinized one another. Tilos proclaimed, let the festivities commence. May the gods be joyous. All individual matches are set with equal combat strength, though personal abilities vary. With Tilos's announcement, Shura seized the initiative, soaring into the air, surrounded by spheres of concentrated demonic energy, targeting Otsutsuki Indra with a barrage of explosive attacks that filled the arena with thick smoke. Realizing that this single maneuver would not suffice to vanquish his opponent, Shura retreated to prepare for a subsequent strike. In an instant, a voice echoed, Amaterasu. Black flames erupted around Shura, drawing ever closer. As the smoke dissipated, Otsutsuki Indra stood unfazed, adorned in dark red skeletal armor, witnessing the encroaching black flames. Shura leapt into the air, yet the flames pursued him relentlessly, as if sentient. The battlefield transformed into a scene of Shura evading the fiery onslaught. Just as Amaterasu was about to make contact, Shura vanished, prompting Otsutsuki Indra to heighten his vigilance. In the next moment, Shura reappeared behind Indra, executing a technique known as the Earth Splitter Fist, shattering the arena's surface. Fortunately, Indra reacted swiftly, employing Susanoo to vault into the air. From his elevated position, he unleashed a fire technique towards Shura, followed by a concentrated lightning strike. Bolts of electricity cascaded upon Shura, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent him hurtling backward. Indra declared, "You are no match for me." Shura steadied himself and retorted, "It is not over yet." With that, Shura's demonic power surged, emanating a terrifying aura far greater than before. He then concentrated his energy into his hands, the overwhelming force prompting a flicker of danger within Indra. Shura unleashed a spiral of countless light spheres, compelling Indra to activate his complete Susanoo to defend himself. As Shura advanced with tremendous force, his fists charged with immense energy. The Susanoo shattered under the assault. Indra utilized the truth-seeking orbs to create distance while gathering energy, dark clouds forming above the arena. Once again, he summoned Susanoo, slowly raising his hand before bringing it down, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of lightning from the clouds. Shura, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent flying out of the arena. Observing the spectacle, Tilos announced, "The first match concludes, with Otsutsuki Indra emerging victorious." Subsequently, Indra and Shura returned to their respective stands, awaiting the next round. While Tilos produced healing beans for them, she then proclaimed, "The second match features Fontaine against the demon fox Kurama. Contestants, please enter the arena. Let the festivities commence. May the gods be joyous." As the conversation concluded, Fontaine summoned a one-handed sword, while the fox spirit Kurama wielded a rose whip. In quick succession, Kurama tossed several seeds into the air, prompting Fontaine to remain vigilant. In an instant, the seeds rapidly expanded, and vines emerged upon the battlefield. Fontaine summoned 3 pets to restrain the vines, subsequently enchanting her sword and charging towards Kurama. Kurama utilized the rose whip to defend, but alas, it was effortlessly severed. Kurama swiftly distanced himself and summoned the rose whip once more, this time initiating the attack. The thorny blades of the whip arced toward Fontaine, who evaded with haste. Just as Fontaine prepared to counterattack, Kurama smiled slightly and declared, "Dance of the Windflower Garden." Rose petals cascaded around Fontaine, and in the next moment, several wounds appeared upon her body. In a state of desperation, Fontaine enveloped herself in water elemental energy, healing her injuries, and then conjured a massive water sphere. With each swing of her sword, a blade of air infused with water elemental power was unleashed. While the enormous water sphere split into numerous water swords that surged toward Kurama, who found himself momentarily on the defensive. Seizing the opportunity, Fontaine unleashed a barrage of water swords. Kurama hastily summoned a wall of roses to withstand the onslaught. However, the water swords did not relent in their assault. Just as they struck Kurama, plants erupted from his arm, deflecting the water swords, and his demonic power surged. His appearance transformed into that of the fox spirit, adorned in white hair and garments, with 2 fox ears atop his head, exuding an undeniable beauty. In the next moment, Kurama sprang into action with incredible speed, reaching Fontaine in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Fontaine managed to block the strike, but before she could react, Kurama vanished, and she was struck fully, sending her hurtling off the stage. Observing this, Tilos remarked, "In the second round, the fox spirit Kurama emerges victorious." In the third round, the Dragon King Yorta faces off against Yusuke Urameshi. Chapter 93, The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 3, with a command from Tilos, the atmosphere became jubilant. Yusuke Urameshi and Ryuo were locked in a fierce standoff. The first to strike, Yusuke unleashed a spirit gun attack, which Ryuo dismissed with disdain, stomping his foot to raise a formidable wall of rock. Undeterred by the obstruction, Yusuke opted for close combat, swiftly maneuvering to Ryuo's blind spot before launching another spirit gun. Unfortunately, the attack dissipated upon impact, revealing Ryuo's protective shield. In response, Ryuo summoned several boulders, compelling Yusuke to evade and seek an opportune moment. As Ryuo coalesced more rock, Yusuke seized the moment to close in and unleash a light bullet. Under the relentless assault, Ryuo's shield began to fracture. Recognizing the urgency, Ryuo distanced himself to conjure a larger rock spear. Yusuke deftly dodged, but was grazed in the process. In a display of determination, Yusuke tore off his shirt, revealing the tattoos of the demon clan upon his skin, causing his demonic energy to surge dramatically. In the next instant, he appeared behind Ryuo and unleashed a demon gun, catching Ryuo off guard and sending him flying. Before Ryuo could regain his composure, Yusuke pressed on with his onslaught. Fortunately, Ryuo reacted in time to defend himself, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, one boasting immense defensive capabilities while the other exhibited remarkable speed. As the battle progressed, Ryuo found himself increasingly on the back foot, unable to utilize his elemental powers before Yusuke interrupted him. Ultimately, Yusuke seized the opportunity during Ryuo's skill animation to launch him out of the arena. With the conclusion of the third match, Tilos announced, "The victor is Yusuke Urameshi." The preceding 3 battles had demonstrated to all that individual prowess was of little consequence in this arena, as Tilos had leveled the playing field. Hence, diverse combat strategies were essential for victory. Fast forward. The 4th match concluded with Otsutsuki Ashura emerging victorious. The 5th match saw Fukuro's triumph, followed by Barbados in the 6th. The 7th went to Koko, and the 8th was claimed by Naruto Uzumaki. The 9th match was won by Yomi, and the 10th by Raiden Mei. The first round of 10 matches concluded flawlessly, and Tilos addressed the assembly. The first round of the individual tournament has concluded. The next opponents for the advancing participants will be those who received buys in their respective groups. After a brief respite, we shall prepare to commence. Following some exchanges among the various worlds, pertinent information began to circulate. Subsequently, Tilos unveiled the upcoming matchups. Round 2. Match 1. Otsutsuki Indra vs. Ing. Match 2. The Fox Spirit Kurama vs. Kakashi Hatake. Match 3. Yusuke Urameshi vs. Hashirama Shinja. Match 4. Otsutsuki Ashura vs. Psychica. Match 5. Fukuro's vs. Kuwabara. Match 6. Barbados vs. Raisin. Match 7. Koko vs. Obito Uchiha. Match 8. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Morix. Match 9. Yomi vs. Madara Uchiha. Match 10. Raiden Mei vs. Ku. As the matchups were revealed, each participant scrutinized their respective adversaries. After a period of rest and the miraculous beans provided by Tilos, the competitors have fully regained their strength. As the first match of the second round commenced, Tilos descended to the stands to converse with the spectators. Fukulos inquired, "Cici, who do you think will win this match?" Tilos replied, "To be honest, I believe Indra will emerge victorious. Although Ing is a formidable fighter, adept at wielding multiple elemental forces, once Indra activates his Susanoo, Ying's chances diminish significantly. The only way to defeat someone like Indra is to unleash an even greater power to utterly obliterate him." Fukulos fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Indra launched an attack using the Orb of Seeking, while Ing retaliated with her elemental powers, though to little effect, as her seamless sword bore the marks of their struggle. Observing this, Indra decided to forego any restraint and opted for an expedient victory, activating his Susanoo to launch a direct assault. Ing found herself in a challenging position, striving to withstand the onslaught of this colossal entity, her mind racing with overwhelming thoughts. In the stands, Tilos remarked, "Ing is nearing her limits. Given her current state, she has performed admirably relying solely on her combat skills." Just then, Ing found a fleeting opportunity. She harnessed her elemental energy to leap swiftly, summoning a Star of Ruin as a platform to propel herself upward, and with a precise strike, pierced the control point of Indra's Susanoo. Indra remained unfazed, unleashing a combination of fire and lightning techniques. Ing had no choice but to abandon her counterattack and evade, yet the tide of battle had turned irrevocably. Indra summoned the cataclysmic thunder punishment, and as the terrifying bolts of lightning descended, Tilos appeared before Ing, waving her hand to disperse the impending doom. Tilos then declared, "In this match, Indra is the victor." She subsequently cradled Ing and returned to the stands, where Ing buried herself into Tilos' embrace. The onlookers were left in silent awe, recognizing that had Tilos not intervened, Ing would have sustained grave injuries. Ing herself understood the peril she had just escaped. She had been evading the previous attacks in midair, but there was no evading the thunder punishment. Tilos addressed the crowd, assuring them, "Rest assured, you can fight with confidence, as long as I am here. You shall not perish." Thus, the second match began. Yuko Kurama versus Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 94, Martial Arts Tournament, Part 4. In the second round of the second match, the spectators discussed the likely victor between the Fox Demon Kurama and Kakashi Hatake. Yusuke Urameshi turned to Tilos and inquired, "Grandmother, is it possible for our world to unlock the Susanoo they speak of?" Tilos replied, "Well, their abilities are quite extraordinary. If you can manifest your demon energy, perhaps it could be possible, though I cannot say for certain. Each world adheres to its own unique set of rules. As for whether you can, I suggest you give it a try." Yusuke mused. "I feel as though our world is the weakest." Laughter echoed. "Indeed, according to the rules of the worlds, it may be the weakest. However, your strength lies in close combat. If certain abilities are restricted and the fight relies solely on martial prowess, you still possess considerable strength." Meanwhile, on the arena, the Fox Demon Kurama and Kakashi Hatake were engaged in a fierce battle. Kurama initiated the confrontation by summoning thorny vines using rose seeds. But Kakashi swiftly countered with a water dragon jutsu, dispersing the vines, and followed up with a lightning cutter. Without hesitation, Kurama conjured a wall of roses and leaped aside, employing the splitting slash technique, wielding his rose whip against Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi deftly formed hand seals, raising a wall of earth shaped like 5 dog heads to block the attack. In the spectator area of the Hokage world, Obito Uchiha shouted, "Kakashi, put in some effort." The crowd remained silent as Kakashi unleashed a flurry of hand signs, momentarily forcing Kurama to evade and seek an opening. Seizing the moment, Kakashi unleashed a purple lightning strike towards Kurama, but fortunately, Kurama transformed into his fox form, using the rapid growth of plant seeds to evade the attack. Ultimately, Kurama summoned massive vines for an offensive strike, and then, from his arms, grew plant formations shaped like swords for an assault. As Kakashi dodged the large vines, he had to simultaneously defend against Kurama's relentless attacks, gradually being pushed to the edge of the arena. At that moment, a haze enveloped the battlefield, and just as Kakashi prepared to counterattack, he found himself back in the spectator area, utterly bewildered. Tilos explained, "In this match, the Fox Demon Kurama emerges victorious. Kakashi, you returned to the stands because you fell victim to an illusion. After you neared the edge of the arena, the seeds that Kurama had strategically planted activated. The smoke on the battlefield was not solely from your clash, but also from the illusions created by those seeds." Kakashi responded, "So that's how it was. I was too careless." Tilos continued, "Now, let us proceed to the third match, where Yusuke Urameshi will face Senju Hashirama. Contestants, please take the stage." Yusuke declared, "All right, it's finally my turn." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. "Come forth." Tilos cast a glance at the two, feeling somewhat exasperated. How did these two end up facing each other? But once the battle begins, may the divine joy prevail. As the battle commenced, Senju Hashirama gazed at the young man before him and stated, "Young man, let me witness your strength." "Bring it on," Yusuke replied confidently. With a swift advance, Yusuke initiated his assault with a spirit gun. In response, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, summoning the Rashomon to block Yusuke's attack. However, in the next moment, Yusuke dashed from the side, unleashing another spirit gun. Senju Hashirama narrowly evaded by leaping into the air, subsequently landing and calling forth a wood dragon that charged directly at Yusuke. Unfazed, Yusuke swiftly maneuvered to evade, but Hashirama offered him no respite, clapping his hands once more to invoke the birth of the world of trees. A sapling sprouted at Yusuke's position, rapidly growing into a towering tree that ensnared him. Hashirama then spoke, "Young man, unleash your true power." With those words, Yusuke radiated a dark aura, demonic patterns manifesting upon his skin, his hair lengthening and turning white as he fully tapped into his demon heritage. In an instant, he broke free and charged at Hashirama with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Hashirama had anticipated this move and activated his wood human form the moment Yusuke moved. Undeterred, Yusuke unleashed a barrage of spirit guns, causing the wood human's exterior to fracture. Observing this, Hashirama concentrated his energy into a powerful punch aimed at the ground. Yusuke deftly evaded, but Hashirama then launched the wood dragon at him. This time, instead of dodging, Yusuke gathered his energy for a spirit gun to meet it head-on, obliterating the wood dragon. In a flash, Yusuke lunged toward Hashirama, who, no longer holding back, activated Sage Mode. With a clap of his hands, the true Thousand Hands materialized above the arena, while the wooden arms from the revolving wheel launched an attack from above. Yusuke attempted to evade, but the sheer number of arms proved overwhelming, and he was struck. Following this, Hashirama dispelled the true Thousand Hands, leaving Yusuke in a precarious state, yet he rose again to continue his assault. Hashirama clapped his hands once more, summoning the floral tree world, which caused trees to appear out of thin air, releasing a cloud of pollen. Yusuke collapsed before he could reach it. Witnessing this, Tilos declared. In the third match, Senju Hashirama emerges victorious. With a wave of his hand, Yusuke returned to the stands, where Tilos offered him a recovery item, a Senzu Bean, allowing Yusuke to revive almost instantaneously. He is truly formidable. I can sense he has yet to employ many of his abilities. Meanwhile, Hashirama returned to the stands, laughing heartily. After all, the rules of our worlds differ. The abilities from my realm might provide an unfair advantage in this battle. Nevertheless, you are quite strong, having compelled me to use the true Thousand Hands. Tilos announced. All right, the fourth match begins. Otsutsuki Ashura vs. Sikik. Chapter 95, Martial Arts Tournament, Part 5. The fourth match, Otsutsuki Ashura vs. Siskirk. Fast forward, Siskirk emerged victorious. The fifth match, Fukulos vs. Sawahara. Fukulos triumphed. After a grueling battle, Fukulos returned to the stands. The upcoming matches piqued everyone's interest, especially Tilos, one of the ancient seven deities, facing a demon infused with her bloodline. The sixth match commenced, Barbados vs. Raisin. The spectators from the world of Genshin Impact were eager to witness this clash, for it had been a long time since Barbados had fought seriously. Fukulos turned to Tilos and inquired, Cici, you previously mentioned that Raisin possesses your bloodline. What does that entail? Tilos replied, that was when he was on the brink of death. I eliminated the superfluous traits of his bloodline using my powers, and then I bestowed a portion of my own bloodline attributes upon him. Does that mean Raisin will be exceptionally powerful? Well, I cannot say for certain. His original bloodline is among the highest tier in his world. With my bloodline added, he could potentially break the rules of his world. How strong he truly is remains to be seen. As they spoke, all eyes turned to the arena. Barbados knocked an arrow and released it towards Raisin. The arrow flew with remarkable speed, but Raisin remained unfazed, a surge of demonic power erupting around him like a fiery aura. The arrow shattered just 5 meters from Raisin. In an instant, Raisin struck, appearing before Barbados and landing a punch that sent him flying. Regaining his composure mid-flight, Barbados readied his bow once more, unleashing a flurry of arrows imbued with immense wind elemental force, shattering the ground beneath them. Raisin swiftly dodged and retaliated with an energy blast aimed at the continuously attacking Barbados. From the stands, Fukulos exclaimed, Cici, isn't that your technique? Tilos, puzzled, responded, That is not my technique. You all can use energy blasts. No. I mean the power system is distinctly from your world. Oh, you're referring to that. When I visited his world, I offered some guidance. In the arena, Raisin remarked, you must have more than this. Barbados chuckled, you've seen through me. Very well, I shall fight earnestly. With that, Barbados shot several arrows into the sky before unleashing a charged shot towards Raisin. As the arrows descended, a fierce wind swirled, and Barbados's charged shot resembled a black hole, possessing immense gravitational pull. Raisin attempted to evade, only to find himself inexorably drawn toward the eye of the storm. Reluctantly, he yielded to this overwhelming force and began to gather his demonic energy, a terrifying surge that resonated throughout the stands. As Raisin unleashed his demonic power, he subtly transformed. Demonic patterns appeared on his body, intermingled with flashes of lightning, his eyes shifting to a vibrant green, and the tips of his hair glimmering with hints of yellow. In the stands, Uchiha Madara was taken aback. Leader, isn't this form reminiscent of one of your own? Tilos smiled upon witnessing the scene, exclaiming with laughter. I never anticipated that Lejean would have mastered this. You all find yourselves in quite a predicament now. His innate combat talent is already exceptionally high, And with the addition of my bloodline characteristics, his true power has ascended to a planetary level. Given time, he may very well reach cosmic status. Uchiha Obito interjected. What is this nonsense? The group leader has personally provided a cheat. Perhaps I should also seek one from the group leader in the arena. Lejean unleashed his formidable aura, instantly obliterating the storm eye of Barbados, leaving only the surrounding wind field intact. Observing Lejean's current form, Barbados felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the blink of an eye, Lejean vanished, followed by Barbados being sent flying. The battlefield transformed into a one-sided assault. Fortunately, Barbados managed to find an opening to create distance, summoning elemental energy to generate a wind field around him. Seeing this, Lejean mimicked his son's technique, slowly raising a hand to form a gun-like shape. With his index finger gathering energy, a massive energy sphere soon materialized, launching directly towards Barbados. Barbados, not daring to underestimate the threat, unleashed several storm eyes to counter the impending attack. The two energies clashed momentarily, with the colossal demon orb shattering the storm eyes and barreling towards Barbados. Ultimately, it was Tilos who intervened, extinguishing the threat with a wave of his hand, allowing Barbados to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tilos subsequently announced, in the sixth match, Lejean emerges victorious. The two then returned to the stands, and shortly thereafter, the seventh match commenced, Guguang vs. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 96, Martial Arts Tournament, Part 6, Match 7, Guguang vs. Uchiha Obito. Fast forward, Uchiha Obito emerged victorious. Match 8, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Morix. In a tense standoff, Uzumaki Naruto initiated the assault with the shadow clone technique, conjuring hundreds of clones upon the arena. Morix, unperturbed, effortlessly summoned a colossal rock spear, which descended ominously from the heavens. In the audience, Fukulos remarked, truly impressive. The old man Barbados nonchalantly commented, if all goes as expected, he should claim first place in this individual competition. Beside them, Senju Hashirama added, this surpasses the realm of ordinary mortals. Toros chuckled, have you forgotten your own limitations? Only a deity can wield such power. While you remain mere mortals, Senju Hashirama felt a twinge of embarrassment. On the arena floor, Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the looming rock spear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. With a wave of his hand, Morix unleashed the massive rock spear towards him. As Naruto's clones dwindled rapidly, he entered the Ninetales chakra mode, deftly evading the impending strike. As the dust settled, a majestic golden nine-tailed fox materialized, each tail entwined with a rock spear. With a powerful thrust, the spears hurtled towards Morix. Unfazed, Morix advanced steadily, each step dismantling the incoming spears into mere rubble. Naruto, seizing the moment, concentrated to unleash a tailed beast bomb towards Morix, who merely reformed the debris into a gigantic sword, swinging it directly toward the incoming attack. Upon contact, the rock sword pierced through, causing the tailed beast bomb to detonate. Yet the colossal sword continued its relentless pursuit of Naruto. In a moment of desperation, Naruto unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs, but to no avail. He maneuvered the nine tails with great speed, yet the rock sword pursued with an uncanny awareness. Morix observed leisurely as the sword drew nearer. At the critical juncture, Naruto halted, and in an instant, the nine tails transformed into a three-headed, six-armed figure. Manifesting the nine tails Azura mode, he concentrated and launched two powerful orbs toward Morix. This time, the attack shattered the rock sword. Slightly amused, Morix ascended slowly, and moments later, hundreds of rock spears materialized around him, obscuring the sky. Each spear loomed as large as a nine-tailed beast, with Morix resembling a sovereign surveying his dominion. With a decisive gesture, the spears descended rapidly upon Uzumaki Naruto, causing the arena to crack under their weight. In the audience, Senju Hashirama exclaimed, "This is on an entirely different level." Toros remarked, "Indeed, have you not noticed the constraints? Morix has been operating under my limitations. Otherwise, he would have triumphed long ago, still holding back some of his power." The onlookers from the Naruto world could only stare in awe. Fukulos mused, "The old man is truly formidable." Barbados added, "If those limitations were lifted, I dare say he could obliterate this arena entirely." On the battlefield, Naruto Uzumaki found himself momentarily dazed. As the orbs in his hands surged with chaotic energy before being unleashed, causing explosions that reverberated throughout the arena. Moments later, Morix descended gracefully, while Naruto appeared quite disheveled, his Ninetales Ashura mode in a state of disarray. After dispelling the transformation, he took a moment to compose himself before charging towards Morix. Utilizing multiple shadow clones to confound his opponent, he began to manipulate an array of energy orbs. In response, Morix summoned a spear, launching an attack. The number of Naruto's clones dwindled rapidly, until only his original self remained. Ultimately, Morix leveled his spear at Naruto, and Tilos declared, in the 8th match, Morix is victorious. Following this announcement, Tilos repaired the arena before returning to the stands. Subsequently, the 9th match commenced, Hades vs. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 97, Martial Arts Tournament, Part 7. In the 9th match, Huang Quan faced off against Uchiha Madara. On the arena, the two men scrutinized each other. Uchiha Madara spoke first. Are you truly capable of fighting in such a state? Huang Quan remained unfazed, replying, eyes are not the sole measure of strength. Humph. Come at me. With that, Uchiha Madara formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Huang Quan, who vanished into the inferno. Sensing the danger, Uchiha Madara heightened his vigilance. In the next instant, Huang Quan reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Madara flying. Quickly regaining his footing, Uchiha Madara dashed towards Huang Quan, and they engaged in close combat, as if sharing a telepathic connection. As time passed, Uchiha Madara found himself increasingly on the defensive, necessitating some distance between them. Huang Quan, however, chose not to pursue, calmly stating, you are indeed strong, and your eyes are remarkable. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Your close combat skills are astonishing. Even without sight, you can react perfectly. I can hear every move you make. My hearing surpasses yours. Ha ha ha. It appears I have underestimated you. Now let us continue the battle. With that, the crimson and black hues of Uchiha Madara's eyes transformed into concentric circles of purple, heralding the arrival of the Rinnegan, significantly enhancing his agility. First, he summoned 4 shadow clones using the Rinne Tensei, then raised his hand, invoking the universal pull, a powerful gravitational force that drew Huang Quan closer. However, Huang Quan swiftly teleported out of the gravitational field and unleashed a wave of demonic energy that surged towards Uchiha Madara. In response, Uchiha Madara activated the Shinra Tensei to counter the energy wave. Huang Quan, gathering his demonic energy, positioned his hands like a gun and unleashed a barrage of energy bullets that pierced through the defense of Shinra Tensei. In a moment of urgency, Uchiha Madara summoned Susanoo, a colossal blue figure standing majestically in the arena. He then wielded a mighty sword, striking downwards, prompting Huang Quan to teleport once more to evade. Observing this, Uchiha Madara manipulated Susanoo to form hand seals, summoning a massive meteor that plummeted from the sky. Realizing he could not evade the impending doom, Huang Quan gathered a vast amount of demonic energy and unleashed it, piercing through the meteor. Uchiha Madara pressed his palms together, sending a small black sphere soaring into the heavens. This time, the gravitational force was far more potent than before, drawing the fragments of the meteorite from the arena into its grasp, leaving Huang Quan trapped and unable to escape. Moments later, only Uchiha Madara and the colossal sphere remained on the battlefield. Observing the scene, Tilos spoke, all right, Madara, release the planetary devastation. Following Tilos's command, Madara performed the necessary seals, causing the celestial sphere to disintegrate, allowing Huang Quan to descend. Tilos announced, in the 9th match, Uchiha Madara emerges victorious. Huang Quan turned to Uchiha Madara and remarked, your eyes are truly fearsome. They can unleash such formidable power. Madara replied with a grin, without these eyes, I might not have been able to defeat you. In truth, Huang Quan had a chance to shatter the core sphere, but doing so would have significantly diminished his demonic energy, compounded by the exhaustion from their previous skirmishes, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Thus, he chose to accept the seal. The two then returned to the stands. Tilos announced, the second round, 10th match, will commence. Featuring Reikage against Ju. 2 women made their entrance, one a born deity, the other a formidable entity who had risen from nothing to become one of the 3 titans of the demon realm. The two stood in opposition, with Raiden Mei wielding her Naginata, channeling her demonic energy. In the next moment, Raiden Mei launched her attack, the Naginata infused with lightning elements, aimed directly at her adversary. In response, the demon gathered her power with both hands, bracing herself against the onslaught. Raiden Mei, surprised for merely an instant, pressed on with her assault. Yet the demon's energy erupted around her, repelling the attack. Subsequently, Raiden Mei executed a sweeping motion, activating her divine transformation and the Eye of Malice, unleashing a surge of lightning energy. The demon, witnessing this, harnessed her power and retaliated with a wave of energy. Raiden Mei could barely defend against it, while the demon continued to augment her strength, causing the energy wave to swell. Unable to withstand the force, Raiden Mei was sent flying. In the next moment, she revealed her true power, invoking Dream and brandishing it in a single decisive strike, cleaving the energy wave in two. Without hesitation, she summoned Dream's heart, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged toward the demon. The demon, recognizing the impending threat, chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, she distanced herself and took aim with a gun-like weapon, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles akin to a machine gun, hundreds of them raining down upon Raiden Mei. In a desperate bid, Raiden Mei utilized Dream's heart to extinguish the onslaught. Just as she was fending off the attack, the demon teleported before her, delivering a powerful strike that sent Raiden Mei crashing backward. Ultimately, through her remarkable agility and strength, the demon triumphed, casting Raiden Mei from the arena, thus concluding the 10th match of the second round. Tilos then addressed the crowd, announcing, "Those who have advanced may take a day to rest before the next draw. All right, everyone is welcome to take a break." The audience, instead of departing, lingered, prompting Tilos to produce some refreshments and host a small banquet. Individuals from 3 realms engaged in lively conversation, and Tilos reveled in this cherished moment, quietly observing. Chapter 98, The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 8. List of contestants for the third round. Otsutsuki Indra, the Kitsune Kurama, Senju Hashirama, Sikik, Morix, Raisin, Koei, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Fukuros. Lottery results. Otsutsuki Indra vs. Koei, Senju Hashirama vs. Sikik, Morix vs. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara vs. Fukuros, Raisin vs. the Kitsune Kurama. As the intermission concluded, Tiloth addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third round is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves." Following her words, the contestants made their adjustments. Tiloth continued. "In the first match, Otsutsuki Indra will face Koei. Contestants, please enter the arena." Otsutsuki Indra approached this match with utmost seriousness. Observing the previous battle between Koei and Reikage, it was evident that Koei had yet to unleash his full potential. Thus, Indra resolved to employ all his might. Indra initiated the contest with a lightning sphere hurled towards Koei, followed swiftly by a fire release. Koei swiftly dodged the lightning sphere and summoned his demonic energy for protection against the inferno. Subsequently, he wielded his hands like spears, channeling his demonic power to strike at Otsutsuki Indra. In response to the barrage of demonic projectiles, Indra activated his Susanoo to shield himself. He then manipulated the skeletal structure to leap into the air, unleashing Amaterasu upon Koei. Having thoroughly analyzed Indra's attacks, Koei was prepared. As the black flames of Amaterasu approached, he enveloped himself in a layer of demonic energy, akin to a protective garment. When Amaterasu ignited, he shed this outer layer, successfully warding off the flames. In the blink of an eye, he teleported beside Indra, augmenting his punch with demonic energy, shattering the form of Susanoo. Indra reacted swiftly, leaping into the air and launching the truth-seeking orb towards Koei. The latter continued to evade, seizing an opportunity to unleash an energy blast. Realizing he could not dodge, Indra activated the complete form of Susanoo for defense. However, Koei's onslaught intensified, his speed increasing to the point where Indra struggled to respond. The colossal Susanoo began to crack under the relentless assault, while Koei's figure appeared to vanish, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his location. Indra ascended into the sky, and the fragmented Susanoo raised its hand, as dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning weaving through. With a decisive gesture, he summoned the judgment of annihilation. In response, Koei unleashed a surge of demonic energy, a formidable force that soared skyward, dispersing the ominous clouds. He then leaped and launched a Kamehameha wave towards Indra. The already shattered Susanoo could not withstand this attack, collapsing in an instant. Indra plummeted from the sky, but fortunately managed to control the truth-seeking orb to catch himself. However, it was too late. Koei was already upon him, his finger pointed directly at Indra's head. Ultimately, Indra was defeated in this match. Tilos announced, the first match is won by Koei. The two contestants then returned to the stands. Indra turned to Koei and inquired, how have you become so powerful? Koei replied nonchalantly, thanks to Lord Tilos, who reshaped my body and imparted her bloodline. Indra smiled knowingly, so that is the case. No wonder her power is truly formidable. Tilos interjected, my bloodline merely assists in unlocking one's potential, along with a slight enhancement in strength. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their disbelief. Fei Ying remarked, indeed. Just a tad. Subsequently, Tilos announced, the next match features Senju Hashirama against Sikik. As the words left her lips, Senju Hashirama could no longer contain his excitement and dashed to the arena, with Sikik trailing closely behind. Once the match commenced, the atmosphere was filled with jubilation. As Tilos's voice faded, Sikik swiftly summoned a one-handed sword imbued with elemental power, launching an attack towards Senju Hashirama. In response, Senju Hashirama joined his hands in a prayer-like gesture, invoking wood release to summon a forest. Trees burgeoned rapidly upon the arena, obstructing Sikik's assault. Undeterred, Sikik concentrated his energy and unleashed a sword wave, severing the trees as if they were mere paper, the force of the attack hurtling directly towards Senju Hashirama. In a swift counter, Senju Hashirama once more joined his hands, summoning a wooden figure that rose from the ground. Following this, he called upon the flowering tree realm to shield himself from the incoming sword wave, before leaping into the fray against Sikik. Sikik adeptly evaded, searching for an opening. Yet Senju Hashirama offered no respite, conjuring a wooden dragon that charged directly at Sikik. After an intense battle, Senju Hashirama ultimately activated Sage Mode, wielding the true essence of 1,000 hands to force Sikik out of the arena. Tilos, observing the conclusion of the skirmish, declared, in the second match, Senju Hashirama emerges victorious. After healing Sikik, she addressed the crowd. The third match features Morix against Uchiha Obito. Chapter 99, Martial Arts Tournament, Part 9. In the third match, Morix faced off against Uchiha Obito. The two stood opposed on the arena, with Uchiha Obito launching the first assault, sending a fire dragon spiraling towards Morix. In response, Morix crossed his arms, summoning a protective shield that effectively withstood the fiery onslaught. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his hand, a colossal rock spear emerged and hurtled towards Uchiha Obito. Having analyzed Uchiha Obito's abilities from the stands earlier, Morix understood that the only way to counter was through a full-scale attack. Uchiha Obito, while phasing in and out, sought the opportune moment to strike. However, Morix provided no opportunity, gradually ascending into the sky. He summoned hundreds of rock spears, which rained down upon the arena. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Obito's figure completely vanished, and Morix descended back onto the arena. Tilos remarked, Obito, it is time to emerge from your Kamui dimension. The match has concluded. Moments later, a vortex appeared on the arena, and Uchiha Obito reappeared. Tilos declared, Morix is the victor of this match. Uchiha Obito protested, wait, I have not lost yet. Tilos replied, Your phasing ability is currently cooling down, isn't it? Indeed, Obito conceded. Then you have lost. Morix can continue to launch rock spears. How do you intend to evade them? Uchiha Obito sighed. Very well. After Tilos led both competitors back to the arena, the fourth match commenced, Uchiha Madara versus Fukulos. The two stepped onto the arena, preparing themselves for battle. As the match began, both were filled with exuberance. As Tilos's voice faded, Uchiha Madara unleashed a grand fire-extinguishing technique, sending a torrent of flames surging towards Fukulos. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Fukulos effortlessly summoned the elemental power of water, erecting a formidable wall before him. The moment the two forces collided, the arena was enveloped in a thick veil of steam. After encasing himself in a water shield, Fukulos deftly manipulated the water molecules in the air, forming numerous water swords. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara could only defend against the searing steam with his Shinra Tensei. With a swift motion, Fukulos directed the water swords towards Madara. In response, Madara activated his Susanoo, a colossal blue entity manifesting before them, and brandished his katana to strike at Fukulos. Faced with such an imposing figure, Fukilos nimbly dodged the blade. However, he could not evade the shockwave generated by the katana's impact with the ground. The force of the blast hurled Fukilos away, but he quickly conjured a water wall to cushion his fall. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying off the stage. Regaining his composure, Fukilos summoned a gigantic blue sword and charged at Madara's Susanoo with the Sword of Judgment. Madara maneuvered his Susanoo to block with the katana, but upon contact, the blade shattered, and the Sword of Judgment pierced through the Susanoo. With a thunderous crash, the Susanoo disintegrated. Madara utilized the Rinnegan's truth-seeking orb as a foothold and promptly executed a wood release technique, summoning a vast forest that obscured Fukilos' line of sight. Almost immediately, Madara unleashed another grand fire-extinguishing technique, igniting the trees in flames. Observing this, Fukilos raised his hand, summoning dark clouds that soon unleashed a torrential downpour. He then concentrated his water elemental energy and launched a colossal wave towards Madara. In response, Madara swiftly ascended into the sky using the truth-seeking orb, awaiting the perfect moment to release the Wheel of Judgment, summoning foreshadows that encircled Fukilos. Although lacking the Rinnegan, Fukilos could still sense the energy fluctuations. In reaction, she channeled her water elemental energy to construct a circular water wall, subsequently forming hundreds of water swords upon it. Madara, pressing forward, formed hand seals to summon meteors that plummeted from the sky. Realizing she had no viable counter, Fukilos chose to concede. In the next instant, Tilos appeared, her hands radiating purple energy, and she spoke slowly. Destruction. The meteors, infused with the same energy as Tilos's, gradually dissipated. The audience in the stands was left in awe, realizing that they could never achieve such a feat of extinguishing a meteor. Tilos announced, in the fourth match, Uchiha Madara emerges victorious. The fifth match commenced, Raisin vs. Yuko Kurama. Fast forward. Tilos declared, in the fifth match, Raisin triumphs, and the winners will proceed to draw lots for the next round of competitors. One spot will remain vacant, and I shall appoint an individual to fill that position. The list of victors included Sug, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Morix, and Raisin. Chapter 100. The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 10. After a series of fierce competitions, the individual matches are nearing their conclusion. The final draw results are as follows: Chio vs. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara vs. Raisin, and Morix receives a bye. Tilos, observing Morix's bye, contemplates who should take his place. Deep down, she yearns to test the prowess of this divine warrior, yet she ponders whether defeating him would lead to promotion or a loss. After considerable reflection, Tilos declares to the assembly, I have made my decision. Morix shall face me. Regardless of the outcome, it will not affect the tournament. He will advance directly to the finals. The crowd erupted into chatter, initially expecting either Julia or Huanhai to step forward, but were taken aback by Tilos's choice to enter the fray herself. There was uncertainty whether this was a wise decision or not. Morix gazed at Tilos with keen interest, equally eager to gauge the strength of this goddess. Tilos then addressed the crowd. In the first match, Chio will battle Senju Hashirama. In the second, Uchiha Madara will face Raisin. The victors of these two contests will compete against each other, and the winner will proceed to the finals to challenge Morix. After a swift transition, following a series of intense battles, Chio triumphed over Senju Hashirama, while Raisin emerged victorious against Uchiha Madara. In the subsequent match, Chio faced Raisin, who claimed victory once more. Now, it was time for Tilos to confront Morix. The silver-haired maiden gracefully ascended the arena and addressed Morix, stating, I shall now suppress my power to match your level. Please remove all restrictions placed upon you. With a wave of her hand, Morix felt an immediate sense of relief, and Tilos subsequently restrained her own abilities. After a brief moment, she announced, Very well, we may begin. Morix nodded in agreement, summoning a weapon to his hand as a long spear materialized, which he then thrust toward Tilos. In response, she conjured a one-handed sword with ease. The clash of Morix's formidable spear technique against Tilos's balanced swordsmanship created a tempest upon the arena, with dark clouds gathering and thunder roaring in support of the duel. The spectators watched in astonishment. Uchiha Madara, with a serious expression, murmured, Is this the power of a law-level entity? Each strike stirs the very surroundings. At that moment, Tilos deflected the spear and executed a swift slash. Morix, reacting quickly, evaded her attack, creating distance between them. Tilos then swung her sword fiercely, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged toward Moryx. Fortunately, he activated a protective barrier to withstand the blow, then summoned a colossal meteor hurtling toward Tilos, resembling an immense celestial body. The crowd stood in stunned silence, particularly Uchiha Madara, who recognized that summoning such a massive meteor would be a formidable challenge even for him. In the arena, Tilos regarded the descending meteor with a faint smile, gathering energy at her waist. Without hesitation, she charged toward the meteor. After a brief stalemate, Tilos withdrew her energy, and the meteor emitted a resounding thud before vanishing in a brilliant flash of white light. The spectators, with the exception of Kashi, were left bewildered. Hylia turned to Kashi and asked, "Kashi, why did the meteor simply disappear?" Upon hearing this, all eyes immediately turned to Kes. With a languid demeanor, Kes remarked, "Master Tilos has been honing energy control for a considerable time. The energy wave you witnessed, though seemingly modest, possesses the capability to instantaneously disperse meteors as colossal as planets. This remarkable feat is attributed to Master Tilos' ability to compress energy to its utmost limits, allowing it to swiftly engulf the entire meteor upon contact." The muffled sound you heard earlier was, in fact, the energy diffusing within. The audience, finally enlightened, grasped the situation. Meanwhile, on the arena, Tilos, having obliterated the meteor, teleported instantaneously behind Moryx, channeling a powerful punch that caused the shield to shatter. Fortunately, Moryx reacted swiftly, reinforcing the shield just as Tilos vanished. Otherwise, the blow would have certainly struck him. Seizing the moment, Moryx spun around and fired a shot, but Tilos did not even flinch. Instead, a surge of purple energy enveloped him, causing the bullet to disintegrate upon contact. Observing this, Moryx quickly distanced himself, summoning the laws of rock elements and launching several small rock spears at Tilos. Tilos raised his hand, conjuring energy orbs to counter the rock spears. Ascending into the sky, Moryx invoked the laws, and thousands of rock spears manifested, hurtling towards Tilos. However, Tilos merely smiled, summoning several energy spheres behind him. With a mere gesture, the spheres erased the rock spears from the sky. Then, Tilos unleashed a formidable aura, dark clouds enveloping the heavens as thunder rumbled. In that moment, a palpable sense of dread washed over everyone. Tilos, intent on delivering a decisive blow, teleported to the front of Moryx, his hand poised as if to strike. Moryx conceded, stating, "I have lost. Truly, the leader is formidable." Tilos, regaining his composure, chuckled, "Huh? Well then, it is your turn for the finals. Consume the recovery beans and prepare yourself. Allow me to restore the arena first." With that, Tilos gazed at the ravaged arena, and the laws of creation surged forth, restoring it to its former glory. He then returned to the stands as the finals commenced. Moryx versus Lei Chan. Fast forward. The finals concluded with Moryx claiming first place. Chapter 101. Dragon Balls. The beginning of the team competition with the individual matches concluded. All participants gathered in the arena, awaiting Tilos' instructions. Tilos turned to Moryx and inquired, "Do you wish to make a wish now, or would you prefer to wait until you have decided?" After a moment of contemplation, Moryx replied, "Perhaps it is best to wait. I do not have any wishes at the moment. Or perhaps others might wish to take their turn. Shall we ask everyone?" Tilos suggested. "Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Let those in need express their desires," he affirmed. Tilos then addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you share any common wishes?" Uchiha Madara spoke up. "Would becoming stronger count?" Fukulos chimed in. "It seems I do not have any particular wishes." As Tilos listened to the collective wishes of the crowd, he eventually declared, "In that case, I shall summon the dragon to unlock each of your limitations. However, once you return to your own worlds, those limitations will reimpose themselves. Only by entering my realm or merging your worlds with mine can you be free of these constraints. What do you all think?" The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Fukulos asked, "Cici, will this enhance our strength?" Tilos responded, "Well, I am merely assisting in lifting your restrictions. You will need to cultivate your abilities gradually. Currently, aside from Raisin and Q, who have reached the pinnacle of their respective worlds, the rest of you have not. Hence, you will need to put in the effort to elevate your strengths." Uchiha Madara remarked, "In that case, only Raisin and Q can continue to progress. We remain unchanged." Tilos pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Very well. Let me propose an alternative wish. How about I unlock all your latent potentials?" Uchiha Madara responded, "I have previously unlocked some, as have a few others." "No. The dragon's previous grants were not comprehensive. This time, it will fully unveil your inherent potential." "Is that so? Then I am agreeable," Madara replied. "Excellent. Then it is settled. Please take a step back," Tilos instructed. Subsequently, Tilos summoned 7 Dragon Balls from the depths of space, levitating them into the sky. The onlookers were astounded. These Dragon Balls were truly colossal, each resembling a mountain in size. Tilos addressed the 7 orbs, "Arise, O dragon," as the words left his lips. The Dragon Balls erupted in a radiant golden luminescence, and a magnificent dragon emerged, spiraling around the arena with thunderous roars that echoed through the air. The spectators marveled at this colossal creature, whose very head dwarfed the arena. Moments later, the dragon lowered its head to gaze upon Tilos. "Creator, how may I serve you?" it inquired. Tilos responded, "Please unlock the full potential of everyone present." "Understood, Creator," the dragon replied. A burst of white light enveloped the arena, and all participants began to shimmer with brilliance. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, leaving everyone to quietly feel the transformations within their bodies. The dragon announced, "Creator, I have fulfilled your request. Do you have any further needs?" Tilos shook his head. "No, that will be all. You may return." With that, Xiaolong took his leave, wishing the Creator all the best. The divine dragon then dissipated, and 7 orbs transformed into stone-like forms, suspended in the sky. After retrieving them, Tilos returned to the arena. Fukalos inquired, "Cici, did you not mention that this divine dragon could grant only one wish? Why did it inquire about a second?" Tilos chuckled softly. "That is because I created it. Thus, there are no limitations for me." The crowd fell silent. Tilos then asked, "What are your feelings?" Uchiha Madara replied, "It is a fascinating sensation. Unlike the previous occasion, I feel a profound comfort throughout my body, and I can distinctly sense the power within me." Tilos nodded, "Indeed. You all should strive diligently. Now, let us prepare for the team competition." She continued, "The rules for the team competition are as follows. Each world will form a team, and any participant who falls off the stage will be eliminated. This time, all restrictions will be lifted, meaning you may act as you wish, as long as you eliminate your opponents. Shortly, I will bestow an energy upon each of you. This energy will protect you from death, but once activated, you will be immediately teleported back to the stands. The arena for the team competition will be quite expansive, and there is a time limit of 3 days, equating to 72 hours. When time expires, the team with the most remaining members will be declared the victor." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to strategize. Tilos concluded, "The rules have been explained." With a wave of her hand, everyone was returned to the stands. Then, Tilos waved her hand again, and a surge of purple energy emerged, causing the previous arena to dissolve. Moments later, she clapped her hands, and a grand arena slowly ascended. In no time, it was complete. Tilos announced, "The competitors may now enter the arena. Those not participating may watch from the stands. You have 1 hour to prepare." Chapter 102. The Martial Arts Tournament, Team Competition. An hour later, everyone was fully prepared. After exchanging final words with their friends, they gathered at the arena. Observing the scene, Tilos proclaimed, "The time has come. The team competition officially begins." With that, she raised her hand and unleashed an energy orb, which exploded in the sky, prompting participants from each world to seek temporary gathering spots. The inhabitants of the Naruto world ventured into the forest, while those from the Genshin Impact realm ascended to the mountains. Meanwhile, the Yu Yu Hakusho team congregated at the confluence of the forest, desert, and mountains. Each of the 3 teams designated temporary commanders: Kakashi Hitaki for Naruto, the Dendro Archon for Genshin Impact, and Kurama, the Fox Demon, for Yu Yu Hakusho. As time passed slowly, the anticipated clashes remained elusive. Tilos projected 3 screens corresponding to the participants from the 3 worlds. In the Naruto world, Kakashi addressed his team, "Compared to the other worlds, our strengths are evident. We possess numerous ranged attack options. Therefore, we will form pairs. 5 groups in total: Uchiha Madara with Senju Hashirama, Ashura with Indra, Naruto with Sasuke, Shino with Hinata, and Obito with myself. Our initial objective is to thin the ranks of the TAVAP participants, as they pose a significant threat to everyone, particularly that Morix. While we cannot eliminate him outright, we can diminish their numbers. Madara and Hashirama, along with Ashura and Indra, should proceed together. Ideally, we will not encounter Morix. If we do, I ask the four of you to hold the line, while Naruto and Sasuke target the weaker foes. Shino and Hinata will utilize Byakugan for reconnaissance, while Obito and I will safeguard them. This is our preliminary plan. Does anyone have any concerns? Madara responded, none for now. This plan seems sound. When we face Morix, if we encounter Raisin and his ilk, we should retreat. Their lineage grants them formidable strength. Thus, we must preserve our numbers. If we meet them, we shall withdraw. After nodding in agreement, the team members began to disperse into pairs. In the Genshin Impact realm, the Dendro Archon stated, the opposing teams are aware of our strength, so they will likely prioritize attacking us. Anemo and Geo Archons, please focus on repelling their strongest members. Ing, Xiao, and Scaramouche. You will weave through the battlefield to execute surprise attacks. Fufu, the two of you will handle healing, while the Dragon King will take charge of defense. The Electro Archon will spearhead our offensive efforts, and I will oversee control, primarily aiming to weaken their numbers. Do not act recklessly. If you encounter high-powered opponents, communicate with the Anemo and Geo Archons. This will serve as our temporary base of operations. That concludes my instructions. Does anyone have questions? Morix affirmed, the strategy is sound. Let us proceed as planned. The others echoed in agreement. In the realm of Yu Yu Hakusho, the entity known as Qua asserts that both worlds possess formidable abilities, cautioning against a reckless direct assault. Instead, he proposes a strategy of observation, seeking to exploit the vulnerabilities of isolated foes. The plan entails depleting the enemy's resources while setting traps to ensnare them, culminating in a concerted effort to eliminate their forces. Kurama is tasked with trap deployment, Hai with reconnaissance, while Yoko and Shura serve as bait. The lean figure of Jie and the solitary light of Gokong will discreetly guard both Kurama and Hai, while Yusuke and Kuwabara engage the adversaries drawn into their web. Qua and Raisin will stand as the bulwark against the more potent opponents. Hai interjects, asserting that should he encounter weaker adversaries, he shall dispatch them without hesitation. Qua counters, emphasizing the necessity of caution in light of their adversaries' superior strength and abilities. Hai, with a disdainful snort, falls silent. Raisin concurs with Qua, acknowledging that their elite combatants are limited to himself and Qua, and that rashness is ill-advised. They agree to proceed with the outlined strategy, remaining adaptable to the unfolding circumstances, as the participants from the three realms harbor their own ulterior motives. A palpable tension permeates the arena. In the stands, Tilos appears bored, prompting Otsutsuki Kagaya to inquire about the purpose of this martial arts tournament. Tilos, with a smile, responds that her intent is merely to observe the outcomes of the various world confrontations. Kagaya, intrigued, asks why she and her two sons are not participating. Tilos replies that she has no fondness for battle, while her sons are eager to hone their progeny. With a light-hearted laugh, she extends an invitation to Kagaya to join her for some leisure once her own matters are settled. Kagaya's eyes sparkle with excitement at this prospect, to which Tilos internally muses about Kagaya's naive sweetness, assuring her that she will ensure a delightful experience. Chapter 103, Team Battle. The scene transitions back to the arena, where the three teams are executing their strategy. Hinata Hyuga and Otsutsuki Shoten are utilizing their Byakugan to survey the terrain, closely followed by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Madara turns to Senju Hashirama and suggests, how about we go for something grand? Hashirama, puzzled, inquires, grand? You mean precisely what you were thinking? Madara replies with a laugh. This could work well. You activate your Susanoo, and I shall summon the wood golem. This will draw the enemy's high-level combatants to confront us. The two exchange a knowing glance, and soon the arena begins to tremble as two colossal figures materialize. At that moment, all members of the three teams take notice. The Great Tree King communicates telepathically with Morix, saying, Rock God, please hold off the opposition. They are clearly luring you in, and we shall use their strategy against them. With a calm demeanor, Morix replies, understood. The Great Tree King then addresses the others, stating, everyone, the Rock God will engage the enemy, Wind God. Clear the battlefield in that direction. The forest is not conducive to our assault. Everyone else, retreat. Their appearance is undoubtedly premeditated, so let us regroup. Upon receiving the command, the group swiftly withdraws. Barbatos, wielding his bow, conjures a tempest around him, imbuing his arrows with potent wind elemental energy. He releases them towards Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the arrows soaring with astonishing speed, leaving devastation in their wake. Morix observes briefly before ascending into the air, crossing his arms as several rock spears materialize around him. Noticing this, Madara exclaims, as expected, "Here they come. Hashirama, let us go?" "Right." Hashirama claps his hands, summoning several wood dragons that surge forth. Madara brandishes his katana, unleashing a formidable wave of energy from the massive wood dragons directed at Morix. In response, Morix merely gestures, and the rock spears descend, colliding with the oncoming assault, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds that reverberate throughout the arena. In the Yu Yu Hakusho world, the individuals who had been following the plan, except for Reijin and Shizuru, are momentarily stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Yusuke Urameshi remarks, "This is truly impressive." Kuwabara adds, "What are we even up against?" Although they were aware of the opponent's abilities from the individual matches, the sheer force unleashed without restrictions astonished them. Kurama quickly communicates, "Everyone, stay composed. We have an opportunity. Let them fight amongst themselves while we quietly seize any stragglers." At this juncture, Madara and Hashirama begin to struggle. As the restrictions lift, Morix's concentrated rock spears grow increasingly formidable, while Madara and his allies find themselves increasingly challenged as time progresses. Kakashi Hatake relays a message to the group, "Everyone, commence your actions. Remember to be wary of the other team." The group responds affirmatively. Upon concluding her words, the groups of two swiftly sought their targets. At that moment, within the realm of Genshin Impact, the retreating characters, Ing and Xiao, caught the attention of Hinata and Sharon. Naruto and Sasuke pursued them with a fervor akin to rabid dogs, their distance diminishing with each passing moment. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Susanoo, manifesting Indra's arrow, while Uzumaki Naruto rapidly charged his Rasengan. As they launched their attacks, an arrow suddenly soared towards them, and upon contact, the arrow's inherent power erupted, expanding with a gravitational force reminiscent of a black hole. Uchiha Sasuke, sensing the origin of this new threat, beheld a figure clad in white, adorned with wings, wielding a bow. Upon witnessing this, Ing and Xiao immediately dashed towards the white-clad individual. Ing approached and exclaimed, "Drunken poet, you have finally arrived." Barbatos replied, "Haha, leave this to me. You two should venture elsewhere." Ing and Xiao nodded in agreement and swiftly departed for another location. Barbatos turned to Naruto and Sasuke, saying, "Gentlemen, stay here with me. I shall accompany you." Uchiha Sasuke remained vigilant, acutely aware of the formidable presence before him, having discerned that a single arrow from this individual could thwart their combined might. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, "My throat is parched. Let's go all out." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a voice interjected, "You two should seek others. We shall handle this." Naruto glanced over to see Otsutsuki Ashura and Indra approaching. Sasuke urged Naruto, "If you feel any discomfort, let us depart. Allow them to handle it." Not wishing to argue, Naruto complied, and the two hastened away to another location. Just as they exited, an explosion resonated from their previous position. On the viewing platform, the audience remained transfixed by the screen. Kess asked her companion Tilros, "Lady Tilros, do you have any other activities planned?" Tilros chuckled, "Ha ha ha. You know me well, Kess. After the team competition, there is a little event. You'll find out soon enough. But it must remain a secret. Hee hee." Kess sighed softly, internally lamenting, "Indeed. Lady Tilros has embraced her playful spirit once more." Chapter 104, Team Battle, Part 2. On the arena, the intensity of the conflict escalated, transforming the once magnificent stage into a scene of devastation. At this moment, the worlds of Genshin Impact and Naruto clashed fervently, while the characters from Yu Yu Hakusho were conspicuously absent. As time flowed, a full-scale confrontation unfolded between the Naruto and Genshin worlds. Ing and Xiao faced off against Hinata and Shoren, while Naruto and Sasuke battled against Scarecrow and the Dragon King. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi maneuvered through the chaos, seeking out their opposing commander, with Hashirama and Madara struggling to withstand Morix's onslaught of rock spears. In the midst of this turmoil, the Dendro Archon coordinated the efforts of his allies while unleashing elemental attacks upon the two adversaries before him. Fortunately, Fukulos and Fontaine were at his side. The three of them collaborated seamlessly. Analyzing the surrounding information, the Dendro Archon enveloped the area in Dendro energy and subsequently instructed Fukulos and Fontaine to unleash Hydro energy. Upon contact, the Dendro energy swiftly transformed into numerous seeds. Uchiha Obito activated his intangibility, while Kakashi swiftly retreated, realizing he could not access intangibility himself. In due course, the seeds began to explode, turning the previously smooth terrain into a landscape of craters. Uchiha Obito rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a fiery whirlwind aimed at Fukulos and his companions, while Kakashi circled around, searching for an opening. Observing the situation, Fukulos signaled to Fontaine, and together they conjured a water wall that encircled the three of them. Upon contact with the flames, steam billowed rapidly, and fortunately, the thickness of the water wall held firm until the fire dissipated. However, after Fukulos intercepted the flames, Kakashi had already maneuvered to their rear, launching a Raikiri directly at the trio. The Dendro Archon summoned elemental energy, causing trees to erupt from the ground, yet it could not halt Kakashi's relentless assault. Just as the attack was about to land, Kakashi opted to retreat instead, prompting the Dendro Archon to remark, "Honestly, Shadow, if you slow down any more, I might just fall." At that moment, a woman wielding a naginata and sporting braided hair descended from the sky. Kakashi and Obito sensed the formidable challenge ahead. They realized they could not contend with this newcomer. The reason Kakashi had retreated was that he sensed the presence of Reikage, who could have easily dispatched them had he advanced any further. Reikage, with an expression of cold indifference, stated, "You go assist the others, I'll handle this." The Dendro Archon and his companions nodded and swiftly departed. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi steeled themselves for battle. The arena fell into a tense calm. And in the next instant, Reikage sprang into action with astonishing speed, his attacks slicing through Obito. Observing this, Kakashi retaliated with a water dragon bullet, but Reikage darted away. Uchiha Obito distanced himself to unleash Kimyui, prompting Reikage to feel the fluctuations of space. Subsequently, he unleashed a dream slash, cleaving through the fabric of space and sending a blade of energy hurtling toward Obito. Fortunately, the activation of intangibility spared him from elimination. Kakashi and Obito exchanged glances, and in the following moment, they began to weave in and out of combat. They executed a wood spike technique, followed closely by a great fireball. Reikage countered with a lightning-infused strike, effortlessly dismantling the duo's assault. Uchiha Obito exclaimed, "Kakashi, we can no longer afford to waste time here." Kakashi swiftly comprehended the situation, prompting him and Obito to retreat in another direction, with the Reikage closely pursuing them from behind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were panting heavily. Madara exclaimed, "Huh?" Hashirama, unleash that technique. Hashirama's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Let us show them the bond we share." Mardala, the spectators from the world of Hokage remarked, "Apologies, we are unfamiliar with these two." With a clap of their hands, a black mask materialized, followed by the summoning of Sage Technique, would release. And the true number of 1,000 hands, culminating in the transformation into the Buddha atop. A colossal figure emerged, adorned with thousands of hands. And then blue armor enveloped it, wielding a great sword. Morix observed with keen interest, subsequently summoning a meteor to strike the giant. In perfect harmony, Madara and Hashirama wielded the great sword, unleashing a sword wave that cleaved the meteor in two. Immediately, thousands of hands behind the giant gathered energy, launching it forth, gradually disintegrating the meteor. The two then directed the giant to charge towards Morix. Chapter 105, Team Battle, Part 3, as the Morix shield unfurled. It summoned the stone spears to clash against one another, resulting in a cataclysmic wave of destruction that engulfed the arena, forcing all present to brace themselves. Once the tumultuous remnants dissipated, a desolate scene emerged, revealing those who had previously concealed themselves within the forest. The participants exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they were embroiled in combat, seemingly forgetting their initial strategies. The world of Yu Yu Hakusho had also begun to descend into chaos. Amidst the fray, Shoujia and Gugwang found themselves encircled by the denizens of the Genshin world, Fukulos, Funingna, the great Dendro Tree King, and the Naga King. In an unprecedented 4-2 siege, The two stood back to back, fending off the assaults of their adversaries. The great Dendro Tree King orchestrated the attack, instructing Fukilos and Funingna, manipulate the terrain, surround them. Naga King, and I shall handle the rest. Afterwards, unite your strength to overpower the two. The trio responded in unison, understood. With a stomp of his foot, the Naga King summoned a formidable wall of stone that rose swiftly around them. Following closely, Fukilos and Funingna unleashed their water elemental powers, flooding the area to knee-deep levels. The great Dendro Tree King summoned vines to strike at Shojia and Guguang. The duo struggled to repel the onslaught with their demonic powers, but ultimately found themselves unable to withstand the assault. The great Dendro Tree King infused the area around them with grass elements, causing seeds to coalesce. Armed with their one-handed swords, Fukilos and Funingna, now imbued with water elemental energy, unleashed a barrage of sword chi that detonated upon impact. In the end, Shojia and Guguang had no means of resistance and were vanquished, only to reappear in the stands moments later. The great Dendro Tree King proclaimed, "At last, we have eliminated the two. Let us continue our search for stragglers." With that, the four began their pursuit for the next target, while battles erupted continuously in the arena. At that moment, two figures darted through the battlefield at an astonishing speed, searching for isolated opponents. Fukilos and Funingna, still unaware, were caught off guard by one of the assailants who struck with blinding speed. In an instant, Fukilos and Funingna found themselves back in the stands, bewildered by the recent events, their gazes fixed on the location of their recent confrontation, where a woman had appeared momentarily before vanishing. Observing this, Tilos remarked, "That was the vessel. The only ones capable of dispatching opponents with such swiftness are Lycan and the vessel. Unlike others, they share my bloodline, and their combat systems closely resemble those of my world, allowing them to execute their skills with remarkable ease. You two should be more perceptive next time." Fukilos responded, "So that's how it is. I never anticipated she would resort to such stealthy ambushes." Returning to the arena, the great Dendro Tree King sensed the elimination of Fukilos and Funingna and conveyed telepathically to the others, "Everyone, Lycan and the vessel have commenced their actions. Fukilos and Funingna are out. Gather yourselves and do not linger in battle." Having spoken, the crowd swiftly recoiled. The individuals engaged in combat from the Naruto realm hesitated upon witnessing the retreat of those from the Genshin realm, pondering whether to pursue. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were wholly absorbed in their tumultuous chase, embodying the power of the Nine Tails. However, as the two of them pursued, Hinata Hyuga and Otsutsuki Sharon found themselves isolated. Just then, Raisin advanced, unleashing a powerful energy wave directed at the two. Fortunately, Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, narrowly avoided being eliminated. She reacted swiftly, activating her Tensegan mode and launching a golden wheel reincarnation blast. Otsutsuki Sharon remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. When he noticed an approaching figure, a man with flowing white hair, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sharon grew increasingly wary. In the next moment, the white-haired man made his move, vanishing from sight. Sharon scanned the area for any signs of his presence, when suddenly, Raisin appeared from behind, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sharon flying. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata initiated her gentle fist technique. Raisin, creating distance, released another energy wave and charged towards Sharon. Sharon attempted to adjust his position to counterattack, but Raisin's speed was overwhelming, and he struck again, this time infused with demonic energy, sending Sharon back to the stands. Without a glance back, Raisin soared towards his next target. Aiming to follow, Hinata was abruptly intercepted, leading to a fierce battle between the two, resulting, as anticipated, in Hinata's elimination and her return to the stands. As of now, the eliminated participants include Slim J, Solitary Light, Fukilos, Funina, Hinata Hyuga, and Otsutsuki Sharon. A full 24 hours have elapsed, yet the battles on the arena show no signs of abating, remaining intensely fierce. Chapter 106, Team Competition, Part 4, Upon the Arena. Lei Chan and Chu moved like phantoms, weaving through the battlefield with an ethereal grace. In that moment, the teams from the worlds of Genshin Impact and Naruto found themselves in dire straits. They were not only forced to contend with one another, but also had to remain vigilant against the relentless assaults of Lei Chan and Chu. The elite forces of the Naruto realm, comprising Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Otsutsuki Indra, and Otsutsuki Ashura, were preoccupied with fending off one another's formidable powers, rendering them unable to provide assistance to their allies. At that moment, the Otsutsuki brothers, engaged in fierce combat with Barbatos, found their situation no less daunting compared to Madara and Hashirama's struggle against him. Each strike from Barbatos was imbued with a tempestuous wind element, shattering their Susanoo with every blow. Fortunately, Indra and Ashura took turns launching their attacks. On the opposite front, Morix unleashed a calamity, with thousands of rock spears and meteorites raining down. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama deftly maneuvered their thousand-handed guardian, evading the onslaught and searching for an opportune moment to counterattack. The remaining participants engage in a chaotic three-way battle, far removed from the initial strategies devised, due to the vigilance necessitated by Lei Chan and the physicality of the situation. Both teams from the Naruto and Genshin Impact worlds must remain alert to potential ambushes. Conversely, the Yu Yu Hakusho world experiences a relative ease, devoid of overwhelming adversarial strength, while their own formidable fighters continuously traverse the battlefield, diverting the enemy's attention. Urameshi, Kuwabara, Hai, Kurama, Yoko, and Shura split into two groups, one to confront the Naruto world and the other to challenge the Genshin Impact realm. Urameshi, Kuwabara, and Hai form a trio against Genshin Impact, while Kurama, Yoko, and Shura face off against Naruto. In the Genshin Impact world, the Dendro Archon is cornered by Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha, leaving no time to orchestrate a response. Ing and Xiao yearn to provide support, but Urameshi's trio encircles them. Observing the situation, Ing unleashes a fusion of elemental powers, while Urameshi swiftly maneuvers, launching a barrage of spirit gunshots. Ing is compelled to defend, and Xiao attempts to assist, but is intercepted by Kuwabara. Armed with his dimensional sword, Kuwabara strikes, yet Xiao adeptly evades, narrowly avoiding the blade that cleaves through space itself. Seizing the moment, Xiao retaliates with his spear, but Kuwabara counters with his sword. Relying on his elemental skills, Xiao swiftly maneuvers behind Kuwabara, launching a powerful thrust toward him. Before Kuwabara can mount a defense, Hai swiftly disarms Zhao's spear with a single stroke, immediately following with the evil King Flame killing sword, enveloped in demonic energy. Aimed at Xiao, the sequence unfolds with remarkable speed, and though Xiao cannot evade entirely, he mitigates the damage to a minimum. On the other side, Urameshi's demonic energy surges forth with tremendous force, leaving Ing in a reactive position. Urameshi skillfully dodges Ying's attack and retaliates with a barrage of energy blasts, which Ing attempts to parry with her sword. After a brief exchange, Ing finds herself in a precarious situation, gasping for breath as she fixes her gaze upon her opponent. In the next moment, Ing springs into action, wielding her seamless sword with agility, channeling elemental energy in her strikes. Urameshi remains stationary, allowing the onslaught to come forth. The next instant, the Spirit Light Mirror activates, absorbing the incoming attacks, which Urameshi then redirects with augmented power, striking Ing before she can react, resulting in her swift return to the spectator stance. From the stands, Huan Hai observes Urameshi's technique with great satisfaction. Back on the battlefield, Xiao finds himself surrounded by three opponents. The struggle against Kuwabara and Hai had already been taxing, and with Urameshi joining the fray, it becomes a 3-on-1 scenario. Zhao's mind races as he devises a strategy. Moments later, Xiao makes his move, thrusting his spear directly at Hai. Seizing the opportunity created by Hai's defense, he hurls an elemental attack toward Urameshi, then teleports behind Kuwabara, summoning his weapon for an assault. Kuwabara is caught off guard and hit, subsequently returning to the stance. Xiao intends to withdraw swiftly, but alas, Hai and Urameshi close in with remarkable speed. Hai launches the evil King Flame killing sword, with Urameshi following closely behind, unleashing a spirit light blast. Ultimately, Xiao is eliminated from the competition. The battlefield witnesses the elimination of 4 participants from the Genshin Impact world: Focalers, Fanina, Ing, and Xiao. 2 from the Naruto world, Hinata Hyuga and Otsutsuki Shin, and 3 from Yu Yu Hakusho, Kogen, Finjia, and Kuwabara. Chapter 107. The turn of events, accelerate. In the arena, a fervent battle unfolded among 3 factions, with four colossal figures standing resolutely on the stage as the numbers of their respective teams dwindled rapidly. Particularly in the realm of Yu Yu Hakusho, only Raisin and his body remained. The world of Naruto still had 6 participants: Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Indra Otsutsuki, Ashura Otsutsuki, Madara Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju. The 4 towering giants on the battlefield were indeed these 6 warriors, with Naruto and Sasuke donning the Nine-Tails chakra, while Hashirama and Madara wielded the true Thousand Hands, and Ashura possessed the true Thousand Hands as well, alongside Indra Susanoo. In the Genshin Impact world, 5 individuals remained: Morix, Barbatos, the Dendro Archon, Raiden Shogun, and the Dragon King. Morix, who had initially engaged in fierce combat, now bore the marks of exhaustion. While his 2 adversaries were in a dire state, their armor in tatters, revealing their bare skin, and the true Thousand Hands they controlled were incomplete. Amidst the fierce clashes, a rift in space opened within the arena, and from it emerged a white-haired woman. Upon closer inspection, she was barefoot, clad in black, adorned with dark red gemstones. Tilos, who had been leisurely observing the match, suddenly wore a tense expression as she addressed the crowd. "Everyone, cease your actions. Return at once." With a wave of her hand, an unseen force compelled all present to return to the stands. This sudden turn of events left everyone, except for Griss, in bewilderment. Fukulos, rarely serious, gazed at Tilos with concern and inquired, "What is the matter, Tilos?" Tilos remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the sky. Griss responded, "Everyone, there seems to be an issue. Please remain still, it will ensure your safety." After a moment, the woman in black descended gracefully. The crowd was taken aback by her appearance. Aside from their differing attire, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Tilos. The black-clad woman regarded the onlookers with a disdainful expression before addressing Tilos. "It has been a long time, hasn't it?" Tilos retorted, "How did you manage to escape?" "Oh, it was quite simple to emerge," the woman replied with a hint of mockery. "Thanks to you breaking the world barrier, my absorption of negative emotions accelerated significantly. You inadvertently revealed a bit of your own essence. If you can shatter the world barrier, why can't I siphon negative emotions through these rifts?" Tilos asserted. "Since you are out, let us continue." The black-clad woman chuckled. "Ha! Do you truly believe you are stronger than I am now? How laughable. A millennium ago, in a state of full origin, you could barely seal me away, and even then, you were reborn. Now, with your origin incomplete, how do you expect to contend with me?" Tilos had to concede this point. She had yet to restore her full essence, and was only half a step into the world level. While the black-clad woman had long since attained perfect world level due to her prolonged absorption of negative emotions, there was no way to defeat her. Seeing Tylos's troubled expression, the black-clad woman continued, "Have you thought this through? If we were to merge, transcending that boundary, we would be unstoppable." Tilos replied defiantly, "You are dreaming. That will forever remain beyond your reach." The woman cloaked in black waved her hand, conjuring a vibrant orb of colors. Tilos, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with disbelief and exclaimed, What have you done to them?" The black-clad woman, playing with the orb, taunted, "Do not forget that I am you. I never imagined you would create a mother for yourself. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You were born alongside the world, without father or mother, and yet, you chose to manifest one for yourself. Do you wish to experience the feeling of having a mother? Scoundrel!" Tilos roared, charging at the woman. With a gentle wave of her hand, the black-clad woman released a surge of energy that struck Tilos, sending her crashing back against the barrier of the arena. The woman laughed. "Oh my, I never expected you to expend some of your essence just to open a portal to this world, all for such worthless beings. Scoundrel! I will make you pay with your life." Tilos responded with renewed ferocity, her attacks growing increasingly fierce, each strike tearing apart the surrounding space, transforming the arena into a desolate void. The spectators huddled together, bracing against the shockwaves of battle, as cracks began to form in the barrier. Griss struggled to channel the power of her staff to reinforce the shield. The clash between Tilos and her dark manifestation gradually descended, and after another fierce exchange, Tilos, unable to withstand the onslaught, was struck and sent hurtling back to the stands. The barrier shattered, but Griss managed to catch her with the staff. Otherwise, everyone would have plummeted into the abyss. Coughing up blood, Tilos appeared pale. The black-clad woman addressed her, You see the chasm that lies between us, do you not? You are still far from merging with me. I have even retrieved this essence for you. While I could absorb it directly to enhance myself, it is far better to absorb you. With that, she waved her hand, and the orb flew into Tilos's body. Tilos's energy began to rise gradually, and the black-clad woman chuckled. Do take your time to recover. I shall return shortly, bearing a grand gift for you. Ha ha, I eagerly anticipate your transformation at that time. With those words, she tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Once the presence of the black-clad woman faded, Tilos coughed up another spatter of blood, feeling exceedingly weak. Fukulos, filled with anxiety, asked, Cece, who exactly is she? Tilos adjusted herself and replied, She is my dark manifestation. I am deeply sorry for involving you all in this perilous situation. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Tilos continued, Rest assured, I will ensure your safe return. Chapter 108. The oncoming crisis. Upon concluding her words, Tilos intended to return all the individuals to their realm. However, Fukulos hastily interjected, Cece, allow me to stay. Tilos gazed at Fukulos before responding, It is best for you to return. The circumstances arise from my actions. Hence, it is my responsibility to resolve these matters. I sincerely apologize for disrupting your lives. Morix calmly stated, Leader, she has just mentioned that she grows stronger by absorbing negative emotions from other worlds. This implies that she could also traverse into our realm, and it is our duty to impede her. The others nodded in agreement. Tilos looked at the assembly and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. Now, let me escort you to my planet, where we shall deliberate further. With a wave of her hand, Tilos transported everyone back to the realm of the destroyer. Upon their arrival, the group curiously surveyed their surroundings. After providing some instructions, Tilos ventured alone to the courtyard behind the time house. Griss, observing the despondent Tilos, felt a pang of sympathy and quietly followed her, leaving Huanhai and Julia to entertain the others. At that moment, Tilos felt utterly exhausted, primarily from mental strain. She had not anticipated that malevolent thoughts would manifest so soon. Reclaiming her essence, as she silently embraced the completeness of her origin, tears inadvertently streamed down her cheeks. Noticing this, Griss approached from behind and gently spoke. Lady Tilos, there must be a way. Tilos, lost in thought, replied, The essence, once separated, cannot endure without an equivalent power to sustain it. She would not resort to such actions. Before Griss could finish, Tilos wiped her tears, rose, and said, All right, Griss, let us focus on our next steps. Her emergence is largely due to my presence. I will not allow her to cross into their domain. Griss fell silent, following closely behind Tilos. Upon returning to the palace, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Aware of this, Tilos addressed the group. I deeply apologize for involving you in this struggle, but rest assured, you will all return safely. She continued, That being may also be referred to as Tilos, for she is indeed a part of me, my former malevolent essence. A millennium ago, she waged war against me, resulting in the loss of 2 dear friends. My efforts to seal her led to my rebirth. The reason the dimensional rift was torn was to harness your strength to eliminate her once and for all, but now, it seems that such a plan is no longer feasible. Nevertheless, please be assured that in times of peril, I shall return you safely and seal the rift. Uchiha Madara stated, Leader, you aided us in our time of need. Now it is our turn to assist you, so please do not send us back. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. Tilos expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. At that moment, Yurufu asked, Granny, may I inquire about your age? The group fell silent, and Tilos chuckled softly. I have long forgotten my true age, but I was born alongside the emergence of the world. As the multitude prepared to disrupt the divine realm, Tilos escorted Kes to the palace of the Omni King. As anticipated, the high priest awaited them outside the palace. Upon seeing Tilos, he spoke, Lady Tilos, the Omni King has been awaiting your arrival. Tilos replied, Very well, let us proceed inside. The 3 then entered the palace, where they found the Omni King gazing intently at the cosmos, a grave expression upon his face. Tilos inquired, Omni King, I have arrived. What is the situation outside? The Omni King responded, Sister, I cannot sense her presence at all. Her emergence from confinement bore no forewarning. It was only after some time that I became aware of her. Tilos instructed, Summon the destroyers and supreme Kais of the several universes under your dominion. This conflict will not unfold as it did a millennium ago. The Omni King acknowledged her command and dispatched the High Priest to make the necessary contacts. Suddenly, both Tilos and the Omni King felt the aura of the dragon god, Salama, permeated with a dark and negative energy. They exchanged a knowing glance and hastened toward Salama. Outside the palace, Salama, enveloped in an ominous black aura, observed Tilos and the Omni King with a grave demeanor. Tilos remarked, "I never imagined you would become this way." Salama replied in a low tone, "It has indeed been a long time, Lady Tilos. Where is the malevolence? Bring her forth." As he finished speaking, the space beside Salama tore open, and a woman clad in black emerged, smiling at the two. "Ah, what a surprise. I have come merely to show you him. It is not yet time for battle. When the moment arrives, the battlefield shall be in your universe. I eagerly anticipate your expressions then. Ha ha ha." With that, the woman in black, along with Salama, vanished in an instant. Tilos stared intently at the rift in space, and after a moment, the two returned to the palace to deliberate their next course of action. Chapter 109. The final showdown. After informing the gods of destruction, Tilos chose to remain alone with Griss and Whis, leaving the two somewhat bewildered. Tilos remarked, "There are matters that you ought to be aware of, concerning another version of yourselves." With that, she gently tapped their foreheads, and two luminous orbs surged into their minds. Moments later, they opened their eyes. Tilos's expression was intricate. If it were within her power, she would prefer not to witness the demise of her friends once more. Griss chuckled lightly. "So, it seems we share such a connection, huh?" "Ha ha ha." Whis added, "Lady Tilos, allow us to lend you our assistance. I am certain that if they were still here, they would feel the same way." Tilos replied, "Thank you. Whether it is the other you or the present you. Now, do return and relay the information." After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed back to their universe, while Tilos escorted Cleese back to hers. Upon their return to the palace, they found everyone adjusting to the circumstances. In the absence of peril, such days would indeed be pleasant. Alas, there is no if. Observing this, Tilos led Cleese to the courtyard adjacent to the time chamber. Tilos sat cross-legged, stabilizing her essence. Although the malevolent energy that had infiltrated her core had elevated her to a world-class level, she had not properly stabilized her essence. At this moment, her core was battered and bruised, vulnerable to separation once more. The scattered remnants of her essence had mingled with those of others over the millennia, and repairing it would require considerable time. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, and Cleese gazed at the meditative Tilos, lost in thought. She reminisced about their first encounter and the time they shared together, witnessing Tilos's transformation from weakness to strength. After a prolonged silence, Tilos awakened, her aura immensely potent. Cleese inquired, "Lady Tilos, have you reached your pinnacle?" Tilos shook her head. "Not quite. I am merely at the mid-level of perfection, a step away from the apex. At this juncture, there is little that can be done." Cleese stammered, "This." Before she could continue, Tilos interjected, "Enough? Please, I will find a way. I can handle her with Aquan. It is time to return." A few days later, after each god of destruction had briefed their respective universes, they convened at Tilos's location. At this moment, within Universe 13, the realm of the gods of destruction was a sight to behold, with Tilos standing prominently at the forefront, surrounded by numerous individuals. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore apart in the distance, and a woman clad in black emerged, followed closely by Salama and two other females. Upon seeing the visage of one among them, Tilos's fury ignited, malevolent energy. "You." The woman in black chuckled, "Ha ha. Tilos, how do you like this surprise? Do you know why I didn't simply absorb your essence?" Tilos glared furiously at the woman in black, who, upon receiving no response, continued, "Although we are originally one, absorbing only a fraction of your essence would merely affect me. More importantly, I much prefer to consume you in your entirety. Ah. By the way, where is that so-called mother of yours? It took considerable effort for me to retrieve her, so you ought to express your gratitude." Tilos replied coldly, "You will pay dearly for this." The woman in black responded, "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should take a look at the individuals behind me." With that, a group of figures, shrouded in dark energy, emerged from the portal. Tilos' pupils constricted. She was utterly astonished to discover that malevolence had birthed the counterparts of three worlds, each one a reflection of the original beings, albeit with slightly superior power. though not overwhelmingly so. You, Tilos began, but was interrupted by the woman in black. I know what you wish to inquire. How I created these beings, right? Ha ha ha, it is all thanks to you. By opening the channels between worlds, I was able to harness the negative emotions from each realm to forge their opposites. Consider it a delightful surprise for you. As Tilos listened, her fists clenched tightly, and a surge of terrifying energy erupted from her, stirring up a fierce wind. The woman in black sensed the shift and unleashed her own aura, initiating their first clash. Initially, Tilos held the upper hand, but as the battle progressed, she found herself increasingly pressured by the woman's retaliatory strikes. With renewed force, the woman in black overwhelmed Tilos, who staggered and coughed up blood as a result of the backlash. The woman in black smirked. What's the matter? Have you given up resisting? Ha ha ha. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Tilos retorted, Humph. Enough with the chatter. As Tilos and the woman in black simultaneously erupted, the second round of their fierce confrontation commenced. The collision of their energies shattered the surrounding space, and as they fought with increasing speed, neither sought to relent. At that moment, the dragon god Salama cast a glance towards the Omni King, and they exchanged meaningful looks. The Omni King seized the hands of two attendants, a surge of white light enveloping them. Moments later, the luminous sphere dissipated, revealing the Omni King in his complete form, now towering to match the height of dragon god Salama. Subsequently, an energy projectile was unleashed, which Salama deftly evaded, sending the projectile hurtling towards a distant planet, erasing it from existence in a cataclysmic explosion. The two adversaries commenced their duel, while others joined the fray, plunging the battlefield into chaos with explosions erupting incessantly. Tilos and the woman in black had ascended to the highest point of the battlefield. Despite Tilos being at a disadvantage, her combat experience allowed her to suppress her opponent. However, as time passed, Tilos grew increasingly fatigued, whereas the woman in black appeared to retain her strength. Each clash of their strikes generated shockwaves that profoundly affected the planets within the universe, causing weaker celestial bodies to disintegrate into dust. On the battlefield, the two women found themselves encircled by Kess, Whis, and Beerus, with one of them being Tina. However, Tina was no longer the person she once was, and Beerus felt a pang of regret, having witnessed her former self. 3 days later, the realm of the gods of destruction lay in ruins. Fortunately, prior to the onset of war, Tilos had reinforced and expanded it. Otherwise, it would have been unable to withstand such a relentless onslaught. All opposition within the realm had been vanquished, yet many from the three worlds had also perished. The desolation was palpable, with the bodies of the fallen strewn across the landscape, and several gods of destruction had met their demise. At this moment, Beerus, Whis, and Kess found themselves in a dire predicament, yet they had still not managed to eliminate Tina. Thankfully, another individual had been slain by the combined might of the three. In the confrontation between Salama and the Omni King, the latter had been on the brink of succumbing to a final blow. But the Grand Priest's surprise attack had provided a glimmer of hope for retaliation. Meanwhile, Tilos and the embodiment of malevolence continued their battle. Those who remained alive on the battlefield observed the grim scene with heavy hearts. Among them were Hulia, Mirage, Fukalos, and Fanina, all having fallen to Tina's hand. In the air, Tilos felt a profound sorrow, yet her primary focus remained on annihilating the foe before her. After a fierce exchange, the two adversaries distanced themselves. The woman in black taunted, "Do you not feel a deep anguish, witnessing your mother slay your friends?" Ha! Tilos retorted with fury. "I warned you that you would pay for this." The woman in black chuckled softly. Ha ha, do not jest. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to continue this fight? I can do everything you can, and at this moment, you are weaker than I. What hope do you have of defeating me? It is quite laughable. It is thanks to you that I have evolved into my current form. Had you not severed me from you back then, you would have long since transcended your limitations. Now, look at the battlefield, look at yourself. Do you not feel regret? Ha ha. Tilos opened her mouth, saying, "You are indeed correct. I should not have severed you from myself. However, you have erred in one regard. I possess abilities that you do not." With that, a Taiji symbol materialized behind Tilos, and in an instant, she teleported before the dark-clad woman, seizing her hands. The Taiji symbol began to spin rapidly. The unexpected turn of events startled the dark-clad woman, who attempted to break free from Tilos's grip, but to no avail. Suddenly feeling the drain of her essence, she roared, "What are you doing? Release me at once." Tilos replied in a deep voice, "Since you are capable of absorbing me, I too can reciprocate. This technique was specifically devised with you in mind. I owe my gratitude to your essence, which you intertwined with your own. At first, I was perplexed as to why you did not absorb directly. It was only when I stabilized my essence that I realized you had indeed absorbed it, albeit partially. You discovered that your own nature began to shift, becoming less stubborn, relinquishing the desire to breach that boundary, correct? Thus, while you had the chance, you hastily withdrew, though a portion remained intertwined. You believed that my absorption would also alter me, yet I fortuitously completed the balance of yin within yang through a fragment of your essence. It is not only I who have changed, you have too, though you remain oblivious to this fact." The dark-clad woman panicked as her essence continued to drain, her strength waning. She began, but Tilos interjected, "It is time for you to return to my being completely. Our struggle is far from over, and I shall accompany you henceforth." With that, she exerted her power, causing the Taiji symbol to spin with increasing velocity. The dark-clad woman attempted to resist, but Tilos's presence grew ever more potent. At the pinnacle of the battle, the dark-clad woman's form gradually became transparent. Moments later, she vanished entirely. Tilos's essence dissipated, enveloped in a radiant white light. After an extended period, the light faded, revealing her attire, a harmonious blend of black and white, with a yin symbol on her left hand and a yang symbol on her right. The onlookers on the battlefield witnessed the disappearance of the dark-clad woman, finally allowing themselves to relax. Beerus, Whis, and Kess observed Tinos's sudden vanishing with confusion, but upon seeing Tilos conclude her battle, they understood her triumph. Tilos descended, gazing upon the battlefield with a sense of sorrow. The survivors quickly gathered around, eager to inquire about the situation, but Tilos spoke first. "Thank you all. I may need to depart for a while. Please take care of yourselves. Allow me to assist you before I go." Having spoken, Tilos soared into the air, waving a single hand, as a verdant orb of light surged into each individual, resurrecting those who had perished and restoring their garments to pristine condition. Tilos observed as everyone regained their footing, and then her form began to dissipate. The onlookers, initially puzzled by this phenomenon, grew anxious upon witnessing her fading silhouette. Sensing their collective concern, Tilos smiled gently and addressed the assembly. "Thank you all. I shall bestow the power to open the gateway to the world upon Kess. When you return, allow Kess to assist you. My time is fleeting, but rest assured, we shall meet again in the not-so-distant future." Tilos continued, "Aquin, I am truly pleased with the person you have become, yet as your elder sister, I feel I have fallen short. Fufu, cherish your lives, pursue your passions, traverse the vast landscapes, and immerse yourselves in experiences yet unknown to you. Julia, do not always be so gentle and kind. Know that you may choose to remain here or return, for this place will forever be your home. Huanhai, the martial path you sought has been attained. Whether you wish to stay here or return, this will eternally be your sanctuary." At this point, tears streamed down Tilos's cheeks, yet she continued, "Hui, strive to be more cheerful. You can summon Kess at any time. Uchiha Madara, the peace you seek truly exists. How you pursue it is entirely up to you. Urameshi, I rather enjoy being called grandmother and hope to hear it again. Beerus, you lazy cat, strive to be a bit more industrious and shed some of that pride. Whis, even the finest cuisine requires moderation." With those words, Tilos turned to Kess, tears flowing freely. "Kess, thank you for your unwavering care. I apologize for needing to depart for a time. When we meet again, you must remind me of you all. There is so much more to say, yet it seems I cannot." With that, Tilos gathered a sphere of light from her hand and infused it into Kess's being. Immediately afterward, Tilos bade farewell, "Goodbye, everyone." As her voice faded, Tilos's figure vanished without a trace. Some individuals wept openly, and a heavy sorrow enveloped the gathering. Following Tilos's final words, Kess could no longer contain her tears. Chapter 110. Conclusion. 3 years have elapsed since the final battle, and the intermingling of the three worlds has become a commonplace occurrence. Although they have yet to merge completely, the situation is quite satisfactory. The erstwhile 13th universe has now been renamed the Tilos realm, standing on equal footing with the King realm. However, it comprises only a single universe, serving as the confluence of the three worlds. On Tilos star, Kess reclined by the riverside in tranquil solitude, exuding an air of languor. Not far off, Julia tended to the flowers, her gaze imbued with a sense of melancholy, while Huanhai had returned to his own world to participate in the martial arts tournament. Julia approached Kess and seated herself beside her, inquiring, "Kess, what do you suppose Lord Tilos is doing at this moment?" Kess slowly opened her eyes and replied, "I do not know, but she is undoubtedly still alive. We merely need to wait." Noticing the forced strength in Kess's gaze, Julia refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to quietly contemplate the celestial expanse. At that moment, Tilos gently opened her eyes, confronted by the vastness of space beyond the world, where myriad realms unfolded before her. Tilos murmured, "Hey, after all this time, do you still not recognize reality?" She then continued, "Humph, my ambitions have never wavered. As soon as I find the opportunity, I shall obliterate your consciousness." "Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall seal you away." You cannot do that. If you could, you would have sealed me from the very beginning. Who told you I am incapable? Merely storing away a consciousness is quite simple. However, I find it rather awkward to witness your disappearance. I have promised that you will pay a price. I cannot allow it to be too easy for you. Or perhaps I shall extract you and torment you piece by piece. What do you say to that? And no. Please, honestly, have you not realized that for countless millennia, I have been striving to reach an understanding with you? When you killed Tina, I was indeed furious. However, I now possess the ability to resurrect her completely with ease, so I have forgiven you. Furthermore, you merely resent me for having severed you in the first place. In your quest for strength, you sought to return to your true form, and now you have achieved that, not only becoming stronger, but also reclaiming your essence. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and Tilos stood opposed to the cloaked woman within the realm of consciousness. After thousands of years of coexistence, their relationship had been marked by both conflict and camaraderie, as they were, in essence, one and the same. Gazing at the cloaked woman with a smile, Tilos inquired, "Have you come to a decision?" The cloaked woman nodded slightly, "Yes. Through our interactions over these millennia, I have glimpsed your memories. Though we were born of the cosmos, we have never truly experienced such sentiments. I now comprehend your decisions more clearly." Tilos laughed heartily. Then it is time for us to return. I wonder how much time has passed there." The cloaked woman remarked, "I, too, must vanish." Tilos grasped the hand of the cloaked woman and declared, "No, you shall not disappear. I promise to manifest your essence once more." Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, Tilos surveyed the multitude of worlds before her, quietly attuning herself until she identified the realms of the Hokage, Genshin, and Yu Yu Hakusho, as well as her own. She focused on these 4 worlds and subsequently drew the 3 into her own domain. In mere moments, the 3 worlds seamlessly merged, arranged by Tilos as if they were the 12 universes of the Omni King, each separated by a force to maintain order. On Tilos star, Kess sensed something and vanished from her location. Just as Tilos completed her task, Kess appeared behind her. With tears brimming in her eyes, Tilos said, "Kess, it has been far too long." Unable to contain her emotions, Kess wept as she replied, "Lady Tilos, you have finally returned." Tilos approached and embraced Kess, solemnly stating, "I apologize for making you wait so long. I shall no longer vanish." Kess held Tilos tightly before releasing her grip and inquired, "Lady Tilos, what were you just doing?" With a smile, Tilos explained, "From now on, meeting them will be effortless. I communicated with the essence of each world and integrated them into ours, much like Aquan's 12 universes, albeit these are worlds, not universes, so they are quite substantial. Who would have thought Lady Tilos has grown so powerful? Let us return swiftly," Kess said, and Tilos nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they teleported to Tilos star. After meeting Julia, Tilos entered the palace and with a wave of her hand, summoned the river of time. She explored its depths until she finally detected Tina's presence from 3 years prior. After a brief investigation, she closed the river and harnessed the power of the laws to create a corporeal form out of nothingness, subsequently tearing through time to locate Tina's lingering soul from 3 years ago, merging them together. In a moment, Tina opened her eyes, revealing a hint of confusion, which quickly turned to recognition upon seeing Tilos. "Loss, is that you?" she asked. Tilos smiled gently. Yes, it is I, Mother. After sharing fond memories, Tilos conjured a doppelganger, which took the form of a woman in black attire. She addressed her, saying, "Now you possess a body, though the authority lies with me. Do not worry. Experience life fully and spend time with your mother." A few days later, after greeting several individuals, Tilos ventured into the three worlds. She took a moment to observe each, informing them of their world's integration before returning to Tilos Star with a few companions. After reminiscing together, they collectively admired the cosmic starry sky thus. The tale reaches its conclusion.